John Colter first came west as a member of the Lewis and Clark expedition. As his companions headed back to civilization, Colter instead chose to stay behind, and in doing so became what many considered to be the first of the mountain men. Working for fur trader Manuel Lisa, John ventured alone into present-day Wyoming in the dead of winter, attempting to make contact with the Crow. In the several hundred-mile trek that followed, Colter would be the first known American to cast eyes on such wonders as the Teton Mountains, Pierre's Hole, and what we now call Yellowstone National Park. He'd also have his fair share of trouble with the indigenous, namely the Blackfeet. During one such encounter, Colter was stripped naked, covered in the bloody entrails of his dead and dismembered partner, and then forced to run for his life as dozens upon dozens of warriors gave chase. But who was John Colter really? What was his early life like? How'd he survive for so long alone in the wilderness? Why'd he keep turning west again and again? How'd he end up escaping those angry Blackfeet? And just what was it that caused him to eventually, at long last, return to the settlements? My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. John Colter was born sometime around the year 1774 in Virginia's Shenandoah Valley. Maybe. As tends to be the case with many of the historical figures we cover here on the Wild West Extravaganza, there's just not a whole lot known about John's early life. Hell, the man didn't even appear on the historical record until October of 1803 when, in the great state of Kentucky, he officially enlisted with the Corps of Discovery. How long he had been in Kentucky is unknown. According to author Charles G. Clark, in his book The Men of the Lewis and Clark Expedition, Colter may have possibly, in his younger years, served as a ranger under famed frontiersman and future topic Simon Kenton. Following the American Revolution, Kenton did settle in Kentucky, where he became good friends with Daniel Boone. Scouted for William Clark's brother, George Rogers Clark, in various campaigns, as well as serving as a major in General Mad Anthony Wayne's militia during the Northwest Indian War. So yeah, it certainly is possible that John Colter was a ranger under Simon Kenton. And if that's the case, I think there's a good chance he had indeed been residing in Kentucky for some time prior to 1803. Nevertheless, so far as I know, this is all speculation. Like I said, it wasn't until John hooked up with the Corps of Discovery that things began to clear up just a mite. Now I know what you're thinking, what the hell is the Corps of Discovery? And well, that's just fancy talk for the Lewis and Clark expedition. If you're new to this show, I did just complete an entire 6-part series on Lewis and Clark, and if you'd like to learn more, there's a link down below for you to check it out. In short, though, the Corps of Discovery, or the Lewis and Clark expedition, was just an exploration of the newly purchased territory of Louisiana. And for all you longtime listeners, don't worry, this is just going to be a very, very quick overview of the Corps of Discovery. I promise I'll go fast and you'll barely feel a thing. Long story short, back in those days, the United States of America was only comprised of 16 states, essentially just everything east of the Mississippi River. Then in 1803, France sold Louisiana to the United States. All of a sudden, a huge swath of land, over 800,000 square miles of North America's interior, came under United States control. We're talking roughly everything from the Mississippi River west to the Rocky Mountains, and from New Orleans all the way up to what's now the border with Canada, all belonging to France and then, of course, the United States. And in order to find out exactly what they had just bought, President Thomas Jefferson asked Congress to fund an expedition to explore this new territory, and beyond, all the way to the West Coast. Thus, the Corps of Discovery was commissioned, aka the Lewis and Clark expedition. All totaled, the trip would take more than 2.5 years and cover over 8,000 miles. From St. Louis, Missouri, across the Great Plains and Rocky Mountains, all the way west to present-day Oregon, and then back again. Not exactly a Sunday picnic, to say the least. As such, Captains Lewis and Clark would need to choose wisely when it came to the type of men they would recruit. Not just anybody who volunteered was accepted as a member of the expedition. Far from it. First of all, you couldn't be married. And I don't know about you, but that sounds a little ominous. Almost like they didn't expect everybody to make it back home alive. In all actuality, though, I do think this was more of a practical decision. Since the expedition was so epic in nature, I think the captains most likely didn't want anybody to get to missing their wife and kids and try to turn back prematurely. The recruits would also need to be what Lewis described as stout and, quote, capable of bearing bodily fatigue to a considerable degree, end quote. And as it turns out, John Colter fit this description to a T. And icing on the cake, by the time he enlisted, John was already an accomplished woodsman and hunter. An acquaintance would later write that Colter seemed to have been formed of nature, quote, for hardy endurance of fatigue, privations, and perils, and that he wore an open, ingenuous, and pleasing countenance, and his veracity was never questioned among us, end quote. So there you go. Not only was John a capable man in the field, but he was trustworthy to boot. Captains Lewis and Clark likewise held Colter in high esteem, giving him quite a bit of independence and responsibility as the journey progressed. That said, things did get off to a somewhat rocky start. Before the expedition officially set out, they would spend the winter of 1803 and 1804 at a place called Camp du Bois, near present-day Wood River, Illinois. Although the men were kept somewhat busy preparing for the upcoming expedition and just honing their marksmanship, there's only so much drilling and shooting practice you can do, right? And it wasn't long before the rank and file started to get a little bored. And when soldiers get bored, they oftentimes will get to acting out, including our very own John Colter. Not only did he get a little too rambunctious during the New Year's Eve celebration of 1803, but then just a few months later he brushed off the orders of his sergeant, John Ordway, and paid an unsanctioned visit to a nearby off-limits whiskey shop. A couple weeks later, he and Ordway bumped heads again, this time with Colter and fellow expedition member John Shields threatening to flat-out kill the sergeant. As if to emphasize the point, Colter even made a grand show of loading his rifle. Important to note that many of these volunteers, like John, were civilians prior to enlistment. Colter would have been independent to a fault, used to doing things his own way, and not worrying about what some damn NCO had to say about him having a sip of whiskey when or where he pleased. Be that as it may, once Colter enlisted, he was under military command. The Corps of Discovery was a military unit, and like it or not, John Ordway was his superior. While such discipline might not be all that important there at Camp du Bois, the chain of command would be critical once the men set off upriver, and a refusal to follow orders could literally be the difference between life and death. That being the case, on March 29th, 1804, Captains Lewis and Clark placed Colter and his companion Shields on trial for mutiny, a charge that was punishable by death. Luckily for both men, however, they would be let off the hook and no punishment of any kind was recorded. Only that Colter and Shields asked for forgiveness and promised to do better in the future. The expedition set out from Camp du Bois on May 14, 1804, and linked up with Captain Lewis at St. Charles, Missouri. Then, just a week later, on the 21st of May, they were headed up the river bound for the great unknown. Now, like I just said, I did finish an entire series on this expedition, so I'm not going to rehash it all here today. Link down below if you'd like to check out that series. I will mention a few particulars involving Colter, though. Despite those initial difficulties back there at Camp du Bois, John really did begin to shine as the expedition wound its way up the Missouri. It wasn't long before the captains figured out that Colter was better at making meat than he was pulling an oar, so he soon became one of the expedition's chief hunters, traveling along the shore and bringing down wild game and meeting up with the keel boat further on upriver. And just to give you an idea, in September of 04, when expedition member George Shannon went missing, Colter was one of the men tasked with searching for him. And while he did fail to locate Shannon, Colter was still able to harvest a buffalo, an elk, 3 deer, 1 wolf, 5 turkeys, and a goose, all while he was out looking for Shannon. Hell, he had even gone ahead of the expedition and had a scaffold of jerky waiting on him when they arrived. Kinda makes you wonder how hard he was searching for poor Shannon. But still, clearly, as you can see, he was one hell of a hunter. Also, due to his habit of trapsing on ahead, Colter at times was even first contact when it came to the native peoples. One such encounter occurred in September of 1805 when he ran into a small war party of Salish. They were out hunting horse thieves and not in all that great of a mood when Colter showed up. Nonetheless, he remained calm and put the warriors at ease. He even invited them back to the camp so they could speak with the captains. And on it went, man. The entire trip out to the West Coast, Colter just continued to be a valuable member of the Corps of Discovery. And once they were there at Fort Clatsop, in present-day Oregon, he routinely spent days away from camp scrounging up wild game. Hell, the man wasn't even above doing a little fishing. Anything he could do to help keep everybody fed, he was doing it. And you better believe he was learning a whole lot about survival in the process. As far as the Native Americans were concerned, Colter would have grown proficient in sign language, dealing not just with the aforementioned Salish, but also the Hidatsa, the Mandan, the Yankton, the Brule Lakota, the Shoshone, Nez Perce, Walla Walla, Yakima, the Chinook, and the Clatsop. During the return trip back home, when Lewis and Clark split up the expedition into several smaller groups, Colter had accompanied Sergeant Ordway down the Missouri to help dig up supplies. And once they were rejoined by Captain Lewis, Colter resumed his duties as a hunter. At one point, he and his buddy, John Collins, in the span of just 6 days, managed to bag 31 beaver. Yeah, beaver. That's another thing. Although the Corps of Discovery was not on a trapping expedition, it was hard for a guy like John Colter to ignore the fact that they were traveling through prime beaver country. And in those days, there was a lot of money in beaver. Matter of fact, the Lewis and Clark expedition wasn't even over yet before they began meeting prospective fur trappers headed upriver. Per author Stephen Ambrose in Undaunted Courage, these trappers were, quote, the cutting edge of what might be called the fur rush. It couldn't be taken for granted that there would be many others coming close behind them. However much Jefferson might want to reserve the upper Louisiana for displaced Indians from east of the Mississippi, no power on earth and certainly no laws written in Washington could stop the American frontiersmen. They were lured up the Missouri River by a spirit of endurance, by a cockiness and bravado that were not entirely without foundation, by a love of the wilderness, and by greed. Powerful motives in young men that cannot be denied. End quote, and hell yeah, brother. Now, two of these young men in question were the curiously named Forrest Hancock and Joseph Dixon, who, as it turns out, met the Corps of Discovery right about the same time that the expedition had returned to the Mandan villages on the upper Missouri. So, in other words, the Corps of Discovery were practically home at this point. Remember, the traveling was much quicker headed downriver than it was up. And from the Mandan villages, they weren't but 6 weeks away from St. Louis. Still, though, when Hancock and Dixon invited Colter to join them out west, with the promises of furnishing him with traps and sharing in the profits in exchange for his guidance, Colter accepted. Only problem was, John's enlistment with the Corps wouldn't be up for another 2 months. Nevertheless, both of the captains did agree to go ahead and give Colter an early discharge, and on August 20th, 1806, as the Lewis and Clark expedition headed back to civilization, John Colter once more turned his face towards the west. Keep in mind that John had been away from home for over 2 years at this point, and yet, for whatever reason, he chose to remain in the wilderness. I say for whatever reason, but I guess we all know the official reason, to trap for beaver. But you would think that after 2 years, he'd maybe want to enjoy a few comforts of civilization or even visit his family. I have no way of proving this, but something tells me it was more than those beaver pelts that motivated Colter to head back to the high lonesome. That said, like much of his early life, not a whole lot is known of Colter's whereabouts for the remainder of 1806. According to biographer David Marshall, John and his new partners would end up spending that winter among the Crow, possibly in present-day Montana, not far from where Billings now stands. Still others think they might have been with the Crow further south in Clark's Fork Canyon or the Sunlight Basin, both of which are located in what's now Wyoming. Also, at some point, this trio would split up. Not sure if Colter had a falling out with Dixon and Hancock or what the deal was, but he would once again set his sights on St. Louis. And just like the year prior, he'd once again be persuaded to turn back west before arriving at his intended destination. By the way, he got really close this time, all the way to where the Platte River meets the Missouri, just south of Omaha, before bumping into fur trader Manuel Lisa. Apparently, the wily Spaniard had raised a company of some 40-odd men bound for the Yellowstone River. And upon learning of Colter's most recent exploits, Lisa offered him a job right there on the spot. Also didn't hurt none that a few of Colter's old buddies from the Corps of Discovery were there with Lisa as well. Men like George Drewer and John Potts. They too would have been singing Colter's praises. This party ended up building a trading post on the Yellowstone, dubbed Fort Raymond, not far from the mouth of the Bighorn, and that winter they set about trapping beaver. Not John Colter, though. Oh no. He was instead charged with going out alone and making contact with his old friends, the Crow. just to help sort of spread the word about the new trading post and hopefully entice them to bring their pelts in come springtime. So it were that John would travel down the Bighorn River and air quotes discover what would come to be known as Colter's Hell. And I say air quotes because A, the Native Americans discovered it first, obviously, and that goes for all of the landmarks I'm going to discuss here shortly. You know, the Yellowstone National Park, the Teton Mountains, Pierre's Hole. I think it goes without saying that the Native Americans were there first, they saw it first, hundreds if not thousands of years before the Europeans ever showed up. And also, B, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong on this, but I believe George Drewer had also passed through the area of Colter's Hell and reported his findings to Manuel Lisa even before John Colter. Double check me on that though. Either way, John's fellow fur trappers named the area after him, and, well, I guess the name stuck. Now, if you're not familiar, Colter's Hell is a thermal area located on the Shoshone River, or the Stinkin' River as it was known back in those days, not far from present-day Cody, Wyoming. Not to be confused with the geysers and thermal areas located in Yellowstone National Park. Just wanted to point that out because a lot of the time, Colter's Hell is mistaken for Yellowstone, even by some early historians. But they are indeed two separate areas. Now, from Colter's Hell, John followed the South Fork of the Shoshone River south, just sort of skirting the Absaroka Range, and then cutting west across the divide to Jackson's Hole. John then briefly trekked into Idaho via the Teton Pass, crossed through Pierre's Hole, and then circled back east to Yellowstone Lake. Lot of innuendos that I don't have time to get into this episode. Colter would follow the west side of the lake all the way north to the Lamar River before turning east again and making his way back to the vicinity of Colter's Hell. From there, he would turn north and return to Fort Raymond. I'm not sure how closely you were just following along, and I don't know if you have a map available, but long story short, John Colter had just made a huge circle throughout northwestern Wyoming, crossing what's now Yellowstone National Park and the Bridger Teton National Forest, completely alone in the dead of winter, and so far as I know, on foot. We're talking a minimum something like 500 miles, but in all actuality, I do think it was closer to around 1,000. I don't know how the hell the man did it, walking on snowshoes and carrying nothing but his rifle and whatever supplies he could stuff in a 30-pound pack. Now, speaking of that rifle, you'll never guess what he was carrying. And you'll never guess because nobody knows. That said, it's not like there's all that many options. Back when Colter was a member of the Corps of Discovery, they pretty much only carried two types of long guns with them. The 1795 model Springfields, which were smoothbores, and the Harper's Ferry model 1803. Probably. On the series I just did covering the Lewis and Clark expedition, I did state that they carried the 1803s, but full disclosure, that does seem like it's still up for debate. Here's the deal. We know that Captain Lewis ordered 15 rifles to be specially made just for the expedition, and that he arrived at the Harper's Ferry Armory in early July of 1803 to pick them up. However, the Model 1803s wouldn't be officially rolled out for another 3 months. That being the case, many do speculate that he instead picked up 15 of the readily available 1792 and 1794 contract rifles. There would have been a few hundred of these laying around there at Harper's Ferry, and Lewis would have already been very familiar with their use, likely having carried one while serving in the Army. And then there's option number 3, a modified contract rifle. Some historians speculate that Lewis had the barrels shortened by around 6 inches, had the stocks reduced from full to half, and then had the bore enlarged so that it could fire a 54 caliber ball as opposed to a 49 caliber. From what I understand, if this indeed was the case, then these modified contract rifles would have been very similar to the soon-to-be-developed Model 1803s. Now, just for bonus points, I consulted the great and knowledgeable Garrett Woods from YouTube's 11 Bang Bang. And he pretty much concurred, stating that there is strong evidence for both sides, the 1803s and the contract rifles, but that there was also yet another possibility, that Colter had carried his very own personal rifle along for the expedition, and that he continued to use it as a free trapper in Montana and Wyoming. Remember what I said earlier about John possibly serving with Simon Kenton. Per the aforementioned Mr. Woods, those Rangers were old-time long hunters who utilized the big heavy caliber Pennsylvania rifles. So, that being the case, if Colter did carry his own rifle, it was likely to have been a custom job from Lancaster County. And yeah, I did just waste a lot of words, only to say that I don't know what kind of rifle John Colter carried. But it's fun to talk about, right? I also don't know what other type of supplies he would have had during this solo journey. But hey, we can speculate, right? I don't know about you, but I like those little details. For instance, Colter would have for sure been carrying everything else he needed to keep that rifle in working order, right? A shot pouch, gunpowder, wadding, extra rifle flints, maybe a powder horn, a cleaning and repair kit, possibly a few bars of lead so he could cast his own balls, along with a mold. I'm relatively certain Colter would have also been packing at least a few trade items. You know, just small trinkets and beads, maybe a few brass buttons or trade knives. He'd have had his own knife as well, obviously, in addition to a tomahawk. As far as other tools, I imagine Colter would have at least carried an awl, for repairing clothing and moccasins, a flint and steel for starting a fire, and maybe even a few metal utensils. As far as clothing was concerned, by this point in time, Colter would have been clad mostly in buckskin, save for possibly a hooded capote or capote fashioned out of a wool trade blanket. Not sure if I pronounced that right, capote, but I'll just be honest with you, bro, I cannot be bothered to look it up. My brain is about to melt from looking up the pronunciation of words here lately. For a shelter, in addition to the capote, I think it's very likely that Colter would have had at least one heavy wool blanket, in addition to a large piece of oilcloth. Considering the fact that he was traveling through GD, Wyoming in the wintertime, he probably had more than one blanket, but I don't know. Maybe he had a buffalo robe. If the weather got too rough, he could always toss up a temporary hut or lean-to of the sort that he often slept in while with the Corps of Discovery, or even improvise a small teepee. Also, I gotta think that John waited out at least a few winter storms among the Crow, nice and snug with a lady friend or two. With all that in mind, what interactions Colter did have with the indigenous during this trip, as far as I know, are unclear. I think it's very likely that he made contact with the Crow, possibly even the Shoshone, but once again, I cannot say for sure. How long he spent with the various bands he encountered, if he encountered any at all, and their overall reception also remains unknown. A lot of questions about this journey, okay? A lot of unknowns. But when coupled with his recent trip with Lewis and Clark, I do think it's safe to say that John Colter had traveled through and seen more of the western United States, at this point, than any other American, alive or dead, at least those of European descent. Now, like I said, Colter returned to Fort Raymond, but come spring of 1808, he headed out once more, west along the Yellowstone until he reached a large village of Crow, camped out at the Three Forks. They and some of their allies, the Salish. Not only did Colter tell him about Fort Raymond, but he also convinced both tribes to travel back to the trading post with him. Unfortunately, they wouldn't get far before being attacked by a large contingent of Blackfeet. Now, just an FYI, but Colter never left behind any written accounts of his own. What we know of his various adventures post Lewis and Clark comes mostly from two sources. Another one of Manuel Lisa's employees by the name of Thomas James, and the explorer/naturalist John Bradbury, both of whom spoke with John extensively and later recorded several of his stories. And according to Thomas James, this attack in question, which occurred somewhere on the East Fork of the Gallatin River, pitted some 1,500 Blackfeet against Colter in a combined force of 800 Crow and Salish. During the battle that ensued, Colter would end up taking a ball to his leg and dragging himself to a thicket where he continued to fight. Unable to stand up, John instead fired from concealment until finally the Blackfeet broke off the attack. And for the next few months, Colter would convalesce at Fort Raymond. It was there, in July of 1808, when he witnessed the near death of Manuel Lisa. For whatever reason, Lisa and fur trapper Edward Rose began arguing, and things soon turned physical. Rose quickly got the upper hand on Lisa, and former Corps of Discovery member John Potts attempted to intervene. While Potts was able to save Lisa, he himself ended up getting a pretty serious ass whipping at the hands of Ed Rose. By the time John Potts had recovered from his beating, Colter's leg was feeling on the up and up, so they decided to strike out together and see if they couldn't rustle up a few beaver pelts. They borrowed a couple of horses from Lisa's fort in the late summer of 1808 and headed out west toward the Three Forks, more specifically the Jefferson River, the same area that both of them had passed through with Lewis and Clark 3 years prior. Only this time, instead of the friendly Shoshone or Crow, it was the Blackfeet who were awaiting. And for what it's worth, Colter and Potts knew it, and as such, they did take precautions. The pair would lay low during the day and only set their traps come nightfall. Only time they would emerge from their hidey hole during daylight hours was right at the ass crack of dawn each morning to check the traps. And it was on such a morning when the Blackfeet finally caught up with them. Both Colter and Potts were in their own individual canoes when several hundred warriors appeared on the east bank of the Jefferson, ordering them to come ashore. As I'm sure you can envision, neither one of these fur trappers were all that keen on accepting this invitation. Be that as it may, I guess they figured that escaping was out of the question, and besides, most likely the Blackfeet just had robbery in mind. No need to rile them up any further, right? Sure enough, as soon as Colter came ashore, the Blackfeet grabbed a hold of him and stripped him of all of his belongings, including his clothes. Witnessing this precarious turn of events, and despite Colter's urgings, John Potts refused to leave his canoe, an act of defiance that earned him a Blackfeet musket ball to the hip. In turn, the wounded Potts shouldered his own rifle and shot the nearest warrior deader in hell. Consequently, within a matter of seconds, Potts was absolutely riddled with arrows. But it wasn't over yet. Then, per Thomas James, quote, they, the Blackfeet, dragged Potts' body up onto the bank and, with their hatchets and knives, cut and hacked it all to pieces, and limb from limb. The entrails, heart, lungs, etc. they threw into Colter's face. End quote. Still not satisfied, the warriors argued over what to do with John. Many wanted to kill him right then and there, but in the end, they simply motioned for him to leave. Sounds a little too good to be true, right? Well, as it turns out, it was. As Colter began to walk away and kind of expected an arrow to the back at any moment, the Blackfeet just kept telling him to go faster. A few minutes later, he noticed that many of the younger warriors were tossing aside their blankets and stripping out of their leggings. That's when it finally dawned on Colter that they were planning on making a game out of him. A race, if you will. Winner gets the scalp. As predicted, just as soon as John began to run, that's when he heard the war whoops behind him. And chancing a glance over his shoulder, Colter saw that a whole passel of warriors were indeed giving chase. So he ran, and he kept on running. Just to give you an idea of how hard John was running, after about a couple of miles or so, his nose began gushing blood. Apparently this is something that happens. I guess if you exert yourself a little too hard, it can cause the capillaries inside of your nose to burst. Chancing yet another look behind him, John realized that he had outran all of the Blackfeet save for one lone warrior, wielding a lance, and this warrior was rapidly gaining ground. Once again, according to John Colter's friend Thomas James, quote, despairing of escape, Colter awaited his pursuer and called to him in the Crow language to save his life. The savage did not seem to hear him, but letting go of his blanket and seizing his spear with both hands, he rushed at Colter, naked and defenseless as he stood before him, and made a desperate lunge to transfix him. Colter seized the spear near the head with his right hand, and exerting his whole strength, aided by the weight of the falling Indian, who had lost his balance in the fury of the onset, he broke off the iron head or blade which remained in his hand, while the savage lay prostrate and disarmed before him. End quote. My, how the turntables do turn. The downed Blackfeet began to beg for his life, but I reckon old John Colter was just plumb out of sympathy. Not looking to waste no more time, he finished the warrior off with that spear tip and resumed his flight. Now, if you'll recall, Colter and Potts were on the Jefferson River when the Blackfeet appeared. And when Colter started to run, he was headed due east, straight for the Madison River. And all total, it was about 5 or 6 miles away, but John made it in record time. Then, after plunging into the river, he took refuge inside a beaver lodge. Now, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, this is not the same as a beaver dam, but from what I've seen, they can appear similar. These lodges oftentimes stick up several feet above the surface of the water and are created by the beaver using sticks, twigs, grass, mud, shit like that. And just like the name sounds, this is where they live when they're not out there doing beaver activities. The lodges have an underwater entrance, which is how Colter was able to get inside, and it's there where he would remain until nightfall. The Blackfeet soon arrived and scoured the area for pretty much the rest of the day, but they never found him. They still got close enough so that Colter could see him through the chinks in the lodge, though. It was his good fortune they didn't think to look inside, or even worse, set the lodge on fire. And by the way, I know this was during the summer, but that water had to have been pretty damn cold. I mean, this is Montana we're talking about. How he stopped from going into hypothermia, I have no idea. That night, Colter carefully emerged from the lodge but remained in the river, swimming downstream for quite a ways before daring to step out onto the bank. Now, I failed to mention this a moment ago, but when he killed that warrior, he did take the blanket. But other than that blanket, John had absolutely nothing. No clothing, no shelter, no rifle, no knife, nothing. And it was a very long walk back to Lisa's fort. That said, Colter was a survivor. It took him a week, but he was able to make it back to Fort Raymond, scalp intact. He was half-starved and damn near unrecognizable, and his feet were a bloody mess, but he was still alive. And if this little adventure sounds familiar, it was dramatized in 1980's The Mountain Men, starring Charlton Heston. And if I'm not mistaken, it also loosely inspired 1965's The Naked Prey. Now, Colter would once again recuperate there at Fort Raymond, but as crazy as this sounds, just a few months later, he headed straight back to the Three Forks, alone, looking to retrieve all those beaver traps that he and Potts had left in the river. I guess he assumed that the Blackfeet would be in their winter camps and he could just slide on in without anybody noticing. Turns out that was not the case, and no sooner had Colter set up camp on the Gallatin when he was fired upon. Story goes that he was in the process of roasting a hunk of buffalo when he heard some rustling coming up behind him, followed by the unmistakable sound of rifles being cocked. Colter took a flying leap over his fire just as the musket sounded, and once more narrowly escaped the Three Forks with his life. Now at this point, it does seem as if Colter was having second thoughts about a career as a fur trapper, and I can't say as I blame him. I mean, hell, the job's hard enough as it is, but you toss in some of the deadliest warriors on earth actively trying to kill you at every turn, might be time to take up plumbing or carpentry. John ended up heading east, possibly with the idea of returning to the settlements. We don't know for sure, but he would only get as far as the Hidatsa villages in present-day North Dakota. It was there where he met up with Manuel Lisa's partners, Pierre Menard and Andrew Henry. Said they were planning on building a new trading post over on the Three Forks, the very same area where Colter had already twice narrowly escaped death. And yeah, they offered him a job, and once again, crazy as hell, John Colter accepted. They would spend that winter at Fort Raymond, and by the spring of 1810, the construction of Fort Henry was complete. In case you're curious, this was the first Fort Henry, and if I'm not mistaken, it was located at the confluence of the Jefferson and Madison rivers. Wouldn't last long, though. Doesn't take a genius to figure out that the Blackfeet did not want them there. And that being the case, more than a few fur trappers operating out of Fort Henry would end up dead, including former Lewis and Clark member George Drewer. And once again, our very own John Colter had yet another close call. Returned to camp one day to find his two companions slaughtered, and he said to hell with it, stating, quote, "If God will only forgive me this time and let me off, I will leave the country day after tomorrow, and be damned if I ever come back to it again." End quote. True to his word, John Colter was back in St. Louis just a month and a half later. Once in St. Louis, he met with his old captain, William Clark, and helped to fill in a few more blank spots on the map. Colter also tried, and initially failed, to collect payment for his services with the Corps of Discovery. John was due over $500 in wages, but on account of Meriwether Lewis being dead, there wasn't anybody who could pay him. Ended up suing the Lewis estate, and finally receiving a partial payment of $377.60. In the year that followed, Colter would get married to a lady by the name of Sally, and the happy couple settled down in the small village of La Charrette, some 60-odd miles to the west of St. Louis. Now, way back in May of 1804, the Corps of Discovery had passed through La Charrette just 10 days into the expedition. Back then, it was the last white settlement on the Missouri and consisted of just a few French Canadians. And not long thereafter, the legendary Daniel Boone would move his family there as well. Author David Marshall speculates the following, quote, "For 2 years, Boone and Colter lived as neighbors and wandered the same woodlands and creeks. They undoubtedly crossed paths and swapped tales on occasion. Boone would have described the virgin wilderness of Kentucky, Colter the virgin plains and Rockies. Boone could tell of friendships and fights with the Shawnee, Colter a Crow and Blackfeet. How priceless a conversation." End quote. And yeah, I tend to agree. I'd love to have been a fly on the wall and hear those two sharing stories. And who knows, maybe they even did a little trapping together. Daniel Boone was old as hell at this point, but even in his 75th year, he managed to harvest no less than 60 beaver pelts there in the vicinity of La Charette. Now, in July of 1811, John's wife Sally gave birth to a son they named Hiram, but sadly, the boy would never have a chance to really get to know his father. In early March of 1812, just prior to the United States declaring war with Great Britain, Colter enlisted with Nathan Boone's Mounted Rangers, a military unit described by the Missouri Gazette as, quote, perhaps as fine a body of hardy woodsmen as ever took the field, end quote. And it was while serving with the Rangers that the great John Colter finally went under. In early May, they were cornered by an overwhelming force of redcoats, and a wounded Colter began swinging that rifle of his like a club. Witnesses would later state that as the dead British began piling up at his feet, Colter's last words were, quote, King George can suck it. This was followed by a bald eagle screeching overhead and a faint rendition of Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA. And no, that's not true at all, sorry. John Colter did indeed enlist with Boone's Rangers, and he did die, just not in combat. The official cause of his death, believe it or not, was jaundice. To this day, nobody knows the exact date of Colter's demise. Possibly on the 7th of May, 1812, after just a little over 2 months of service, or according to other accounts, he made it all the way to November 22nd of 1813. We also don't know where Colter was buried. There's a story that I find very hard to believe that claims that Colter's wife Sally, unable to afford a funeral, simply left John laying in state there in their cabin indefinitely. She moved in with her brother, and eventually, over time, the cabin simply began to crumble around Colter's corpse. Then, years later, while clearing land, somebody found a few of his remains and buried them on a nearby bluff. There is a gravestone for John at the Colter Miller Cemetery in New Haven, Missouri, where his son was eventually buried, but that gravestone wasn't placed there until I think like the 1980s. And even then, as far as I know, it's just assumed that Colter was buried there. Speaking of stones, a farmer in Tetonia, Idaho, found a lava rock with the name John Colter carved into it, along with the year 1808. Very cool find, but nobody can agree as to whether or not it's the real deal. Not sure how such a thing could be proven, but yeah, hoax or not, still very cool. And I guess that's about all I've got on the first mountain man, John Colter. Dude would have only been in his late 30s at the time of death, and I do kind of wonder what he'd have gotten up to had he not come down with a case of the jaundice. As it were, both Andrew Henry and Manuel Lisa would continue attempting to break into the fur trade out west, but the real quote-unquote era of the mountain men that we all know and love wouldn't really begin in earnest for another decade following Colter's death. Make no mistake about it, all of the legendary figures like Jim Bridger and Kit Carson, Hugh Glass, James Beckwourth, Joseph Walker, Jed Smith, they all walked in John Colter's footsteps. Now, many of them were still toddlers when Colter was facing off with them Blackfeet. Yeehaw! When Jim Bridger was a young man, the entire western half of what's now the United States was, for lack of a better term, a wilderness. A land teeming with bison and ruled by indigenous hunter-gatherer societies, untamed, untouched, and unsullied. Bridger would join the ranks of Ashley's 100 while still a teenager and, alongside other future legends like Hugh Glass, Jedediah Smith, and James Beckwourth, head up the Missouri River in search of beaver. From present-day northern Montana all the way down to the Gulf of California. From the Mississippi on west to the Pacific Ocean, Bridger saw it all, discovering and blazing trails that still bear his name to this day, while at the same time facing off with some of the deadliest warriors who ever strung a bow. Ah, but the shining times wouldn't last forever. By Jim's 35th birthday, the beaver trade done petered out. The West he called home was quickly being overrun by so-called civilization, and he found himself yet again adapting to a new way of life. Nevertheless, over 4 decades after first coming west, Bridger was still riding the prairies scouting for the U.S. Army at 64 years of age. This series covers it all, from the rise and decline of the mountain men to Fort Bridger, the Utah War, the Donner Party, Jim's time as a guide for rich adventurers and government explorers, all the way up to Red Cloud's War and the Fetterman Massacre. From Ashley's 100 to the 100 in hand, we're taking a look at who Bridger really was as a person, his family, and finally, his legacy. We're going to the marrow of the world on this one, where elk don't know how many legs a horse got, where there ain't no laws for the brave ones or asylums for the crazy ones, and there ain't no priests setting the birds. By God, my name's Josh, and you're listening to the Wild West Extravaganza. James Felix Bridger was born on March 17, 1804 in Richmond, Virginia. His parents, James and Chloe, operated both a farm and an inn, but would move the family west in the year 1812. Not the safest of journeys, as not only was there a war going on with Great Britain, but the area they were headed was still, at that time, considered the frontier. They'd take Daniel Boone's Wilderness Road to the Cumberland Gap across the Appalachians onto the Ohio River, where they would then board a flatboat bound for Illinois territory. And brother, believe me when I say that the natives of the upper Missouri River Valley weren't too happy with American encroachers. This is at a time when people were still being slaughtered where the city of Chicago would one day stand. You had Blackhawks War to the north, the Winnebagos were raiding, even the Potawatomi led by an old boy named Mainpock. Nevertheless, the family settled at 6 Mile Prairie, just outside of St. Louis, and it's there that young Jim would spend the next decade of his life. Sadly, his mother would pass away in 1816 when James was just 12, his brother a few months later, and then his pops followed them both to the grave the following year, leaving just Jim and his sister. As such, a 13-year-old Bridger went to work on a ferry before being apprenticed to a famous gunsmith named Philip Creamer. Now, oftentimes you'll read that Jim was simply a blacksmith's apprentice, but that is quite the understatement. William Clark, John C. Calhoun, and Andrew Jackson were just some of the notable names who would come to own and love firearms crafted by Philip Creamer. Dude was very well known at the time, and his talents were widely sought after. And it was under his tutelage that Jim would learn the craft as well. In 1817, Creamer, with Jim in tow, would travel 170 miles north to the Potawatomi Reservation, taking care of the tribe's gunsmithing and blacksmithing needs and giving Bridger his first exposure to life among the indigenous. Keep in mind that this was the same tribe his family guarded themselves from when he was a child. Now here he was living among them, seeing them as actual human beings with families and unique personalities. I think this experience went a long way into shaping Bridger's view of Native Americans in the years to come, as well as his way of interacting with them. Now, Jim did live with Creamer and his family, but he also spent time with an uncle, his father's brother, in Illinois town, now part of St. Louis. And of course, in February of 1822, a 17-year-old Bridger answered the famous advertisement ran in the Missouri Gazette, looking for 100 enterprising young men to follow the River Missouri to its source, and there be employed for 1, 2, or 3 years. This was William Henry Ashley's expedition, bound for the western wilderness in search of beaver. According to trappingtoday.com, top quality beaver pelts may get $25 or more this year, 2023, with northern collections likely averaging around $15 to $20. Beaver from most other places will probably continue to average in the $10 to $12 range. Now, I couldn't find out how much a pelt was worth in 1822, but by 1837, they'd get you about $2, which is the equivalent of over $60 in today's money. So, depending on quality, you're looking at beaver plues being worth somewhere between 3 to 6 times as much as they are nowadays. And lest you think that this doesn't amount to much, well, America's first millionaire built his fortune on beaver, a guy named John Jacob Astor. By the way, you're going to hear me use the phrases pelts and plues interchangeably during this series. A pelt is just another way of saying animal skin, fur included. Likewise with plume, a French bastardization that the trappers would use to describe the beaver skin or pelt. This is what they harvested from the beaver that they trapped. But why? What made beaver so valuable? It largely had to do with fashion, believe it or not. Beaver felt top hats were all the rage over in Europe, and as the trend found its way over to the United States, the demand went through the roof. Important to note that the fur trade did not begin with Jim Bridger and Ashley's 100. It had already been going on for a good 2 centuries, and this episode or series is not meant to be a definitive history of the North American fur trade. I'm just giving you a quick rundown just for a little context. Also, for you longtime listeners, you're going to have a little deja vu throughout this series, especially if you've listened to what I've done on Hugh Glass or Kit Carson. I do plan on covering more of these mountain men in the future, guys like Jed Smith and Jim Beckwourth and Joseph Walker, and I don't want to have to rehash the same old information each and every time. I know that could potentially be kind of boring. So just bear with me once more, and going forward for future topics, I'll use this episode or series as sort of a reference for new listeners. Cool? Cool. Now, the fur trade in North America really began in the early 1600s with the French in Newfoundland, Canada. They exchanged goods with Native Americans for pelts, and the practice soon spread. By the turn of the 19th century, the French-Canadian presence was heavy from the Great Lakes to the Canadian prairies, and even down into the Dakotas. Even the Russians got involved, exporting an average of 60,000 pelts a year from the Alaskan coast. The Louisiana Purchase in 1803 and the Lewis and Clark expedition that followed opened up even more territory for the fur trade. By 1808, Andrew Henry established a post on the Three Forks of the Missouri, present-day Montana, but was soon driven away by the Blackfeet. He relocated his men near present-day St. Anthony, Idaho, for a short time, before heading back east and becoming preoccupied with the War of 1812. Once hostilities ceased, Ashley and Henry formed what would become known as the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, and placed that famous ad in the Missouri Gazette. So yeah, the fur trade was already well established long before 1822. John Colter of the Lewis and Clark expedition stayed out west, trapping beaver in the present-day states of Montana and Idaho. Then you had Andrew Henry, even Manuel Lisa had his trading post on the mouth of the Bighorn by 1810. You could accurately say that what we consider the Mountain Man era really began with the Lewis and Clark expedition. I think that's technically true. I would argue, however, that it was kicked into overdrive with Ashley's 100 and the Rocky Mountain Fur Company. This was like a graduating class, a who's who when it comes to famous frontiersmen. Among those who answered Ashley's advertisement were Hugh Glass, Jedediah Smith, William Sublett, James Beckwourth, Ed Rose, Broken Hand Fitzpatrick, Davy Jackson, and yes, our very own teenage Jim Bridger. John Colter may have been the original OG mountain man, but Ashley's 100 were about to define an entire era. By the way, they did not all head up the Missouri River in one bunch. There were 3 separate kill boats that departed St. Louis on 3 separate occasions. Andrew Henry led the first group, including Jim Bridger, as they pushed off on April 3, 1822, their boat piloted by the notorious Mike Fink. And if you're not familiar with Mike Fink, he was already a very well-known figure on the river, who's often referred to as the king of the killboatmen. A tough brawler and heavy drinker who Davy Crockett once allegedly described as part horse and part alligator, Fink would have already been about 50 years of age at this time. Now, full disclosure, I feel like I'm duty-bound to point out that we can't prove the Mike Fink who went upriver with Henry and Bridger was the same famous Mike Fink riverboat captain. Hugh Glass, who was just in his early 40s, was known as Old Hugh, yet nobody seems to have made any remarks on Fink's even more advanced age. Then again, if it wasn't the riverboat Mike Fink, then that would be one hell of a coincidence. I mean, what are the odds there just so happened to be another hard-fighting, heavy-drinking killboat captain with the balls to head into the mostly unknown? Killboats, by the way, predated steamboats. And since these men were traveling upriver and going against the current, they powered these vessels with pure muscle. Men on both sides would walk from one end to the other, dropping long poles in the water until hitting the river bottom, and then heave against the poles, over and over and over. Grueling work that, according to one account, would see each man take more than 4 million steps from bow to stern on their way to the Yellowstone. At other times, if conditions called for it, they waded in the water or along the banks, pulling the boat by a long tow rope. Now, not everybody was on the boat. You also had a land party traveling parallel to the river. Each evening, the 2 groups would reunite, and each morning they'd resume their labor. By mid-July 1822, they reached present-day South Dakota, where they fell on lean times. Game was scarce, and it was considered a lucky day if they happened upon a stray dog to roast. As a result, despite being deep in hostile territory and a long ways from civilization, there were a few desertions. Still, Bridger and the others pushed on, past the lands of the Arikara and Mandan and into the domain of the Assiniboine, who, as luck would have it, stole 25 horses from the expedition just as a way of saying hello. Horses that the men would need to take them into the mountains once they left the river. Finally, by August, they reached their destination, the confluence of the Missouri and Yellowstone rivers, not far from present-day Beaufort, North Dakota, and just a stone's throw away from the present-day border with Montana. It was there that the men would erect Fort Henry, as they awaited Ashley and the others to join them. Once situated, it was time to go to work, and Ashley split the men into 3 groups. One would stay at Fort Henry and literally hold down the fort, while at the same time trading with any local tribes bringing in pelts. The other two groups, one led by Ashley and the other by a large Danish man called Weber, spelled Weber, but I believe it's pronounced Weber, would head out and set their own traps. I do not know which of these three Bridger was assigned to, but I'm next to certain that Jim brought in his first beaver plume that very season. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to make a confession. I have never personally engaged in any type of fur trapping. I will try my best to describe the beaver trapping process that these men of the expedition would have employed, as I understand it, but since I know I've got a few trappers listening right now, please feel free to email me with any corrections. WildWestExtra.com and hit that contact button. As a company man, Bridger would have to draw traps out from the clerk against his own account, for likely double what they would cost in St. Louis. He'd then head out and be on the lookout for beaver sign. Obviously, you have beaver dams, right? But it's the little things that Jim would soon learn to notice, like which beaver dams had fresh mud. Then you had your beaver slides where the rodents would come in and out of the water. If it was winter, and much of the time it was because that's when the beaver fur is at its thickest and most valuable, Bridger would search for where the ice was broken up, indicating fresh activity. He'd use all these clues to decide the most likely path of the beaver and then place his set or traps. Bridger would have to wade into the freezing water and use a knife to cut a level bed in the bank about a half a foot or so under the surface, sort of a shelf to set his trap. A trap he'd bait with something called castor, an oil harvested from the sack near the beaver's muffler. The trap itself would be attached to a chain that he would then secure into the bed of the stream with a stake. I do not know how many traps Jim would have had at his disposal, nor do I know how often he'd catch beaver in relation to how many traps he'd set out. But I have read that some of these trappers would check their sets twice a day. Now, these traps in question would have been made of iron, double springed with two jaws that would slam shut if anything triggered the pan. They weighed anywhere between 6 to 8 pounds, and I imagine your average fur trapper would maybe carry 6 to 10 of them on his person. As with any job, with time came experience and knowledge. Those first couple of winters out west, Bridger would have picked up quickly on all the little tricks of the trade. He would also learn a thing or two about keeping his scalp, but we'll get to that soon enough. Once Jim collected his traps and the dead beavers, it was time to skin them and flesh them. At this point, the hide would then be stretched onto a circular hoop, usually made out of willow, and let dry. Now, all of this, of course, would be done back at camp, and once accomplished, the clerk would credit Jim for his half of the value of the furs to pay off any of the company debt that he had thus far accumulated in the way of traps and supplies, which I guess is how they get you. And on it went, day in, day out. As much as we romanticize these mountain men, they were first and foremost out there to trap beaver. They had a job to do, and I'm pretty sure Ashley didn't offer paid time off, sick days, or time and a half after 40 hours. Now, just to set the scene a little more, I think it's beneficial to look at how isolated these men would have been from what they considered civilization. At this time, in 1822, there was essentially nothing west of St. Louis, Missouri. I mean, sure, you had the Spanish and Mexican settlements down in Texas and New Mexico, and over in California. You had the French Canadians up in the Great White North, and you even had a few Brits on the West Coast in present-day Oregon. But the vast interior of what's now the United States, the entire area is consistent of Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Nevada, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado, North Dakota, South Dakota, damn near all of Washington and Oregon. There was nothing. And by nothing, I mean no towns, no forts, no stores, no churches or schools or restaurants. They simply did not exist. Not to say that the land wasn't populated. It was, by hundreds of thousands of indigenous peoples. And these people had their own special cultures, with religion and artwork and traditions, rich cultures. I'm not trying to denigrate them or say that they weren't a civilization or make them appear less than. But for the American fur trappers, this was unlike anything they had ever encountered. There was no readily available access to manufactured goods or medical care or anything like that. To quote author Jerry Insler, these men had no shelter other than what they built, no food except what they hunted, and no protection except what they could provide themselves. They'd have to adapt and become like their new indigenous neighbors if they had any hopes of acclimating to this wild new land. And believe it or not, despite landing on starving times on their way there, that first winter of 1823, they would eat pretty well. And you better believe they were eating the majority of what they killed, not just what we nowadays consider the choicest cuts. These men dined on it all, the hearts, livers, tongues, the hump fat from the buffalo, even the marrow. One fur trapper's specialty was to turn the buffalo intestines inside out and add in tiny bits of organ meat. This was about as close to a carnivore diet as you could get. I can't speak to the specifics of Bridger and his companions, but during parts of the Lewis and Clark expedition, not far from this same area, they were ingesting an average of 9 pounds of meat per day per man. So around 6,000 calories, and still going to bed hungry. Part of this was due to all that lean meat, hence the supplementing with the liver and heart and as much fat as they could get their hands on. Also, the organ meat, whether they knew it or not, helped to ward off scurvy. You may have heard that the old mountain men consider beaver tail to be a delicacy. This is true, but once again, this points to their diet of lean meat coupled with a ton of physical exertion, more than it does the culinary delights of beaver tail. It's pretty much just all fat and gristle, but that's exactly what these men were craving. The good times wouldn't last forever, though. As you'll soon hear throughout the majority of this series, the great nemesis of the Rocky Mountain fur trappers were the Blackfeet, a powerful nation that, in their heyday, controlled a vast swath of territory. I'm talking like from present-day Edmonton, Alberta, down to Yellowstone, from Glacier National Park in northwestern Montana all the way east, damn near to the Black Hills of South Dakota. This is the tribe that attacked John Colter and made him do his famous run for his life back in 1808. And it's the same folks who took out some of Henry's men in the Three Forks that following year. Likewise with these new uninvited guests. The Blackfeet would strike hard, killing 4 of Henry's men in the spring of 1823. And if such formidable warriors weren't enough to worry about, some of the trappers took to fighting one another. Mike Fink, the killboat captain, killed a man named Carpenter as the two were drunkenly shooting cups of whiskey off each other's heads. In turn, one of Carpenter's buddies, Talbot, unloaded his pistols into Fink, killing him. As for Talbot, he would soon drown while crossing the Teton River. And then disaster really struck. In June of 1823, Ashley sent a contingent of men to trade with the Arikara for desperately needed horses. Not a great idea, as the Arikara were all kinds of riled up, and for a myriad of reasons. First of all, they relied heavily on trade. With Ashley's men trapping beaver all on their own, it sort of cut the Arikara out as the middlemen. Then there was the trading post that they were promised but never received, thus depriving them of easily obtaining manufactured goods, the sort of stuff that their enemies had access to. And on top of all that, some members of the Missouri Fur, a rival trapping company, had recently killed 2 Arikara. They were plumb fed up and decided to take their anger out on Ashley's men. Now, I spoke more in depth about this on the episode I did on Hugh Glass, but I'll briefly cover it again now. Ashley was initially able to trade for 19 horses, and that evening he split his party in 2. One group, led by Jedediah Smith, stayed on shore to camp out with the newly acquired mounts, with plans to drive the small herd overland to Fort Henry the next day. Ashley and the rest of the men stayed on the kill boat about 30 yards from the bank, likewise planning to pull it back to the fort. Both parties would have to wait for a fierce windstorm to die down before they could depart, and this delay would prove to be disastrous. 2 of the men on shore, Edward Rose and Aaron Stevens, got that peculiar feeling that us men are prone to get from time to time, and decided to stroll on over to the Arikara camp looking to, well, partake in that oldest profession known to man, if you know what I mean. And in the process, Stevens went and got himself killed. Around midnight that night, some Arikara swam to the kill boat and tried to get inside the cabin, forcing Ashley to chase them off with a pistol. At about that same time on shore, Rose comes running back to camp, hollering up a storm about Stevens. After some debate, the men on the bank decided just to stay put and wait till first light to make a move. Obviously, they were on high alert. Right at the ass crack of dawn, the Arikara approached and said that they would trade him Stevens' body for 1 horse. The horse was provided, and a few minutes later, the Arikara claimed that there was not enough of Stevens left to return. Yikes. At this point, the fight was on as both sides started trading fire. A battle you can see dramatized in the opening scene of 2015's The Revenant. Just in case you were wondering why they were hollering to get to the boat, well, now you know. All total, 14 trappers would be killed and around 10 wounded before they could make their escape. Without the damn horses, by the way, and minus a boat and over 30 guns. Now, Jim Bridger was not present for this fight, but when Jed Smith hauled ass up to Fort Henry for reinforcements, Jim was one of the men who returned with him, and he would take part in the short Arikara War that followed. As Bridger and the reaction force were headed downriver, Ashley sent the wounded back to St. Louis along with a bunch of letters seeking help. To that end, the commander of Fort Atkinson, Colonel Henry Leavenworth, soon came running with 230 men of the 6th U.S. Infantry. These soldiers, the first ever to be deployed against hostile Native Americans west of the Mississippi, were joined by 50 volunteers from the Missouri Fur Company, the damn scoundrels that started this whole mess, 80 of Ashley's men, and 500 mounted Lakota warriors, bringing their ranks to damn near 900. They were armed and headed straight for the Arikara, looking to set things right. It turned out a bit anticlimactic, however. After a few brief skirmishes, Leavenworth called a ceasefire and parleyed with the Arikara leaders. As a treaty was being negotiated, the Lakota quit in disgust and went back home. After all, they didn't come all that way just to sit around and flap their gums. Later that night, the Arikara left as well, slipping out under the cover of darkness. The fur trappers, still not satisfied, went into the abandoned village and burned it to the ground, ensuring further bloodshed and revenge killings in the years that followed, as well as making the Missouri no longer a safe or viable travel option. As a result, the trappers would be forced to leave the river and head overland to access the Rockies. One group, once again led by Jed Smith, would head immediately towards the land of the Opsaluka, Crow Country. The other, piloted by Andrew Henry, would return to the fort and shut it down before linking up with Smith. We don't know for sure which group Bridger was part of, but as this was when the whole Hugh Glass bear mauling incident occurred, many believe Bridger was a member of Ashley's team. And if you don't know who Hugh Glass is, oh boy, are you in for a treat. Do yourself a favor and give that episode I did on Hugh a listen, link in the show notes. Or just Google the guy, it's one hell of a tell. The movie The Revenant was based on Glass, but you know how that goes. Hollywood is Hollywood, right? Once again, we've got a bit of overlap here, so I'm not going to rehash the incident in full, but the quick and dirty of it is that Glass was horribly mauled by a mama grizzly. By the time his fellow trappers got to him, he was still alive, but barely. They treated Hugh's wounds as best they could and made him as comfortable as possible as they waited for him to give up the ghost. Only thing is, Glass was taking his own sweet time and dying. Finally, Henry made an executive decision. He'd leave 2 men with the dying Glass with orders to bury him as soon as he expired, and then come skedaddling to join up with the others. The 2 trappers left were a guy named John Fitzgerald and presumably our very own Jim Bridger. They waited a few days, Glass still didn't die, so the pair abandoned their wounded compadre and made off with his rifle and other supplies, while the getting was still good. Now granted, they truly believed that Hugh was gonna die no matter what. I mean, the dude was horribly mangled. But still, they did leave him to die alone, and without a burial. Well, the tough old Hugh Glass just kept on breathing. He began to crawl at first, and then stumble, and then walk. Naked, emaciated, unarmed, and covered in maggots, Glass made his way on foot 250 miles to Fort Kiowa, present-day southern South Dakota. Unlike in the movie The Revenant, Glass was not looking for revenge, but he was dead set on getting that prized rifle back, which he did. He also had a come-to-Jesus meeting with young Bridger, or so the story goes, but ultimately forgave him for his youth and because he knew Jim was very hesitant to leave him behind, unlike that son of a bitch Fitzgerald. The big question among historians is whether or not this was really our Jim Bridger. And honestly, I'm no historian or anything, but I'm torn on this one as well. On one hand, the only evidence seems to hinge on what an aspiring author by the name of Edmund Flagg wrote some 16 years after the fact. He claimed that a youth of 17 named Bridges, not Bridger, Bridges, was who stayed back with Fitzgerald. Now, of course, this could simply be a spelling error, but Flagg also got many other facts wrong in regard to Glass's ordeal. Furthermore, researchers have discovered at least 7 men named Bridges working on or around the Missouri at the same time. That said, a whopping 8 decades after the bear attack, former steamboat pilot Joseph LaBarge said that he remembered a, quote, tradition that Jim Bridger was the young deserter, end quote. LaBarge's biographer, however, discounted this allegation, writing, quote, "There is no other proof of it than this intangible tradition. Who the young man was is not known," end quote. And the only record of Bridger addressing the issue that I'm aware of comes from James Stevenson, a scientist with the Geological Survey who spent a good deal of time with Jim in the late 1850s. When asked about it, Stevenson wrote, quote, "Bridger told me the story of your Glass, but there was no desertion," end quote. And make of that what you will. As far as I'm concerned, the verdict is still out. I feel like if it was Jim Bridger, then there would have been more of a mention of it from other famous trappers who were around during that same time. Then again, it's always possible that they kept their mouths shut out of respect. Bridger was certainly not shunned after Hugh Glass's mauling, nor did his alleged role in the desertion seem to hurt his reputation among the boys. Once Andrew Henry and the others linked up with Smith and his party, they'd build a new Fort Henry in present-day Montana, where the Yellowstone and Bighorn rivers meet. And luckily for them, their new neighbors, the Crow, were much more hospitable than the Blackfeet and Arikara. Not only would the trappers obtain desperately needed horses from the Apsalaga, but they would also winter with them, using the Crow village as sort of a base of operations as they fanned out in search of beaver. Even traveling as far away as the Wind River Valley in present-day Wyoming, where they would air quotes discover the South Pass. And I say air quotes because, let's face it, when we're talking about the fur trappers and their discoveries, the stuff they were finding had already been well known to the indigenous for centuries. Hell, it was the Crow who told them about the South Pass. Usually what we mean, or I guess what I mean, in the context of U.S. history when we're talking about somebody discovering something, we're really saying the first white Americans or Europeans to see or utilize a certain location or landmark. And in this case, that's still incorrect because Scottish-born Canadian fur trapper Robert Stewart took the same pass a dozen years prior. When it comes to the South Pass, however, it would be Ashley and his men that were successful in getting it on the map. Our very own Jim Bridger would cross the pass sometime towards the end of winter under the leadership of John Weber and trap beaver along the Green River of what's now southwestern Wyoming, which at that time belonged to Mexico. Of course, nobody told that to the Shoshone. They were willing to trade with the fur men for guns and other goods, but they also made no qualms in taking what they wanted by force, killing at least 13 trappers in the months to follow. And just to show you how young and somewhat inexperienced Jim still was at this time, he would get docked a large chunk of his pay that winter for killing a company mule. He was in camp one night, he heard a noise, thought he saw eyes flashing, and he raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Whoops. Now this would be Bridger's second winter away from so-called civilization. The exposed skin on his face and hands would be burnt to a dark brown, his hair uncut, and his beard, well, he likely didn't have a beard. And neither did any of his companions. I know when we think of the Rocky Mountain fur trappers, we automatically think about, a bearded Jeremiah Johnson lookalike, but the fact was, Ashley had strict rules against facial hair. He had this weird idea that the natives wouldn't trust or trade with anybody that wasn't clean-shaven. Now, this rule didn't apply to free trappers and would eventually be relaxed for Ashley's men as well. But early on in 1822 and 23, it's very likely that all these guys would have been sans beards. Any vestige of city clothes that Bridger once owned would have been long gone, however. His attire now, and for many years to come, would largely mirror that of the Native Americans he lived amongst. Moccasins and long buckskin shirts, leather leggings, and buffalo robes replaced calico shirts and woolen pants. To be confused with an Indian was about the highest praise you could have paid one of these men. Don't get it twisted, though, there was not a universal or official uniform when it came to the mountain men. Each fur trapper had their own unique sense of swag, their own fashion sense, one that was influenced by a variety of different cultures. Unfortunately, we did not have cameras available in the 1820s to document these outfits, but you can get a decent idea by checking out the paintings of Alfred Jacob Miller. The artist would travel west in the late 1830s and attend at least one of the annual fur trapping rendezvous, where he captured their likeness on canvas. Both Old Bill Williams and Joseph Walker were painted dressed in heavily fringed buckskin from noggin to heel, with Williams wearing beaded moccasins and some sort of leather cap adorned with what appears to be colorful feathers. Did these guys ever don store-bought clothes? Yes, of course. At least when available. If you've ever seen any photos of Bridger as an older man, he looks much more like an unassuming farmer than anything else. But in those early years, especially before the annual rendezvous began, it was next to certain that Jim, other than maybe a Hudson's Bay blanket or a colored sash, would have been clad entirely in animal skins. He would have also carried a possibles bag, sort of like a satchel, in which he kept all the little things he needed in day-to-day operations. Sort of a mountain man version of a modern-day EDC. This is where he'd keep his flint and steel, lead balls, his patch, maybe his powder, and something to measure the powder with. Maybe a powder horn was also on his person. Tobacco if he had any. Bridger would have had a knife on him for sure, but it weren't no Bowie knife. The most popular blade among the fur trappers by far was just your average run-of-the-mill butcher knife. Maybe you or somebody has an old Hickory brand butcher knife in the kitchen. I know I've got a couple myself. This is a great example of what Bridger would have carried his first 10 plus years out west. Now later on, the Green River knives would become extremely popular on the frontier, but not until the 1840s. There's also a very good chance that Jim would have had a tomahawk. As far as other tools that could also be used as weapons, he and the rest of Ashley's fur trappers would have been carrying flintlock rifles, at least in the early 1820s. Matter of fact, General Ashley had commissioned the Hawken brothers in St. Louis, Jacob and Samuel, to custom build rifles for his men, rifles sometimes now referred to as Super Hawkins. Not a whole lot of details available on these bad boys other than they had 42-inch long barrels and they probably shot a 69 caliber ball. As to other rifles utilized by the fur trappers in the 1820s, the good old Kentucky long rifle reigned supreme. Also known as the Pennsylvania rifle, these flintlocks generally shot between a mid-30 to 45 caliber ball. And speaking of the Hawken brothers, their famous Hawkins rifle was also very popular among the mountain men, as shown in the movie Jeremiah Johnson. Speaking of Jeremiah, a very cool example of a Hawkins rifle can be found in the Cody, Wyoming Firearms Museum. They have what's claimed to be Liver Eaton Johnson's 56 caliber Hawken. It's much shorter than a Kentucky rifle and with a heavier barrel and larger caliber. They also have a pistol that allegedly once belonged to Jedediah Smith. Not sure about the provenance of these claims, but it is of the type that Bridger would have carried early on, an English-made flintlock with a 62 caliber bore. Keep in mind that these were all black powder one-shot firearms. There were no lever-action Winchester or Henry rifles back in the mountain man days, nor did the trappers have revolvers. Aside from a double-barreled shotgun, which they did have, everything else was single shot. And that rifle didn't stay in no scabbard either. You rode with it in front of you, resting across your saddle. Hopefully you had a brace of pistols as well, but that's only 3 shots and you better be able to reload really damn fast or hope you're close enough to put that tomahawk of yours to use. Now all this is purely speculation based on the historical evidence. I did not find anything written in stone that said, hey, this is the exact rifle that Jim Bridger favored. I did find some hinting to the idea that Bridger personally carried a Creamer rifle that he himself helped to build with his mentor Philip Creamer, and it's said that Jim carried a Hawken for many a year. In the early 1850s, a business partner of Bridger's gifted him with an engraved 40 caliber half-stock Ogden rifle. Whether or not Jim ever carried this gun on his person or he kept it as a keepsake, I don't know. And later on in this series, I will describe another type of rifle that Bridger was seen carrying on the Great Plains in the early 1860s. So there you go. A reliable gun, a good knife, some powder, lead, tobacco, a half dozen traps, a buckskin jacket, and 2 big old balls, and brother, I hope you know how to swim because you about to be drowning in beaver. Now, fashion sense and arsenal notwithstanding, Bridger and his companions would continue to ply their trade, harvesting beaver. By the fall and winter of 1824 and 25, they were setting traps on the Bear River, which was proven to be quite the mystery. Seriously, check out the Bear on a map if you get a chance. It even looks like a big squiggly question mark. Some of the trappers reckoned it could be the fabled Bonaventura River, rumored to be a water passage to the Pacific. Others disagreed, and it weren't long before wagers were being made. Finally, they talked young Bridger, now 20 years of age, into setting off alone and figuring out the Bear's course. He did so on horseback, eventually following the river's winding path through the Bear River Canyon before emerging to the side of a great body of water, extending for miles. Dismounting and taking a sip, Jim was surprised to discover that the water was salty, and thus Utah's Great Salt Lake was discovered. Maybe. There was another guy by the name of Etienne Provost, a French-Canadian trapper out of Taos, who was in the same area just a tad bit earlier than Bridger, and he did see the lake from a distance. Now, Jim thought it was the damn Pacific Ocean. Provost, we don't know what he thought. No word on if he knew it was salty or not. Still, though, both men do sort of get dual credit when it comes to the discovery. To which the local Native Americans remarked, oh, that big lake over there that's salty that we've known about for 1,000 years? Discoveries aside, turns out Bridger and his pals weren't alone. And as far as they were concerned, them there mountains weren't big enough for everybody. Especially not a bunch of damn Englishmen and Iroquois from the Hudson's Bay Company. Evidently, the land west of the Great Divide and north of the Arkansas River was jointly claimed by both England and the United States. And the Hudson's Bay men had concocted a plan to kill all beaver along a huge portion of this border, creating what they called a beaver desert, thus stopping the Americans from advancing further west. And if that sounds confusing, let's talk geography for a moment. In 1823, Mexico wasn't the Mexico that exists today. Back then, it also consisted of all of Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, and parts of Wyoming. Russia owned Alaska, and England had control over the Pacific Northwest, present-day Washington State, Idaho, and I think most of Oregon. The rest of the land in the interior belonged to the United States via the Louisiana Purchase, and then of course you had the regular states and such back east. And yeah, the damnable French up north. As far as the English go, I know it's kind of weird nowadays for us to think in terms of them being the enemy, despite their uppity ways and horrendous taste in food, but for many Americans in 1825, this was the case. Hell, the United States had fought a revolution against Great Britain just 50 years prior. Just 11 short years before Jim tasted that salty water, the British burned Washington to the ground. So you can imagine there weren't all that many fond feelings. The American trappers with Weber and Bridger rode into the British camp flying the Stars and Stripes and began buying the pelts for more than Hudson's Bay was offering. After a few threats and boasts, the British boss man, guy named Peter Ogden, rode away intact, minus several $100s worth of beaver plumes and 23 men who deserted to join the Americans. Speaking of plumes, you may be wondering to yourself how these fur trappers sold their product. I mean, there weren't exactly any buyers out there in the mountains other than them. And getting all them hard-earned pelts all the way from the Rockies across the Great Plains and to the market in St. Louis was not just time-consuming but dangerous as hell. What about all the supplies they'd need for another season? Gunpowder, tools, knives, traps, lead, trade goods. They'd have to haul all that back. This problem was solved in the summer of 1825 when Ashley took an overland caravan consisting of 50 supply-laden pack mules west, setting up a camp on Henry's Fork of the Green River near present-day McKinnon, Wyoming, for the first-ever mountain man's rendezvous. In other words, the market came to the mountains, allowing the fur trappers to stay out west and devote themselves to their profession year-round without worrying about taking several months off to travel to St. Louis and back. By the way, Bridger and his men did have the largest haul out of all the Rocky Mountain fur that year, with over 3,000 pounds of beaver plumes. Another, by the way, that first rendezvous was a somewhat tame affair compared to the party that it would eventually become. There were only about 120 trappers in attendance in 1825, and I do not believe there was any alcohol present. Once business was handled, Jim Bridger was one of the men who guarded Ashley and his newly acquired beaver pelts on their way north to the Yellowstone River. The plan was to float the furs via bull boats to the Missouri, where General Henry Atkinson and a bunch of paddle wheel powered keel boats awaited for the rest of the journey. I guess this was meant to be sort of a show of force for the Arikara. Be that as it may, they'd have to make it through Blackfeet country first, and sure enough, just like clockwork, Ashley, Bridger, and the rest were attacked, and the Blackfeet were successful in making off with all but 2 of their horses. Thankfully, the ever-faithful Jedediah Smith came to the rescue a couple of days later with more horses. That's when the Crow decided it was their turn to join in on the fun. Now, both the Crow and the Shoshone are 2 tribes often remembered as friends to the American fur trappers. And oftentimes that was true. As you'll soon hear on this series, Bridger dealt with both peoples extensively. He lived with both of them, traded with them, and in the case of the Shoshone, would eventually marry into them. That said, things didn't always go so smoothly. In this particular case, I was not able to ascertain a motive. Perhaps the Crow were somehow provoked by the trespassing mountain men, or maybe they simply wanted all them horses that Jed Smith had just delivered. Whatever the case, they attacked. Hostilities were short-lived, however. The next day, both sides kissed and made up, and the Crow ended up traveling with the fur trappers for the rest of the journey. Now, it was on this little sojourn that they came to a pass on the Bighorn River known as Bad Pass, in present-day southern Montana's Bighorn Canyon National Recreation Area. Ashley was thinking maybe this would be a shortcut that would allow them to float all the way to the Yellowstone, and young Bridger volunteered to scout it out and see what was on the other side. Sort of like he did with the Bear River, only this time his vessel would be a quickly tossed-together makeshift raft as opposed to a horse. And down the river Bridger went, through the treacherous canyon and over chute after chute of whitewater rapids before being belched out the other side. Thoroughly soaked, probably a little shaken, but still alive. Ashley figured that it probably would not be a great idea to float all them valuable pelts across those rapids, so the main party went ahead and took the roundabout trail. That summer, there was also a shift in power within the ranks of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company. Andrew Henry was out, opted to try his hand instead at lead mining. Ashley then offered the vacancy to Jedediah Smith, which he accepted, making him a partner in the company. Bridger's boss, John Henry Weber, didn't care for this decision and he quit in protest. Headed back to the settlements as William Sublett took his spot. Quick note on Weber. Utah's Weber River, Weber Canyon, Weber County, and even Weber State University are all named for this man. Now, the spelling of his name is Weber, W-E-B-B-E-R, and Weber is how his modern descendants pronounce it. The German-born Weber, however, had a thick accent, and to the fur trappers, when he said his name, it sounded like a Weber. So Weber it was. Bill Sublett, born in 1798, was in his mid-20s, so just a few years older than Bridger, and it was under Sublett's command that Jim once again headed out to trap the Bear River and spend the freezing months near the Salt Lake that he helped discover. As the brigade settled in, it was business as usual. Each morning, the men would climb out of their robes and brave the ice-cold water as they set their traps, and during the day, they'd see to their pelts. There are so many other details that I wish I knew, though. Did they trap in pairs or small groups for safety? Did they sleep in shifts? Did they rotate hunting duties, or was there a dedicated hunter? Were they all fleshing and stretching their own plues, or was there a low man on the totem pole, or maybe even at this point some indigenous women living with them doing the quote-unquote camp chores? I don't know. I do know that there was always danger, and Jim and the others would have to keep their eyes peeled, as evidenced by a visit from the Bannock that winter. The raiders made off with 80 of the Rocky Mountain Fur Boys' horses, and Bridger, alongside his good friend and trapper-in-arms Thomas Fitzpatrick, led a group in search of the thieves. This would be the first time either of these young men were recorded as taking on a leadership role within the company. Within a few days, they were able to locate the Bannock camp, and Bridger personally led some of the men on foot as Fitzpatrick and the remaining trappers opened up fire, allowing Jim and his bunch to stampede the herd and not only retrieve their horses, but several of the Bannock ponies as well. Jim Beckwourth was allegedly along for this little raid, and he claimed they killed 6 Bannocks without a trapper so much as receiving a scratch. But then again, Beckwourth was a notorious liar. Now, as far as I can tell, this area they were trapping in was mostly between the Great Salt Lake and Bear Lake, along the Bear and Cub rivers in a place they called Willow Valley. Fun fact. Well, not so fun for those involved, but at one point, the trappers dug out a cache to store their pelts. They dug deep and wide and made a pretty sizable hole when all of a sudden it began rumbling and caved in, burying a trapper named Marshall inside. He was believed to be dead and, well, hell, he was already buried, so they just left him there, and from thenceforth referred to Willow Valley as Cache Valley, which is how present-day Cache County, Utah got its name. This mishap was quickly followed by another tragedy that nearly cost the friendship between the mountaineers and their neighbors, the Shoshone, or the Snakes as the trappers called them. A young Shoshone was out hunting wearing an antelope skin as a decoy and got himself shot by one of the fur men who took him for a damn antelope. Worried that this would mean a war with the Shoshone, Bridger and the others quickly began packing up their gear with plans to vacate the area. One of the Shoshone chiefs noticed all the commotion and stopped by to ask why they were leaving. The trappers hemmed and hawed for a bit, but finally Fitzgerald confessed. He explained what had happened, and the chief merely shrugged it off. "That's why you're worried, you can stay." The leader further commented that the hunter was a fool to use such a decoy, especially knowing that white men shoot at all they see. In the end, the mountain men gave the Shoshone a scarlet cloth to wrap up the body in, and that was that. Crisis averted. The trappers would circumnavigate the Great Salt Lake in a skin canoe that year, looking for an outlet. And just an FYI, skin canoes are not the same thing as skin flutes. Before the men knew it, it was once more time for summer rendezvous, which, as luck would have it, would be held right there in Cache Valley. And this time they had whiskey, the unpacking of which, according to Jim Beckwourth, quote, contributed not a little to the heightening of our festivities. The men would bring in even more furs that year, and Ashley formed a new partnership not only with Jed Smith, but David Jackson and William Sublett as well. They'd take over as operators of the company, with Ashley retaining his portion of the lucrative resupplying aspect of the business. Once trading was done and everybody drank their fill, it was time to go back to work. Old Jed Smith led a brigade of men west to trap and explore California, while Bridger joined Sublett and Jackson to go north to the beaver-rich land of the Blackfeet. And once again, Jim is moving up in the ranks. That season would find Bridger taking on a new responsibility, that of a brigade pilot. Right in point as the men ventured deeper into the heart of Blackfeet country, staking their lives and their fortunes once more on beaver. The Blackfeet Confederacy is made up of 4 bands: the Northern Pagan, the Southern Pagan, the Blood, and the Siksika. Per their tribal website, blackfeetnation.com, Most Blackfeet currently living in the United States descend from the South Pagan who, during Bridger's time trapping beaver, would have called themselves Neetsitapi, the people. Of course, the mountain men had other names for them. Some I won't mention here, but one of the most popular was Bugs Boys, the sons of Satan. Needless to say, there was no love lost between the American trappers and the Blackfeet, their beef going all the way back to the Lewis and Clark expedition. I wrote about this recently in my 100% free newsletter, wildwestjosh.substack.com, if you're interested. Link in the show notes. But on the return trip from the Pacific, the Corps of Discovery separated and Captain Lewis's group had a confrontation with the Blackfeet, just south of the Marias River on what's now the Blackfeet Reservation in Montana. Long story short, 2 Blackfeet warriors were killed, and from that point forward, it seemed like it was open season on American fur trappers. Weren't long before the mountaineers started feeling the same way about the Blackfeet, and violence became a given anytime the 2 groups would meet. Mercy was rarely extended by either side. That said, the idea that these hostilities were solely based on bad feelings from the Lewis and Clark expedition is an oversimplification. The Blackfeet had grown used to trading with the Hudson's Bay Company for goods and supplies, especially firearms with which they could defend themselves against their many enemies who also had firearms, and their currency to purchase these guns was beaver. As the trappers began encroaching on their territory, the beaver population was decimated. Many areas were plumb trapped out by the 1840s, and if you'll recall from the last episode, Hudson's Bay was attempting to create a beaver desert. The Blackfeet, as formidable and mighty as they weren't just fighting the fur trappers for the sake of meanness. They were protecting a very valuable asset, the beaver, a currency that allowed them to secure arms to protect their loved ones. Also, this was their land, and the fact of the matter was these fur trappers were not invited. Just something to keep in mind. I know when discussing the mountain men, it's very easy to see the Blackfeet as these super violent assholes hell-bent on mayhem and death. I mean, that is how the fur trappers viewed them. But you gotta figure the Blackfeet felt the same way about them. And that's not even taking into account the various epidemics that these mountaineers unknowingly introduced to the Blackfeet, diseases that would absolutely crush them in the years to come. We left off with William Sublett leading a brigade into Blackfeet country, piloted by none other than our very own Jim Bridger. Now, this pilot job wasn't so much to trailblaze a path or guide the other trappers, as it was a walking point type situation, or riding point, I should say. They saw Bridger roaming miles ahead of the main party alone, specifically looking for any signs of ambush or attack. The men trapped their way up to Pierre's Hole, present-day eastern Idaho, before moving into the Big Titties, aka the Grand Teton Mountains. And yes, those peaks were named by French trappers because they reminded them of big old tatas. I mean, what do you want me to say? I get it. Long nights up there in the high lonesome. The men of the brigade pushed through the Teton Pass and into Jackson's Hole. And there's probably a joke there, but I'm not going to make it. And from there onto Yellowstone Lake, where they were awed by the same wonders that modern-day tourists enjoy when visiting Yellowstone. The geysers and colored mud boiling up from the earth, and what the trappers called sulfurous flames. The mountaineers spent the winter in this vicinity, always on guard, of course, and trapped the waterways between Yellowstone and the headwaters of the Missouri up near present-day Bozeman, Montana. Now let's pause here real quick for a disclaimer. Parts of this episode may get a little tedious. You're going to hear a lot of the trappers went to such and such place and trapped on such and such rivers, and then the rendezvous was held at such and such, punctuated by sporadic attacks by the Blackfeet. I thought about just summing it all up very quickly, but I decided to go ahead and give a full account of Bridger's time as a fur trapper. It may seem repetitive, but I think it highlights once again that these were working men out there primarily to do a job. You can't tell Bridger's story without telling the story of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company. Now, with that in mind, let's head on to the rendezvous of 1827, held at Bear Lake in present-day Utah. The Shoshone came to join in on the festivities, but the Blackfeet decided to crash the party, attacking and killing a Shoshone man and his wife. In retaliation, Sublett led a joint force of trappers and snakes against the Blackfeet, killing 6 of them. And on it went. The next season would be just a repeat, with the Blackfeet and the trappers killing each other anytime the opportunity arose. And once more, the Blackfeet attacked the mountain men as they were beginning to assemble for the 1828 rendezvous, held again at Bear Lake. As goes the history of the Old West and much of the history of mankind, violence begets violence begets violence. Many a fur trapper held onto a simmering rage towards the Bugs Boys as they sought to avenge their fallen pals. Likewise, the Blackfeet took mountain men's scalps while exacting their own vengeance in honor of fallen sons and brothers and fathers. Subsequently, at least 10 trappers, probably more, would be slaughtered during the winter of 27 and 28. No idea how many Blackfeet would fall. Following that year's rendezvous, Bridger piloted a brigade into Crow Country, so a little change of pace, trapping along the Powder and Tongue rivers and wintering with the Crow on the Wind River where, ding ding ding, you guessed it, the 1829 rendezvous would be held. A place called Popo Aggie, just north of Lander, Wyoming. The first rendezvous, in fact, held east of the Continental Divide, and interestingly enough, the first of 2 rendezvous held that summer, with the second taking place a few weeks later at Pierre's Hole. Now, I'm not sure if Jim Bridger attended both of these gatherings. Matter of fact, I can't say for sure what he was up to that following trapping season either. He may or may not have piloted for Jed Smith that fall up to the Snake and Yellowstone rivers, before setting traps on the Muscle Shell and Judith. The 1830 rendezvous on the Wind River saw wagons being used to carry supplies to the trappers for the first time, as opposed to the usual string of pack mules. This would also be the first time any sort of wheeled vehicles at all had crossed the Continental Divide. This attests to the growing beaver market as more and more fur trappers were bringing in more and more pelts just to keep up with the demand. This rendezvous also saw Jim Bridger, now 26 years of age, finally become a partner in the Rocky Mountain Fur Company. Jed Smith, Sublett, and Davy Jackson sold their interest in the company to Bridger, Tom Fitzpatrick, William Sublett's younger brother Milton, a German named Henry Fraub, often referred to as Frapp, and the French-Canadian Jean-Baptiste Gervais, aka Jervy. Jim was now a bourgeois, or boss, an 8-year veteran of the mountains with a proven track record. He knew the land, he knew the indigenous, he knew how to talk to them, when to talk and when to fight. He knew prime beaver, how to find it, and he knew how to lead men. Still couldn't read or write, though. He would never acquire those skills. But he more than made up for that shortcoming with guts, hard work, and a whole hell of a lot of mountain sense. This is also the same time that the American Fur Company, owned by John Jacob Astor, ventured into the Rockies. Inevitably, they and the Rocky Mountain Fur Boys came into direct competition. And as it was with the Hudson's Bay Company, things weren't always friendly between the opposing factions. In the fall of 1830, Bridger, Fitzpatrick, and Milt Sublett led a brigade of 80 men once again into Blackfeet country, trapping in the Three Forks region before wintering on the Yellowstone River. Come springtime, Jim would lead the men to the Tongue, where they had 57 horses stolen by the Crow. And of course, they tracked them on foot and got their damn horses back. From the Tongue, they rode to the Powder, and from there to the head of Laramie's Fork, trapping beaver the whole dadgum way. The 1831 rendezvous was again on Bear River, as tons of company trappers, free trappers, and various Native American tribes showed up, looking to trade and celebrate. But this would not be the case. Tom Fitzpatrick, now that he was part owner of the company, was tasked with heading to St. Louis and securing supplies. He was to meet there with Jedediah Smith, finalize everything, and then return west in time for the summer gathering. Unfortunately, Fitzpatrick was about 2 months late getting to St. Louis. And having not heard from him, Jed Smith made an alternate plan to deliver these goods via wagon train to Taos and then Santa Fe. Ended up being a pretty big ordeal that saw the fur trappers in the Rockies left empty-handed. Mountain man Joseph Meek described the situation, saying that those attending the rendezvous had, quote, exhausted the stock of goods on hand. The camp was without blankets and without ammunition. Knives were not to be had, traps were scarce, but worse than all that, the tobacco had given out and alcohol was not. In such a case as this, what was a mountain man to do? End quote. After waiting around for a few more weeks with still no sign of Fitzpatrick, the trappers left for their fall hunt desperately undersupplied. Meanwhile, Fitzpatrick rushed to catch up with Smith. His new plan was to go ahead and continue on to Taos with Jedediah and then rush north and start dispensing supplies to the boys. Sadly, though, it was on this trip that the great Jedediah Smith lost his life. In present-day Grant County, Kansas, not far from where the town of Ulysses now stands, Smith was scouting ahead of the wagon train when he ran into a Comanche war party. Family tradition states that Jed attempted to parley with the warriors to no avail. They opened up fire as he fought back, allegedly killing one of the chiefs, but it just wasn't no use. He was caught out in the open and was just plumb outnumbered. This was towards the end of May, and when the caravan reached Santa Fe over a month later, they found Jed's rifle, pistols, and other belongings already there, in the possession of some Comancheros who traded for them with the same warriors who did Jed in. By the way, I don't really discuss it much in this series, but a lot of people did refer to Jim Bridger as Old Gabe, and this was a nickname given to him by Jedediah Smith. I guess Jim reminded Jed of the angel Gabriel. Ultimately, Fitzpatrick and Bridger would not be reunited until that winter. Not only did Fitzpatrick come with the much-needed supplies that he doled out to the men right there in the field, but he also had a new recruit, a short, scrappy young man that had come with him out of New Mexico by the name of Kit Carson. That winter of 1831 and 32, Bridger and his men stayed with the Nez Perce and the Salish people before setting out to trap on Henry's Fork of the Snake. And they weren't alone. A brigade of men from Astor's American Fur were close on their back trail, looking to poach their beaver. I hate it when that happens. You know, in the same way that an angler doesn't want anybody knowing his special little fishing holes, Bridger was determined not to let these American Fur assholes know where the prime beaver country was. He even tried reasoning with them, offering to split up the mountains, but the American Fur bourgeois, a guy named Vanderberg, refused. We'll discuss this guy later, but he and his American Fur brigade followed Bridger and his boys all the way to the 1832 rendezvous, whose location they weren't even supposed to know about. This irritation aside, the 1832 summer gathering was huge. This was peak beaver, and over 1,000 Native Americans and 400 fur trappers came together at Pierre's Hole. And that didn't sound right, did it? Everybody was having one hell of a good time until the damn Gros Ventre showed up and crashed the party. Or did they? Looks like what happens next is more the fault of the trappers than anything else. The Gros Ventre, cousins of the Arapaho and not to be mistaken by the Hidasta, people who were also known by the same name, were sometimes friends and sometimes enemies of the Blackfeet. And judging by the fact that they brought their women and kids to the rendezvous, I highly doubt they came to pick a fight. Sadly, they were mistaken as Blackfeet, and during a parley, some of the mountain men opened up fire, kicking off what's now referred to as the Battle of Pierre's Hole. Estimates vary, but there was somewhere between 150 and 300 Gros Ventre versus several hundred fur trappers and their Salish and Nez Perce allies. Due to some initial hesitation, the Gros Ventre were able to toss up a quick fort of sorts from fallen timber, and by the time the trappers and their friends were ready to attack, their quarry was pert well dug in. Nevertheless, the fight continued until a rumor spread among the trappers that maybe this was a ruse to open up the main rendezvous camp to attack from the Blackfeet, which I don't know about you, but kind of sounds to me like they'd already been sipping at that whiskey. Fearing for their supplies and families, they rushed back to camp, allowing the Gros Ventre to slip away. When everything was said and done, somewhere around 26 Gros Ventre men, women, and children were dead, along with a dozen trappers. No word on Nez Perce or Salish casualties. By the way, the trappers would return later on, and using their knives, they'd dig all that valuable lead out of the bullet-ridden trees. As the summer came to an end, Bridger once again led a brigade of men toward Blackfeet country, and once again Vanderberg and them American Fur bastards followed. Gosh! Bridger tried a few tricks to shake them, leaving the campfires lit and seeing the men snuck away, or even splitting up and walking in streams to hide their tracks. But nothing worked. American Fur was just dogging them every step of the way. Short of violence, Bridger was left with no other choice but to lead these interlopers on a wild goose chase, riding deeper and deeper into Blackfeet country while never even stopping to set a trap. Vanderberg, realizing that he needed to make some sort of profit or Mr. Astor would have his ass, finally stopped following Bridger and went to trapping on the Madison River, where he ended up getting killed by a Blackfeet war party. As for Bridger, Fitzpatrick, and the Rocky Mountain Fur, they set up on the Gallatin River, north or northwest of present-day Bozeman. And as usual, they had their own troubles with the Blackfeet, so much so that old Bridger himself was nearly done for. It all started when some fur trappers found a few Blackfeet in a lake and began firing their rifles all around them to prevent them from leaving the water. Ha ha, real funny. Only thing was, a shitload more Blackfeet soon arrived, and now the tables were turned, causing these trappers to rush back to camp with some not-so-happy warriors on their tail. Now, these Blackfeet in question were led by a guy named Eagle's Ribs, a member of the elite Buffalo Society who already boasted of 8 scalps he had personally taken off the head of unlucky fur trappers. And he made the first move, advancing on Bridger's camp with a small group of warriors, extending a pipe of peace. Jim rode out to meet him, accompanied by an equal number of his own men and a Blackfeet woman who was married to a Mexican free trapper named Loretto. Apparently, the unnamed lady had been taken by the Crow at some point before Loretto bought her, and now she traveled with Bridger's brigade as Loretto's wife. She was to act as an interpreter, and as luck would have it, her brother was a member of the opposing war party. As she, Jim, and the others approached Eagle's Ribs, Bridger noticed movement coming from the Blackfeet, so he thumbed back the hammer of his rifle. Old Eagle's Ribs heard the click and reached out, grabbing the rifle by the barrel. A struggle ensued, and for once, Bridger had met his match. 2 Blackfeet arrows slammed into his back, allowing Eagle's Ribs to pull the rifle free and then smack Bridger upside the head with it. Jim would later claim that he was clubbed with such force that he initially thought his neck was broken. At this point, all hell breaks loose, with both sides opening up fire. Bridger's laying in the dirt, 2 arrows poking out of his back, and more than likely his own men thought he was done for. Hell, he probably thought he was done for. The Blackfeet seized Jim's horse and the woman, but she cried out, and her husband Loretto came running, holding their little baby in his arms. At the sight of this, both sides ceased fire. The Blackfeet, admiring Loretto's courage, allowed him to hand the baby over to its mother and then return safely back to the trapper's camp. The warriors then departed, allowing the mountain men to rush in to Bridger's aid. Now, they were able to pull one of the arrows out of Jim's back without much trouble, but the other one was just too damn deep. They removed the shaft, but the arrowhead would remain lodged in Bridger's back, dangerously close to his spine. All total, 9 Blackfeet were said to have been killed during this skirmish, and 0 trappers, although Bridger was mighty lucky. His old pal Hugh Glass, however, had run slap out of luck. He would finally be caught out in the open by his foes, the Arikara, and they went ahead and finished off what that mama grizzly started all those years before. That was a bloody year out west. Sure, the Blackfeet and the Arikara were always at war with the Americans, or so it seemed, but even certain bands of the Shoshone and Crow had started taking fur trapper scalps. It weren't pretty. And what's more, things were about to get significantly worse for many of the tribes along the upper Missouri River. We'll get to that in just a moment, but one final note on old Eagle's Ribs. That same year that he clubbed Bridger, either shortly before or after, he posed for the famed artist George Catlin at Fort Union. The painting that resulted is definitely worth checking out. Just Google Eagle's Ribs, Blackfeet, and it's sure to pop up. He's wearing his fancy buffalo horn headdress, long fringed buckskin shirt, and he's holding a spear. And although I tried, I was unable to find out the man's ultimate fate. Jim and his brigade would not attend the rendezvous of 1833. They were just too far behind and needed to make money. So they stayed out trapping all summer and got resupplied in the field with a little mini one-day rendezvous. That winter, they would trap out of the Yampa River area, present-day northwest Colorado, and come spring, they'd head further south to Taos. Got to think maybe old Kit Carson had some influence on that decision. And oh, by the way, at this point, they were traveling with nobility. That's right, Sir Walter Drummond Stewart, a Scottish adventurer and the son of Sir George Stewart, the 17th Laird of Grand Tully. And I don't know what the hell that means, but it sounds uppity. This Stewart guy appears to have had an obsession with the mountain men, and he came out west to observe them in the flesh. In doing so, he took a shine to Jim Bridger, not only gifting him a prize racehorse by the name of Athaloho, but in due time, even a full suit of knight's armor. Suffice to say, Walter Drummond Stewart was somewhat of a character, but from what I can tell, the mountain men did enjoy his company. Bridger and the men would trap near Taos before heading north again to the headwaters of the Laramie, and finally to the Green River and the rendezvous of 1834. Now, there would ultimately be like 5 or 6 rendezvous held at this same location, between where the towns of Pinedale and Daniel, Wyoming now stand. And if you've ever seen the TV show Meat Eater, there's an episode where the host Steven Ranella goes to this exact spot to trap beaver. It's on YouTube if you want to check it out, link in the show notes. I thought it was pretty damn cool. Not only is it informative, and not only does Ranella have the same genuine interest in the mountain men as we do, but you also get to see the landscape. You know, the place where these trappers called home for several weeks out of each summer, at least for a few summers. It's also where, in 1834, the future of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company would be decided. Former owner William Sublett and his partner Robert Campbell had been busy erecting a string of forts along the upper Missouri to compete with Astor's American Fur when it came to trade with the natives. In response, American Fur, backed by Astor's money, raised the price that they were paying for pelts to even more than they were worth in St. Louis. all in the attempt to force Rocky Mountain Fur out of business. A tactic that worked, as Sublette would sell his new forts to American Fur and ultimately give them control of all trading on the upper Missouri. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds here. A lot of stuff going on in the background. A lot of competition, backroom business deals, backstabbing, and extreme markup on supplies, even more extreme than usual. Long story short, William Sublette calls in Rocky Mountain Fur's debts, and the company went out of business, forcing Bridger, Fitzpatrick, and Milt Sublette to then form their own company. The beaver trade probably hit its peak between 1830 and 1832. But then, as more and more trappers and traders flocked to the mountains, the beaver population began to dwindle. And by 1833, the price of fur began declining. The fun wasn't over yet, though. That following season, sometime in 1834, possibly at the Rendezvous, Jim Bridger would tie the knot for the first time. His bride, real name unknown, but some sources claim she was called Cora, was the daughter of a Salish chief, allegedly. The Salish, by the way, were historically and erroneously referred to as the Flathead. Actually, if you want to be technical, they call themselves Scalo. And I know I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but it means the people. The language they speak is Salish, and since I do not think that they enjoy being called the Flathead, I'm pretty sure it's kind of a derogatory term nowadays, and I do try to make a habit to not be an asshole, and because I can't say the word Skilo, I will refer to them as Salish. And the present-day Flathead Reservation in Montana, by the way, is home to the Salish, Kootenai, and the Pend Oreille tribes. That said, there's not a lot of hard facts on Jim's first wife, and it appears that a lot of what we know is passed down from oral stories in the Bridger family. Cora was for sure of the Salish people, we just don't know that her daddy was really a chief. And she would accompany Jim on all of his trapping expeditions and end up bearing him 3 children. The winter of 1834 and 35, Bridger once more trapped in Blackfeet country, and he lost 5 of his men while doing so. Per Kit Carson, quote, "A trapper could hardly go a mile from camp without being fired upon." Even as Bridger and his men headed to their winter camp on the Snake River, the Blackfeet followed, stealing 18 horses, including Jim's prize, Athaloho. A posse of sorts was formed, consisting of Kit Carson, Joe Meek, and about 10 others, and although they were successful in finding the offending Blackfeet, they were not able to retrieve Jim's horse. It weren't for a lack of trying, though. 3 Blackfeet lost their lives, and Carson himself got shot twice. The 1835 rendezvous found the men back at Green River, along with several hundred fur trappers of all shapes and sizes, American, French, Dutch, Mexican, even Portuguese. The Shoshone were in attendance, as were the Nez Perce, Ute, Bannocks, and Salish, even some Iroquois and Delaware. And this was the rendezvous where Carson got into that duel with the big dumb Frenchman Chouinard. Link in the show notes for that episode I did, if you'd like to learn more. Kit versus Goliath. This is also when Jim finally got that damn arrowhead dug out of his back. A missionary was in attendance that year, Marcus Whitman, looking to bring salvation to the so-called savages. Just so happened that the good Reverend was also a doctor, or at least he was by the standards of 1835, which means that he underwent like 16 weeks worth of training. As dubious as that sounds, Whitman was able to extract the arrowhead. Bridger, after taking an ample amount of the anesthetic known as rock gut whiskey, lay flat on his belly as other trappers and natives looked on. Whitman produced a scalpel and a pair of pincers and went to work, noting that the arrowhead had hit a bone and partly worked behind a rib. Needless to say, several men had to hold Bridger down, but witnesses claimed that he made it through the ordeal with just a few groans and grunts. And just like that, he was free of his arrowhead. He would give it to the adventurer Sir Walter Stewart as a gift, and for years it was kept in a castle in Scotland. Come the end of summer, Bridger led the brigade, along with a large contingent of his wife's people, the Salish, to the Tetons, where Jim got to show off some of his own doctoring skills. Per usual, they were attacked by the Blackfeet, and one of Jim's men took a ball to the shoulder. Bridger made an incision in the man's back before using a wire to find and then pry the ball out. A cloth-covered pine stick was then ran through the wound to remove any poison that might have been on the ball. Crazy side note, but apparently, according to at least one source, the Blackfeet would catch rattlesnakes and release their venom into a piece of rancid meat. The warriors would then kind of score the lead balls just to rough them up and then roll them all over this infected meat. Whether this is true or whether or not this would even actually work, I don't know. Sounds kind of iffy to me. That said, lead intoxication can be caused by lead balls or other lead projectiles lodged in the human body. I don't doubt that the Blackfeet and other tribes attempted to poison their lead balls. I'm just not sure how effective such efforts were. The brigade then trapped their way across the divide to Stinking Springs before turning northwest to Beaverhead Creek to again camp with the Salish. This was around the time that Jim and Cora welcomed their first child, a little girl they'd call Mary Ann. That winter, they'd camp in present-day southeastern Idaho before heading south to trap the Bear River, traveling to the 1836 rendezvous in the company of several hundred lodges worth of Shoshone, Bannock, Salish, and Nez Perce. This is the same year that Fitzpatrick got his nickname, Broken Hand, after accidentally shooting himself in the hand while being chased by the Blackfeet. It's a wonder that dude made it out of the mountains alive, man. Just a few years prior, he had been caught alone by some Gros Ventre who forced him to retreat up a mountain. He fought him off until he had just like 1 or 2 balls left for his rifle, and then he hid in a crack in the rocks, just covered it all with brush. That night, the warriors hunting him actually camped nearly right on top of his hiding spot. He was able to slip away, but the entire ordeal was so nerve-wracking that it caused Fitzpatrick's hair to turn white overnight. That 1836 rendezvous also saw the return of the Reverend Marcus Whitman, this time with his wife Narcissa, as well as a few other missionaries, most notably Henry Spalding and his wife Eliza. All of them looking to tame the heathens. Now, it's worth noting that for Jim Bridger and many of these trappers, these were the first white women that they'd seen in a very long time. And for most of the Native Americans in attendance, it was their first time ever seeing white women. Needless to say, the fur trappers and indigenous warriors both made a big showing, all of them prancing their horses and even showing off their scalp collections as they tried to impress these eastern ladies. One has to wonder, though, how the native women felt, especially them married to American fur trappers. That's one point of view that we almost never hear from, the indigenous women, especially out west during this time period, and I think history suffers for it. As far as the missionaries go, I will say I'm not a fan at all. Not because I'm against religion, I just don't like the methods used by these so-called ministers in question. Reverend Spalding was especially cruel and sadistic after later forming a mission among the Nez Perce. It's just always struck me as a very strange way of spreading a gospel that's supposed to be centered around love and redemption. As for Dr. Reverend Marcus Whitman, we will discuss his fate soon enough. That season, Bridger and his men would air quotes discover the very cool parting of the waters at Two Ocean Pass. Now, during this trip, the boys were buggered by the Blackfeet, of course, and old Joe Meek got himself captured by the Crow. In turn, Jim Bridger captured a Crow warrior named Little Gun and exchanged him for Meek. Following this trade, the Crow and the trappers called a truce in order for both groups to better defend against the dreaded Blackfeet. And what happened next is kind of strange. It was mid-February and freezing when hundreds of Blackfeet approached the camp. The trappers scurried to build up a barricade of sorts as Jim handed out somewhere between 150 to 200 rifles to his 80 men so that they could all shoot more than once without having to reload. As these frantic preparations were underway, even more Blackfeet appeared. According to mountain man Osborne Russell, there were over 1,000. Kit Carson claimed 1,500, and Isaac Rose said it was between 1,500 to 1,600 warriors. Whatever the exact count, the trappers were outnumbered by more than 10 to 1, and they knew it. That night, as the temperature further plummeted, Jim and his fellow mountaineers could hear the Blackfeet working themselves up, singing their war songs. In turn, the Delaware and Salish among Bridger's camp painted themselves in preparations for what was to come. And that's when something weird happened. Around 10 p.m. that night, the sky was lit up by Aurora Borealis, northern lights, painting the firmament over the assembling Blackfeet the color of blood. The next morning, a lone Blackfeet warrior got close enough to the trappers to put a ball through one of Jim Bridger's cooks, but that was about all that happened. The Blackfeet did advance, at least 1,000 of them, but they stopped outside a rifle range and called out, said that there would be no fight that day. And with that, they turned and left. All these stories, grain of salt, right? I did check, and apparently the northern lights are sometimes visible, even in southwestern Montana. Was it this natural phenomenon that spooked the Blackfeet? Did they view it as sort of a bad omen? Or did they just not like the odds of going against dug-in fur trappers? The brigade trapped their way south and finally headed for the Green River to await another rendezvous and once more have trouble with the indigenous. Seems that a party of Bannocks camped a few miles away stole several horses from some French-Canadian trappers. The Voulez-Vous went and got their horses back and then drove them straight over to Bridger's camp for protection. Well, before you know it, here comes the Bannocks, pissed off. As the fight broke out, one of the Bannock warriors rushed in at Bridger and got close enough to grab his rifle before being shot to pieces. The trappers rallied and chased the Bannock onto a little island and pretty much killed all of them, at least all the men. The fight ended when a Bannock woman called out saying, quote, "You have killed all of our warriors. Do you now want to kill the women?" And with that, the trappers stopped firing. It was during that summer's rendezvous that we got a detailed description of Bridger. It read as follows. This was Mr. James Bridger, or Jim Bridger, who was engaged to fill the difficult and hazardous position he now held as a leader of beaver hunting parties, for which he was admirably adapted from his wide and thorough acquaintance with the whole mountain regions, from the Russian settlements to the Californias, and every hidden nook and hidden lake and unfrequented stream. His bravery is unquestionable, his horsemanship equally so, and as to his skill with a rifle, it will scarcely be doubted when we mention the fact that he has been known to kill 20 buffalo by the same number of consecutive shots. The physical conformation of this man was in admirable keeping with his character. Tall, 6 feet at least, muscular, without an ounce of superfluous flesh to impede its force or exhaust its elasticity. He might have served as a model for a sculptor or painter by which to express the perfection of graceful strength and easy activity. His cheekbones were high, his nose hooked, the expression of his eye mild and thoughtful, and that of his face grave, almost to solemnity. One remarkable feature of this man I had almost omitted was his neck, which rivaled the head in size and thickness, and which gave the upper portion of his otherwise well-formed person a somewhat unpleasant appearance. To complete the picture, he was perfectly ignorant of all knowledge in books, not even knowing the letters of the alphabet, but put perfect faith in dreams and omens, and was unutterably scandalized if even the most childish of the superstitions of the Indians were treated with anything like contempt or disrespect, for in all of these he was a firm and devout believer. End quote, and holy shit, did these people love their run-on sentences. So yeah, about that neck. Bridger had goiter, which is an irregular growth on the thyroid gland. There are many causes for goiter, one of which is just being a female. Seriously, per the Mayo Clinic, women are more likely to develop goiter. Also, pregnancy and menopause can cause it as well. None of these applied to Bridger, of course, but the number one cause of goiter throughout the world is a lack of iodine, or salt. And if I had to guess, this was probably the case with Jim. Kinda ironic considering his relationship with the Great Salt Lake. Now, I'm only aware of 2 photos of Jim Bridger, both taken when he was a much older man. And I personally can't tell there's any deformity or growth on his neck. This description of Bridger is not the only one that mentions the goiter. Hell, his name among various tribes once was the Blanket Chief. As soon as the goiter kicked in, they started calling him Big Throat. I'm not making that up, seriously. So he definitely had it. Maybe the condition was rectified by the time Bridger sat down for the camera. I don't know. From what I read, it is possible for goiter to go away on its own. But then again, I'm not a reverend doctor like Marcus Whitman. This was also the rendezvous where Sir Walter gifted Bridger that suit of knight's armor. Very curious as to what happened to this armor. I couldn't find the source, but I remember reading years ago that Bridger cached it away somewhere in the mountains. Or at least I think I remember reading that. Could be in a fiction novel. I honestly don't know. It's just something that's been logged in my brain. If he did cache it away, what a great find that would be. So if you see anything on the news about a hiker or hunter finding a knight's helmet or a chest plate up in the damn Rockies somewhere, you know who left it there. That next winter, Bridger and his brigade would camp out on the Powder River next to a Crow village for one of the coldest winters that any of them could remember. They actually had to corral their horses and feed them bark cut from the cottonwood branches. This is around the same time that they heard tell of the smallpox outbreak among the tribes. Turns out a steamboat, they had those now, went up the Missouri with an infected passenger. This patient zero unwittingly infected the Arikara, and then the Mandan, and from there it spread west like wildfire. This was huge, really a defining moment, as over 17,000 Native Americans succumbed to the outbreak. Some estimates double that number, by the way. It wiped out like over 90% of the Mandan population, around 50% of the Arikara, and once it hit the Blackfeet, would kill 2/3 of their population. Never again would the Blackfeet be the formidable force they once were. Not to say that there was no more sporadic violence between them and the trappers. Matter of fact, Bridger and his men would have at least one more fight, if you want to call it that, with this once mighty tribe. The brigade came upon a trail of a Blackfeet camp that they estimated to be about 3 or 4 days ahead of them. The following day, they found a lodge with several dead, pox-marked bodies inside. Looking to avoid trouble, Jim changed course, but in doing so, he damn near had a mutiny on his hands. Relenting, the brigade continued to follow and soon located the village. The fur trappers began preparing to attack, but Bridger refused to allow the men under his command to take part. Of course, he had no authority over the free trappers, and about 15 or so of them went on ahead, creeping in close and opening fire on the surprised inhabitants. According to Kit Carson, who was one of the attackers, quote, "We were determined to try our strength to discover who had the best right to the country. We soon reached the village, attacked it, and killed 10 Indians, taking several scalps." Now, the Blackfeet would rally and chase the free trappers back to camp, where more shots were exchanged until finally all of the mountain men charged and, as one trapper put it, went barrel to barrel. The Blackfeet broke off the attack and carried away what dead they could to mourn. A lot of mourning going on at this time. The situation was damn near repeated not long after when these same trappers came upon yet another Blackfeet village, a smaller one consisting of just around 15 lodges. The mountain men approached, but were quickly taken back at the sight of several Blackfeet emerging from their teepees, unarmed, skeletal thin, and ravaged by disease. Their chief, Little Robe, flat out told Bridger that they were all dying, and finally the fur trappers extended some mercy. Instead of slaughtering these sick people, they finally called a peace. The next rendezvous of 1838 was on the Popo Aggie, with even more missionaries showing up. Also in attendance was a man named Johann Sutter, who would one day find his way to California and build Sutter's Fort. A decade later, one of his workers would make a discovery that would absolutely change the course of U.S. history, but that's another story for another series. Now at this point, the beaver fur trade is in serious decline, due to both a lack of demand and an economic depression. There was even talk of no more rendezvous. Guess it was no longer financially viable to bring the supply wagons back and forth. Consequently, many a seasoned mountain man was calling it quits, Kit Carson included. Not Jim Bridger, though, not yet. That fall, he led another brigade of men to the Wind River through the Tetons and over to Pierre's Hole before dipping south for the 1839 rendezvous on the Green River. And it was there he discovered that the fur companies would not be hiring out any trapping brigades that fall. Beaver had done petered out due to a myriad of reasons I've already listed, and it was no longer worth it to spend your winters wading into freezing water in dangerous country. And just like that, the now 35-year-old Jim Bridger was out of a job. Bridger was tall, fully 6 feet high, erect, thin, wiry, and sunburnt almost to the complexion of an Indian. With a face noble and expressive of generosity, dark brown hair, and liquid hazel eyes, bright almost to blackness. In form, he was straight as an arrow, wore moccasins, and, as an Indian, turned his toes as he walked slightly inward. So strikingly did his manners conform to those of the wild denizens of the forest. This was the description given of Jim Bridger in the fall of 1839 as he returned to the settlements for the first time in nearly 2 decades. Following the rendezvous, he accompanied Andrew Drips back to St. Louis with the last haul of beaver plues, later claiming that this was the first time he tasted bread in 17 years. Gotta wonder how Bridger felt, leaving the clean air of the mountains and suddenly finding himself immersed in the hustle and bustle of the city. Story goes that he crossed the river and went back to his childhood home, just to look around, I reckon, to reminisce. His parents were long dead, and so was his brother. His sister may or may not have still been alive. So far as I know, historians have not yet uncovered her name, so we're not sure of her fate. If she was alive at this time, it's likely that Jim paid her a visit. Same goes for his old gunsmith boss, Philip Creamer. Sentiments aside, city life weren't for Jim. He got sick as a dog, all burnt up with a fever, and let it be known that he was ready to, quote, go back to his free life in the mountains. His former career as a fur trapper was no longer an option, however, at least not if he wanted to make money. And his once pristine mountains were quickly filling up with migrants and preachers, the damn lawyers and bankers sure to follow. Bridger would have to learn to adapt, and adapt he would. Only problem was there were some Western newcomers hell-bent on taking everything that he would build. even if it meant going to war and even if it meant calling down the Lord's wrath. While still in St. Louis, Bridger met up with his old friend, the German trapper Henry Frabb, and the two partnered up, combining their money and leading a group of men west to trap yet another season, just giving it one last shot. They had run-ins with the Lakota on the way west, crossing the plains, on 3 separate occasions as the natives tried to extort the trappers for payment. And each time it was Jim Bridger who rode out to meet them and pacify them. And by pacify, I mean he calmed everybody down and avoided violence. And I think this is what stuck out the most to me when researching Bridger. While he was certainly capable of violence, he wasn't a violent man. He had killed when he had to, but he also knew how to diffuse and de-escalate. He never went out of his way to pick a fight, nor did he seem to hold grudges, at least not against the American Indians. He knew them perhaps better than any other non-native who ever lived and was deeply familiar with their beliefs and customs and practices. And more often than not, he was able to talk his way out of trouble if given the opportunity. Bridger and Frabb attended the 1840 rendezvous on the Green River, the last official rendezvous, where Jim was reunited with his wife Cora and daughter Mary Ann. Now, this didn't verify, but it's likely Jim went with Frabb and Joseph Walker to California that fall. If he did, they would have reached Los Angeles by February of 1841 and stay there until mid-April. Once back in the mountains, Bridger and Frabb constructed Fort Bridger, the first Fort Bridger, that is. There would ultimately be 3 of them. And the idea behind this fort was to be a place for Bridger to trade out of with the various friendly tribes, as well as serving as a base of operations of sorts to keep a roof over the head of his wife and child while he was away. Now, this fort was on the Green River in present-day Wyoming, a few miles south of Big Sandy, where, just looking at a map, it would appear the Sietskadee National Wildlife Refuge now is. Can't wait for the emails telling me how badly I just butchered the word Sietskadee. Sietskadee. If you shake your Sietskadee 3 times, you're playing with it. All right. That summer, Frabb would be killed during a fight with the combined force of Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, not far from present-day Savory, Wyoming. He went down fighting, and according to fellow trapper Jim Baker, the German, quote, was the ugliest-looking dead man I ever saw, all covered with blood, rotten front teeth, and a horrible grin, end quote. Also that summer, Jim sent his daughter Mary Ann to the Whitman Mission in Oregon, started by the missionaries I mentioned last episode, Marcus Whitman and his wife Narcissa. A few months later, Jim and Cora welcomed another child, a boy that they named Felix Francis Bridger. All was good at home, but things were turning more and more violent on the plains as the various tribes got themselves all worked up for a number of reasons. I mean, hell, dealer's choice at this point, right? Wagon trains were now passing through, headed to Oregon. The various diseases wreaking havoc. One thing to keep in mind when thinking about the so-called Indian Wars is how quickly things were changing for these people. Whereas some tribes didn't mind the fur trappers passing through on occasion, they weren't happy with the wagon trains of immigrants and gold seekers now flooding their hunting grounds. And they sure as hell didn't like seeing their loved ones dying slow deaths as their bodies were ravaged by disease. Just something to contemplate. Following old Frapp's death, Bridger would team up with another longtime friend, Louis Vasquez. He also abandoned his first fort and erected a new one, about 40 miles or so south of Black's Fork on the Green River. If you're looking at a modern map, this is in southwestern Wyoming, just north of present-day Mountain View. And finally, the third Fort Bridger was raised in 1843, pretty much in the same area. My understanding is that they moved it from a beach overlooking Black's Fork down to the grassy bottomland below. Now, this was Shoshone territory, but technically also Mexico, in addition to being along an ancient native trading route that would later be adopted by wagon trains headed west. That being the case, this fort would allow Bridger to sell his wares and services to the pilgrims headed to the Promised Land. 2 double-log cabins were built, as was a blacksmith shop, a trading room, and a stockade for the livestock. And as previously stated, this also gave Jim a little peace of mind knowing that Cora and young Felix were relatively safe within the fort's log walls when he was out roaming. Then again, this was the American frontier in the 1840s, and you could only keep your family so safe. Case in point. That very year, a large war party of Cheyenne, led by a damn renegade named Louis Revere, struck the fort. They killed a native woman and her child, in addition to a Salish man guarding the horses, and made off with 70 head before Jim could so much as level his rifle. They also hit the nearby Shoshone, killing a few of them and making off with an additional 100 horses. At the same time, Jim was also having financial problems. He was in debt and hadn't made any real money since 1838. As such, he was finding it hard to secure credit for the supplies that he would need to trade with the passing wagon trains. Yet despite not making a profit, he still trapped beaver, his old bread and butter. And yes, it was still dangerous. He led 13 men to work the waterways of the Salt Lake Valley in the spring of 1844 and lost 2 killed to the hostiles. Luckily, more immigrants than ever traveled west that year, and the hard-working Bridger was able to make a little money, at least. His blacksmith shop did brisk business, and he and Vasquez kept plenty of horses to trade to the travelers. Usually the deal was that he'd swap out one of his well-fed mounts for 2 skinny pilgrim nags. He and Vasquez also took to keeping various livestock on hand, up to and including oxen, cattle, goats, and sheep. Late that summer, Bridger would lead some men south to present-day Arizona to trap, a land they called Coyoterra, and even further south to the Gulf of California. Not stopping to winter, they traveled north from there up to present-day Utah, passing through the desert as they did so. In late 1845 or early 1846, another daughter was born to Jim and Cora, Mary Josephine, and sadly Cora would die not long after. A very tragic death, by the way. The story passed down to the family was that Cora was bitten by a wolf and inflicted with rabies. She went mad and disappeared into the wilderness, never to be seen again. Got to imagine there's much more to the story than that, but unfortunately that's all we got to work with. The constant trauma these people dealt with on just a day-to-day basis, man. I think it would break most of us nowadays. Now, this is also around the time that a man by the name of Lansford Hastings paid Fort Bridger a visit. And oh boy, here we go. The Oregon Trail came out of Independence, Missouri, right? It led west through modern-day Nebraska and Wyoming and passed North Bridger's Fort before swinging northwest through what's now southern Idaho, where Fort Hall was located, and then on into Oregon and the Promised Land. And then you had the California Trail, which branched off from the Oregon at Fort Hall, Idaho, and snaked southwest along the Humboldt River through what we now call Nevada and then on to the Golden State. Well, this Lansford Hastings guy had what he called a shortcut. It wasn't, in all actuality, it added 20 miles, but whatever. And this shortcut went straight due west from Fort Bridger, linking up with the California Trail not far from where Elko, Nevada now stands, thus bypassing the need to go north to Fort Hall. Cool. Only problem was this route, also known as the Hastings Cutoff, meant that you had to pass over the Wasatch Mountains and travel a good 80 waterless miles through the Great Salt Desert. It's a journey that had previously been taken, and although arduous, it was possible. That said, those of you over the age of 40 might remember the old Oregon Trail computer game, and how you had to carefully choose what time of the year to embark on your journey. If you started too early, there wouldn't be enough water or game. Or maybe there'd be too much water with the river swollen from snow melt. Start too late and you'll get caught up by the snow and also have a hard time finding game. I mean, shit, you know half your party's gonna get dysentery and cholera anyway, why add to it? Likewise in real life with the Hastings and California trails. You had to time your travels just right or you'd get stuck up there in the mountains and freeze to death. Enter in the Reed and Donner parties out of Illinois. They, along with their employees, arrived at Fort Bridger on July 27, 1846, with plans to take the Hastings Cutoff. And our very own Jim Bridger advised the travelers as to the condition of the trail that lay ahead. Mr. Bridger informs me that the route we designed to take is a fine, level road, plenty of water and grass with the exception of the desert, wrote James Reed in a letter home, shortly before his doomed party set out to their fate. Furthermore, a member of their wagon train, Edwin Bryant, had previously ridden on ahead and noticed how rough the cutoff truly was and left a note at Fort Bridger telling the Donners and Reeds not to take the trail. He thought it would be too hard for wagons, especially with so many women and children. Well, the Donner party did not receive this note of warning, and after conferring with Bridger, they went on ahead. And we all know how that turned out. So why wasn't Bridger more honest about the dangers that lie ahead? And why did he not deliver the note of warning telling the travelers to take another route? Jim knew every inch of every possible trail that these pilgrims could have taken, and he knew damn well the conditions of Hastings Cutoff. You would think that he'd talk them into going up north to Fort Hall and thus making it through to California before the snow begins to fly. Or at very least just to be honest about what lay ahead. So what the hell happened? Well, there are some that think that this was greed. The idea being that if more people used the Hastings Cutoff, it would mean more business for Fort Bridger, and thus more money in Jim's pocket. Historian and author Jerry Ensler disagrees. Mr. Ensler contends that Bridger's description of the road was accurate, A cartographer named T.H. Jefferson was in a party ahead of the Donners and, as he was mapping out the route, described the desert portion as, quote, road good, a level plain, followed by, quote, the journey is attended with some hardships and provocation, nothing, however, but that can be overcome. The most difficult portion of the whole journey is the passage of the California mountains, particularly the descent on the western side, end quote. Insler also states that Bridger was well known to give extensive commentary whenever asked about various routes or trails, and entire maps, accurate maps, had been created based solely on Jim's words. The idea that all he said about the cutoff was that it was a fine, level road doesn't jive with his normal mode of communication. It's more likely that Bridger expanded on the trail a good deal, but Reed simply didn't jot down Jim's every word in that letter. Furthermore, the idea that he would have withheld pertinent information to these travelers for his own personal gain would have been out of character. And I got to admit, I tend to agree. I mean, it'd be one thing if Bridger had a past habit of being less than honest, or even a willingness to put innocent people's lives at risk just to make a buck, but I have not seen that to be the case. As for the warning letter, I have no idea. Years later, James Reed would blame Luis Vasquez, Bridger's partner, for concealing the note in order to secure more business for the fort, but it does not appear that he ever cast any suspicion towards Jim himself. Per Jerry Insler, once again, speaking of the Donner Party, quote, they set out too late, they took too many breaks, they had plenty of money but did not hire an experienced guide to keep them moving. They banished James Reed, and they stayed and rested for 5 days before trying to cross the final summit, end quote. He then cites Sam Brannan as saying the party consisted of people who, by quarreling and fighting among themselves, delayed time until they got caught in the mountains and could not extricate themselves. Finally, you have Reed himself, who admitted, quote, the disasters of the company to which I belonged should not deter any person from coming who wishes to try his fortune. Our misfortunes were the result of bad management. Had I remained with the company, I would have had the whole of them over the mountains before the snow would have caught them, and those who have gotten through have admitted this to be true, end quote. Look, I got no dog in this fight. I guess it's possible that Jim could have misled these people for his own monetary gain, but once again, this does seem to be in direct contradiction to how he normally conducted himself. Which brings us to the next leg of the journey. In 1847, Jim was bound for Fort Laramie when he saw a large party approaching not far from Little Sandy. This group, as it turns out, was 143 members of the Church of Latter-day Saints led by Brigham Young. And in a tradition that we all hold to this very day, Bridger would soon regret not turning around and immediately running at the sight of approaching Mormon missionaries. Oh, I'm kidding, Mormons. Don't get your magical underwear all up in a bunch. You know y'all used to be assholes, right? On a serious note, I love Mormons. I'm not being sarcastic. They are some of the finest people I've ever met, and I don't think I've ever had a single negative interaction with them. They make great neighbors, great friends, and I've found them all, at least the ones I've known, to be genuinely nice people. Their church, however, does have a screwed up history. So trigger warning, if you are a member of the Church of Latter-day Saints, I'm probably going to talk a little smack about your predecessors coming up, especially Brigham Young. Now, this group that Bridger met was just an advance party, searching for a place to put down roots free of religious persecution, a home where they could live as they saw fit, and I don't blame them. Jim ended up pitching camp early and invited Young and some elders over to talk. He advised them at length on the Great Basin area and corrected their maps, showing that the Great Salt Lake and Utah Lake were indeed two separate bodies of water. He described the natives that called the area home, and he advised the pilgrims to ascertain whether or not they can grow wheat or corn before putting down roots. When they went their separate ways the next morning, Young asked if Bridger would guide him, but Jim had business to attend at Fort Laramie and he would not return in time to do so. So all in all, a good first impression, right? As time went on, even more Mormons would come, most of them stopping at Fort Bridger along the way. And the rest is history. As we all know, the area around Great Salt Lake is now Mormon Central. Just a bunch of saints minding their own business, soaking and jump humping. Only problem was, for some damn reason, Brigham Young just flat out did not like Jim Bridger. As quickly as just a year after their meeting, Young was spreading lies and claiming that Jim had set the quote-unquote Indians upon he and his flock. Bridger found out about this, saddled up a mule, and personally rode down to Salt Lake City telling Brigham Young to say it to his face. And no, that part's not true. But Jim did send Brigham a letter that he had dictated which read as follows: I am truly sorry that you should believe any reports about me having said that I would bring any Indians or any number of Indians upon you or any of your community. Such a thought never entered my head, and I trust to your knowledge and good sense to know that if a person is desirous of living a good friendship with his neighbors, he would not undertake such a mad project. I am desirous of maintaining an amicable friendship with the people in the valley, and should you want a favor in my hand at any time, I shall always think myself happy in doing it for you. From your friend and well-wisher, James Bridger. P.S. Is it true you really have magic underwear? Because my long johns are really starting to chafe and I could use a change. P.P.S. Are you as excited about the next season of Sister Wives as I am? OMG, I can't wait to see what Cody and Robin do next. Just kidding on the P.S. and P.P.S. The rest of that letter was real, though. And once again, there you have Jim Bridger, the diplomat, trying to defuse the situation. So where did Brigham Young get these wild ideas? And what was it that caused him to turn on Bridger? So Brigham Young and his flock were indeed having problems with the natives, namely the Ute. And some Ute had already been killed by the Mormons, which sure as hell wasn't helping matters. Furthermore, the Ute were well armed. I think maybe Young figured that it was Bridger who provided the Ute with said firearms, and maybe he did. Hell, Jim had been trading arms with the indigenous for quite some time. But did he ever arm anyone knowing that they were then going to use the guns to kill Americans? Highly doubtful. Bridger's partner Vasquez had also been in contact with the church leaders, helping to advise them. He wrote a note of his own saying that he knew that they had killed some Ute and that Jim had gone to winter with the tribe, but once he saw how worked up they were, he returned to Fort Bridger. I guess the paranoid Young didn't appreciate these fur traders knowing so much about he and his people's business, and for whatever reason he got it into his head that it was Jim who stirred up the natives, something for which there is absolutely no evidence for. To further highlight Young's insanity, in 1849 Vasquez wrote Brigham and warned him that the Bannocks were upset and planning to raid the Salt Lake area. Brigham read this letter out loud in a council and then weirdly proclaimed, quote, I believe I know old Bridger is death on us, and if he knew 400,000 Indians were coming against us, and any man were to let us know, he would cut his throat. Bridger is a backhanded man that can't be understood. Gotta love extreme paranoia coupled with fundamentalist cult-like views. A winning combination that always ends well, right? From there on, things only continued to worsen. In 1850, on the same day that California was admitted to the Union, Utah became a territory, largely in part to all the Mormons who had been settling there over the previous couple of years. Matter of fact, they already had their own state constitution and sort of a de facto government before even becoming a territory. The state of Deseret, I believe they called it. Brigham Young became the first governor of this territory, of course, and began enacting laws already laid out in their own little Mormon constitution. This is when they really started coming at Bridger hard. First, they had given him a quote-unquote tavern license, which allowed him to sell liquor there at his fort, as if Bridger needed such permission. They then revoked the license in 1853 before issuing an arrest warrant for Jim with further claims that he was inciting the Ute and providing them with arms and ammunition to use against Americans. In short, Jim Bridger was being charged with treason, which back in them days was a hanging offense. But what it really boils down to is, according to historian Fred Goins, Brigham Young's growing desire to control the Fort Bridger Green River area, and that the Mormons were not content to see this lucrative business go to the enrichment of the mountain men. By the way, it wasn't just the fort. Jim had a ferry set up on the Green River as well that was earning money and manned by some of his former fur trapping buddies. The Mormons wanted the ferry and the fort and the money that both were generating, more than they wanted Bridger himself. He was just an excuse. Finally, Young sent his army of Mormons up there, and while Jim was gone, they attacked the fort, killing a few fur trappers working on the Green River Ferry and destroying all of Bridger's whiskey supply in, quote, small doses. I'll let you figure that one out for yourself. Worth noting that not everybody took this lying down. A month prior, the Mormons had attempted to seize the ferry on Green River, but 50 former mountain men raised their rifles, so the Saints went back to Salt Lake City with their tails tucked between their legs, only to return with a much larger force. Word got to Bridger that his fort had been seized and that he was a wanted man, so, while he did return to the area, he laid low and camped out in the hills. The clever man he was still able to somehow communicate with his wife, who just so happened to still be in the fort. By the way, good luck to any Mormons attempting to flush Bridger out of those hills. If he didn't want to be found, it was not going to happen. We're talking about a man who piloted fur brigades and trapped beaver and dined on elk all over the entirety of Blackfeet territory for years without losing his hair. Now, I should admit that I sometimes get frustrated with history, selfishly, when it comes to these types of situations. I would love to envision a scenario where Bridger puts the word out, calling in some of his buddies. Maybe Kit Carson and Jim Beckwourth and Joe Meek and, I don't know, a few hundred Crow and Shoshone. And they all ride on down to Salt Lake City and pin Brigham Young's ears to the tabernacle. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, this ain't the movies and real life isn't always exciting or just. And remember, although he could be violent, Bridger wasn't a violent man at heart. Ever the diplomat, right? Instead of calling down the thunder, Jim traveled all the way to Washington, D.C. to complain to his representatives in person. Old Broken Hand Fitzpatrick, now an Indian agent, was traveling to the capital to help finalize the Treaty of Fort Atkinson, and Bridger accompanied him. Sadly, Fitzpatrick would succumb to pneumonia while there, dying with Jim by his side. And although Bridger was able to speak with the government about his problems with the Mormons, all this did was end up pissing off Brigham Young even further. In the end, it was all for naught. The Mormons took Fort Bridger, and short of going to war, Jim had to write it off as a loss. The church would eventually give him some money for his troubles, but not anything near what the fort or the land it was on was worth. And the government did get involved, but all they did was take the fort over for themselves. They claimed to be leasing it from Bridger, but when it came time for payments, they balked, saying that Jim couldn't provide sufficient proof that he was the owner of the fort bearing his name. Okay. This would be a long legal battle, and it would take years following Jim's death for his family to ever receive any sort of compensation. Now, during this entire affair, Bridger just wasn't sitting around twiddling his thumbs. The events I've just described took place over several years. Jim encountered Brigham Young and the first Mormon pilgrims in the summer of 1847, and it would be in the spring or summer of 49 when Young declared that Bridger was, quote, death on us. It would be another 4 years after that, in 1853, when the church labeled Jim a traitor. And that following summer, in August, when Bridger was away on business, was when they seized the fort. So this was a process, and Bridger was a busy man at the time, both in his personal and professional life. If you'll recall, Jim's first wife, Cora, passed away in either 1845 or 46, after giving birth to Josephine. That made 3 kids for Bridger, the first daughter Mary Ann, who was sent to live at the Whitman Mission near present-day Walla Walla, Washington, the boy Felix, and finally little Josephine. Somewhere around 1847 or 1848, Bridger would marry for a second time to a Ute lady that some sources say was named Chipeta, not to be confused with the Chipeta that was married to the famous Ute chief Ouray. Don't know anything else about Jim's Chipeta. She was likely still a teenager when she and Bridger married, and they'd only have one child, a girl named Virginia, but unfortunately Chipeta would pass away a few days later from complications. Shortly thereafter, once again, we don't have any dates here, they sure as hell weren't married to no church, Bridger got hitched to his third wife, a Shoshone girl that he called Mary, and it weren't long before she and Jim welcomed a baby boy into the world, naming him John. A lot of Marys in Jim's life. So far, he's got a daughter named Mary Josephine, another daughter named Mary Elizabeth, and yet another named Mary Ann, and now a wife also named Mary. By the way, many sources list this Mary as being the daughter of Shoshone Chief Washakie, but I was unable to verify that. I was also unable to link Jim's marriage to any of these indigenous women to First Lieutenant Aldo Apache Rain, despite his inglorious claims. If you get it, you get it. All total, Bridger would have 7 children that we know of, and we will discuss them more, but for now I think it's important to talk about his firstborn, Mary Ann. She was 12 years old in 1847 and had been living with Marcus and Narcissa Whitman for the past 6 years. I guess technically they were her guardians, but for all intents and purposes, they had basically adopted her. She was referred to by Narcissa as her little girl, sometimes affectionately called her little half-breed, and if the Reverend Marcus was gone, Mary Ann would often ask, "Will Father come home today?" It appears that Mary Ann had a good life there, as far as the historical evidence shows. Narcissa made her dresses by hand, as well as dolls. She was receiving an education and had 2 nurturing adults that cared for her. As far as I know, Bridger had never gone up there to visit. Not even sure if Mary Ann knew of her mother's death a year prior, but that's purely speculation on my part. Judging by Jim's relationships to his other children, he did seem to be an affectionate father. So this entire situation is a little hard to track. I know the idea was for Mary Ann to receive an education, but 6 years is a long time to go without seeing your kid. I got a little daughter, and I can imagine that. That said, I do find it hard to believe that Jim and Cora simply abandoned their daughter. And there was absolutely no way they could have predicted the tragedy that was about to occur. Now, the Whitman mission was in Cayuse country, there in southeastern Washington. I will defer once again to my friends at the podcast How the West Was Fucked. Check out their 2-part series on the Whitman Massacre. But don't check out their series on Jim Bridger. Link in the show notes. But long story short, there was trouble, tensions were on the rise, and then the plague struck the Cayuse in the form of a measles epidemic. One source I found stated that half the tribe died, and a good deal of them were children. There's a lot more involved. Like I said, check out that series if you want the full story. But the Cayuse would, in their anger, attack the Whitman mission. They killed both Marcus and Narcissa, along with 11 others, and took over 50 captives, one of which was Bridger's daughter, Mary Ann. Fur trapper Joe Meek also had a daughter there as well, Helen, and she likewise was taken captive. And unfortunately, she and another child would die in captivity due to an illness. Mary Ann Bridger survived, though. Some sources say she may have been used, but she was ransomed back a month following the massacre. During the process of getting her back to civilization, she also became ill and soon passed away. Ironically, it was one of Bridger's former rivals, Peter Ogden, and the Hudson's Bay Company, who secured the release for these hostages. Bridger wouldn't even find out until visited by Joe Meek, who was on his way to Washington to demand justice. Interestingly enough, Meek's cousin Sarah was the then First Lady of the United States and wife of President James K. Polk. Guess maybe Meek thought he could pull some strings. Once again, this is not one of those Hollywood endings. Tragedy struck first to the Cayuse people at large, and then to the Bridger and Meek households. A war with the Cayuse ensued, leading to many a death, and in 1850, 5 Cayuse men were publicly hanged for their part in the massacre. There were no happy endings or peaceful resolutions for any involved, just grieving parents and orphaned children. But so goes history. Despite losing a daughter and despite Brigham Young breathing down his neck, Jim Bridger still had to earn a living. Enter in Uncle Sam, or at least the Army Corps of Topographical Engineers. Captain Howard Stansbury and his 16-man expedition of cartographers, illustrators, scientists, and soldiers were tasked with surveying the Great Salt Lake, evaluating the Mormon and Oregon trails, and hopefully finding a likely route for a transcontinental railroad. A daunting task that would need a capable guide. And who more qualified than Jim Bridger? After all, he had been roaming these quote-unquote unexplored areas for over the past 25 years. All in all, it was a very frustrating experience for Bridger, babysitting these wet-behind-the-ears pilgrims in such a fashion. Not only was he mad at himself for taking the job, but he swore that he would never guide for the Army again. An oath that wouldn't last very long, as Jim would once more accompany Stansbury in the fall of 1850. This time to another possible railroad crossing over the Continental Divide, now known as Bridger's Pass, about 20 miles southwest of Rawlins, Wyoming. This was a trip full of memories for Bridger. One evening, they camped just 2 miles from the spot his longtime friend Henry Frabb fell to the Lakota. And the following day, they came to where Jim's current business partner, Vasquez, along with 14 other traders, were once in an hours-long battle with the same tribe. Needless to say, Jim ordered the men to keep their rifles handy. And sure enough, as they pressed east, not far from Cheyenne Pass, Bridger spotted the natives tracking them. And what I'm about to recount, in my opinion, shows how effective Bridger was at keeping his scalp all those years. He could size up a situation, and he knew when to run, when to make a stand, when to fight, and when to talk. This was a time for talking. Bridger the diplomat. Noticing that the warriors were keeping their distance, Jim shouldered his rifle and approached, alone and on foot, signing for the Lakota to come out and talk as he neared. They did, and as it turned out, they were Oglala and Cheyenne. Bridger invited them to camp, and here they came a-galloping, shaking hands all around and looking to trade. After doing a little business, Jim then began entertaining his guests. Using a mixture of what Lakota and Cheyenne he knew, coupled with sign, Jim took to telling his legendary stories, and in no time flat, these hardened warriors of the prairie were doubled over in laughter. Given a different scout, or even a different approach, who knows? Things could have turned out much differently. The expedition soon reached Fort Laramie, and Bridger's job was done, at least for this go-around, and the trail they had just blazed, one known by the mountaineers for decades and the indigenous for centuries, would now be dubbed the Overland Trail. About a year later, Jim would return to Fort Laramie to attend the Horse Creek Treaty, the largest assembly of Native Americans up to that point, if I'm not mistaken, in all of recorded history. Among the tribes in attendance were the Lakota, Cheyenne, Crow, Hadassah, Mandan, Arikara, Arapaho, and the Shoshone, which is why Bridger was there. He was looking out for the interest of his in-laws, the Shoshone, and escorting Chief Washakie himself. In the summer of 1852, Bridger would send Felix and Mary Josephine to St. Louis in order for them to be enrolled in Catholic school. Guess he reckoned on this being a much safer way for his children to receive an education. And this is also about the time that the problem with the Mormons all came to a head, so I'm sure he was looking to keep them clear of potential harm. Bridger would eventually move his entire family to Westport, Missouri, where Kansas City now stands. And in the winter of 1853, he sent Virginia to join her siblings at school in St. Louis as he traveled to D.C. with Broken Hand Fitzpatrick. And we already discussed how that ended. With Fort Bridger out of the picture, Jim and Vasquez planned a new trading post along the Santa Fe Trail, and they both bought land outside of Westport. Financially, they did all right. Hell, Jim even bought a mercantile store, selling all manner of goods to travelers and citizens alike. Now, this business appears to have been located at 504 Westport Road, and per kchistory.org, it is possibly the oldest still extant building in Kansas City. A Google search shows that it's now home of Bridger's Westport, the #1 hip-hop club in Kansas City, per their website. So that's kind of cool. A building that was once owned by Jim Bridger is still around, and you can go there and get your bump and grind on. In 1856, Bridger was able to send a fourth child, John, aged 4, to St. Louis for schooling, and he took a job himself as a guide for the eccentric Irish adventurer, Sir St. George Gore, the 8th Baronet of Gore Manor in Northern Ireland, which, once again, I'm not sure what it means, but it sounds rich as hell. And man, what a piece of work this Gore guy was. Dude set out Bridger as his guide with 40 servants, cooks, stewards, wine servers, taxidermists, secretaries, even people who just made fancy special flies for his fishing rigs. 170 horses, oxen, and mules pulled 21 carts and 6 wagons full of 3 tons worth of equipment. Ammunition, a giant tent, chairs, the entire leather-bound works of Shakespeare, a bathtub, and an assortment of expensive greyhounds and foxhounds. Hell, one of the wagons carried nothing but guns. Gotta wonder what Bridger must have thought, especially considering that the baronet would sleep till noon every day. Sadly, during this trip, Jim would receive news that his son John had passed away in St. Charles of dysentery, and as such, Bridger cut the job short to return home to his remaining family. Remember, they're living in Westport while Bridger is spending the majority of his time out west. That summer of 1855, Jim returned to scouting for Gore. He was doing his level best to kill every animal he could find, just for the sake of killing. Some estimates put the number of buffaloes slaughtered by the Irishmen at an astounding 30,000, along with thousands of deer, elk, and over 100 grizzlies. His guides would either stampede the buffalo directly in front of Gore, or he'd just post up on a hill and wantonly drop one after another after another. So much so that an Indian agent complained to the government, but unfortunately no action was taken, and Gore would not return home to the Emerald Isle until 1857. Following this job, Bridger would go to work guiding for the nation's leading geologist, Ferdinand Hayden, and topographer Governor K. Warren, exploring the Yellowstone River and taking important geological samples and specimens. And other than Warren and Hayden nearly coming to blows, everything went swimmingly. Not so much down Utah way, however. Old Brigham Young was still down there in Salt Lake City, crazy as ever, making his holy proclamations and ruling like a theocrat. Actions that caused President Buchanan to go ahead and appoint a non-Mormon to the position of Utah Territory governor. He knew Young would never go for this, so the new governor, Alfred Cumming, was to be escorted by the by God U.S. military, which was guided by none other than my friend and yours, Jim Bridger. Now, I don't want to venture too far into the Utah War, because to be honest, I'm not very well versed on the subject. I will say that I do sympathize with the Church of Latter-day Saints and their desire to separate themselves from society and live their lives as they see fit. Boy, do I. I also like that Brigham Young was recorded as saying, I love the government and the Constitution of the United States, but I do not love the damn rascals that administer the government. Amen, brother. I think the Mormons were legit persecuted for their religious beliefs. Also worth considering that the nation, even in the 1850s, was on the brink of war over the issue of slavery. The U.S. was truly a divided nation, even before the war between the states, but the one thing that everybody could agree on was hating the Mormons. So yeah, I get it, they were the easy choice. Not to say that Brigham Young was an innocent little altar boy. He was preaching a lot of seditious stuff and, as I said before, attempted to set up a theocracy. Religious beliefs are one thing, but we should all be free to worship as we see fit. A theocracy, however, would see a certain religion forced upon the populace. And since rulers like Brigham Young, for example, are considered chosen by God, you can't question their edicts because that would be just like doubting the Lord Almighty himself. I'm not a big fan of legislating morality, and turns out neither is the Bill of Rights or the entire history of mankind. It generally never ends well. Take the Mountain Meadow Massacre, for example, which sure as hell did not help Brigham Young's cause. In mid-September 1857, as Bridger was still guiding the first of the federal troops to Utah, members of a Mormon militia attacked and killed over 120 men, women, and children belonging to a passing wagon train. Only the kids under the age of 7 were spared. I think 17 in total. Now, there's no proof that I'm aware of linking Brigham Young to this massacre, officially. But even if he didn't order it, certainly his rhetoric and calls for blood atonement helped create an atmosphere where such an event could occur. Funny how that works, even nowadays. At this point, Brigham Young declares martial law and Mormons prepare for war, even briefly toying with the idea of a weapon of mass destruction, Game of Thrones style. I shit you not. A guy named Uriah Brown invented what he called liquid fire, and the plan was to have this stuff piped into the canyons and released on the invading U.S. military. In the end, not much came of this so-called war. Despite Young's boast, as soon as the military showed up, he stepped down and relinquished power to the U.S. appointed governor. The Mormons lost a lot of their federal power, but still remained in control of the local governments, courts, etc., and the nation at large considered the entire ordeal a joke. Buchanan's blunder, they called it. The troops, under the command of a Colonel Edwin Alexander, had departed Leavenworth, Kansas in mid-July 1857, much later in the season than they should have, considering the slow, plodding pace of oxen-drawn wagons and the terrain that they would have to cross. 2 months later, in late September, Bridger was guiding the troops through the South Pass in Wyoming and down the Mormon Trail, Salt Lake City bound. With just over 400 miles to go, they could be expected to arrive no later than the end of October. This would not be the case, however. For whatever reason, the expedition halted at Ham's Fork, over 150 miles northeast of the Great Salt Lake. I say whatever reason, but they were beginning to face Mormon resistance. But mostly it was just a bloodless harassment, with Porter Rockwell and his legionnaires firing off guns in the air, out of rifle distance, and yelling insults. The less than stellar Colonel Alexander called a council, and Jim Bridger proposed an alternate route. They'd turn northwest to the Bear River, take the Oregon Trail to present-day Idaho, and then come at Salt Lake City from the north. This would take twice as long, yet the colonel agreed. I suppose out of concern with Mormon resistance, I don't know. The troops were soon mired down in a nasty snowstorm. They turned back, and the entire column was stopped for 10 days. At this point, a Colonel Johnston arrived, took over command, but it was too late. Winter had struck with a vengeance, and the army soon suffered more harassment at the hands of Mormons as well as a lack of supplies. All the while, Bridger was busy trying to just keep everybody from freezing and starving to death. Needless to say, the army did not make it to Salt Lake City for many months to come. It was a big waste of money and manpower, and Brigham Young ended up stepping down anyway. I still gotta think that old Jim got at least a little satisfaction out of seeing Young humbled, though. Something interesting occurred while Bridger was out west in 57 guiding for the army. A somewhat minor detail in the man's life that I think is worth mentioning. A slave was sold back in Jim's home in Westport, a transaction from which Jim was credited $420. Now, this happened while he was away, scouting for the army, like I said, but a couple of years prior, when a census recorder came to the Bridger home, there was an enslaved 20-year-old woman living there with 2 children. In March of 1861, a black woman was treated by a doctor at the Bridger home, possibly the same lady. Also interesting to note that the head of household in that census was a widow woman named Ruth Skaggs. She lived there with her 2 sons and Bridger's wife and children. I'm not sure how much English, if any, Jim's wife Mary could speak. Got to imagine she felt like a foreigner in a foreign land, and there are several reports of her wanting to return to the Fort Bridger area to be with her own people. Maybe this Ruth lady was there to assist Mary around the house. Maybe she was just a boarder. I don't know. Anyway, the question now posed is whether or not Jim Bridger was indeed a slave owner or if he supported slavery. We know his buddy Vasquez did own slaves for sure. Was the slave that was sold in 1857 someone that Vasquez had sent to the Bridger household to help out in Jim's absence? Was the selling of the slave just business that Bridger was conducting on behalf of his partner Vasquez, as he had previously done? Or was this just Bridger's slave? Who knows? Okay, take it easy. I'm not making some grand moral judgment or trying to pontificate. I do, however, think this is a great example of just how complicated and dirty history can be. Aspects like this can oftentimes be glossed over when discussing our heroes. Me personally, I think it's worth pointing out the good, the bad, and the ugly. We don't really associate slavery with the Mountain Man days, but I went down a little wormhole and yeah, surprisingly, there were fur trappers who had slaves working in the Rockies. Different topic for a different day, though. Now, obviously, Bridger would go on to serve the Union Army, albeit on the frontier during the Civil War. Both his son and son-in-law would also serve the Union during the war, even as their own neighbors fought for the Confederacy. So I don't think Jim was a Southern sympathizer. I also don't think he had any strong feelings one way or the other as far as slavery was concerned. I would venture to say, though, that he was probably a little more open-minded than many, considering that his wives were all Native American, his children mixed, and many of his friends of varying ethnicities, including the former slave James Beckwourth. In 1859, Bridger was once more hired by the U.S. military, this time to guide an expedition to the headwaters of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers, an area that, despite being heavily traveled by mountain men and Native Americans, had not officially been mapped or scientifically explored since Lewis and Clark passed through over 5 decades prior. They were also under orders to determine the feasibility of wagon roads in the Powder and Bighorn River areas, and to map out the territory of the Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho and figure out, quote, the proper routes by which to invade their country and conquer them, end quote. Now, the leader of this expedition, a Captain William F. Reynolds, was often at odds with Bridger, thinking that his maps were better than those in the old trapper's brain. Time and again, Captain Reynolds would propose a route that Jim had to correct him on. Hell, even from the onset, Jim recommended the expedition use mules while the captain insisted on wagons. This, of course, slowed down travel as the terrain was rough and the party had to constantly raise or lower the wagons with ropes or use picks and shovels to make their own roads, something they could have avoided altogether with mules. Jim would return home that winter as news reached him that his third wife Mary had passed away. I was unable to determine a cause of death, but she was buried there in their front yard in Westport, as the aforementioned widow Ruth Skaggs became a caretaker of sorts for the younger children. Jim was 55 years old at the time of his wife's death, and he would not marry again. In the spring of 1860, Bridger rejoined Captain Reynolds, not far from Fort Laramie, and led the way west to the Wind River area where, once again, Reynolds ignored his scout's advice and damn near got his men froze to death. After more than a few unsuccessful attempts at crossing the divide, Reynolds finally stopped being hard-headed and took Bridger's advice, using what's now known as Union Pass to cross over. Then came the Snake River, which was dangerously swollen due to snowmelt. This obviously not being Bridger's first rodeo, he suggested making a bull boat to cross over with. The captain, in his wisdom, rejected this idea and instead ordered his men to search for a good location to ford, a choice that cost the life of one of his corporals who was swept away by the current, his body never to be seen again. Instead of now taking Jim's advice on the bull boat, Reynolds ordered his men to construct a raft, because Reynolds knows best. When the raft was completed, the captain tries to cross the river in it, guided by a rope, and surprise, surprise, he is unsuccessful. Finally, after 2 days wasted and 1 soldier dead, Captain Reynolds puts his bruised ego to the side and asks Bridger to pretty please go ahead and make that bull boat. Jim does so, and all of the men are able to cross over without a single issue. Fun little fact, a bull boat is fabricated using a wooden frame or hoop of sticks, oftentimes willow, over which a green buffalo hide is stretched. The one Bridger slapped together on this occasion measured 12.5 feet long by 3.5 feet wide, made 17 successful crossings, each passage only taking 2 minutes. Jim would then lead the men over Teton Pass to Pierre's Hole, and by July 3rd, they had reached Fort Benton without making it to present-day Yellowstone National Park. Ugh. Believe it or not, even in the year of our Lord 1860, the world at large was still in denial about the wonders of Yellowstone. This fabled area was first described to Lewis and Clark by various tribes, but they themselves did not pass through. However, a few years later, John Colter would. Did an episode on Old John a long time ago. It's on Patreon if you're interested. Colter observed at least one geothermal in the northeastern portion of the park and described it as a place of fire and brimstone. Colter's hell, as folks took to calling it, was dismissed as just a fish tale. Then came Jim Bridger and numerous other trappers, and they too told stories of what they saw: the boiling mud and steaming rivers, a mountain of glass and petrified trees with petrified birds singing petrified songs. It wasn't until 1869 that the area was formally explored with the Cook, Folsom, and Peterson expeditions. Turns out there were geysers and there were steaming rivers, and while the petrified birds singing petrified songs did not exist, the petrified trees certainly did. Now, to be honest, Bridger and his fellow trappers could tell some whoppers. Jim especially. If he felt like you didn't believe him, he would really start laying it on thick. I'm sure you're probably familiar with some version of the story that Bridger told about being surrounded by 100 or so Cheyenne warriors, or Lakota, or Blackfeet, or whatever tribe that Jim felt like inserting. He'd tell his spellbound audience that the angry warriors chased him into a box canyon that offered zero chance of escape. And to make matters worse, he was all out of shot for his rifle and completely surrounded. Jim would then pause, a long pause, until someone inevitably would blurt out, "And what happened then?" To which Bridger, straight-faced, would stoically reply, "Well, them Injuns killed me." Then there was the camping spot that Jim claimed was one of his favorites, right up against a bald, flat face of a mountain. He had the echo of the canyon timed to right at 6 hours, so just before turning in at night, Bridger would yell out, "Time to wake up." And sure enough, 6 hours later, his own echo would return to work as an alarm clock. And it wasn't just the forest and the birds that were petrified. There was a certain place where Bridger claimed that a Crow medicine man had put a curse on everything that crossed it to be petrified, even gravity. As proof, Jim claimed to have ridden his horse over petrified air. The animal, thinking that he could just do this everywhere, tried again on his own to show off to some other horses and fell to his death. Of the ordeal, Bridger allegedly said, quote, "He was a good, logical horse. Only thing that he didn't know was that in most places the law of gravity isn't petrified." End quote. So yeah, for your common pilgrim from back east who had a hard time even believing that the Rocky Mountains were as big as reported, these crazy stories coming out of the mouths of these wild, long-haired mountain men was just a bridge too far. Before the Reynolds expedition was complete, Bridger interceded in 2 would-be fights with the indigenous, both times calming hot tempers and avoiding bloodshed, just a pattern that continuously repeats itself. The dude just knew how to talk to the natives. In the spring of 1861, Jim went to Denver and met up with his longtime buddy, James Beckwourth, with the idea of getting together a group of old trappers to go hunting gold. I mean, hell, they ought to have known more than anyone else where the likely deposits were. Only reason they hadn't prospected before, according to Jim, was that in the old days, quote, beaver was the best paying gold they was. First, though, the coach and mail service hired Jim to lay out a direct stage route from Denver west through the Rockies, which he did. The new road cut more than 200 miles off the overland route, but it never materialized. And as far as I know, he and Beckwourth never did go panning for gold. Turns out there were more pressing matters at hand, and Bridger and Beckwourth weren't the only ones with prospecting in mind. Gold would soon be discovered along Grasshopper Creek in southwestern Montana. Boomtown of Bannock sprung up quickly as hopefuls flooded the area looking to strike it rich. Likewise, about 80 miles west, where gold was struck at Alder Gulch, resulting in another boomtown called Virginia City. It was like the California gold rush all over again, only this time the would-be miners were crossing right through the middle of Sioux territory in order to get to the diggings. As I'm sure you can guess, the Lakota weren't too happy about these developments. They and their allies struck back hard, closing down the new trail and causing the army to send in Brigadier General Patrick Connor with orders to, quote, "make vigorous war upon the Indians and punish them so that they will be forced to keep the peace." End of quote. And guess who the United States Army would call upon to guide such an operation? I'll give you a hint. Starts with a J and rhymes with M. Bridger. But would he be up to the task? I mean, hell, the man was nearing 60 years of age at this point. Would the Army be successful in protecting the prospectors? And just who was this William J. Fetterman guy anyway? In the summer of 1854, a second lieutenant, John L. Grattan, led a detachment of infantry into a combined Brule and Oglala Lakota village just east of Fort Laramie. It seems a visiting Minneconjou had killed a stray cow belonging to a passing wagon train, and its owner demanded justice. Okay, fine. Chief Conquering Bear offered up a horse as way of compensation, but no dice. The cow's owner wanted money, and the U.S. Army wanted an arrest, something that old Conquering Bear could not do. Not only did he have no authority over a member of another band, but it would have also been rude. I mean, the Minneconjou in question, after all, was Conquering Bear's guest. The entire affair was to be handled by the Indian agent per the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1851, and he was due to arrive in just a few days. Despite the short wait, the Army decided to act. That's where 2nd Lieutenant Grattan comes into play. He marched his 30 men, including a very drunk and rude French interpreter, into a camp containing an estimated 1,200 warriors and tried to arrest the alleged thief. You can probably guess how this turned out. The resulting battle, known as the Grattan Massacre, saw the lieutenant and nearly a dozen of his troops almost immediately cut down. Warriors, led by an up-and-coming Oglala in his early 30s named Red Cloud, overtook and finished off the remaining soldiers as they attempted to retreat. The whole bloody mess was over in a matter of minutes. A year later, several hundred soldiers under the command of Brigadier General William S. Harney would attack a Brule Lakota camp near present-day Llewellyn, Nebraska. This Battle of the Blue Water, aka the Harney Massacre, saw over 80 Lakota killed, half of which were women and children. An additional 70 prisoners were taken, almost all of whom were women and children. Some historians point to this event and the Grattan Massacre as being the impetus to the violence that would dominate the Great Plains over the next 25 years. Toss in a couple of broken treaties along with a few more massacres, and you better believe things were about to get real bloody. As a result, the United States military would soon be facing a determined foe unlike any previously encountered. By the spring of 1862, the Army once again came calling on old Jim Bridger, this time to guide a Colonel William Collins and his men as they attempted to protect the telegraph and relay stations from hostile Lakota. And by all accounts, Bridger got along well with the rank-and-file soldiers he worked with, often teasing or just plain taking the piss out of the younger troops. A store sutler at Fort Laramie during this time remembered that Jim was always very open to questions and that he answered all inquiries as honestly as he could, that he was both a great listener and a conversationalist. However, it was noted that Jim had very little patience for willful ignorance. Anytime somebody would say something that he felt was out of malice or just downright meanness, Bridger would simply curl up his mouth in a sneer and walk away. Per biographer Jerry Insler, Jim didn't like to sacrifice his feelings, intelligence, or personal pleasure when, quote, it was such an easy matter to walk away from a damn fool talking. End of quote, and a lesson I think would serve us all well to follow. Don't waste your breath or your time arguing with a damn hard-headed fool. Just do like Bridger and walk away. Colonel Collins' teenage son, Casper Collins, whom Casper, Wyoming is named after, traveled often with his father and was amazed at how many languages Bridger could speak. Per young Casper, Jim could talk a little French, Spanish, Shoshone, Crow, Bannock, Salish, Nez Perce, and Ute. And of course, he was fluent in the universal sign language of the plains. Now let me preface the rest of this episode with a disclaimer. The next 4 or 5 years of Bridger's life will be interwoven with the Lakota and their struggles. This puts me in a bit of a pickle, as I am planning on doing an entire series on the Lakota later this year. From the Grattan Massacre to the Powder River Campaign, the Minnesota Uprising, Red Cloud's War, the Great Sioux War of 1876, Little Bighorn, Sitting Bull up in Canada, all the way to Wounded Knee. I want to cover it all and in detail. Due to this, and me not wanting to bore you with repetition, some of the events discussed on this episode will be summarized without going too far in depth. I'll explain what's happening and what Jim Bridger's various roles were, but if you're looking for a really deep dive into the Lakota, or the so-called Indian Wars in general, just know that that is coming soon. Now, in the last episode, we left off discussing gold. what Black Elk once described as that yellow metal that drives the whites crazy. Once the boomtowns of Bannock and Virginia City sprung up, prospectors began flocking to Montana in droves via a new road dubbed the Bozeman Trail. Now, this route, blazed by John Bozeman, broke off from the Oregon Trail near present-day Douglas, Wyoming, before veering north by northwest. It crossed the Powder River, skirted the east side of the Bighorn Mountains, and then turned sharply to the northwest, crossing the Yellowstone River and Bozeman Pass before finally reaching Virginia City. For those of you keeping track, this road passes right smack dab through Lakota and northern Cheyenne territory. And by the time 1864 came around, John Bozeman was looking to lead a major migration across this extremely dangerous trail. A mass influx of travelers that would stir these tribes into a fury and 100% for sure spark a war. Luckily, Jim Bridger figured out a solution, what would come to be known as Bridger's Trail. This would take travelers slightly more due west, crossing on the western side of the Bighorn Mountains, and instead of trespassing on Cheyenne and Lakota land, prospectors would be passing through the territory of the much more accommodating Crow and Shoshone. Bridger's Trail would then link back up with the Bozeman in present-day Montana on the Yellowstone, near where the town of Laurel now stands, and from there on it was smooth sailing. Okay, cool. Sounds like a great plan. Hell, even the Sioux knew about Bridger's Road, or the Blanket Road as they called it after Jim's old nickname. When the Lakota caught miners on the Bozeman Trail, they told them to turn their asses around and take the Blanket Road, or at least they did until they got tired of talking. That summer of 1864, Bridger himself would guide a train of some 400 wagons across his trail, only to be absolutely amazed at the sight of the boomtown of Virginia City, a place that was merely an untouched wilderness the last time he was in the area. Jim returned to Fort Laramie in August and was badly injured after being thrown from a horse. Keep in mind, he's now 60 years old. Fort Laramie records show that he was transported to the Fort Hospital, but this incident wouldn't slow Bridger down, at least not yet. By mid-September, he's guiding yet another wagon train up the Blanket Road, and contrary to what you may read, his trail did prove to be more popular than the Bozeman. All total, in 1864, it's estimated that 2,500 men and scores of women and children utilized the Bridger Trail as opposed to just 1,500 via the Bozeman. Sure, the Bozeman Trail offered more water and grazing for the animals, but at what cost? Still, people are hard-headed, and despite the dangers, and despite the Lakota now beginning to kill travelers, the gold miners persisted, as did the military, hoping to offer up protection. All of this just causing unnecessary strife. And then further south in Colorado, Shivington and his men executed the Sand Creek Massacre. This, coupled with the aggravation of the Bozeman Trail and other recent instigations, would ignite a full-on war as the Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Lakota vowed to defeat the whites and drive them from their territories altogether. Wagon trains raided, relay stations burned, men and women killed, children taken. The small town of Julesburg, Colorado was sacked, 14 soldiers from Fort Rankin were killed, and thus the Powder River Campaign of 1865 began. Jim had done his level best to stop things from getting out of control by introducing the Bridger Trail, but it was no use. The war was on, and the army would now need a reliable guide. As such, Bridger would report to Fort Laramie in April of 1865, where, to his absolute disgust, he was greeted with the sight of a Cheyenne warrior's rotting corpse hanging from a noose. The dead man, a feller named Big Crow, had been captured for his alleged role in the attack on Julesburg. Then, when some of his fellow tribesmen killed a soldier a mile or so west of Fort Laramie, General Patrick Connor ordered that Big Crow be taken to the location of the soldier's death and strung up. The troops did as ordered, quickly erecting a gallows and placing Big Crow on the bed of a wagon, noose around his neck. They then drove the wagon out from underneath the Cheyenne, but he was quick enough to use the dang rope to shimmy up the crosspiece of the scaffolding. Eventually, a soldier had to climb up and wrestle with Big Crow until they both fell, and of course, the condemned man finally succumbed to the noose. And they just left him there hanging as a warning. A few weeks later, Bridger would guide a Colonel Thomas Moonlight and his 500 horse soldiers toward the Bighorn, hoping to locate a large camp of Cheyenne. They found sign, but ultimately returned to Fort Laramie without a fight. Upon arrival, Jim noticed two more natives, this time Lakotas, who had been placed under arrest with orders to hang and be left hanging, just like Big Crow. Bridger warned against this, saying that such a public and disrespectful display will only cause more deaths, but his word fell on deaf ears. And these new prisoners soon joined Big Crow, rotting and swaying right out there in the open. By late July, the military was ready for a big push. General Connor split his force of 2,500 plus men into 3 groups, with Bridger, now chief of scouts, personally guiding for Connor and his 800 soldiers and 185 wagons as they departed Fort Laramie. Now, the Powder River campaign was interesting in that the military utilized a large force of volunteers. The largest group of volunteers, in fact, ever deployed against the hostiles, at least up to that point. In addition to General Connor's force, you also had 1,400 Missourians under Colonel Nelson Cole, 600 Kansians under Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Walker, and Captain Frank North and his Pawnee Scouts. Remember, cut me a little slack here, as this is not meant to be a full and thorough examination of the Powder River campaign, just a look at Bridger's role as Chief of Scouts. Each morning, the now 61-year-old Jim would rise early, have a cup of strong black coffee and a bit of jerky, and confer with the general. He would then ride out far ahead of the column, alone, as his fellow scouts rode the flanks. At night, Jim would return well after dark, have him another bite to eat, and then turn in. Rinse and repeat. Now, I don't want to diminish the skill or grit of the U.S. fighting man of that day and age, but for the most part, many of these young troopers and volunteers would have died out there on the prairie if left to their own devices. They'd get lost, drink some bad water, or not notice hostile sign and be cut down. This is not a reflection on them so much as their lack of experience out west. Bridger, however, an old man, was surviving such an environment alone on a daily basis with the same ease that you and I toss a load of laundry in the washer. Per one unnamed soldier serving in General Connor's command, quote, "I knew scores of hunters, scouts, and trappers of great and less repute, none of whom were worthy to sit at the same table with Jim Bridger. To me, the simplicity, the kindliness, and absolute trustfulness of his character marked him as a man above the common." End quote. And yet another remembered, quote, "Bridger seemed to know every foot of the way in the country we went through. He was a very shrewd man and rather rough. He understood the way of the Indians very well and seemed to be able to make friends even with the warriors." End quote. We're also left with the following tantalizing detail as to Bridger's firearm of choice during the campaign, with a soldier describing it as a, quote, "extraordinary double-barreled rifle with which he could plug the center at 500 yards offhand. He was one of the most unassuming men I ever saw, but when he said anything, he meant it." End quote. Now, I am no firearms expert, but I did consult with my buddy Garrett Levi from the 11 Bang Bang YouTube channel. This is just a guess, but Garrett thought possibly Jim could have been carrying a London-made Purdy express rifle, most likely in .50 caliber. It may have even fired a .58 or even a .62 caliber, but slugs that heavy would drop pretty damn fast to be hitting center at 500 yards. Then again, Garrett points out that these side-by-side double-barreled express rifles were also proof to take extremely hot charges of powder, which I reckon would aid in reaching out and touching something at a great distance. These bad boys were expensive, however, and similar rifles could be made by local gunsmiths for a bit cheaper. If you're into older firearms, flintlocks, and muskets, and just history in general, do yourself a favor and subscribe to Garrett's channel on YouTube. 11 Bang Bang, 11 Bang Bang. Link in the show notes, and thank you, Garrett. Now, these young soldiers and volunteers Jim was guiding during the Powder River expedition, they thought the world of him. Hell, he was already a damn legend by the time many of them were born. Jim's boss, however, General Patrick E. Connor, did not share the same fond sentiments. The Irish-born officer was a veteran of not only the Civil War, but the Mexican-American and the Seminole Wars. And he wasn't brand spanking new to the American West either. It was he and his men in 1863 who committed the lesser-known Bear River Massacre. This occurred not far from present-day Preston, Idaho, and saw hundreds of Shoshones slaughtered. Numbers vary, but possibly somewhere between 250 and nearly 500. And as usual, many of those killed were women and children. This may have partly been the reason why Connor disliked Bridger. He knew the old man was close with the Shoshone, and as such, he often suspected Jim as being treacherous. There was one incident when, as they were about to enter into a canyon, the general turned to Bridger, patted his holstered sidearm, and threatened, quote, "Jim, if you lead me into an ambush, by God, you're the first who's going to die." Damn paper-collar soldier is what Bridger referred to Connor as. Got to assume that the general was the beneficiary of many of Jim's scowls. Another reason Connor may have not cared for the mountain man was because Bridger was often sympathetic with the plight of the natives. He believed that they were actual humans, and in many ways Jim had more in common with the Native Americans, both in habits and beliefs, than the soldiers that he now guided. Connor couldn't understand that. Matter of fact, he had given his men the express order that they were absolutely not to take prisoners and were to kill any and all male Indians over the age of 12. Orders that he was forced to countermand once his boss found out and threatened to take his commission. Now, as far as their actual engagements with the hostiles, Bridger did locate a column of smoke that Captain Frank North and his Pawnees then determined was an Arapaho village. Most sources don't list Jim as being involved in the battle that followed, except for one, frontiersman and teamster Finn Burnett, who stated that Bridger led the column to the camp. Now, this fight, known as the Battle of Tongue River, saw the Arapaho put up a tough resistance, despite many of the warriors being away at the time raiding the Crow. As they tended to do, the men covered the women and children as they retreated before following suit. The Arapaho then regrouped and counterattacked, causing General Connor and his force to retreat. All in all, it is considered a U.S. victory, with the soldiers only losing 1 dead and 6 wounded, along with 1 dead Native American scout. The Arapaho lost somewhere between 30 to 60-something dead, and yes, of course, per usual, some of them were women and children. Now, the other 2 army units weren't doing nearly as well. Likely unbeknownst to Bridger, his son Felix was now serving nearby under Colonel Nelson Cole, and they were having one hell of a bad time of it, as were the men under Samuel Walker. Both officers suffered from incompetent scouts, and it was at least partly due to Bridger's expertise that Connor's mission wasn't also a total failure. And by failure, I mean the loss of life. In the eyes of the military, General Connor had still not performed up to snuff. Not only had he failed to punish the enemy sufficiently, but his original orders were inhumane and he lost around 1,000 horses. When it was all said and done, despite striking a blow against the Arapaho, Connor was reassigned to a different district altogether and replaced by Brigadier General Frank Wheaton. Once back at Fort Laramie, Jim was reunited with his son Felix, and according to a witness, was very displeased to see his son, quote, in the ranks of a common soldier. Now, whether Bridger's mood was due to his son's actual rank, or simply the idea of him out there putting his neck on the line for the army is anybody's guess. And just to further drive home the type of guy that Jim was, as he returned from Laramie, he hitched a ride part of the way in the back of a mail wagon with 2 soldiers who had just mustered out. And for the trip, here he was, this living legend, riding in the back of this wagon with these 2 young men, probably over half his age, and Jim was simply just one of the boys. They piled up hay 6 inches deep and placed their blankets over it and made a trip out of it. Along the way, they stopped at a roadhouse inn, and the owner recognized Bridger, immediately inviting him in for a meal in a room on the sleeve. Jim didn't budge, though, saying that he was traveling with these 2 soldier boys, and he bunks where they bunk, and he'll eat what they eat. And just like that, all 3 received room and board for free. And that's just the type of guy that Bridger was. He didn't put on no airs. He wasn't better than you or above you. Jim was just making his way in this world like all the rest of us. I don't know, I could be wrong, but I don't see General Connor traveling or acting in such a fashion. At Fort Kearny, Jim gave a very rare interview to a newspaper, the Kearny Semi-Weekly Herald, and said that he was of a mind to return to what he called his home in Fort Bridger and wake up his foes, meaning them damn Mormons. Guess he was still smarting over what they had done. He also pointed out that the military's method of moving men and supplies was quote-unquote simply absurd, and that he could do much better with a group of seasoned frontiersmen. The paper wrote, quote, "If they will let him select a party of men, he will follow the Indians week after week, faring as they do, and will eventually overtake and surprise their villages." End quote. Jim would return home to Westport, but not for long. There was a large council held at Fort Laramie in the summer of 1866, with 21 separate bands of Lakota, Arapaho, and Cheyenne coming in to discuss a treaty, but they couldn't agree on shit. Most of the chiefs left in disgust, with Red Cloud saying that he would never allow the whites to use the Bozeman Trail, not even if there's a fire. Oh, and by the way, Bridger's road to the gold diggings was almost completely dismissed by the military at this point. For whatever damn reason, they were determined to use the Bozeman Trail and protect the prospectors using it at all costs, despite it being the much more dangerous route. You just couldn't stop the damn fools from crossing Lakota and Cheyenne land. This was one of the things that Red Cloud was so angry about. You know, the tribes just did not want anybody passing through. Enter in Colonel Henry Carrington. He was tasked with heading into the heart of Lakota territory and raising a couple of new forts for the purpose of defending the travelers along the Bozeman. Bridger was called in to scout for the colonel, and they set off from Fort Laramie on June 17, 1866. 700 mostly untried and poorly equipped men, along with 226 mule teams, headed straight into the hornet's nest. And as would be a continuing trend, Jim's advice largely went ignored. Despite Bridger picking out a prime location for a new fort, the colonel instead chose a spot on the Little Piney, just east of the Bighorns in present-day Johnson County, Wyoming. An area that had ample grass and water but no timber, at least not any conveniently close by, which posed its own unique set of problems. This new fort was quickly erected and dubbed Fort Phil Kearny, named after the popular Union general who was killed in action a few years before at the Battle of Chantilly. And by mid-July, the Lakota had already made their presence known, sneaking away with over 170 head of livestock from the new installation. 20-some-odd soldiers gave chase, which is exactly what the warriors wanted them to do. In the end, 2 soldiers and 1 teamster were dead, with 5 wounded. The following day, the Lakota stole an additional 34 mules from a wagon train on the Bighorn River. About a week later, Bridger was guiding a Thomas Burroughs from Fort Phil Kearny to Fort Reno when he came across quite a bit of Indian sign pointing towards Crazy Woman Creek. Investigating that night, Jim found what remained of a small detachment of soldiers who had been attacked earlier that day. 10 enlisted men, along with 5 officers, 3 women, and several children. Lieutenants Templeton and Daniels had ridden ahead to hunt for buffalo when they were attacked, with Daniels being killed. A wounded Templeton made it back to the wagons and circled them, and the fight was on. The chaplain for Fort Phil Kearny, Reverend David White, was present, and as several people began praying, he grabbed a rifle, supposedly saying, quote, "There is a time for praying and a time for fighting. Now stop praying." They put up a fight indeed until they were down to just a few rounds per man, at which point they had some hard decisions to make, namely who would be the designated hitter for the women and children. You've likely heard the old trope about saving that last bullet for yourself, right? The idea being that a quick death is better than what would await you if you're taken prisoner by the hostiles. The same consideration was given to women and children back in those days, and I get it, but man, not a job I would have liked to have had. Luckily, that evening around dusk, before any drastic measures were taken, the beleaguered holdouts spotted a solitary rider coming straight towards them, old Jim Bridger himself. The scout entered into the encircled wagons among cheers and let the survivors know that help was on the way. Worth noting that Captain Burroughs had initially dismissed Jim's claims of Indian sign. Had Bridger not pushed on to investigate, God only knows what would have happened to those soldiers and civilians. In August, Carrington sent Bridger to scout out an area for an additional fort, this one to be on the mouth of the Bighorn, just a few miles from where Jim had rafted Bad Pass over 4 decades prior. Dubbed Fort C.F. Smith, this post was about 100 miles northwest of Fort Kearny in present-day Montana. And as the post was being constructed, Jim was also tasked with shortening the road from there to Virginia City, leading a small wagon train as he did so. Along the way, they came upon 3 dead miners, all riddled with arrows. Once in Virginia City, Bridger agreed to speak with the Montana Post and once again asserted that he and his buddies could end these hostilities in no time flat if just given the means. Yet another dig at the way the Army was handling business. Bridger also took the time to call on his old friends, the Crow, surprised to find out that they had already been paid a visit by Red Cloud and his people. Not only had Red Cloud and his Sioux visited the Crow, but they were making the rounds to all the tribes, past enemies included, attempting to form an alliance and drive the whites out for good. And some among the Crow were interested, either in fighting for the Sioux or the whites, whichever side could assure them that they'd regain control of the Powder River country. Bridger talked some of the Crow leaders into coming with him to Fort C.F. Smith to speak with the commander, and he also rushed ahead to send news both to Carrington and the commander of Fort Laramie, Major James Van Vost, letting them know that they needed to act fast as the hostiles were assembling on the tongue and meant to do what Jim described as mischief. Van Vost especially doubted the old trapper, saying that he, quote, exaggerates about Indians. Jim then returned to Fort Smith, having shortened the road to Virginia City by 20 miles and securing the loyalty of the Crow, for the moment at least. By October, he was headed back to Fort Kearny at the request of Carrington. Once again, I don't want to go into too much detail here. as I will be repeating myself in a few months. And if you're a long-time listener, you've already heard this story. Check out the Fetterman fight episode on the Wild West Extravaganza Patreon if you're interested in more details. But earlier, I did mention the lack of timber around Fort Kearny. This meant that woodcutting details had to be sent out miles away, and whenever they left the safety of the fort, they were attacked, almost as a daily occurrence. The horizon sparkled from the glint of signal mirrors constantly. The enemy was waiting on them at all times, as the soldiers' every move was watched and reported. Skip ahead to November 3rd, 1866. Captain William J. Fetterman arrives with an additional 63 troops and immediately begins boasting about whipping the entire damn Sioux Nation. Others there at Kearny echo his sentiments, namely a Captain Frederick Brown and Lieutenant Francis Grummond. Fetterman receives permission to conduct an ambush shortly after arriving. He leaves a few mules picketed outside the fort as a trap, but the Lakota don't take the bait, instead opting to make off with a herd of cattle about a mile away. There's more dissent in the ranks of Fort Kearny. Accusations are levied, tensions are high. By this point, the soldiers have withstood something like 50 attacks and lost around 20 men, including civilians. There were continued urgings for something to happen. Somebody needed to take the offensive to bring the fight to the hostiles. In early December, this was attempted. A wood detail came under attack about 4 miles away from the fort, and Captain Fetterman was sent to help with a company of cavalry. Even Colonel Carrington mounted up, looking to lead by example as he set off with a squad of mounted infantry. His plan was to circle his detachment around and cut off the Lakota retreat. During all this excitement, Lieutenants Grummond and Bingham, along with several soldiers, were separated from the main force and attacked. Grummond made it out alive, but Bingham did not. His body and that of a sergeant were found hours later, heavily mutilated. An additional 4 soldiers were wounded as the Lakota led them into an ambush. The tactic was simple. You lure your prey away with an easy target, perhaps 1 or 2 warriors who take off running. The soldiers would pursue, only to top a hill or round a corner, and oh boy, now you're surrounded. Seems easy enough to train against, but it just happened over and over again. Hell, it's a tactic still used by guerrilla fighters to this day. Of this debacle, Carrington admitted that the war with the natives required, quote, the utmost caution. As far as Bridger was concerned, he voiced his own opinion, saying that these soldiers didn't know anything about fighting Indians. And, let's face it, he was right. Following the end of the Civil War, a majority of your experienced troops mustered out. These young soldiers heading west were mostly raw recruits on their first deployment, and poorly trained at that. Some of the men, NCOs or the officers like Fetterman, were accomplished combat veterans. But fighting Johnny Reb down in Georgia was a whole lot different than facing the Great Plains warriors. Like fighting apples when you're used to punching oranges. Once again, word came that the Crow were becoming wishy-washy, so Bridger was sent back to talk with them. He arrived at Fort C.F. Smith in late November, and his stories were once more doubted by those in command. Just an aging mountain man living on his past accomplishments. Even the government back east was blind to the threat, or at least they claimed to be. In the State of the Union address of 1866, President Andrew Johnson boasted, quote, treaties have been concluded with the Indians who have unconditionally submitted to our authority and manifested an earnest desire for a renewal of friendly relations. End quote. I guess nobody told Crazy Horse or Red Cloud because they had an earnest desire all right, but it weren't for a renewal of friendly relations. Things finally came to a head on December 21st, 1866, when Bridger was still at Fort C.F. Smith. Like I said, I'm not going to go into great detail, but once more the soldiers were lured outside of Fort Kearny to once again come to the aid of a wood detail. Captain Fetterman is often quoted as saying, give me 80 men and I will ride through the whole Sioux Nation. Whether or not he truly uttered these words is debatable, but on December 21st, he got exactly 80 men. Fetterman and his command were given explicit orders to not cross or pursue hostiles over Lodge Trail Ridge. They did so anyway and were summarily slaughtered, each and every damn one of them. This fight of the 100 in hand, also known as the Fetterman Massacre, was at that time one of the greatest defeats the U.S. military had ever suffered. Colonel Cook blamed Colonel Carrington, with Carrington then passing the buck onto the now dead Fetterman. A lot of accusations were thrown about, lots of finger pointing, and I will get to all of that in detail when I cover the Lakota Wars. Fact of the matter is, many mistakes were made by many different people. If the Army had just steered the prospectors towards Bridger's trail instead of insisting on the Bozeman, perhaps things would have been different. Likewise, if the military had built Fort Phil Kearny where Bridger recommended, instead of miles away from their only source of timber. And what if the military commanders had paid closer attention to Jim's advice when it came to fighting the hostiles? You learn from those who know, right? Per one soldier, quote, James Bridger was with us all the summer of 1866 up until late in the fall. If Colonel Carrington and the officers had followed the advice of Bridger, I do not think there would have been nearly as many of our men killed. He told the officers not to follow the Indians and to send more men on escort duty, but they thought he was old and did not know anything about Indian warfare. End quote. Can somebody who was in the military please explain this to me? What is the thought process here with officers when there's a guy like Jim Bridger, clearly experienced? The man had been living out there at this point for, 45 years? And he was still alive. He may have not known how to read or write. He may have looked like an old farmer, but the man was a damn survivor. Why would you pay no heed to his words? Why? What have you learned in a book that is better than what this man has already in his head? Yeah, it just frustrates me. By this point, Bridger's health was starting to decline, though. Though, I don't know, maybe that had something to do with it. That fall he took from the horse a while back was catching up with him, as was old age, and he wasn't able to get around as quickly as he once could. Also, his eyesight began failing him. He was joined at Fort C.F. Smith by Mitch Boyer, a young mixed-blood man, his father a French fur trapper and his mother a Santee Sioux. And Mitch was sort of a protege of Jim's, soaking up all that knowledge and experience. He's another guy I'd like to cover on a future episode. In June, Bridger returned to Fort Kearny, blazing yet another trail as he did so, known as Bridger's Cutoff, a route that found its way on military maps that very summer. He was also joined by his friends the Crow, and by the end of the month, there were more than 1,800 of them camped around the fort. Still, though, not everybody welcomed Bridger. The new commander of the Mountain District, Colonel John Smith, said that the old scout was not needed, and furthermore, he paid no heed to rumors about attacks. A silly comment considering that the Lakota then proceeded to conduct several raids on and around the fort, culminating in the famous wagon box fight on August 2nd of 1867. Jim Bridger, still not feeling his usual pert self, took a temporary discharge in September to quote-unquote recuperate from what was described as an enfeebled condition. But he returned to duty in the spring of 1868 and guided 3 companies in building a road from the new Fort Fetterman to Medicine Bow. Red Cloud's war was winding down, but it was a total loss for the Army. The first war ever lost by the U.S. military. The Army would end up abandoning the Bozeman Trail completely, along with the forts that they had built, including Kearny. From May to July of 1868, Bridger assisted in these efforts, guiding General Henry Morrow along with over 200 wagons. Just doing what he had always done. Keeping an eye out for ambushes, choosing safe spots to camp, steering men and animals clear of poisonous water, finding safe river crossings, you name it, etc., etc. Per Finn Burnett, quote, he seemed to never forget a trail that he had ever traveled, or the distance between streams or watering places, whether good water or bad, and also whether or not there was wood and if there was good feed for the stock. So we always knew what sort of camp the one ahead would be and what kind of country we would travel over in order to reach it, end quote. On July 21st, 1868, at 64 years of age, Jim Bridger was finally discharged from military service for the final time. Still wasn't ready to retire, though. Oh no. In February of 69, Bridger offered up the idea of him becoming the new Indian agent to the Crow. His nomination was formally approved by General Sherman, but ultimately the job went to another, younger man. Meanwhile, Jim's eyesight was progressively worsening. He was far from destitute, however. Bridger had barely even touched the money that he received from the Army, and over the years he had acquired a few properties around Westport and New Santa Fe, which he now began selling for a profit. Except for one. In April of 1872, he deeded his 287-acre farm to his daughter Virginia, charging her a whopping $1, and the, quote, love and affection I bear towards her as my daughter, end quote. Now nearly blind, Bridger stayed close to home and tended to his prized apple orchard, often sending bushels of apples to his neighbors. His claims about Yellowstone were also vindicated. The area was finally, officially explored, the geysers and other wonders quote-unquote discovered, and even the Kansas City Journal printed an official apology to Jim Bridger. Editor Robert Van Horn wrote that he, quote, heard from Bridger's own account of those wonders and had written it out for publication but had suppressed it because some of his friends laughed at it as utterly incredible, end quote. Jim's son Felix died in 1876, just 25 days after Custer and his men, including Bridger's protege Mitch Boyer, were wiped out up there on the greasy grass. James was 72 years old when he buried Felix. He had already outlived 3 wives and 4 children, and many, many of his friends. Of the remaining 3 kids, you had Virginia, Mary Elizabeth, and his youngest William. By the late 1870s, Bridger could only recognize people by the sounds of their voices, but he still got around with a heavy walking cane and even went riding his favorite horse on occasion. He'd tell Virginia to go saddle old Ruff for me. I feel like riding the farm, and he would, letting Ruff pick his way with his dogs trailing behind. If Jim ever got turned around, something that never happened when he was younger, he would just sit there on the horse waiting while the dogs ran back home barking to fetch help. Bridger still loved to tell stories. He would walk to town often, feeling his way with his cane, and one of the locals claimed that Jim could still out-talk 7 men. And even the children would come and sit on the porch and listen to his yarns. I shall always remember Bridger's kindly blue-gray eyes, said a woman who was around 10 or 12 when she knew the old trapper. Quote, I would often go see Mr. Bridger. He was always very hospitable and liked to have the children of the neighborhood come to see him. His son Bill played the violin, and the whole neighborhood used to come to dance at the Bridger home. I often saw him riding on horseback or walking over his land, feeling his way along with his stick, accompanied by 2 or 3 of his foxhounds. If they startled a rabbit, the old man would get greatly excited and ahoo the hounds onto the chase. End quote. Despite his age and eyesight, Jim was anxious as ever to live out west, declaring that he would not stay east for another day if he could only have use of his eyes. Often while sitting on the porch, Bridger would stare towards the west and say, quote, I wish I was back among the mountains again. You can see so much further in that country. On July 17, 1881, the great Jim Bridger passed on to the other side at 77 years of age. A life, I think, that was well lived. One that saw a tremendous, almost unbelievable amount of change. When Jim was a young man first going up the Missouri River, the entire western half of what's now the United States was a wilderness. There were no stores, no post offices, no doctors, no lawyers or teachers or police officers. When Bridger was a child, there were founding fathers and veterans of the American Revolution still alive. Thomas Jefferson wouldn't die until Jim was in his 20s. When Bridger did head west, the Great Plains teemed with millions upon millions of shaggy bison, and by the time he died, these animals were all but extinct. Likewise with the indigenous, both friends and enemies. The Blackfeet are a perfect example. They were the cocks of the walk, the baddest of the bad, a formidable foe that put many of Jim's pals under. Yet by the time Bridger departed the mountains, they were but a nub of what they once were, decimated by disease and plagues, an economy and government they did not understand. Even the Lakota were done, despite their last hurrah from the mid-1860s to the late 1870s. By the time of Bridger's passing, Crazy Horse was gone, Red Cloud was on the reservation, and even Sitting Bull would finally surrender, just 2 days after Jim's death. Bridger passed through modern-day Denver before there was so much as a log cut or a nail driven. Likewise with Casper and Jackson and Billings and Bozeman. From Bismarck to Salt Lake City, Jim Bridger saw it all when it was still wild and free and untamed. Yet at his passing, all of these lands were crisscrossed by railroad tracks, fencing, and barbed wire. It had all been parceled out, claimed, dug up, and built upon. Church bells now rang in lieu of beaver tails slapping the water, and prisons and jails sprung up where the only law once was what a man could enforce with his own fists and rifle and blade. A man who could neither read nor write, who once helped power a keelboat up the Missouri River with pure muscle and guts, saw the coming of the steamboat, the telegraph, and even the damn telephone. Hell, Jim Bridger even outlived Billy the Kid by a total of 3 days. His son William would pass away from consumption 6 years later in 1887, and daughter Mary Elizabeth died in 1922 from heart trouble. Virginia lived the longest, not dying until 1933. Matter of fact, she lived long enough to go see the movie The Covered Wagon in theater, where her father was portrayed by actor Tully Marshall. Virginia was not happy with it, though, as the movie Jim Bridger was a heavy drinker who lived with 2 Indian women at the same time. Paul was never like that, Virginia scoffed, before filing a $1 million lawsuit against the production company, a suit that was ultimately overturned due to Jim already being long dead. Oh, and by the way, the Bridger estate was finally paid for Fort Bridger, a whopping $6,000. And that's about all I've got on the great Jim Bridger. When it comes to the Old West, they don't get much more legendary than Kit Carson. Although soft-spoken and physically small, this larger-than-life mountain man would go on to become a national hero. And in death, he'd be immortalized in bronze. But who was Kit Carson really? What sort of a man was he? What was his childhood like, and what events shaped him into the legend he'd become? Was Carson a courageous hero and savior of the frontier, or simply a bloodthirsty killer and the living embodiment of manifest destiny? Or just somewhere in between? And just how short was he anyway? My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Christopher Houston Carson, affectionately known as Kit, was born in Madison County, Kentucky on Christmas Eve, 1809. The family would migrate to Missouri just a year later and settle down at Boone's Lick, about halfway between St. Louis and present-day Kansas City. And yeah, Boone's Lick did derive its name from a salt spring used by the sons of famed frontiersman Daniel Boone. Indeed, the Carson and Boone families would grow rather close over time. They intermarried, worked together, and even helped each other repel attacks from the hostiles, which in Missouri in those days was still a very real threat. Hell, Kit's own father, Lindsay, had even lost a couple of digits on his left hand during a skirmish with a war party. According to Carson, quote, "For 2 or 3 years after our arrival, we had to remain forted, and it was necessary to have men stationed at the extremities of the fields for the protection of those that were laboring," end quote. Sadly, when Kit was just 8 years old, he'd lose his father to a freak accident. The elder Carson was burning timber when a widowmaker broke off and killed him. Without a primary breadwinner, this mythic Kit, his remaining siblings, and their mother, Rebecca, were effectively plunged into poverty. That being the case, young Carson had to quit school in order to help put food on the table. Years later, he'd recall, "I jumped to my rifle and threw down my spelling book, and there it lies." Now, it's unclear as to how much education Kit was actually privy to prior to him throwing down his spelling book, but it weren't much, and he would remain illiterate for the rest of his life. He'd eventually learn how to spell his own name, but that's about it. For a short time following his father's death, Kit became a ward to a neighbor family, possibly to lessen the burden on his mother with all those other young mouths to feed. It also may have had a little something to do with Kit's new stepdaddy. Rebecca remarried in 1822 when Kit was just 13, but as tends to happen, he and his stepfather did not get along. And the following year, a 14-year-old Carson was apprenticed to a saddle maker in the nearby settlement of Franklin. And to say that he absolutely hated it would have been an understatement. The only good news was that Franklin was the jumping-off point for the Santa Fe Trail. This meant that many of the customers that Kit dealt with there at the saddle shop were traders and fur trappers, a wild new breed of men that Kit was immediately drawn to. He'd get to hear of their experiences firsthand. The prairies teeming with bison and rivers so full of beaver, all a man had to do was reach in with his hands and grab them. Not to mention all them beautiful Spanish maidens down in Nuevo Mexico. Also worth noting that by 1825, at least 2 of Kit's older siblings had already made the trek west on both trading and surveying expeditions. Got to imagine that Kit heard quite a few stories from them as well. Stories of the sort that'll make a youngster feel as if they're missing out on a grand adventure. And besides, like I said, he really did not like working in that saddle shop. Carson would describe his employer, David Workman, as a good enough guy, but the job just didn't suit him. And he feared that if he stayed there in Franklin, he'd have to, quote, "pass my life in labor that was distasteful to me," end quote. Kind of reminds me of that Henry David Thoreau line about how most men live lives of quiet desperation and go to the grave with the song still in them. Well, by God, Kit Carson would go on to do many things, but living a life of quiet desperation would not be one of them. So it were at the age of 16 that Kit ran away from the saddle shop and straight into the history books, signing on as a laborer with a wagon train bound for Santa Fe. Now, this caravan followed the Arkansas River into present-day Colorado before turning left and taking the Raton Pass into Santa Fe. Would have taken anywhere from 8 to 10 weeks, and danger abounded. But to be honest, Carson's first foray west really wasn't all that bad. Worst thing that happened was some old boy accidentally shooting himself in the arm. The wound became infected, but the injured party was stubborn and refused to undergo amputation. With every bump of the wagon, he'd cry out in agony, and each passing day, those black streaks just crept further and further up his arm. Finally, the others got tired of hearing him holler, so they held him down and took to chopping. Sliced the skin with the razor blade and then proceeded to hack through the bone with an old saw. A wagon bolt was then heated in a fire till it was glowing hot and then applied to the stump, cauterizing the severed arteries. This was followed by a liberal application of axle tar, and according to Carson, the man was perfectly well by the time they arrived in New Mexico. I don't know about you, but the idea of having my arm cut off with zero anesthesia doesn't really seem all that appealing. If he was lucky, they filled him full of whiskey first, but I doubt anyone bothered to wash their hands. Now, Kit wouldn't stay long there in Santa Fe. He arrived in November of 1826, and within days, he had worked his way north to the mountain village of Taos, which at that period was the unofficial fur trading capital of the Southwest. A lot of mountain men would winter there in Taos, just spending the colder months mending their traps and drinking whiskey and cavorting with the senoritas. As luck would have it, it was there where Kit ran into an old family friend from Missouri named Matthew Kincaid. And according to some, it was under Kincaid's tutelage that Carson was first exposed to the life of a mountain man. Truth be told, though, we don't really know much of anything when it comes to Kit's first winter in New Mexico. And what's more, it does appear that he had second thoughts and even attempted to return home on at least 2 occasions. He would head east during the spring of 1827, only to turn around about halfway and hire on with another wagon train. This was repeated a few months later, and once again, Kit was only about halfway to Missouri when he made a U-turn and headed straight back to Taos. He found employment as a cook for veteran trapper Ewing Young, and by later on that spring, Kit was fluent enough in Spanish to work as a translator for a merchant caravan down in Mexico. The 1,000-mile journey went off without a hitch, followed by Carson doing a short stint as a teamster for the copper mines. His big break wouldn't come until 1829 when Ewing Young invited the then 19-year-old Carson to join his party as some 40-odd trappers headed for the Gila River in present-day Arizona. Now, Ewing Young was an interesting character in his own right. About a decade Kit's elder, he had first arrived there in the Southwest in the early 1820s. And although Taos was his base of operations, Young would spend the next several years traveling extensively across the West in search of beaver. Ah, yes, that sweet, sweet beaver. I know I've spoken on this extensively in past episodes, but just in case you're a new listener, fur, especially beaver fur, was in very high demand during the early 1800s. Hell, the first American millionaire, John Jacob Astor, earned his wealth primarily through the beaver trade, a trade fueled by fashionable high-end felt hats that were all the rage back east and in Europe. Initially, these pelts were obtained from the Native Americans, but the lucrative nature of the business soon enticed a few brave souls to venture out and begin trapping beaver all on their own. There was a very slow trickle west following the Lewis and Clark expedition, but the true era of the mountain man didn't really begin in earnest until 1822. That's when a guy named William Ashley and his partner, Andrew Henry, established the Rocky Mountain Fur Company and placed their famous ad looking for 100 enterprising young men to ascend the River Missouri to its source, there to be employed for 1, 2, or 3 years. A ton of future legends got their start in 1822 with Rocky Mountain Fur, including men like Jim Bridger, Hugh Glass, and Jedediah Smith. Pretty much the same rough types that Carson had begun encountering in that saddle shop when he was still a wee lad. By the way, real quick, I'd like to give a special shout out to listener Jude, who sadly lost a good dog by the name of Tuppy recently. I've been there, man. It's never a good feeling, to say the least. I'm reminded of a quote from C.S. Lewis when he said something along the lines of, "We treat our dogs as if they were almost human, and in the end, they truly do become almost human." And yeah, sometimes that sting of losing a pet can be just as powerful as if we lost a family member. Hell, for most of us, our dogs are members of our families. So Jude, I know my words don't offer up much solace, but from everything you told me, Tuppy was about as good as they come. You were both lucky to have one another, even if but for a brief period of time. All right, let's get back to Kit Carson. Like I was saying, in August 1829, he finally got his chance to officially join the ranks of the mountain men with Ewing Young's Gila expedition. Now, just an FYI, but this particular trip, much like Carson's escape from apprenticeship, was technically against the law. Most of the beaver men who hung around Taos would head further north into the Rockies when it came time to set their traps. which the Mexican government was fine with. What they didn't appreciate, however, were these long-haired gringos trapping in Mexican waters. So, in order to pull the wool over the eyes of the authorities, Young and his men began their journey by heading to present-day Colorado. It was there, away from the prying eyes of Mexican officials, that they would make a sudden about-face and head southwest into Arizona. Per author David Roberts in his book A Newer World, quote, "Along the way, Carson mastered the laborious and dangerous craft of beaver trapping. From Ewing Young, he learned much else, such as how to go 4 days across a desert without water and survive. But of all the disciplines his teacher schooled him in, the most important, in view of Carson's subsequent fame, was the art of killing Indians." End quote. And yeah, as fate would have it, it was during this maiden expedition that a still teenage Kit Carson would receive his baptismal by fire. The party of trappers were near the head of the Salt River when they spotted a sizable war party, most likely Apache. Young directed the majority of the men to conceal themselves as best they could, thus tricking the warriors into thinking they were a smaller outfit than they truly were. And when Young invited the Apaches into camp, that's when the hidden trappers, Carson included, rose up and opened fire, dropping somewhere between 15 to 20 of them. Now, all total, this journey would take over a year and a half. From the Salt River, they struck the Colorado, taking them just south of the Grand Canyon, before pushing west across the Mojave all the way to the San Gabriel Mission, just outside of present-day Los Angeles. From there, they would push north into the Sacramento Valley, where they trapped for the remainder of the summer. And no, that fight with the Apache was not their only clash with the indigenous. Once they were safely in California, they volunteered to chase down a group of runaway natives who had been, air quotes, pacified by Spanish missionaries. Carson would later recall that the Indians were routed and lost a great number of men. We entered their village in triumph, set fire to it, and burned it to the ground. Then, on the trip home, they butted heads with yet another bunch of fighters on the banks of the Colorado. Just as it seemed that gunplay was imminent, it was discovered that one of the warriors spoke Spanish. Our very own Kit Carson then conversed with the man, and after a few heavy threats, the warriors dispersed. Guess they figured that whatever the trappers had wasn't worth the amount of men they'd lose in getting to it. Story goes that Young and his trappers hauled in around $20,000 worth of beaver pelts during this expedition, damn near $700,000 in today's money. As you can imagine, as soon as they got back to Taos during the spring of 1831, a good time was had by all. Carson would later remember that they, quote, "passed the time gloriously, spending our money freely, never thinking that our lives were risked in gaining it. Our only idea was to get rid of the dross as soon as possible, but at the same time, have as much pleasure and enjoyment as the country would afford. Trappers and sailors are similar in regard to the money that they earn so dearly, daily being in danger of losing their lives. But when the voyage has been made, they think not of the hardships and danger through which they had passed, spend all they have, and are ready for another trip." End quote. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Carson would enlist with another brigade of trappers under the leadership of Jim Bridger and Broken Hand Fitzpatrick, traveling to the lands of the Salish and the Nez Perce. According to Kit, they'd lose around 5 men that winter to the Blackfeet, and this most certainly would not be Carson's only run-in with that particular tribe. We'll be hearing much more about the Blackfeet here very shortly. Come springtime, Kit and the others would trap the waters of the Bear before pushing into present-day Colorado, just working their way south to the Arkansas River, where they'd remain for the winter of 1832. They was there in January when an uninvited party of Crow made off with around 9 of their ponies. The following day, Carson and a dozen of his fellow trappers went in pursuit, quickly locating the offending party. The mountain men bid their time, waiting until the Crow fell asleep before sneaking into camp and retrieving their stolen mounts, at which point they had to decide whether to quietly depart or stick around and exact a little revenge. They chose revenge. I think it's worth hearing this decision in Kit's own words. "We then held a council, taking the views of each in regard to what had best be done. Some were in favor of retiring. Having recovered their property and received no damage, they were willing to return to camp. Not so with those who had lost no animals. They wanted satisfaction for the trouble and hardships they had gone through while in pursuit of the thieves. Myself and 2 others were the only ones who had lost no horses, and we were determined to have satisfaction, let the consequences be ever fatal." End of quote. And there you go. Carson showing a little bit of a bloodlust. Consequently, the attack that followed saw he and his pards kill several of the warriors. How many, I do not know, but it was enough for Carson to at least feel somewhat satiated. More importantly, in his mind at least, it also served to dissuade any further such antics. Quote, We remained in our camp without further molestation until spring, end quote. This action would be repeated the following year down in present-day Utah, where Carson wintered with Anton Robideau and his bunch. When one of Robideau's native employees ran off with several of their horses, Carson volunteered to track the old boy down, which he did, alone, for over 100 miles, killing the thief and returning the horses back to their rightful owners. Once again, this not only served as punitive, but also preventive. The message was clear. Any aggression, or sometimes even a perceived aggression, from the Native Americans would be met with swift, decisive, and brutal retribution. It worked when they ambushed those Apache down on the Gila, and it worked with the Crow back in 1832. This is something we'll be discussing much more in depth as the series progresses, but Kit's relationship with the indigenous was at worst callous and downright murderous, and at its best complicated. He would, at various times, live with the natives, trade with them, feast with them, fight alongside them against their enemies, and hell, Kit would even take a Native American bride. 2 of them, in fact. And when the Sand Creek Massacre went down in 1864, Carson would even go so far as to condemn Colonel Shivington as a dog, in part saying, "I don't like a hostile redskin any more than you do, and when they are hostile, I fought them, hard as any man, but I never yet drew a bead on a squaw or a papoose, and I despise a man who would," end quote. And yet, with that in mind, one has to wonder how many women and children died during the forced walk of the Navajo. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Like I said, we will discuss this more later on as it directly affects Carson's legacy. But for now, suffice it to say, Kit's interactions with the indigenous was just a tad bit complex. And yeah, for around the next 12 years, this is pretty much what Carson's life consisted of. Just trapping beaver, exploring the West, and occasionally, or sometimes frequently, killing Native Americans. I thought about doing a play-by-play of everything Kit was involved in during his trapping years, but I just felt like it would be too repetitive. Mostly it was just him setting traps on such and such river, killing Blackfeet, and attending the annual rendezvous. If you're interested in such details, I'd highly suggest checking out Carson's autobiography, which is available online for free, linked down below in this episode's description. So yeah, instead of going that route, I thought it would just be best to highlight a few of Carson's most notable actions or experiences as a fur trapper. Like the time in February of 1835 when he was on the receiving end of a pretty severe gunshot wound. The Blackfeet had stolen several of their ponies, so Carson and a dozen others went looking to set things right. They caught up with the thieves about 50 miles down the trail, and rather than launch an assault, they tried a little diplomacy, essentially just asking the Blackfeet to pretty please return said horses. And this may have been at least partially due to the weather. According to Carson, it was not only freezing, but the snow was so deep they were routinely sinking into it up to their bellies. Also, the Blackfeet had them outnumbered 2-1. That wasn't something that normally slowed down the trappers, but I'm thinking maybe they didn't feel like pressing their luck in such harsh conditions. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but like I said, they chose to talk rather than fight. Didn't really work out that well, though. The Blackfeet would only agree to return 5 of the sorriest nags, and Kit Carson found this to be wholly unacceptable. Quote, "We broke for our arms and they for theirs, and the fight commenced. A man named Marquette and I were in the advance and overtook 2 Indians who remained in the rear of their party, concealed behind trees. I approached one and Marquette the other. Marquette was not paying sufficient attention to his Indian, who, I noticed, raised his gun to fire. I forgot entirely the danger in which I myself was in and neglected my Indian for Marquette's opponent. As the latter was about to fire on Marquette, I raised my gun and took sight. He saw me and endeavored to conceal himself, but he was too late. I fired and he fell. The moment I fired, I remembered the Indian that I was after. I looked and saw him sighting for my breast. As I could not load in time, I commenced dodging about as well I could. He fired and the ball grazed my neck and lodged in my shoulder." End quote. Seeing as how the trappers were unable to retrieve their horses, they instead opted to retreat and make a cold camp. To once again quote Carson, "We had no covering but our saddle blankets, and I passed a miserable night from the pain of the wound, it having bled freely and the blood having frozen." By the way, it wasn't only the Blackfeet who caused trouble for Carson during the year 1835. He was also obliged to take down a giant of a French Canadian that summer at the annual rendezvous. Now you may be asking yourself, what in the hell is a rendezvous? This is also something I've covered here on the Wild West Extravaganza more than once, but for any new listeners, basically the rendezvous was just a big gathering of fur trappers held in the mountains each summer. You see, in the past, they were forced to haul their pelts all the way to the settlements, either Taos or St. Louis, in order to sell them and re-up on supplies. This changed in 1825 when William Ashley brought said supplies straight to the mountains. He and the other traders would purchase all those hard-earned beaver pelts, and in turn, the fur trappers would then stock up on much-needed provisions, at a cost, of course. Despite the steep markup on goods, this arrangement mostly worked in the trappers' advantage, as they no longer needed to take months off each summer in order to travel back east. It wasn't all business, though. Once pelts were sold and supplies secured, the mountain men would then embark on a multi-week drunken orgy. And I'm only partially joking. These gatherings would become absolutely legendary due to their whiskey-fueled festivities. Drinking, gambling, fighting, and fornicating were the order of the day, and the trappers partook of it all in excess. Oh, and by the way, they were not alone. Various friendly tribes would also gather at the rendezvous, which, as it turns out, is how Carson met a beautiful Arapaho gal by the name of Singing Grass. But Kit wasn't the only one making eyes at young Singing Grass. She had also caught the attention of French-Canadian trapper Joseph Chenard. Known among his peers as the bully of the mountains, Chenard was once described by an English adventurer as being a quote-unquote stupid-looking man. Carson would later recall that he was very large and overbearing, mixed in a good deal of rendezvous whiskey, and is most likely that Chenard was damn near intolerable to be around. Now, this beef between him and Carson seems to have originated during a ceremonial dance where Singing Grass chose Carson out of all the other suitors to be her dancing partner. This enraged Chenard, and predictably he began hurling insults and obscenities at Singing Grass, a phenomenon that continues even to this day whenever a man's ego can't handle the slightest bit of rejection. Consider this yet another Wild West Extravaganza public service announcement. I don't think I've ever met a woman who didn't have at least a few stories about guys hitting on them, and when they politely decline to go on a date or exchange numbers or what have you, the guy will immediately go on the offensive and start insulting the girl. I've got a lot of flaws as a human being, but I can honestly say that this is something I've never understood. Guys, just move on. There are millions of beautiful women out there. I guarantee you that you are exactly what one of them is looking for. If a girl's not into you, she's just not into you. There's nothing you can do to change her mind. So the best course of action is just to quietly move on. No need to get rude about it. And apparently this is a lesson that Chenard had to learn the hard way. Per legend, Chenard even took things a step further and caught up with Singing Grass later on that night, alone, and tried having his way with her. But luckily, she was able to escape. Now, as to how accurate that is, I can't say. I also don't know if Carson was aware of Chenard's attempted assault on Singing Grass. Fact of the matter is, Kit would never make mention of her whatsoever when sharing the story with his biographer. Here's what we do know. The following day, Chenard was still on a bender and stalking around camp trying to pick a fight with pretty much everybody he saw. Most of the trappers simply ignored him, so the bully of the mountains made his way over to Carson's camp, calling the Americans a bunch of mulling schoolboys and saying that he would take a switch to them. By this point, Carson had just flat out had enough. He'd later state, "I did not like such talk from any man, so I told him I was the worst American in camp." Kit then stood up and told Chenard that if he kept making threats, he, Kit, would rip his damn guts out. Now, to a casual observer there at the rendezvous, at least those who didn't know who Carson was, this must have been at least somewhat comical to witness. After all, Chenard was a giant, towering over his fellow mountain men, while Kit was, well, let's just say he was vertically challenged. A Colonel Edward Winecoop once described Carson as being 5'5" and 1/2 inches tall. But I've seen other descriptions stating that Carson was 5'4", another saying that he was 5'6", and at least one alleging that he was a mere 5 foot and 1 inches tall. The average height for men in the United States at this period was around 5'8", so whichever way you want to cut it, Carson was a little on the short side. Certainly doesn't seem to have suffered from little man syndrome, though. He was soft-spoken, rarely cursed, didn't drink much, and he absolutely despised the loudmouth bullies like Chenard. That being the case, I don't think anyone was surprised about what happened next. Both Carson and Chenard broke in search of weapons, and within minutes they were galloping toward one another at breakneck speed, like a pair of frontier jousters, screeching to a halt so close that the heads of their horses were touching. Words were then exchanged. We don't know what these words were, but I'm sure they weren't anything you'd want to repeat around your grandmother. Next thing you know, both Carson and Chenard raised their pistols simultaneously and fired, damn near at point-blank range. Chenard's ball grazed the left side of Carson's face, leaving a scar under his left ear that he'd bear for the rest of his life. As for Kit, his ball ripped through the larger man's hand and blew his thumb clean off. As Carson went for a second pistol, Chouinard held up the maimed hand and began to beg for his life. Now here's the thing. This is a pretty famous duel. If you've read much about the mountain men, then you've probably, at some point, stumbled across an account of this fight between Carson and Chouinard. I've read a few versions myself over the years, and the frustrating thing is, nobody knows how it ended. That part has somehow been lost to history. There's one story that claims that Kit did indeed pull the trigger on that second pistol, killing Chouinard right there on the spot. That said, there's another story where Carson refrained, and then later on, Chouinard's wounded hand became infected and it was the gangrene that did him in. Carson himself would simply state that the camp had no more bother from the bully Frenchman. So make of that what you will. Now, full disclosure, although there are a ton of stories regarding Kit and Singing Grass first meeting there at the 1835 rendezvous, there's not a ton of evidence backing this up. Per historian David Roberts, quote, "The argument that Carson met Wayanib, aka Singing Grass, at the 1835 rendezvous hangs by a scholarly thread. Essentially, Captain Simpson's recollections as recorded by Sabin. There is no independent evidence, in fact, that any Arapahoes were camped by Horse Creek that summer." End quote. So while we don't know for sure exactly when they met, or if the stories of Chouinard trying to force himself on Singing Grass are even true, we do know that she and Carson would ultimately tie the knot sometime either in 1835 or 1836. Oddly enough, Kit would omit Singing Grass completely from his memoirs, and later confessed to Jesse Fremont that he was worried having a Native American wife would exclude him from so-called civilized society. Be that as it may, there's also evidence, scant though it may be, that the union between Carson and Singing Grass was happy. Kit would later say of her that she was a good wife to me. I never came in from hunting that she did not have warm water for my feet. And following her premature death in 1839, Kit would tell close confidants that he was remaining loyal to her memory. Also worth noting that it was a common practice for fur trappers to just abandon their indigenous wives and children whenever they got ready to move on. This would not be the case with Kit Carson. They had a daughter, Adeline, born in either 1837 or 1838, and yet another daughter around 1840, whose name, unfortunately, we do not know. And it was possibly after giving birth to this second child that Singing Grass developed a fever and passed away. To once again quote David Roberts in his book A Newer World, rather than abandon the couple's only surviving child, Adeline, Kit went out of his way to secure a stable life for her. End quote. Now more on Adeline in a bit, as well as the unnamed child and her tragic demise. But following that rendezvous of 1835, Carson simply went right on back to trapping beaver. I guess married or not, a man still gotta earn a living, right? Kit worked his way along the Yellowstone and Bighorn rivers, wintered on the Snake, and come that spring, he and his companions visited Fort Hall, before lighting out for the rendezvous of 1836. This was followed by Carson joining up with Fontenelle's brigade, and once again trapping along the Yellowstone. Now this was a fairly large group of trappers, numbering 100 strong. Guess they figured they didn't want to take a chance with the Blackfeet. Kit would specifically state that they were determined to trap beaver wherever they pleased, even if they needed to fight in order to do so. And like I said earlier, on and on it went. They would trap such and such river during the spring, spend the winter with a friendly band of natives, and then head to the rendezvous each summer. Rinse and repeat. The only constant, other than the beaver, were the numerous violent encounters with the Blackfeet. Now, if you ever listened to the series I did on Jim Bridger, you might recall that he led a large contingent of trappers, Kit Carson included, up to the Three Forks region in present-day Montana. And while they were there, they began encountering an altogether different sort of Indian sign than they were used to. The smallpox had recently wreaked havoc on the Blackfeet, and the trappers began witnessing the after effects. Just random lodge after lodge containing nothing but the dead and dying. Still, though, when the brigade stumbled upon the main Blackfeet camp, they felt inclined to attack. Remember, these two groups, the Blackfeet and the American fur trappers, were avowed enemies. Numbers are elusive, but as late as 1837, it's thought that somewhere between 40 to 50 trappers were killed annually by the Blackfeet. And you better believe that the mountain men tried to avenge their pards any chance they got. In this particular case, however, Brigade Leader Jim Bridger refused to sign off on the attack. Okay, fine. But his men were free trappers, and thus not obligated nor conditioned to asking for permission. They pretty much did as they pleased, including Carson. According to Kit, quote, "We were determined to try our strength to discover who had the best right to the country. We soon reached the village, attacked it, and killed 10 Indians. taking several scalps. End of quote. The Blackfeet rallied, though, and chased Carson and the others straight back to Bridger's camp. The battle would rage on for a few more hours until the trappers charged the Blackfeet and went what they called muzzle to muzzle, forcing a retreat. And the same exact thing damn near went down just a few days later when they stumbled on yet another Blackfeet village, this one containing just 15 lodges. As the trappers prepared their assault, they were met with the camp's skeletal thin and disease-ravaged residents. And finally, at long last, mercy was shown. Despite the ugly history between the Blackfeet and the trappers, they chose to trade rather than fight, at least on this particular occasion. I wish I could say things remained peaceful, but this uneasy truce was extremely short-lived, and the wholesale slaughter between the mountain men and the Blackfeet would resume in the weeks that followed. That said, the smallpox was absolutely devastating to the Blackfeet, and they were estimated to have lost around 2/3 of their population. As such, their domination of prime beaver country was greatly diminished. But then again, let's face it, at that point, so were the beaver. According to Carson biographer Hampton Sides, the beaver trade was seriously on the wane, in part because of the panic. He's referring here to the economic depression of 1837, and in part because of the vicissitudes of high fashion. In an inexplicable turn, silk hats had replaced beaver hats as objects of patrician desire in the cities of the East and all across Europe. And in truth, there weren't many beaver left. The fur companies had been so successful in penetrating the western rivers that the beaver population had been pushed to the brink of extinction. Eastern markets were drying up, the summer rendezvous grew smaller and drearier each year. The mountain men, through skillful persistence, were the agents of their own demise, having depleted the very resource that had enriched them. Like most of the trappers, however, Carson seemed only dimly aware of his own role in the phenomenon. Beaver was growing scarce, was all he said on the subject in his memoirs, adding, "It became necessary to try our hand at something else." End quote. By the winter of 1841, Kit Carson was forced to hang up his traps. In addition to an economic depression back east, he and his fellow mountain men were also contending with plummeting fur prices, as hat manufacturers took to using silk rather than beaver felt. And if that ain't bad enough, Carson had recently been left a widower following the death of his Arapaho wife, Singing Grass, a demise that was most likely brought on by a postpartum infection. Unfortunately, the exact dates are elusive, but it's thought that Kit and Singing Grass were married sometime in the late 1830s. She bore Carson 2 healthy daughters, but would sadly pass away either in 1839 or 1840. In other words, by 1841, the then 32-year-old Kit Carson was a single father to 2 young girls and desperately trying to adapt to an ever-changing world. Luckily, he was able to find employment as a hunter down at Bent's Fort, not far from present-day La Junta, Colorado. And as fate would have it, it's there where Kit would meet his second wife, a Cheyenne whose name roughly translated to Making Out Road. Now, unlike his previous marriage, this was not a happy union. Hell, just a couple of months after tying the knot, Kit returned home only to find that his new bride had tossed all of his belongings from her lodge, which was basically the Cheyenne way of finalizing a divorce. According to historian David Lavender, quote, "The girl was spoiled. She had put most of the Cheyenne bachelors and half of the white men at the fort in a slow burn, and they showered her with presents. Now that she was married, she expected Kit to keep her an expensive foo-for-all. She ignored her household chores and neglected little Adeline." End quote. Adeline, of course, was Carson's oldest daughter. Now, in Making Out Road's defense, we never do get to hear her side of the story. However, at least one source I found states that after ditching Carson, she went on to marry and divorce several other men, both white and Native American. If I'm not mistaken, she even hooked up with the notorious James Beckwourth. So who knows, maybe Making Out Road was a tad bit on the difficult side, or maybe she just refused to settle. Luckily for Carson, he'd find true love the following year with a young girl named Josefa Yaramillo, the 14-year-old daughter of a prominent Taos family who also just so happened to be the sister-in-law of Kit's friend and employer, Charles Bent. And yeah, you heard that right, she was only 14 years old. You know, while I do realize that people occasionally got hitched much younger back in those old days, it's still jarring to think of someone that damn young getting married. Nevertheless, this relationship would stick, and the two remained together until Josefa's death over 25 years later. And just to give you an idea of Josefa's charm, a visitor to the Carson home in 1846 would describe her beauty as the heartbreaking kind. such as would lead a man with the glance of an eye to risk his life for just one smile. And you got to admit, the creepiness of her age aside, that right there is one hell of a good line. I don't know about you, but I definitely plan on using it myself in the very near future. And by the way, as happy as this marriage seems to have been, it's worth pointing out that Carson was almost continuously on the move. Despite being together for a quarter of a century, he and Josefa would really only consistently live with one another for like a total of around 6 years. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Before the Lovebirds would make things official, Kit decided to travel back east for the first time since running away as a teenager. Not only did Carson hope to visit his family, but he also wanted to give Adeline the opportunity for a decent education, something that he himself had never received. When the pair arrived in the town of Westport, Kit purchased a few brand new outfits for Adeline, replacing her traditional Arapaho attire. According to the daughter of a local tavern owner, Carson brought his little girl to be educated. She came to us dressed in buckskin and left dressed in the finest goods that could be bought on the border. From there, they pushed another 100 miles east to Franklin, where Kit discovered that his childhood home had been washed away in a flood. And even worse, he learned that his mother, Rebecca, had passed away the previous year. He was still able to find some of his remaining family, though, one of whom, a cousin Thomas, described Kit as a wild, uncouth boy who married, of all things, an Indian squaw and had a little half-breed girl. Why I never. I did add in that why I never part at the end, but something tells me old bitch-made Thomas never said any such thing to Carson's face. Thankfully, the rest of the family proved far more welcoming, and Carson was able to leave Adeline in their care. And much like he had hoped, in the years to come, she would receive a pretty decent education, attending an all-girls seminary before returning west. Speaking of returning west, by the time Carson handed off Adeline to his kinfolks, he was about ready to head back his own self, having already gotten his fill of so-called civilization. Quote, "It had been a long time since I had been amongst civilized people. I arrived at the States, went and saw my friends and acquaintances, and then took a trip to St. Louis, remained a few days, and was tired of remaining in the settlements." End quote. Now, unfortunately, while Kit was away in Missouri, tragedy struck once again. His youngest daughter, who, if I'm not mistaken, had been left in the care of the Bent family, either in Taos or Bent's Fort, was scalded to death when she fell into a vat of boiling soap tallow, something I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. So far as I know, there's not a record of Carson's reaction to this horrible news, but needless to say, he weren't in no hurry to return home. Instead, he caught a steamer bound for the upper Missouri and became acquainted with a fellow passenger, a guy by the name of John Charles Fremont. And despite Carson's recent loss and the fact that he and Fremont were almost complete opposites personality-wise, they were still able to strike up a quick friendship. Indeed, the lives of both men would be dramatically intertwined for years to come. Or, as historian David Roberts put it, no chance meeting in the long history of the American West would more doings of high consequence depend. Now, Fremont was a topographer by trade, and while he was both intelligent and capable, he was also somewhat of a loose cannon. Got kicked out of college for incorrigible negligence, had a reputation of being a womanizer, and frankly, the man was just a tad bit of a drama queen. To be honest, John Fremont really just had one thing in his favor, his wife, Jessie, who just so happened to be the daughter of powerful U.S. Senator Thomas Benton. And thanks to Benton's lobbying behind the scenes, John C. Fremont was able to land a series of government assignments exploring the West. All he needed now was a good scout, someone who knew the lay of the land, how and where to cross rivers and mountains, and preferably someone that could see to it they kept their scalps. And, well, I guess old John Fremont quickly deduced that Carson was the right man for the job. Now, Fremont's first expedition would be to map out the Oregon Trail from Missouri all the way to the South Pass in present-day Wyoming. They got their start on August 12, 1842, with Carson in the lead, and it pretty much went off without a hitch. The weather was decent, there were no issues with the hostiles, and nobody got killed or otherwise maimed. Not only that, but Fremont's maps and his account of the country that they explored proved widely popular back east, pretty much guaranteeing a second expedition the following year. In the meantime, Carson would take leave of Fremont at Fort Laramie that September, and it was in February of 1843 when he finally made things official with his ladylove, Josefa. Other than that, we don't really know what Carson was up to for the early part of the year. He himself would only state that he went to Bent's Fort, so I guess it's possible he simply resumed his job as a hunter. Whatever the case, he would reunite with Fremont later on that summer for another expedition, one whose primary goal would be to map out the second half of the Oregon Trail from Wyoming all the way to the Willamette Valley. And yeah, once again, Carson was serving as a guide. Along the way, they'd make a detour and explore the northern part of the Great Salt Lake before pushing north into present-day Idaho, following the Snake River to the Columbia and the Columbia all the way into Oregon. But why stop there, right? Rather than returning home, Fremont decided to push south and do a little air quotes exploring around the western portion of the Great Basin, an arid region lying between the Rockies and the Sierra Nevadas. And I say air quotes exploring because while this was indeed an exploratory venture, Fremont was also a very strong adherent to the idea of manifest destiny, or in other words, the belief that white Americans were divinely ordained to settle the entire continent of North America. A passion made all that more intense by the influence of his father-in-law, Senator Benton. Hell, according to biographer Hampton Sides, more than anyone else in Washington, more than President Polk even, Tom Benton was the face and voice of manifest destiny. So yeah, while these westward expeditions were proven to be extremely valuable as far as the topographical research was concerned, they were also scoping out land that could potentially fall into the hands of the United States. Which pretty much explains Fremont's next move. Rather than turn east and return home, he instead had Carson lead the men west into California. And this really does show just how ambitious Fremont was. Not only was this maneuver illegal as hell, after all, California was officially owned by Mexico, but it was also in the dead of winter. And I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but crossing the Sierras during the wintertime doesn't always work out all that well. Don't take my word for it though, just ask the Donner Party. Even the local natives refused to help, saying that the passage through the mountains would be next to impossible. But Carson proved otherwise. By the end of February, Kit had successfully led the men through a pass which still bears his name to this day, Carson's Pass, just a few miles east of where the town of Kirkwood, California now stands. After a brief respite at Sutter's Fort, the explorers would head south through California's Central Valley, exploring and mapping as they went. He also put to rest the idea of a fabled Buenaventura River connecting the Great Basin with the Pacific Ocean. It wasn't until later on that spring that Fremont had the men turn east and head across the Mojave Desert, homeward bound. It was during this crossing in late April of 1844 that they came upon an older Mexican gentleman and his son, the lone survivors of an Indian attack. Not only were their companions killed, but the natives had made off with around 30 head of their horses. Now, if there's one thing I know about Kit Carson, is that he wasn't all that big on tolerating horse theft. That being the case, he and a companion, fellow fur trapper Alex Godey, volunteered to track the ne'er-do-wells down. 2 days later, they came upon the thieves at dawn. It was 2 against 30, but Carson and Alex had the benefit of catching the hostiles unaware. They charged the camp, managed to kill 2 before the rest of them scattered. And what's more, they were also able to retrieve most of the stolen horses. At least the ones that hadn't already been butchered for food. The following day, Fremont was startled to hear a war whoop, only to then spy Carson and Godey returning triumphantly, stolen horses in tow, and 2 scalps dangling from Godey's rifle. By the 2nd of July, they had reached Bent's Fort, and by that August, Fremont arrived back in Washington, D.C. to a hero's welcome. He was lauded by President Tyler for gallantry and meritorious service, and even promoted to the rank of captain. Once again, Fremont's findings were published for the general public, and the young explorer grew so popular that folks began tossing around his name as a potential candidate for the Oval Office. It's also at this point that Fremont was bestowed with the endearing nickname of the Pathfinder, a descriptor that, according to at least one biographer, was more suited for Carson than it was for Fremont. Per Hampton Sides, quote, "The special thing that Carson had couldn't be boiled down to any one skill. It was a panoply of talents. He was a fine hunter, an adroit horseman, an excellent shot. He was shrewd as a negotiator. He knew how to select a good campsite and could set it up or strike it in minutes. He knew what to do when a horse foundered. He could dress and cure meat and was a fair cook. Out of necessity, he was also a passable gunsmith, blacksmith, liveryman, angler, forager, farrier, wheelwright, mountain climber, and a decent paddler by raft or canoe. As a tracker, he was unequaled. He knew from experience how to read the watersheds, where to find grazing grass, and what to do when encountering a grizzly. He could locate water in the driest arroyo. In a crisis, he knew little tricks for staving off thirst, such as opening the fruit of a cactus or clipping a mule's ear and drinking its blood. He had a landscape painter's eye and a cautious ear and astute judgment about people and situations. He knew how to make smoke signals. He knew all about hitches and rope knots. He knew how to make a good set of snowshoes. He knew how to tan hides with a gluttonous emulsion made from the brains of the animal. He knew how to cache food and hides in the ground to prevent theft and spoilage. He knew how to break a mustang. He knew which species of wood would burn well and how to split the logs on the grain, even when an axe was not handy. These were important skills, all of them, though they were hard to measure and quantify. But in the right person, a person who's also cheerful on the trail that he already knew well, who had a few jokes up his sleeve and possessed absolute honesty, they were invaluable. Fremont's nickname, the Pathfinder, was a misnomer several times over, for it was Carson, not Fremont, who usually found the path. And often as not, he was merely retracing trails that had already been trod by trappers, Indians, or Spanish explorers. In Cooper's Leather Stock and Tell series, the main protagonist, Natty Bumppo, aka Hawkeye, aka the Pathfinder, wears buckskins, lives with the Indians, and follows their ways. It was Carson, not Fremont, who actually lived a life that resembled Cooper's hero. End quote, and well said, Mr. Sides. With all that in mind, I do want to point out that Fremont didn't hoard all the glory for himself. He spoke very glowingly of Carson, describing the guide as self-sacrificing and a man of great courage. Said the Kit was the finest horseman he had ever seen, and he wrote in great detail of that epic battle there in the desert between Kit and the indigenous horse thieves. Simply put, this expedition turned both Fremont and Carson into celebrities back east. A fame that would only continue to grow with a third, much more ambitious expedition in 1845. If you'll recall, a few minutes ago we spoke of Manifest Destiny, and once again I'd like to quote Carson biographer Hampton Sides. To call any of Fremont's expeditions purely scientific, as he often did, would be disingenuous. Ulterior motives lurked behind nearly all of his movements in the West. Overtly or not, his larger purpose was to advance the cause of American immigration, American expansion, and American hemispheric hegemony, which is to say he was carrying out Senator Thomas Benton's vision like a good and dutiful son-in-law. And yeah, as it turns out, this third expedition would prove to be the least scientific of them all. While Fremont was indeed returning to California, he was hoping to do so as a conqueror as opposed to a mere topographer. Now, it's worth mentioning that California, or Alta California, as it was known back in those days, was first established in 1804 as a province of Spain. And then just a few years later, it became a territory of Mexico following the Mexican War of Independence. By the 1840s, most of California's Hispanic residents lived along the coast, near the various missions, whereas the American immigrants had been settling further north in the Sacramento Valley. And, well, let's just say that neither group was all that pleased with the powers that be down in Mexico. The Californios, or native-born Hispanics, felt neglected by the Mexican government, and by 1845, there were open discussions among both them and the whites as to whether or not California should remain with Mexico, become its own republic, or even possibly be annexed by the United States or Great Britain. The idea of the British taking control of California was especially a very real threat in the minds of John C. Fremont and his daddy-in-law, Senator Benton. They both seemed convinced that California wouldn't remain in Mexico's hands for long, and were hoping to claim it for the United States before the bloody British could come stinking the joint up with their fish and chips and god-awful tea. As far as Kit Carson was concerned, I don't know that he ever shared his opinion on the matter one way or the other. Following that second expedition, he simply returned to his wife Josefa and started working on a ranch east of Taos. Quote, Dick Owens and I concluded that, as we had rambled enough, it would be advisable for us to go and settle on some good stream and make us a farm. End quote. But as it turns out, Carson had quite a bit of rambling yet to endure. Just as he and Dick began clearing land, they were paid a visit by one of Fremont's messengers. Not looking to miss out on an adventure, Kit almost immediately sold the ranch as he and Dick headed north to join up with Fremont for that third expedition. To quote historian David Roberts, Kit Carson would not return home for another 13 months, and when he did, it would be to spend a single night with Josefa before heading out again. The settled life would have to wait. Now, Fremont had departed St. Louis in June of 1845, over 70 men strong, with the official goal of mapping and exploring the eastern slope of the southern Rockies. At least that's how it looked on paper. Unofficially, it seemed that Fremont was carrying out a secret mission and had no intention whatsoever at stopping at the Rockies. Truth be told, just as soon as he and his party reached the Arkansas and were joined by Carson, they just kept on a-going, headed straight west for the Golden State. Full disclosure, it's still unknown to this day if Fremont was doing this on his own volition or, as I alluded to a moment ago, secret orders from the government. We also don't know if the other men of the party, Carson included, knew of Fremont's ultimate goal of conquering California. One has to wonder if Kit would have gone along with playing soldier had he known what he was in for. Then again, Kit was loyal to a fault, so who knows? I personally tend to think that he would have done pretty much whatever Fremont wanted. As you'll soon learn, another trend when it comes to Carson was his tendency to defer to those who he felt were his betters or superiors. Be that as it may, Carson was worth more than his weight in gold when it came to being a guide, and he would most certainly continue to prove his worth during this expedition. It was largely thanks to Kit that they were able to make it through a waterless desert intact, even after the local indigenous said it would be impossible. Sort of like the year before when they were crossing the Sierras in the dead of winter. And this time, when the snow finally began to fly, Carson had already delivered Fremont and the others safely to California's Sacramento Valley. In the weeks that followed, Fremont would travel around quite a bit and speak with the locals, almost all of whom were either American or British immigrants, just checking the political temperature while at the same time trying to build up a little goodwill. Eventually, they pushed southwest and set up camp outside of Monterey. Pathfinder even went so far as to meet with the Mexican authorities, including General Jose Castro, assuring him that his party was topographical in nature and posed no threat. Be that as it may, General Castro's mama didn't raise no fool, and it weren't long before he deduced there was something shady going on with Fremont. He'd soon issue the Americans an ultimatum: leave California or else. And rather than leave, Fremont instead moved his men east to the mountains, where he boldly began flying the American flag and preparing for an Alamo-like siege. He even wrote to the American consul there in Monterey saying, quote, "We have in no wise done wrong to the people or authorities of this country, and if we are hemmed in and assaulted, we will die every man of us, under the flag of our country." End quote, and hell yeah, brother. Turns out Fremont's bark was a little worse than his bite, though. As soon as General Castro began massing troops, old John C. came to his senses and ordered the men to pull out. They fled north, well past Sutter's Fort, and all the way to a place known as Lassen's Ranch, some 30 or so miles east of present-day Red Bluff, California. The initial plan was just to lay over for a few days, but Fremont and his party would end up spending damn near a month there. According to David Roberts, quote, "carrying on the pretense of his topographic survey while keeping his ear cocked for the sounds of gunfire emanating from Monterey." Unfortunately, it's during their stay there at Lassen's that Fremont and his men would also take part in a terrible massacre, one resulting in a death toll surpassing both Sand Creek and Wounded Knee. It seems that some American settlers came into Fremont's camp one day, claiming that there were 1,000 natives congregating nearby and making preparations to attack. They asked the Pathfinder to help drive them off, and Fremont agreed. One of the best accounts of what happens next comes from participant Thomas Martin. Quote, "At the foot of the low hills where the Sacramento River comes out of the mountains, on the left side of the river going up, we found the Indians to the number of 4,000 to 5,000 on a tongue of land between the bends of the river, having a war dance preparatory to attacking the settlers. Our advance guard of 36 came inside of them and immediately charged and poured a volley into them, killing 24. Then they rushed in with their sabers, the rest of the party coming up and charged in among them, and in less than 3 hours we had killed over 175 of them. Most of the Indians escaped into the neighboring mountains." End quote. Now, Carson would only claim there were 1,000 natives as opposed to 5,000, but I'm willing to bet both he and old Martin were just slightly exaggerating. Eyewitness Thomas Breckenridge had a much more realistic number of just 400, 250 of which were women and children. And according to Breckenridge, they killed somewhere between 120 to 150 of them. Quote, "They charged into the village, taking the warriors by surprise, and then commenced a scene of slaughter which is unequaled in the West. The bucks, squaws, and papooses were shot down like sheep, and those men never stopped as long as they could find one alive." End quote. Another eyewitness, William Tustin, recalled how Fremont's men chased down the fleeing natives and tomahawked them to death, while at the same time men with rifles stood on the shore and gunned down any survivors who attempted to swim to safety. Tustin would also describe it as a slaughter, and even Kit Carson would call it a perfect butchery. Keep in mind that Vermont's party had not suffered a single casualty. They just rode in guns a-blazing and finished the job with their long knives and hatchets, without anybody receiving so much as a solitary scratch. Almost kind of makes you wonder how dangerous this gathering of the indigenous truly was. As of this recording, we do not know for sure what tribe this was, but experts have narrowed it down to either the Wintu, the Maidu, or the Yanas, all three of which were known to frequent the area at various times. According to Jim Johnston, an archaeologist for the Lassen National Forest, it's hard to tell which group it was. What the settlers saw was no doubt not a war dance. In March and April, the salmon run up the Sacramento River. That could explain the gathering. It was a big social occasion. There would have been dances. The Maidu used to have a spring ritual they called the bear dance. So yeah, not really a good look for either Fremont or Carson. I think Carson especially should have known better, considering he had spent his entire adult life around the Indians. I also find it curious how the explorers had recently fled from the Mexican militia, but yet they didn't hesitate to attack a much larger force of Native Americans, who most likely were just having a peaceful gathering. Even if no women and children were killed, which I highly doubt, they still had almost no motivation to attack this village, other than the word of some nervous farmers. But like I always say, life was cheap back in the Old West, and sadly this indiscriminate killing was far from over. Following this massacre, now known as the Sacramento River Massacre, Fremont and his party would push north yet again, this time all the way up into Oregon, where they'd camp out on the banks of Klamath Lake. Remember, we still don't know Fremont's ultimate purpose with this expedition. We can theorize that he was planning on conquering California, but at this point in time, nobody really knows. I'm not entirely sure he even knew what the hell he was doing. Most historians seem to think that the Pathfinder was simply biding his time and waiting on additional orders on how to proceed. Orders that apparently arrived on the evening of May 9th, 1846, with the sudden arrival of a tough-as-nails Marine by the name of Archibald Gillespie. Now, all you jarheads, listen up. This dude was not only the real deal, but his OPSEC was impeccable. Already a 12-year veteran of the Corps, Gillespie was sent by the Secretary of State with secret messages for the American consul in Monterey, Commodore John Sloat, who at that time was in command of the Pacific Fleet, and finally, Carson's boss, John C. Fremont. Gillespie left D.C. in October of 1845. Traveled to New York City, where he caught a steamer down to Veracruz. And from there, Lieutenant Gillespie worked his way east, crossed the mainland of Mexico, and caught a whaling ship to Hawaii, where he may or may not have caught a variety of venereal diseases. From Honolulu, he caught another vessel, an American man-of-war, which he took all the way to Monterey, at which point, coming ashore under the cover of a merchant, he relayed his secret messages to the consul and the commodore before heading out yet again, just trekking across the wilderness until he found Fremont and Carson there on Klamath Lake. We do not know what Gillespie's dispatch contained, believe it or not, but Fremont would later write that the information he delivered had, quote, absolved me from my duty as explorer, and I was left to my duty as an officer of the American Army with the future authoritative knowledge that to obtain possession of California was the chief object of the president, end quote. In other words, he, Kit Carson, and everybody else would soon be returning south to California with the aim of taking it over by force if necessary. And I say everybody else, but I should say almost everybody, because as it turns out, a few of their party would be buried right there in Oregon. Now, we will discuss the California invasion in full next week, including the Bear Flag Revolt, but there is something else that occurred there on the shores of Klamath Lake that I think deserves a mention. Sadly, this would be the location of yet another massacre. When the so-called explorers first arrived, they had made contact with the Klamath tribe at the site of present-day Klamath Falls. They were able to trade for dried fish, but according to Fremont, our arrival took them, the Klamath, by surprise. And although they received us with apparent friendship, there was no warmth in it, but a shyness which came naturally from their habit of hostility. Now, at some point, Fremont had split up his command. He, Kit Carson, and fellow mountain men Lucian Maxwell, Alex Godey, and Dick Owens, along with French trapper Basil Lajeunesse and a handful of Delaware, would set up camp on a creek flowing into Upper Klamath Lake from the west. That's where Lieutenant Gillespie finally caught up with them, bringing their total number to just 14 men. For reasons unknown, and despite being short-handed, Fremont had failed to post a guard that night. I guess he was too preoccupied with the dispatch from Gillespie. Certainly not the best of ideas when you're in an uncertain country. I'm also surprised that Carson didn't push the matter. Nevertheless, shortly after turning in, Kit was jolted awake by the sound of someone bashing in the brains of that Frenchman Basil with a damn battle axe. Carson sounded the alarm as Fremont and the others sprang into action, emptying their guns at the shadowy figures running throughout the camp. After a short battle, they were able to drive off their attackers, but at least 3 of their own lay dead on the ground. Basil and a pair of Delaware scouts known as Crane and Denny. Come sunup, Carson examined the dead natives and decided that they were indeed members of the same band of Klamath they had encountered the day before. And well, let's just say Kit Carson was not a happy camper. In a fit of rage, he took hold of that same short axe that was used to kill his friend Basil and went to work on one of the dead hostiles, raining down blow after blow after blow until finally, according to Fremont, Kit had hacked the warrior's head plumb to pieces. Sort of like that scene from The Patriot when Mel Gibson went to work on that dead redcoat. And although Fremont was planning on heading back to California after receiving that dispatch from Gillespie, he and the boys would now stick around there in Oregon long enough to exact some good old-fashioned revenge. The surviving Delaware scouts were the first to strike. They spotted some natives lurking in the brush and rode off in pursuit, running them down and returning minutes later with a pair of fresh scalps. Carson and some others began traveling along the lake, and in short order they came across a Klamath village, one which they wasted absolutely no time in attacking. Most of the men of the village were out hunting or fishing, so the Americans didn't really meet a whole hell of a lot of resistance. As such, they were able to gun down over 20 of the Klamath fairly quickly. The Delaware scouts killed even more as the survivors attempted to flee for the safety of the forest. Now, Carson would later claim that they did not kill any women or children, but at least one of his party would admit to seeing an old lady lying dead in a canoe. And according to the Klamath, there were several women and children that were killed. And if that ain't bad enough, Carson then had the village burnt to the ground, saying that he wished to do them as much damage as possible. He'd later state that witnessing their homes being reduced to ash was a quote-unquote beautiful sight. You know, I think this goes without saying, but war is hell. Bad things happen, innocent people get caught in the middle, and collateral damage is almost always guaranteed, right? It can be very easy to play Monday morning quarterback with these types of situations, and just as easy to question the actions of men like Carson and Fremont. And to a certain degree, I do think we should question their actions. I think that's part of evolving as humans, just learning from our past victories and defeats. What did we do wrong? What can we improve on? Then again, I'm also fully aware that it's hard to judge people from nearly 200 years ago based on our modern sense of morality. At the end of the day, we weren't there, and we don't know exactly what Carson knew or saw. That said, much like what occurred weeks prior near Lassen's Ranch, there's a very strong chance that these villagers were completely innocent. There's obviously no way to know for sure, but most modern scholars seem to agree that it was the Modoc who were responsible for that initial nighttime attack and not the Klamath. They just had the misfortune of being the first large group of natives that Carson encountered. And really, this just goes back to Carson's time as a mountain man, especially when they were up in Blackfeet country. Whenever he and his fellow fur trappers were attacked, they responded in kind, and they didn't always care whether or not their targets were the guilty party. Now, following this tragedy, as the expedition made its way around the lake, they continued to cut down any and all natives they ran across. Just kept on a-killing till their bloodlust was satisfied. Per John C. Fremont, I had now kept my promise I made to myself and had punished these people well for their treachery. Now I turned my thoughts to the work which they had delayed. In other words, they were headed down to California, and along the way, Kit Carson would have a few close calls. The first incident occurred on the very same day of the massacre. A returning hunter, upon seeing his village destroyed, notched an arrow and aimed it straight at old Kit. Just as he was about to let it fly, here comes Fremont to the rescue, galloping in and trampling the warrior with his horse. A Delaware scout then finished the deed with a war club. Then, as the explorers turned conquerors headed south, yet another warrior rose up from behind a rock and began lobbing off arrows. Per Carson, quote, "He came from his hiding place and commenced firing arrows very rapidly. I dismounted and fired. My shot had its desired effect." Kit then praised the fallen native, saying that he was a brave Indian and that he had deserved a better fate, but had unfortunately placed himself on the wrong path. Following John C. Fremont's second expedition, both he and his guide, Kit Carson, would become instant celebrities. Folks started calling Fremont the Pathfinder, newspapers scrambled to publish his reports, and the U.S. Congress authorized an astounding $50,000 for a third expedition. Hell, there were even some encouraging the young explorer to run for president. As for Carson, he too would become a household name. Although Fremont wrote glowingly of most of his scouts, it was Carson who caught the public's attention. The stories of his heroism and wilderness skills just flat out excited the nation's collective imagination. In no time flat, dime novels were published portraying the just 5.5-foot tall Carson as a giant of a man who rescued maidens, avenged all manner of wrongs, and slaughtered hostiles by the thousands. As one biographer so astutely put it, seemingly overnight, Kit Carson was transformed into a real-life 19th century action hero. And again, Carson had already garnered himself a pretty decent reputation out west. After running away from home at the age of 16, Kit became a fur trapper, and for well over a decade, he explored the West extensively, harvesting beaver and pretty much perfecting the art of living off the land. It wasn't until the fur trade petered out that Carson had a chance encounter with the aforementioned John C. Fremont, then a young lieutenant with the Army Corps of Topographical Engineers. Fremont had recently been charged with mapping out the Oregon Trail, and as fate would have it, he hired Carson as his guide. And as I alluded to a moment ago, this partnership proved extremely successful. Indeed, Fremont's published reports spurred on a great migration as pioneers began flocking west to the Promised Land in droves. But then there was the third expedition, one we're going to discuss today that only had the pretense of being topographical. Officially, Fremont was to explore the eastern slope of the Rockies in present-day Colorado. But in all reality, he and his men, with Kit Carson once more serving as guide, would head straight to California. And in doing so, they'd ignite a revolution. Now, at this point in time, California was still owned by Mexico, at least on paper. And to say that things were getting a mite tense is a bit of an understatement. Even the native-born Hispanic Californios weren't all that happy with the Mexican government. Not only did they feel neglected by the powers that be, but they had even began having discussions as to whether or not they'd be better off forming their own republic, or even allowing themselves to be annexed by another country like Great Britain. By 1845, things had gotten so bad that the Californios had forcefully ejected the Mexican governor and installed one of their own, a guy by the name of Pio Pico. There was still infighting among the Hispanics, though, and even Governor Pico supported their efforts to break away from Mexico and become a British protectorate. And then, of course, you had California's ever-growing population of American immigrants, who, as it turns out, were also calling for annexation, only to the United States as opposed to Great Britain. Many of these settlers were there illegally, having failed to become naturalized citizens. And much like the Californios, they didn't care all that much for the Mexican authorities. Fremont and Carson first encountered these American settlers living in the Sacramento Valley during their second expedition. And by the time they showed up again in the fall of 1845, things had taken a drastic turn for the worse. Mexican General Jose Castro had ordered all illegals, aka the Americans, to leave the territory. And if that ain't bad enough, rumors began to circulate that he had bribed the local indigenous to attack the American settlers. As such, the settlers turned to Fremont and Carson for help. It was at their urgings that Fremont's men massacred a large village of natives on the Sacramento River, not far from the present-day town of Redding. This was followed by Carson guiding Fremont's party north into Oregon, where they had yet another bloody engagement with the natives, this time the Klamath. It was also there in Oregon where Fremont was joined by Marine Lieutenant Archibald Gillespie, bearing secret dispatches from Washington, D.C. To this day, nobody knows exactly what Gillespie's dispatches contained, but whatever it was enough for Fremont to again order his men south into California. It was at this time that Fremont dropped all exploratory pretenses and make it known that he was planning on taking the entirety of California for the Americans. So long story short, nobody in California was really seeing eye to eye back in 1845. The Hispanic Californios didn't have much trust in either the American settlers or their own government down in Mexico. And the Americans, in addition to having a strong belief in manifest destiny and thinking that they had a God-given right to California, also felt like they were being unjustly targeted by the Hispanics. As for the indigenous, they were just caught in the middle and basically getting screwed by everybody. What else is new? Of course, it didn't help matters none that the U.S. government would soon throw gas on this tinderbox by declaring war on Mexico. And in the midst of all this social and political turmoil came the Pathfinder. At his helm, a small company of mountain men and Delaware scouts, headed up by none other than the famed frontiersman Kit Carson. Needless to say, things were about to get real interesting and real bloody there in California. Join me today as we discuss all of this and more, including the Bear Flag Revolt, Kit Carson's trip to the Capitol, and his unenthusiastic involvement in the Mexican-American War. My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Ah yes, old John C. Fremont. It's been brought to my attention by many listeners that I have been pronouncing the name Fremont incorrectly. Despite numerous schools, towns, counties, parks, hospitals, and even a damn naval vessel being named after the man, I somehow stupidly and very idiotically messed it up. Shame on me. I have attempted to make atonement by flogging myself vigorously over the course of the last 24 hours, and despite my backside now resembling raw hamburger meat, I still don't think I've really learned my lesson. So rest assured, I will be starting on bread and water for a full week. See how good I talk after that. I just wanted to let you know that I have been thoroughly shamed, okay? So good job. I can only hope to be slightly less of a horrible piece of human garbage going forward. Now that said, literally every single person that's been correcting me has also been wrong. Hear me out. You see, John C. Fremont was French, or at least his father was. I think that was my initial mistake right there, trying to give the name a bit of a French flair. I just did so improperly. Turns out if you look at the man's name, you'll see that there's a little horizontal line above the letter E, leaning towards the right. That's what's known as an acute accent. And when there's an acute accent over the letter E in French, it's to indicate that the vowel should be pronounced as an A, sort of like cafe or puree. In other words, the correct pronunciation of Fremont, in French at least, if we had a damn time machine, the way that he and his father would have likely said the name, is Fremont. Not Fremont, and not Fremont like I've been saying, but Fremont.
Fremont.
Very pretentious and very French sounding. I just ain't got that much phlegm in the back of my throat. So I don't know, I guess we were all wrong? Or maybe it was just me. I'll take the L on this one. I'll acquiesce. You were right. I was wrong. You are smart. I am stupid. You are very attractive. And I am not an attractive man. That said, I am fully aware that pronunciations do change over time, and currently here in the United States, Fremont is correct. You live in Fremont County, or you went to Fremont High School. I get it. So going forward, I will use Fremont. Just not today, because what you're about to hear has already been recorded, and I'm too lazy to redo it. So thank you to everyone who pointed that out. My smart-ass comments aside, I do appreciate the corrections. And just in case you're a new listener, trust me, when it comes to butchering words, I have not even yet begun to defile myself. All right, with that out of the way, let's get back to the story. And don't forget to stay put at the very end. I do have a special announcement regarding the Wild West Extravaganza. Okay, now let's get back to the story.
Yeehaw!
On May 13th, 1846, the United States declared war on Mexico, a turn of events that at that time was completely unknown to John C. Fremont. Even as he and his company of would-be conquerors came thundering south looking to start a revolution, they still had no idea that the war was already officially on. According to historian David Roberts, the essential mystery haunting Fremont's third expedition has to do with the colossal gulf between his official orders and what the explorers actually set out to do. For a century and a half, historians have tried to prove whether or not Fremont acted under covert orders known only to a handful of government officials. Was the third expedition, in effect, a secret war mission under the cover of a scientific foray? Or as he had done so often in the past, did Fremont play the supreme opportunist, ignoring his orders so as to position himself to seize the glory he could see wafting on the wind? No written documentation has yet been found to bulwark the theory of an expedition guided by secret orders. Fremont himself never came clean on the question. If there was a covert mandate, we can be sure that the captain never shared it with any of his underlings. From start to finish, the mountain men and Delaware Indians who rode with Fremont believed that they were along on a surveying mission that happened to collide head-on with international politics. End quote. And yeah, collide they would, but not without first taking part in yet another massacre against the indigenous there in Northern California. And really, this was just a repeat of what occurred back in April on the Sacramento River, just on a lesser scale. The settlers north of Sutter's Fort were once again getting nervous about their Native American neighbors, and to be honest, this time they may have actually been somewhat justified in their worries. Per historian Paul Andrew Hutton, Fremont's party reached Peter Lassen's ranch in the Sacramento Valley on May 24th after skirmishing with Indians during much of the journey south. Fremont found the American settlers in an uproar over a decree from Castro threatening all non-Mexican citizens with expulsion, and by recent raids by Indians from the nearby hills. Some of these raiders were descendants of Mission Indians who had retreated to the mountains rather than work as serfs for Sutter or the Mexican ranchers. Others were Maitus, Wintus, and Llanas, who lived in the Sacramento Valley long before the Spanish first arrived. They numbered several thousand and sometimes raided the American and Mexican ranches for livestock. Fremont was reluctant to lead a campaign against them, but relented to the settlers' pleas, especially after he learned that Castro had sent messengers to incite the Indians against the American settlers. Quote, I resolved to anticipate the Indians and strike them a blow which would make them recognize that Castro was far and that I was near. He convinced himself that it would be unwise to leave a potentially hostile force to the rear. Fremont's combined army of settlers and his own men struck several rancheros along the Sacramento River, killing dozens of the natives and driving the rest into the hills. While the Indians were numerous, they were poorly armed and it was over quickly. Now, speaking of Fremont's so-called combined army, ever since he had arrived there in Northern California, he had been gauging the levels of unrest among the American settlers. Hal Fremont had even started to encourage them to revolt against Mexico, but at the same time, he said that he himself couldn't get involved until the California authorities moved forward with a clear act of war. Remember, he still didn't know that the United States had already made things official. Basically, Fremont was just stirring the pot while he himself just kind of sat back and waited for the proverbial shit to hit the fan. A group of American settlers calling themselves the Osos, Spanish for bears, headed south and took over the town of Sonoma. Whether this was on their own volition or at Fremont's urgings is unknown. What we do know is that they took the leading citizens of Sonoma prisoner, raided the armory, and declared California to be its own independent nation-state that they dubbed the Republic of California. They even had their own flag thrown together with scraps of ladies' underwear, complete with a star, a red stripe on the bottom, and the words California Republic, along with a brown bear that was drawn so badly that the Mexicans thought it was a pig. As crude as this emblem was, its memory endures to this day as the modern flag of California, only with the bear being drawn just a little more realistic. Now, this taking of Sonoma occurred on June 14th, 1846. And I know what you're thinking. Josh, what in the world was Kit Carson up to as all this was going on? And the answer is, why don't you mind your own business? That's what. Nah, I'm just joking. Truth is the Osos were taking over Sonoma, Carson remained with Fremont. It wasn't until Sonoma was under the bear flag that Fremont finally heard about the U.S. declaring war on Mexico, at which point he began calling himself the military commander of U.S. forces in California. He and Carson then marched south, linked up with the Osos, and from there, the small army, which was now numbering around 160 men, pushed further south all the way to San Francisco in what may have been one of the easiest military victories of all time. According to historian David Roberts, Mexican California was all but helpless to defend itself against the well-armed Americans. Already, Castro was fleeing southward with the only army that the territory could muster. The California Navy consisted of a single ship without guns. It was hardly surprising then that Fremont's battalion was able to take one small town after another without bloodshed. In the course of his triumphant march south, Fremont paused near San Francisco to name the narrow channel separating the bay from the ocean the Golden Gate. It was also there just due north of San Francisco where Kit Carson managed to capture a trio of Hispanic Californios. An older gentleman, Jose de la Reyes Berryessa, and his two nephews, the De Haro twins. And I say that Carson captured them, but to be honest, it's not really clear what truly occurred, other than all three men winded up dead. Apparently, Senor Berryessa was trying to visit his son, who was being held as a prisoner of the Americans, either in Sonoma or further north up at Sutter's Fort. Accounts vary, hell, we don't even know exactly where this encounter took place, but one version has it that Carson spied Berryessa and his nephews in a small boat crossing the San Francisco Bay. And once they hit dry land, Kit took him into custody. I guess the idea was that maybe they were carrying dispatches for the Mexican government. Much to Carson's shock, Fremont then stated that he had no use for prisoners and ordered Kit just to simply gun them down in cold blood. When he hesitated, Fremont raised his voice and said, "Mr. Carson, do your duty." And well, that's exactly what Kit and his fellow scouts did. Rifles sounded, and moments later, Berryessa and his nephews were lying dead on the ground. That said, there are some accounts that have Carson executing all three without even going through the trouble of taking them prisoner. Story goes that Ramon de Jara was killed immediately upon reaching the shore. His brother Francisco then threw himself onto the body as someone hollered out, "Kill the other son of a bitch." Rifles boomed again, and Francisco joined Ramon in the great hereafter. When the boy's uncle, Mr. Berryessa, asked why the boys were killed, he too was gunned down. Their bodies were then stripped and their belongings divvied up among the killers. Later on, Berryessa's son, Antonio, had to pay $25 just to get back his dead father's serape. This version of events is somewhat backed up by another of Fremont's men, Jasper O'Farrell. He was there, and according to him, quote, "Carson returned to where Fremont was standing in the corridor of the mission in the company of Gillespie, myself, and others, and said, 'Captain, shall I take those men prisoner?' In response, Fremont waved his hand and said, 'I have got no room for prisoners.' They then advanced to within 50 yards of the three unfortunate and unarmed Californians, alighted from their horses, and deliberately shot them. I saw Carson some 2 years ago and spoke to him of this act, and he assured me that then and since he regretted to be compelled to shoot these men and says that he intended to make them prisoners. But Fremont was bloodthirsty enough to order otherwise, and he further remarked that it was not the only brutal act he was compelled to commit while under Fremont's command." Now, it's worth mentioning that a week prior to all of this occurring, 2 of the bear flaggers had came up missing. Upon investigation, it was learned that they had been caught by Mexican soldiers and tortured to death, like in a very gruesome manner. One of the reports I saw says that their tallywhackers were even cut off and stuffed in their mouths. So once again, the killing of Berryessa and the De Jara twins may have possibly been an extreme case of frontier justice, much like the sort that Carson had been dishing out ever since he first arrived out west. An eye for an eye, even if the eye you're plucking don't belong to the same person who plucked yourn. Also, I do feel like it's only fair to point out that according to yet another eyewitness, expedition member Thomas Martin, the 3 dead men were indeed found to have been carrying dispatches from the Mexican army. Is that true? I don't know. Martin is also the same guy I spoke of recently who claimed that the natives gathering on the Sacramento River had numbered between 4,000 to 5,000, so the man was obviously prone to stretching the truth. At the end of the day, any way you want to cut it, I think it's safe to say this was not Kit Carson's finest moment. Now, just a week later, on July 7th, the U.S. Navy arrived at Monterey. They managed to take the capital without firing a shot, and it weren't long before Fremont and his ragtag army joined up with them. Commodore Robert Stockton declared that California was now U.S. soil before reorganizing Fremont's men as a naval battalion of mounted riflemen, with Fremont being promoted to major, Lieutenant Gillespie as a captain, and Carson to a lieutenant. And by July 25th, they all set sail for San Diego. The plan was that from there, they'd strike out over land and take over Los Angeles, along with the rest of Southern California. As it turns out, though, Carson wasn't much of a seafarer. The 4-day excursion to San Diego was akin to torture, and Kit, along with several of his fellow mountain men, spent the entire time seasick. According to a Navy chaplain, Kit and his pards were lying around the deck in a spirit of resignation that would satisfy the non-resistant principles of a Quaker. 2 or 3 resolute old women might tumble the whole lot of them into the sea. Even Carson would later state that he would never again set foot on a seagoing vessel, so long as mules have backs, adding that he would rather ride on a grizzly bear than a boat. They'd land at San Diego on July 29th, where they were met with 0 resistance. Likewise with Los Angeles. It was there they learned that General Castro had pretty much disbanded his army, and that Governor Pico had fled the territory entirely. In other words, mission accomplished, at least as far as John C. Fremont was concerned. Biographer Hampton Sides, in his excellent book, Blood and Thunder, writes that both Stockton and Fremont were anxious to get the glorious news of the conquest to Washington, and to place their version of events in the hands of President Polk himself. Fremont suggested that they write dispatches and send them overland, placing them in the able hands of none other than Kit Carson. Not only would he get to see some new country and pay a visit to the nation's capital, but this journey would also take him through New Mexico, which meant he'd get to see his wife over in Taos. So it were in mid-September 1846 that Carson handpicked around a dozen men, all of whom were mounted splendidly on mules and set out east. 26 days and 800 miles later, Kit and his small party were already in New Mexico, where they were surprised to learn that it, too, was now American soil. Turns out a lot had occurred during Carson's absence. Back in June, Brigadier General Stephen Kearny and his Army of the West had descended upon Santa Fe. And much like in California, Kearny was successful in taking the entire territory of New Mexico without firing a solitary shot. Yet another bloodless victory. He then established a joint civil and military government, with Kit Carson's brother-in-law, Charles Ben, as the governor. This was followed by Kearny splitting up his command. Now that New Mexico was secure, he would take just 300 dragoons with him westward to conquer California. Remember, at this point, he had no idea what Fremont or Commodore Stockton had already accomplished. Kearny wouldn't learn of their conquest until Carson showed up on October 6, just outside the small village of Socorro. Kit introduced himself, described the recent events in California, and explained that he was delivering important dispatches from Fremont all the way to Washington, D.C. And, well, let's just say that Carson wasn't really all that happy with what happened next. General Kearny commandeered the dispatches and gave them to his own guide, one of Kit's old colleagues, Tom Broken Hand Fitzpatrick. As capable as Fitzpatrick was, he had recently let it slip that he was unfamiliar with the country west of Socorro. So, rather than continue on as a guide, Fitzpatrick would see to it that these dispatches reached the capital, and Kit, per General Kearny's orders, would replace Fitzpatrick as his guide. Historian David Roberts describes Carson's reaction as follows. Kit heard these words with great dismay. It had been almost 2 years since he had seen his beloved Josefa. On the way to Washington, he planned to spend one night at his Taos home. And now that he was 9/10 of the way there, to turn around and head west once more seemed a cruel fate. In addition, Carson had a resolute sense of duty about performing Stockton and Fremont's errand. Although Kearny had overruled those officers, Carson was so reluctant to abandon his mission that he planned to sneak away in the night until a comrade talked him out of it. And by the way, Kearny would also send back all but 100 of his dragoons. I guess he figured that since California was already conquered, he wouldn't need so many men. A decision that would ultimately turn out to bite him in the ass, literally. Unbeknownst to Kearny, things over in California weren't quite as peaceful as they had been when Carson left. To quote Hampton Sides, the territory had been convulsed by insurrection. The Americans had been kicked out of Los Angeles, out of Santa Barbara, and out of every other coastal settlement south of Monterey. The Mexicans, outraged by harsh terms clamped on them by Commodore Robert Stockton, including curfews and arbitrary arrests without a hearing, had risen up and attacked American positions. In the words of one historian, the revolt had blossomed like a crown fire leaping through mountain timber. A manifesto had been circulated among the citizens that read, "We, all the inhabitants of the Department of California, as members of the great Mexican nation, declare that it is and has been our wish to belong to her alone. Therefore, the intrusive authorities appointed by the invading forces of the United States are null and void. All North Americans being foes of Mexico, we swear not to lay down our arms until we see them ejected from Mexican soil." End quote. So in other words, by the time Carson delivered Kearny and his dragoons safely to California in early December, the rebels had the upper hand, and Kearny, with a force of just over 100 worn-out men, was headed straight for a trap. Nonetheless, the general had his men set up camp at a place known as Warner's Ranch, just due south of present-day Warner Springs. Seeing as how Commodore Stockton was still in San Diego, basically under siege, Kearny had to send a message to him requesting reinforcements. And these reinforcements arrived on December 5th, all 39 of them, a mix of Marines and sailors under the leadership of Captain Archibald Gillespie. Gillespie also brought news that around 100 or so California insurgents were camped not too far away in the San Pasqual Valley, being led by the former governor's brother, Captain Andres Pico. And despite Kearny's dragoons and animals being plumb tuckered out after a long journey across the desert, the general chose to attack. Pico and his men were smack dab in between the dragoons and Stockton anyway, so rather than go around, I guess Kearny figured he'd go straight through them. Hell, even Kit Carson thought it was a good idea. After all this time on the West Coast, he really didn't have all that high of an opinion regarding the fighting abilities of your average Californio. He'd go so far as to say that all you had to do was yell, make a rush, and they'd just run away. As it turns out, it wouldn't be quite so easy there in the San Pasqual Valley. Later on that night, Kearny sent out a small patrol to do a little recon. The original plan was just to gather some intel, and if things looked promising, they would attack at dawn. This changed, however, when the scouts returned at midnight with news that they'd been spotted. With the element of surprise lost, Kearny immediately mobilized the dragoons, thinking that at very least they could use the darkness to their advantage. Within 15 minutes, the soldiers set out at a trot, with our very own Kit Carson right there amongst them. And unfortunately for all concerned, things soon devolved into pure chaos. Kearny's lead element, under the command of a Captain Johnson, erroneously thought that Kearny ordered a charge. So he and his men rushed forward, leaving the bulk of the dragoons behind. Sure enough, almost immediately upon reaching the enemy camp, Johnson was shot dead. Even Carson nearly cashed in his chips as he was thrown from his horse, causing him to make a mad crawl for safety as the dragoons came thundering from behind. Quote, "I came very near to being trodden to death and finally saved myself from crawling under them." This was followed by the Californios mounting a counterattack of their own with lancers, horse soldiers wielding deadly 9-foot-long iron-tipped spears like something out of a damn medieval nightmare. To make matters worse, many of the dragoon rifles were rendered useless due to the rain and fog from the night before. That being the case, the Americans were just reduced to fighting with sabers, or those without swords just swinging their rifles like clubs. And then, if all of that isn't bad enough, the dragoons fell for the oldest trick in the book. The Californios pretended to retreat, and the Americans followed, straight into an ambush. Captain Moore, the officer who had replaced the dead Captain Johnson, got ran through with a lance. So did Captain Gillespie, and even General Kearny fell prey to the lancers, taking a spear tip to his hindquarters. Hell, truth be told, damn near all of the dragoons involved in this fight ended up getting wounded to various degrees. Meanwhile, the famous Kit Carson had gotten his hands on a rifle that actually worked and took refuge from behind a boulder, mountain man style, just trying to pick off the lancers one by one. Even still, this battle was looking more like something out of Game of Thrones than a fight between civilized armies. Only thing that stopped it from being a complete slaughter was the Americans managed to get one of their howitzers into play. As soon as they began firing it off, the Californios wisely hauled ass in the opposite direction. Maybe. From what I understand, this is somewhat contested. General Kearny would later write in his own official report that none of their field pieces saw action, and the only mention of this howitzer being fired comes from Captain Gillespie. Another theory as to why the Californios retreated is due to the rest of the dragoons finally catching up. During the thick of things, at the same time that Kearny and Gillespie were getting lanced, there were only about 45 soldiers taking part in the fight. The rest had been left in the rear thanks to Captain Johnson's premature charge and just the general chaos of the battle. And out of those 45, 36 were casualties, with at least 18 dead and just as many injured. Either way, the fight was over in less than half an hour. And thanks to Kearny still holding the field, despite being unconscious, the Battle of San Pasqual is technically considered to have been a U.S. victory, even though they didn't manage to kill a single one of the Californio Lancers. At least that's according to their leader, Andres Pico. It does look like some historians think Pico may have lost as many as 2 men, but either way you want to shake it, the Americans got their asses handed to them. Now, there was a lot more drama involved. I don't want to get too far off in the weeds, as this battle could easily turn into its own series, but long story short, either that night or the following night, Kearny ended up sending Carson, along with 2 other men, to sneak through enemy lines and fetch more reinforcements from Commodore Stockton. It was Carson, Navy Lieutenant Edward Bill, and a Native American scout whose name has unfortunately been lost to history. All 3 removed their shoes and secured them onto their belts before they started crawling. And they kept a-crawling for at least 2 miles on their bellies, at times getting to within mere feet of the insurgent sentries. And once they made it past them, they continued the rest of the journey by foot, but not before losing their daggum shoes. Carson would later recall, "We finally got through but had the misfortune to have lost our shoes, and had to travel over country covered with prickly pears and rocks." Now that was Carson's typical way of downplaying his own actions. This midnight run proved so treacherous that Lieutenant Bill, according to Carson, became deranged from fatigue, and it would take another 2 years for him to fully recover. Even Carson couldn't walk for several days, and there are accounts stating that the unnamed native, although able to make it to San Diego, soon died from his exertions. So yeah, this crawl for reinforcements was no small thing, and this would only serve to further Carson's reputation as a legendary frontiersman. Like I said earlier, there's a lot more involved. I'm sort of glossing over some of the gritty details, including the slaughter of mules for food. But one of the most detailed accounts that I was able to find on the Battle of San Pasqual comes from an old article published by the San Diego Reader, written by Glenn Wallace. I'll leave the link down below if you'd like to give it a read. I'm telling you, this really was a fascinating little skirmish. Long story short, once those reinforcements arrived, General Kearny was able to limp his remaining dragoons the rest of the way into San Diego. And brother, he was pissed. Ended up blaming both Stockton and Fremont for his troubles. Matter of fact, for slightly unrelated reasons, Kearny would even eventually place Fremont under arrest and have him court-martialed. But that's another story that's gonna have to wait for another day. Speaking of Fremont, I'll be completely honest here, I don't really know exactly where he was during the Battle of San Pasqual. But he wasn't in San Diego, and he damn sure wasn't with Kearny. He would, however, join Kearny just a month later as they retook Los Angeles. Santa Barbara was next, and by January 13th, old Andres Pico finally surrendered. At long last, the war there in California was officially over. As for Carson, he would join Kearny on the march to Los Angeles, and it's there where he linked back up with Fremont. In his book, A Newer World, David Roberts wrote that in subsequent years, Carson and Fremont would share many an evening together by the fireplace, hashing over the exploits of the three expeditions. And Carson would nurse his former commander to health in 1849, after the most extreme ordeal of Fremont's life. But never again after that day of triumph in Los Angeles would the two men ever ride together. And that about sums up Carson's involvement with the Mexican-American War, but not his time spent with the Army. In the years to come, Carson would attain the rank of Brevet Brigadier General. Not bad for an illiterate runaway from Boone's Lick. Now, we'll get to all of that eventually. We've got a lot more ground to cover on old Kit Carson. But for now, it's still early 1847, and while Kit was stuck in California, a tragic disaster was playing out at his home base in Taos. On January 19th, a combined force of disaffected Hispanics and Pueblos revolted against the American occupation in northern New Mexico. Before it was all said and done, at least 150 people would be killed right there in Taos, including Kit's brother-in-law, Charles Bent, and several members of his wife Josefa's family. Josefa narrowly escaped death herself by digging through an adobe wall and disguising herself as a Native American. Of course, Carson wouldn't hear about this until months later, in April, when he finally made his way back to Taos. It had been nearly 2 years since he'd seen his wife, and after a layover of just 10 days, Carson was on the move yet again. Remember that transcontinental trip to Washington, D.C. that Kearny denied him way back in the fall of 1846? Well, by early 1847, Carson got his chance. After the Californios relinquished control of Los Angeles, Fremont once again gave Kit a bundle of letters and dispatches that he wanted delivered to D.C. ASAP as possible. And once again, Carson headed overland with a small party of men. They had a close call in the desert with the Apache, but were able to repel the attack and continue their journey. After that brief layover in Taos that I just mentioned, their next stop was St. Louis, and it's there where Carson was reunited with his daughter, Adeline. First time seeing each other in years. Thankfully, she had been well cared for by Kit's relatives. From St. Louis, Carson would catch a riverboat and then a train, and finally, by the end of May 1847, he arrived at the nation's capital. Kit wasted no time in delivering the dispatches and would have immediately headed back west had he not been delayed by then-President James K. Polk. And, well, famous mountain man or not, I guess when the president calls, you answer. The only problem was it would be a few weeks before Polk could pencil him in. As such, Carson was pretty much just stuck there in the swamp and had to be subjected to DC's finest trying to wine and dine him. As I'm sure you can imagine, the former fur trapper didn't exactly fit in with polite society. First of all, his physical appearance was a shock to many. I guess from all those dime novels, folks started thinking that Carson was a 7-foot-tall giant who shot fireballs from his eyes and bolts of lightning from his arse. A young Army officer would recall his astonishment at first meeting Kit, saying, quote, "I cannot express my surprise at beholding a stoop-shouldered man, with reddish hair, freckled face, soft blue eyes, and nothing to indicate extraordinary courage or daring. He spoke but little and answered questions in monosyllables." Years later, another acquaintance would recall that the Kit Carson of my imagination was over 6 feet high, a sort of modern Hercules in his build, with an enormous beard and a voice like a roused lion. The real Kit Carson I found to be a plain, simple, unostentatious man, rather below medium height, little or no beard, and a voice as soft and gentle as a woman's. And then, of course, there was the fact that Carson just felt inadequate among city dwellers. He had almost zero education, he couldn't read, and I guess he felt like his past, especially the fact that he had once had a Native American wife, would cause a scandal or somehow bring some type of shame upon Fremont or Fremont's father-in-law, Senator Benton. Turns out this would not be the case. No such scandal materialized. But that said, Carson still never really warmed up to high society. He didn't care for the politicians. Certainly can't blame him there. He didn't appreciate the way people treated him like some sort of exotic curiosity. And he found it next to impossible to sleep inside on a bed, instead opting to catch his Z's outside on an open-air patio. Thankfully, John C. Fremont's wife, Jessie, took Kit under her wings, and the two ended up getting along fairly well. Jessie would even entertain Carson by reading aloud various works of great literature. According to her, he considered Sir Walter Scott's poem, The Lady of the Lake, to be the finest expression of outdoor life that he had ever heard. At last, on the morning of June 14, 1847, Carson was ushered into the president's office. Polk quizzed him on his various exploits and officially commissioned Kit as a second lieutenant, a promotion that not only came with a fancy new uniform, but a raise. What's more, the president had his own dispatches that he wanted Carson to deliver back to California. But first, he wanted to honor Kit with a dinner at the White House. Once again, I don't think this is going to come as a surprise, but this made the famous guide extremely nervous. You gotta think, a guy like Carson was much more at home in a teepee or an adobe than he was in a mansion surrounded by Gentiles. That said, First Lady Sarah Polk found Kit's table manners to be faultless, even if he was a little on the shy side. When she tried asking him about his now famous late-night crawl through enemy lines, Carson just got red in the face and refused to speak of his own adventures. Much to Kit's relief, he was soon on a train headed out of town, dispatches for General Kearny in tow. And no sooner had he arrived in California than he was sent straight back to D.C. with even more dispatches. All total, Kit would make this trip 3 times. It was on his third visit east in 1848 when he allegedly delivered news of the California gold strike, which of course helped to usher in the gold rush of 1849. Now, these cross-country adventures were not without danger. Thanks to one of the soldiers who accompanied Carson on his second journey, we get a little insight into both Kit's survival skills when in hostile territory and his apparent softening when it came to dealing with Native Americans. Lieutenant George Brewerton would describe Carson and his camp habits as follows. A braver man than Kit perhaps never lived. In fact, I doubt if he ever knew what fear was. But with all of this, he exercised great caution. When arranging his bed, his saddle, which was also used as a pillow, was disposed in such a manner as to form a barricade for his head. His pistols, half-cocked, were laid above it, and his trusty rifle reposed beneath his blanket by his side, where it was not only ready for instant use but perfectly protected from the damp. Except now and then to light his pipe, you never caught Kit exposing himself to the full glare of the campfire. Kit would say, hang around the fire if you will, it may do for you if you like it, but I don't want to have an Indian slip an arrow into me when I can't see him. End quote. Brewerton also told of an encounter they had with the Paiute tribe when traveling through Utah. In past times, when any sort of threat or even a perceived threat presented itself, Carson and his companions would simply attack, kill as many natives as they possibly could, and just hope like hell they got the message not to mess with the palefaces. This is how Kit treated the Apache, it's how he treated the Blackfeet, and it's how he treated the Klamath. By the late 1840s, however, it looks as if Carson had begun to take a somewhat gentler approach. Rather than attack the Paiute, he simply took one of their young men hostage, explaining to him in his own tongue that he wouldn't be harmed so long as his people didn't attack their camp. Sure enough, once they had made their way through Paiute country intact, Carson released the hostage and gave him a pair of pants for his troubles. Per Lieutenant Brewerton, the young man was extremely pleased and began to strut about like a city dandy in his new breeches. Now, while I have no doubt that Carson enjoyed these trips, he still had a young wife at home that he barely even knew. They'd been married damn near 6 years, during which time they had only spent a few months together at most. And according to stories passed down by the family, Josefa was beginning to resent Kit for his prolonged absence. And truth be told, Carson himself was growing tired. Since the beginning of the Mexican-American War, he had traveled nearly 16,000 miles, mostly on the back of a mule. And at nearly 40 years of age, he weren't getting no younger. So it were, after that final trip to D.C., Carson returned to his wife in Taos and finally started making moves to settle down for good. He'd once again go into partnership with a former mountain man, this time Lucian Maxwell, and try his hand at ranching. Quote, "We had been leading a roving life long enough, and now was the time, if ever, to make a home for ourselves and children. We were getting old." End quote. But that wildlife wasn't through with Kit Carson just yet. He'd soon be called into service again, and again, and again. Whether it be to help rescue captives held by the Apache or to once more go to war on behalf of his country. When duty called, Carson answered, and the adventures were far from over. Traveling west on the Santa Fe Trail was hard enough all on its own. Doing so in the midst of an unexpected cold spell with a wife and infant daughter in tow could be downright miserable. Thus was the difficulty facing a trader by the name of James White in October of 1849. The wagon train had made the journey all the way from Missouri without incident, and James, brimming with a touch of impatience, decided to strike on ahead with just his family and a few others, hoping to make the final push into Santa Fe just a tad bit quicker. A hasty decision that would cost the lives of all involved. The warriors came upon them not far from present-day Maxwell, New Mexico. Hickoryas they were, Apache, demanding handouts. Initially, James just shooed him away, feeling confident that his small party could fend the beggars off if need be. And it was a small party. Other than James, his wife Anne, and daughter Virginia, you had another lady, a black servant whose name is unfortunately unknown, and just 4 other men. Not nearly enough to stop what was coming. And I'm sure you can guess what happens next. The Apache returned with reinforcements, and this time they didn't ask so nice. Later, when the soldiers came to investigate, they found James's body right alongside the other men, having already been picked at by the wolves. As for the 2 women, Anne and the servant, they weren't nowhere to be found, and neither was little Virginia. The family friend put up a $1,000 reward for their safe return, and it weren't long before some local pueblos reported seeing a female matching Anne's description in a nearby Hickorya camp. As such, soldiers from Taos, the 1st Dragoons under a Major William Greer, immediately mobilized and headed east, picking up some talent along the way. You see, Major Greer knew good and well that he and his soldiers couldn't track no Apache, at least not effectively. Now you needed someone who was familiar with the Hickoryas, who had previous dealings with the tribe and understood their ways of thinking. And who better than Kit Carson, the most famous tracker and Indian fighter west of the mighty Mississippi. The only question is, would old Kit be up for the job? By the spring of 1849, Kit Carson was finally making moves to settle down. For the last several years, he'd been out west with the Pathfinder, John C. Fremont, as they attempted to conquer California. This was followed by a series of trips that saw Kit ferrying dispatches overland from the west coast all the way to Washington, D.C. It wasn't until after the war with Mexico that Carson was able to return home to his wife Josefa and once more try his hand at farming. And I say farming, but in addition to growing an assortment of crops, Carson would also raise cattle and sheep along a modest herd of horses and mules. Probably not the easiest job in the world, especially considering that Kit still had to keep his eyes peeled for hostiles. After all, his spread was located smack dab in the middle of Apache territory. A fact that would send shivers down the spines of most men, but I guess Kit was just built different. Hell, the Apaches would even swing by the ranch on occasion looking for food. And more often than not, Carson was a generous host, giving the warriors what they asked for so long as it was within reason. That said, he also wasn't afraid to show a little strength. Kit and the Apaches hadn't always seen eye to eye, especially when he and his wife first settled there on Riado Creek, and the Hickorya figured they could just raid Carson's livestock as if he were a common settler. According to at least one visitor to the Carson homestead, quote, being thoroughly acquainted with the haunts of the Indians, he, Carson, had punished them so severely that they found it in their best policy to make peace with him. He now enjoyed their friendship and often gave them meat, and they no longer molested his stock, although they continued to steal from others. End quote. So yeah, Carson obviously knew how to handle the Apaches. He had his first run-in with them 2 decades prior when he was still a teenager, and that's not including the additional tribes that Kit interacted with during his time as a fur trapper. With that in mind, it's no surprise that the aforementioned Major Greer of the 1st Dragoons came a-calling. And by the way, Greer already had some very capable guides at his disposal, men like Tom Tobin, Anton LaRue, and Uncle Dick Wooten. Experienced frontiersmen all, and I have no doubt they'd have been as equally successful in locating Ann White. Only thing Carson had on Greer's scouts is a little something known as fame. Not to say that Tom Tobin or even Anton LaRue weren't well known. They were, especially out west. They just weren't quite at Carson's level of notoriety, and they damn sure didn't have people back east writing books about them. Now, to a certain extent, Carson's reputation is based on his real-life exploits. I mean, let's face it, there's a reason we're still talking about the guy to this day. He just flat out led a fascinating life. That said, back in 1849, a decent chunk of Kit's fame was simply due to having friends in high places. Namely, the explorer John C. Fremont and Fremont's daddy-in-law, U.S. Senator Thomas Benton. Extremely influential men who spread the word of Kit's heroic adventures far and wide. And then there were the books. Penny dreadfuls and dime novels that depicted the just 5.5-foot tall Carson as being almost superhuman. An oak of a man who killed scores of Indians each day before breakfast just to get his appetite up. Descriptions that would cause women to swoon and even his greatest of fans to feel let down when they met the famous scout in person. Truth be told, I don't think anyone, not even the great Kit Carson, could live up to the legend that these books had created. It would almost be funny to think about if it weren't for the tragic fate of Ann White. Turns out Mrs. White had one of these books in her possession at the time of abduction. The Prince of the Gold Seekers by Charles Averill, a work of pure fiction that had Carson rescuing a damsel in distress from the natives. Sadly, Ann White wouldn't be so lucky. Kit found her, sure. Hell, everybody knew that he would. He just got to her a little too late. Kind of. Truth be told, Ann was still alive when Carson located the Jicarillas. And had Major Greer of the 1st Dragoons done what Kit had told him to do, there's a very good chance she would have remained alive. Upon spotting the village, Carson almost immediately ordered an attack, spurring on ahead and hoping to catch the Apaches by surprise. Greer, however, countermanded this charge by telling the Dragoons to stay put, leaving Kit with no other choice but to abort and return back to the column. I guess the Major figured that he could just talk with the Jicarillas and they'd turn over their captives without putting up a fight. Minutes began ticking past, and sure enough, the Apaches took notice and began to flee. One of them was even so bold as to take a shot at Major Greer, but luckily for him, the bullet lost velocity and simply knocked the wind out of him. It was then and only then that Greer ordered a charge, but like I said earlier, it was just too damn late. And when the Dragoons located Mrs. White's ravaged body, it was still warm. Her emaciated face, according to Carson, bearing the quote-unquote sorrows of agony. Apparently, as the Apaches were making their getaway, one of the warriors loosed an arrow into Ann's chest, and that was all she wrote. In camp, we found a book, Carson later recalled, the first of the kind I had ever seen, in which I was made a great hero, slaying Indians by the 100. And I have often thought that as Mrs. White would read the same, and knowing that I lived near, she would pray for my appearance and that she would be saved. I did come, but had not the power to convince those who were in command over me to pursue my plan for her rescue. End quote. Needless to say, this loss would haunt Carson for years to come. To quote biographer Hampton Sides, the real Kit Carson had met the fictional, and was deeply upset at his inability to save Mrs. White, for he had failed to live up to the growing myth around himself. But I guess life goes on, right? In the years following this failed rescue, Kit would mostly stay at home, save for an occasional trip to indulge his wanderlust. Like in 1850 when he trailed a herd of horses all the way from New Mexico to Fort Laramie. Or the following year when he helped to guide a trading expedition. Hal Carson would even venture back to California in 1853 with over 6,000 head of sheep for the hungry prospectors. For the most part, though, these adventures were short-lived, and Carson would return home to Taos just as quick as he could. The days of him being gone for years at a time appeared to be over, at least for the time being, especially once he was appointed to oversee the Utah Indian Agency. Now, this is kind of confusing, so please just bear with me for a moment. Turns out there were 3 separate Utah or Ute agencies. One of them was in the territory of Utah, another at Fort Bridger, and the third, which Carson was in charge of, headquartered out of his own personal home there in Taos. That being the case, in addition to keeping peace among the Ute, Kit would also have to watch over the Pueblos and even the Jicarilla Apaches. And considering that Carson wasn't much of a desk job kind of guy, this meant that he'd often take to the field, not only as an agent, but also freelancing on the side as a scout for the Army, especially during what's now known as the Jicarilla War, when the Apaches and the Utes teamed up to raid travelers along the Santa Fe Trail. In May of 1854, Carson was hired on as a guide for then Major James Henry Carleton to help retrieve horses stolen by the Jicarilla. and although the trail was cold, it didn't take Kit all that long to pick it up. He even predicted when they'd encounter the guilty Apaches, right down to the exact hour, later on that day at 2 p.m. Major Carlton wasn't buying it, though, and he ended up telling Kit that if they really did intercept the Apaches at 2 p.m., then he, Carlton, would buy Carson the fanciest beaver hat that money could buy in New York City. And as it turns out, Carson was wrong. They did not find the Hickorea at 2 p.m., but rather at 2:07 p.m. Still, though, Carlton was sufficiently impressed, and several months later, Kit received said beaver hat in the mail, complete with an inscription on the inner band that read, "At 2 o'clock, Kit Carson from Major Carlton." And by the way, this was not the first time that these two had worked together. A few years prior, it was Carlton who helped to pull Kit's bacon out of the fire. Back in 1851, Carson traveled to Missouri to fetch his daughter, Adeline. Theirs was a small group consisting of just around a dozen or so, including Kit's young niece, Susan. On the return trip home in what's now western Kansas, they were paid a visit by some pretty ticked-off Southern Cheyenne. Apparently, one of them had recently been flogged by the military after some minor infraction, and as I'm sure you can imagine, they were on the hunt for a little retribution. To once again quote Hampton's sides, any whites would do, preferably the first ones they saw, and Carson's party fit the bill. It didn't matter that Carson was ignorant of the original offense. This was a tribal ethic Carson knew all too well, and had practiced himself as a trapper and as a guide with Fremont. Now Carson found himself on the opposite side of the same code by which he had lived for years. At first, Kit invited the warriors into camp for a smoke, hoping to stop things from getting too far out of hand. Guess the Cheyenne weren't having it, though, and they began talking openly amongst themselves in their own tongue about murdering Carson as soon as he turned his back. To which Kit responded, himself in the Cheyenne dialect, quote, "I do not know the cause of your wishing my scalp. I've done you no injury and welcomed you as friends, but now you must leave." And leave they did, returning the following day with even more warriors. Once again, Carson confronted him, saying that he had sent a rider on ahead, which he had done the previous night, and that he'd return with soldiers, so if anything happened to he or his friends, the army would avenge him. Next thing you know, here comes Major Carlton with a detachment of dragoons, riding hell for leather to the rescue. No idea what would have happened had they not shown up, but Kit Carson was nothing if not loyal, and from that day forward, he felt like he owed his life, and the life of his daughter, to Major Carlton. As it turns out, the two would spend a good deal of time working together around a decade later. And Carson, although oftentimes disagreeing with Carlton's tactics, did indeed remain loyal, even when he didn't want to. Fun fact, it was Carlton who, in 1859, would help to bury the remains of those killed in the Mountain Meadows Massacre, an event that I most definitely plan on covering here on the Wild West Extravaganza in the near future. Now, all total, Kit would spend around 6 years as an Indian agent. And according to Marshall D. Moody in his essay, Kit Carson, Agent to the Indians, quote, "In the performance of his duties as agent, Carson used great common sense and tact. Carson may not have been overly fond of the job, but there is little doubt that his heart was in it and remained so until more important duties called. If one looks objectively at Carson as Indian agent, the conclusion must be reached that he was a man eminently well qualified, who served most of 3 terms efficiently, with humanity and consideration. That while he made errors, he did the best he could to further the interest of the government which he represented, and at the same time to secure the maximum amount of care and justice for the Indians of his agency." End of quote. So yeah, once again, we start to see somewhat of a softening in Kit's approach to the Native Americans. There would be no withheld rations or starvation or otherwise shady practices on Carson's watch. By all accounts, he dealt squarely with the indigenous, and in turn, they respected him. Even General Sherman would comment on it, saying that the Indians, quote, "think Kit twice as big a man as me. Why, his integrity is simply perfect. They know it, and they would believe him and trust him any day before me." Now, like I said earlier, when Carson was serving as agent, he was headquartered out of his own home in Taos, which meant at long last he finally got a chance to get to know his growing family. Although records are sparse, it looks like by 1860, his wife Josefa had given birth to at least 4 children, and before it was all said and done, Kit would have somewhere between 8 or 9 kids of his own. And that's not including helping to raise some of the offspring of his dearly departed friend Charles Bent. An acquaintance would describe Kit as an adoring father who would, quote, "lie down on an Indian blanket with his pockets full of candy and lumps of sugar. His children would then jump on top of him and take the candy from his pockets. End quote. And believe it or not, Carson would also become a Freemason during this period. Cue the conspiracy theories. According to biographer Hampton Sides, who I just cannot stop quoting, apparently, Kit had finally achieved the sense of stability that he had longed for during the 1840s. He had become a pillar of the community, a member of the local gentry, a good Catholic, a provider, a diplomat to the Indians, and a devoted father and husband. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, though. After all, by the year 1860, Carson was getting a little long in the tooth, a condition made even worse after an accident that damn near cost him his life. Story goes that Kit was hunting elk up in the San Juans when his horse took a fall off the side of a cliff. Both man and beast went a-tumbling, and the pony ended up rolling over on Carson several times. Although he would survive this ordeal, Kit was physically just never the same again. He had a pain in his chest that never seemed to go away, and he even took to saying that his days in the saddle were over, and from that moment forward he vowed to travel only via carriage. Now obviously this would not be the case. Despite his advanced years, Carson still had quite a few more adventures left in him, and you better believe he wasn't planning on sitting out the Civil War looming on the horizon. The only question was, which side would Kit fight on, the Union or the Confederacy? Remember, Carson was reared in Missouri, and when it came to the issues of slavery and succession, Missouri was a divided state. Many of Kit's relatives sympathized with the Southern cause, and his own brother would fight and ultimately die for the rebels. As far as Carson was concerned, he pretty much kept his opinions to himself, something I think we could all benefit from doing. But that also means we don't really know whether or not he was an abolitionist. Hell, there's even speculation that Carson himself owned slaves while residing in New Mexico. Indeed, he and his wife did have 3 Navajo servants, former captives that Kit had purchased from other tribes. It's thought by some that they were adopted and considered full-fledged members of the Carson family, but how true that is, I can't say. The sad fact of the matter is that slavery had a very long history there in New Mexico. The Spanish had spent centuries enslaving the indigenous, and the natives were doing the same to each other long before the Europeans ever showed up. Not to mention the practice of peonage that continued even after New Mexico became a territory of the United States. Us humans, man, we just love oppressing one another. So yeah, that said, and regardless of Carson's own personal convictions about slavery, he would choose to enlist with the Union Army, either out of a sense of patriotism or simply an allegiance to his old boss, John C. Fremont, or maybe even both. At first, Kit was thinking that he'd do like he had always done and just serve as a guide, but as it turns out, the military had other plans. Rather than utilize the old frontiersman as a scout, they instead gave him the rank of lieutenant colonel. And much to Kit's surprise, and possibly even his dismay, when the regiment's commander resigned in September of 1861, it was Carson who was placed in charge of the entire damn outfit. The 1st New Mexico Volunteer Infantry, comprised of around 1,000 mostly Hispanic men. By October, Kit was promoted to a full-bird colonel, and by the following February, he and his troops were facing off with Johnny Reb at the Battle of Valverde, the first major engagement of the Civil War there in New Mexico. On one side, you had about 3,000 Confederates under the command of Brigadier General Henry Sibley, or the walking whiskey keg as he was sometimes referred to due to his fondness for spirits. And on the other side, there at Fort Craig, you had a Colonel Edward Canby with just shy of 4,000 troops, including Carson's volunteer infantry. Interestingly enough, Fort Craig was just some 40-odd miles away from where Carson had first met up with General Kearny back in 1846. And as it turns out, General Sibley had pretty much the same plan as Kearny, to conquer New Mexico and then push further west and take control of California. Only thing was, he and his men were poorly provisioned and desperately in need of the supplies there at Fort Craig. So while Canby was hoping to lure the rebels into an ill-advised attack on the fort, at the same time Sibley was trying to draw them out into the open ground where he felt like his horse soldiers would have the upper hand. Finally, on February 21st, Canby ordered the bulk of his men out of the fort, Carson included, mostly with the goal of preventing the Confederates from crossing to the east side of the Rio Grande. As for Carson and his volunteers, they were held in reserve at first, but were soon helping to repulse an attack on the right flank from the 4th Texas. And although Carson was successful, another bunch of rebels were able to break through to the center, at which point Canby called for a retreat as they hightailed it back to the safety of the fort. Once again, per Hampton Sides, quote, Kit Carson and his volunteers were dumbfounded by Canby's order. From their point of view on the Union far right, the battle was faring well. In fact, they felt they were on the verge of victory. Captain Raphael Chacon, fighting with Carson, wrote that he could not understand the signals to retreat. We had penetrated the enemy zone and considered that our charge had won the battle. As far as everyone was concerned, Carson and his men accounted well for themselves during the fight, but it still went down as a rebel victory, despite Sibley failing to capture Fort Craig. He and his Texans would instead press north and take Albuquerque before being defeated at the Battle of Glorieta Pass later on that march. As for Kit, he remained behind at Fort Craig. I guess Canby really didn't have all that much faith in his regiment. And besides, as it turns out, the military, in their infinite wisdom, had other plans for old Kit Carson. Back in 1861, Colonel Canby had ordered the abandonment of Fort Stanton, which at that time was home to the Mescalero Apache. And these Apaches were mostly reliant on the rations promised to them by the Army. And once those soldiers left and said rations dried up, the Apaches simply went back to their old ways, which included raiding the ranches and settlements there in south central New Mexico. That being the case, Carson was charged with leading 5 companies to occupy and rebuild Fort Stanton, in addition to pacifying the Mescaleros. The official orders, given by his old friend, now General James Carleton, read in part as follows. All Indian men of the tribe, Mescalero Apache, are to be killed whenever and wherever you find them. The women and children will not be harmed, but you will take them prisoner and feed them at Fort Stanton. Apparently, General Carleton thought that such a drastic measure, killing all the men, would, quote, be the most humane course that could be pursued towards these Indians. Now, the plan was to settle whoever Carson didn't kill on a brand new reservation known as the Bosque Redondo, a 1,600 square mile tract of good-for-nothing land that would also be the future site of Fort Sumner. Matter of fact, Fort Sumner was originally established to oversee the Bosque Redondo. Fort would be abandoned in 1869, however, and then purchased by one of Kit's old pals, Lucian Maxwell, who'd go on to rebuild the officers' quarters into a spacious 20-room home. It was in that same house years later where a young outlaw known as Billy the Kid would meet his demise at the hands of Pat Garrett. But that's a whole nother story that takes place almost 2 decades after our current timeline. Check out the series I did on the Kid if you'd like to learn all the juicy details. Link down below. Alright, let's get back to Kit Carson. Now, before Carson would arrive at Fort Stanton, Captain James Graydon engaged a group of around 30 mescaleros at Galena Springs. Graydon lured them in with promises of food and provisions, and then, once they let their guard down, he and his men opened fire, killing 11, including 2 chiefs, and wounding another 20. This was followed by a similar attack that convinced the remaining mescaleros that maybe surrendering to Carson wouldn't be all that bad of an idea. And to his credit, Carson did completely ignore Carleton's orders to shoot all of the men. Instead, he simply accepted their surrender with dignity. The entire campaign would only last about a month, and by March of 1863, the bulk of the mescaleros, around 400 or 500, were settled on the Bosque Redondo. Now you know how it goes, right? The better you are at your job, the more responsibility your boss will pile onto your back. Same thing occurred with Kit Carson. No sooner had he delivered the mescaleros to the reservation when General Carleton called on him to do the exact same with the Navajo. Only thing is, Carson just wasn't feeling it. First of all, he had joined the army to help defeat the Confederates, not fight the daggum Native Americans. And secondly, I know we touched on this earlier, but the dude was just getting old. Kit turned 54 in 1863, and the injuries he sustained during that horse accident back in 1860 were still troubling him. Then there's the simple fact that going after the Navajo would not be the cakewalk that General Carleton seemed to think it would be. There were a hell of a lot more Navajo than there were Mescalero Apaches, and they damn sure weren't going to give up without a struggle. At this point, all Kit wanted to do was just go home, snuggle up with that pretty little wife of his, and play with the children. So he did what I think a lot of us would do and sent off a letter of resignation consisting of just 12 words. Take this job and shove it. I ain't scouting here no more. No. Carson did send a letter of resignation, one that he, of course, had to have someone else write on his behalf, but it was much more diplomatic than the lyrics of a damn Johnny Paycheck song. In the letter, Kit laid out the case that he had already proven his devotion to the government by fighting those Texians at Val Verde. Furthermore, should the Texans return, it would be his pride and pleasure to suit up and fight them again. But at the same time, he felt that, quote, duty as well as happiness directs me to home and family, and trust that the general will accept my resignation. I am sorry that I have obliged to dissolve our official connection, but it shall ever be my proudest thought that I had the honor and happiness of serving under Brigadier General Carleton." End quote. Now, I do feel like it's important to mention that Carson was not resigning out of some sense of morality. He himself had no issues whatsoever with placing the natives on a reservation. Matter of fact, he was pretty much of the mind that by doing so, it would work out in their favor, or in other words, it would be for their own good. Which, let's be honest, is something that you see a lot of in history. People just constantly trampling on the rights of others and claiming it's for their own good. Be that as it may, Carson was very vocal in his belief that most of the Indian troubles were caused, quote, by aggressions on the part of the whites. Kit rightfully deduced that most of the raids on the settlements were done out of desperation, from a, quote, absolute necessity when in a starving condition. Game is becoming scarce, most of it having been killed by the settlers and a good deal of it driven from the country. They, the indigenous, are unable to support themselves by the chase and the hunt. End of quote. Also, Kit realized full well that there weren't no stopping the never-ending tide of white migration. Not that he was against America's westward expansion, mind you. He himself helped open up the floodgates. But at the same time, Carson knew that, like it or not, there weren't no reversing the tides of civilization. The only hope for the natives, as far as he was concerned, was for them to accept change. Either adapt to the ways of the white man or face extinction. That being the case, his preferred method was to remove the indigenous to somewhere far away from the white or Hispanic settlements, but at the same time teach them how to farm and learn to live like quote-unquote civilized people. And by the way, Carson's idea of keeping them separated from the settlements, once again, as cringy as this sounds, was, in his way of thinking, for their own good, under the assumption that the more they mingled with the whites, the more they would destroy their own culture and the more bad habits they would pick up, like, the use of alcohol. Kit was also in favor of making the reservations on, or as near as possible, to the tribe's own ancestral land. The Navajo, for instance, who General Carleton wanted him to go after, had very strong taboos about leaving the confines of what they considered their sacred mountains. Carson understood this. He also understood that uprooting them from their own territory and sending them hundreds of miles away to a place like the Bosque Redondo would likely demoralize them so thoroughly that it would destroy any chance of the reservation becoming a success. Now, I do want to make it clear that none of this stemmed from Kit's love of the Navajo people. Remember, Carson had been living with the Hispanics there in New Mexico for quite a long time, and as far as most of them were concerned, the Navajo were public enemy number one. A lot of families had lost loved ones, or even just their livelihood, due to the Navajo. Even the Ute, who Carson considered allies, despised the Navajo. But still, even as hated as the Navajo were, Kit just flat out did not want this job. Let someone else handle it. All he wanted to do was return home and spend his twilight years sitting on the porch telling lies to his grandkids. In the end, though, I guess it doesn't really matter what Kit Carson wanted. According to the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want, right? And Carson would have to hold off on that rocking chair for the time being. Not only did General Carleton refuse his resignation, but he also went to work on the former mountain man's sense of duty, pretty much saying that the people of New Mexico needed him, that nobody else could get the job done, and not only that, but removing the Navajo to the reservation would prove to be the greatest achievement of his life. And yeah, I guess it worked. Remember what I said earlier about Carson being loyal. He still felt like he owed General Carleton, so, against his own judgment, he relented. Carson would lead a campaign against the Navajo, but rather than it being his greatest achievement, it would turn out to be his greatest controversy. And for the Navajo, it would be absolutely devastating. The Dene, or Navajo as they're more commonly known, began migrating south around 1,000 years ago, eventually laying claim to a massive swath of land from present-day New Mexico all the way west into Arizona. Initially hunter-gatherers, the Dene quickly adapted to farming as well as raising livestock. Sheep especially would play a very important role to their way of life, not only as a source of food, but also wool, which they'd use to weave their famous Navajo blankets. The Dene were also a warrior society, and much like other tribes there in the Southwest, they would often clash with the Spanish and the Mexicans, and in time, even the Americans. And partly this was just self-preservation. The Europeans not only wanted their land, but they also wanted to change who the Navajo were as a people. The Spanish missionaries would even go so far as to chain captives to church pews. At least they did until 1672, when a delegation of Navajo pulled a priest straight out the chapel, stripped him naked, and bashed his head in with a bell. Needless to say, over the course of the next century or so, efforts to convert the Dene were pretty much abandoned altogether. And the violence continued. The Navajo would strike hard and fast, killing a shepherd or two, kidnapping a few women and children, and then fleeing with as much livestock as they could handle. People were killed, prisoners were taken, but generally speaking, these raids were mostly centered around animals, especially sheep. I cannot stress that enough. Sheep really were the wealth of the Navajo. Pretty much the only chance that a young man had in gaining influence amongst his people was to build a respectable flock, hence the frequent raids on the settlements. It wasn't all about sheep, though, unfortunately. As I just mentioned, the Navajo would oftentimes also take prisoners, some of whom were adopted into the tribe, some used as slave labor, and others simply sold at a profit. At least one source I found estimated that slaves owned by the Navajo in just New Mexico alone made up around 10% of the territory's population. In other words, quite a few families were torn apart thanks to Navajo depredations. Don't get it twisted, though, because this did go both ways. The Ute, Apaches, Mexicans, and yeah, even the Americans would also enslave the Navajo, regardless of laws making the practice illegal. Hell, in Taos, there were slave auctions held in the town plaza where Native American children were sold for as little as $40 a head. As I'm sure you can imagine, this led to even more violence, and the Navajo just kept on raiding. Attempts were made throughout the years by the military to keep the Dene in check, but this proved mostly ineffectual, partly due to just how numerous the Navajo were. Even nowadays, they remain the largest tribe in the United States with around 400,000 enrolled members. Weren't quite as many back in 1860, but a decent guesstimate puts their population, at that time, at around 12,000, which meant they still far outnumbered other tribes, especially down in New Mexico and Arizona. Just to put things into perspective, the Mescalero Apache, who Kit Carson had recently defeated and relocated to a reservation, only numbered a few hundred. Also, you gotta take into account the land of the Navajo, especially their maze-like stronghold in Arizona known as Canyon de Chelly. With sheer walls towering hundreds of feet high and a labyrinth of box canyons, this holy land of the Navajo had thus far proved insurmountable. Matter of fact, when Colonel Dixon Miles scouted a portion of the canyon back in 1858, he'd ominously remarked that no command should ever again enter it. Even the great Kit Carson, upon first laying eyes on the canyon, would describe it as stupendous and impregnable. So yeah, suffice it to say, bringing the mighty Navajo Nation to its knees weren't going to be no small undertaking. Now, just to bring us back to our current timeline, New Mexico wouldn't officially become a territory of the United States until 1850, but it had been under U.S. protection since General Kearny seized control in 1846, thus inheriting the quote-unquote Navajo problem from the Mexicans. Hostilities increased in 1849 following the killing of a respected Dene leader, Narbonne, and from there things just progressively grew worse. Over the next 2 decades, a series of treaties were signed and broken, and the violence would only escalate, especially once the Civil War began and frontier posts were left abandoned. Much like the Comanche over in Texas, I guess the Navajo felt like they had carte blanche to go on the warpath when and where they pleased. There just weren't enough soldiers to stop them. Hell, during just the year 1862, it's thought that the Navajo were responsible for $250,000 in property loss, not to mention the taking of nearly 300 lives and thousands of sheep. To quote historian Hampton Sides, all across New Mexico, the threat of Navajo raiders gave life an undertow of anxiety. The settlers dwelled in a state of vigilance, always half listening, scanning the sagebrush for movement. Everyone knew some family whose child or mother had been carried off. In the foothills, cairns often studded the pastures. Decorated with crosses or flowers, these markers memorialized shepherds who had been cut down. At a very young age, New Mexicans learned to hate and fear the word Navajo. End quote. But in the words of the late great Sam Cooke, change gon' come. And that change came in the form of Brigadier General James Henry Carleton. You see, in August 1862, Carleton was made military commander over the Department of New Mexico, and once he was done mopping up the Confederates, he set his sights on the Navajo. Now, just a quick side note, but before arriving in New Mexico, General Carleton had been stationed at Fort Tejon over in California, just north of the Sebastian Indian Reservation. Also known as Tejon Farm, this reservation was loosely based on the Spanish mission system, and by the year 1854, it was said to have been home to around 2,500 natives. They were taught how to farm, how to dig irrigation ditches, how to raise cattle and sheep, build homes, all that kind of stuff. And by some accounts, many of the California indigenous did adjust well to life at Tejon Farm, at least initially. Sadly, as tends to be the case, things did not go as planned. There was a series of droughts, the crops were ravaged by disease, local settlers resented the land being set aside for the natives, and ultimately, Tejon Farm proved to be an abject failure. But not before it inspired General Carleton to try something similar in New Mexico. Basically, Carleton's plan was to pacify the natives and turn them all into good little Christian farmers. Per the general himself, quote, "The only peace that can ever be made with them, the Navajo, must rest on the basis that they move on to the lands at Bosque Redondo and, like the Pueblos, become an agricultural people and cease to be nomads. Entire subjugation or destruction are the alternatives." So yeah, basically you got two choices. Give up your entire way of life and go live on some good-for-nothing piece of land far from home, or face extermination. Hell, Carleton even had the land in question already picked out. A spot in eastern New Mexico along the Pecos that you heard me mention a moment ago, the Bosque Redondo. That's where Fort Sumner was constructed during the fall of 1862, and once completed, Carleton decided to test it out on the Apaches. We discussed this prior in the series, but after a relatively short campaign, the general's attack dog, our very own famed frontiersman Kit Carson, was successful in persuading the Mescaleros to settle at the Bosque. The Navajo would prove just a tad bit more difficult. Like I said earlier, there was around 12,000 of them, or roughly 24 times as many Navajos as there were Mescalero Apache. Also, like I said earlier, their stronghold, Canyon de Chelly, was far to the west, over 400 miles from the reservation. And just an FYI, this is also something we discussed earlier, but it bears repeating. Kit Carson did not want to go after the Navajo. He joined the army to help defend New Mexico against the Confederates, and once that was taken care of, he stuck around long enough to pacify the Mescaleros, but the Navajo were a whole nother story. Kit, who by this point was already 53 years old, just wanted to go home and be with his family. He ended up sending Carleton a letter of resignation, which the general denied. So in other words, like it or not, Carson was going to have to head to Canyon de Chelly and battle it out with the Navajo on their own home turf. Now the campaign officially began during the summer of 1863. Carson had close to 1,000 men under his command, a mix of U.S. Army officers, New Mexican volunteers, and even a smattering of Pueblo and Ute scouts. Is it Pueblo or Pueblo, by the way? I got accused of being AI again recently because somebody didn't like the way I said Pueblo. Pueblo, potato, I don't know. I'll look into it. By early July, Kit's column was already in the land of the Navajo and setting up shop at the abandoned Fort Defiance, which Carson renamed Fort Canby. Now, as it turns out, just 6 months prior, General Carleton had sent word to the Navajo that they were to surrender to Carson right there at Fort Canby by July 20th, or else. I believe his exact words were that after that day, every Navajo would be considered hostile and treated accordingly. That after that day, the door that was now open would be closed. Well, July 20th came and went without notice, and sure enough, Carleton gave Kit the go-ahead to proceed with the invasion. The official orders from the general were as follows. For a long time past, the Navajo Indians have murdered and robbed the people of New Mexico. It is therefore ordered that Colonel Christopher Carson, with a proper military force, proceed without delay to the Navajo country and there to prosecute a vigorous war upon the men of this tribe. End quote, and prosecute it Carson would. To once again paraphrase Hampton Sides, there was nothing glorious about Carson's campaign. No great engagements, no fields of honor, and no decisive victories. With the American invasion, the Navajos did what they had always done. They scattered, vanished, dropped into their 1,000 pockets and holes, and abided in silence. And so, with no one to fight, Carson's campaign became, of necessity, a war of grinding attrition. The pressure he applied through the summer and fall of 1863 was incremental, cumulative, merciless, and without relent. The goal, pure in its simplicity, was to make the Navajo feel the bitter burn of starvation, on the theory that hunger alone could bring them to accept conditions that they otherwise would not entertain. Carson never used the term scorched earth, but that's what it was, the first systematic use of it in the West, and more than a year before Sherman's march across the South. If there was ever a grandeur or majesty to warfare, surely none could be found here. And yeah, I do think that's a great summary of this particular campaign. With the Navajo going into hiding and pretty much refusing to fight, Kit instead focused his efforts on just starving them out. When he and his men located Dene crops, they burnt them, and when they located their horses, they shot them, likewise with the sheep. Pretty much everything they could find belonging to the Navajo was destroyed. Pottery, baskets, everything. And on the rare occasions that they encountered Navajo warriors, they too were destroyed. All total, Carson ended up burning thousands of acres of crops. Excuse me, let's try that again. All total, Carson ended up burning thousands of acres of crops and an estimated nearly 2 million pounds of food. He even had his Ute scouts stand guard over the watering holes to deprive the Navajo from even so much as quenching their thirst. And as heartless as this strategy was, it did work. Wasn't long before a small band of Navajo, numbering somewhere between 75 to 100 souls, sent emissaries to Fort Canby pleading for peace. The only problem was Carson was gone when they arrived. In his stead, a Major Thomas Blakeney ended up arresting the would-be peace commissioners and treating them poorly. At least one of them was shot dead trying to escape, and by the time Kit showed up, only one remained, an elderly man by the name of Littlefoot. And this must have been frustrating as hell for Carson. He really did believe that if given the chance to speak with the Navajo, he'd have been able to win them over. Figured he could have treated them good enough that they'd talk the other bands into surrendering as well, but instead Major Blakeney decided to be an asshole. And he certainly wasn't the only one. Remember, this was during the summer of 1863. The Civil War was reaching a fever pitch back east. Hell, the Battle of Gettysburg just went down that July, and, well, I guess a lot of the officers assigned to Carson felt like they were missing out on all the glory. Instead of fighting Johnny Reb and preserving the Republic, they was out in Arizona sweating their asses off and chasing a bunch of Navajo ghosts. And just to give you an idea what Carson was dealing with, nearly half of the officers in his command were either court-martialed or forced to resign, being charged with all manner of offenses, including murder, alcoholism, embezzlement, sexual deviation, desertion, and incompetence. Even Blakeney was dismissed after Carson pursued an investigation. And if that ain't bad enough, Kit's Ute scouts would soon call it quits and return home. Apparently, either Carson or General Carleton had forbidden them from taking Navajo slaves, so they resigned out of protest. As for the aforementioned Mr. Littlefoot, Kit just ended up letting him go. Halfway hoping he'd still bring his people in, but knowing full well he'd likely end up doing the exact opposite and warn them away. Carson would later say of the ordeal, quote, "From all I can learn, these Indians came in with a flag of truce, and I cannot but regret that they were not better received and kept until my arrival. I cannot blame these people for distrusting the good faith of the troops here at the post, from the manner in which their messengers have been received. I deplore it the more as I now only have one way of communicating with them, through the barrels of my rifles." Now, up until now, Canyon de Chelly proper had not yet been breached. Carson and his men were merely patrolling the surrounding countryside and destroying anything they could find belonging to the Navajo, just constantly applying pressure. They went on a month-long scout that August, covering some 500 miles, but other than the destruction of property, all they managed to do was take around a dozen prisoners. There were a few skirmishes, but for the most part the Navajo had seemingly vanished. It's also worth noting that Kit was really feeling his years at this point, almost in constant pain due to old injuries and missing his family something fierce. What's more, his wife Josefa was about ready to pop with baby number 6. That being the case, Carson put in for a 2-month leave of absence, but he was once again denied by General Carleton. He basically told Kit to stop asking, but if by some miracle he managed to capture at least 100 Navajo, then maybe he'd consider letting him go home and visit his family. And the only way Carson was going to capture that many Navajo was by invading their stronghold at Canyon de Chelly, something that had yet to be done with any real measure of success, and certainly never attempted in the dead of winter like Carson was planning. But Kit was nothing if not determined. All he wanted to do was get this business over with so he could return to his family. Meanwhile, the Navajo were making preparations of their own. Women busied themselves stockpiling food as the men went to work making arrows and just pretty much getting ready for a long siege, one that would begin in earnest in January of 1864. Hey, real quick, let's talk about something that I recently had the pleasure of trying out for myself. Today's sponsor and America's #1 meal kit, HelloFresh. Look, I'm a pretty busy guy. In addition to this podcast, I also spend a good chunk each day wrangling a rambunctious 3-year-old. And I don't know if you know this about 3-year-olds, but they can be just a tad bit picky when it comes to what they eat. That's where HelloFresh saves the day with their amazing line of kid-friendly family options that'll have even the pickiest of eaters cleaning their plates. And trust me, it ain't just for the kids, okay? With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered straight to your doorstep. Gone are the days of waiting in line at the grocery store or even at restaurants. No reservation, no problem. Like I said a moment ago, HelloFresh will deliver restaurant-quality meals straight to that pretty little doorstep of yours. All you gotta do is choose your delivery day, open the box, and get to cooking. I recently tried a few of their meals that take just 20 minutes or less to whip up, and I gotta say, they're pretty daggum tasty. My favorite was the peanut butter and cherry Belgium waffles. Absolutely delicious. I also really enjoyed the beef bulgogi lettuce wraps. And trust me, there's a lot more to choose from, especially considering HelloFresh's changing menu of 50, that's 50 recipes to choose from each and every week. There's just no two ways about it. HelloFresh makes it easy to always find something the whole family will love. And for a limited time, kids eat free. Just go to HelloFresh.com/WildWestKids to unlock this exclusive offer. 1 free kids meal per box for 2 months while subscription is active. That's free kids meals just by going to HelloFresh.com/WildWestKids. Your mouth, your stomach, and your kids will thank you. Now, Carson would end up splitting his command into 2 separate units, leading the largest bunch himself towards the western mouth of the canyon. At the same time, Captain Albert Pfeiffer and 100 volunteers were creeping round back to the east side. The plan, cooked up by General Carleton, was to block the canyon on both ends and have the troops meet up in the middle. The hope was that just the mere presence of soldiers invading this sacred stronghold would be enough to convince the Navajo to surrender. And by the way, Captain Pfeiffer is an interesting guy in his own right, one of the few capable officers that Carson had at his disposal. A damn drunk, sure, but still very capable. Story goes that back in the day, Pfeiffer and his lady love were bathing in some hot springs near Taos when they got attacked by the Apaches. His wife was killed, and from that day forward, Pfeiffer hunted down the Apache with a wild abandon. Later, when asked if he avenged his wife's death, Pfeiffer was quoted as saying, "They paid for it, yes. They have paid for it well in blood. I fight them day and night everywhere in all seasons." How true that is, I don't know. But as far as the officers serving Carson were concerned, it would be Pfeiffer who had the most luck in engaging with the Navajo. Be that as it may, this invasion into Canyon de Chelly was met with hardship from the get-go. Thanks to a heavy snow, it took them twice as long to reach the mouth of the canyon as they had planned on. And upon reaching the canyon, Kit immediately sent a detachment of around 50 men to intercept a small group of natives attempting to flee. The short battle that ensued saw 11 warriors killed and 4 non-combatants, women and children, taken prisoner. Meanwhile, Pfeiffer and his volunteers had mistakenly entered the wrong canyon, one known as Canyon del Muerto. And I don't know about you, but if I got to go into the wrong canyon, I don't want it to be called the Canyon of Death. It just does not sound like something good's going to come out of that. And just like with Carson, the going was slow as Pfeiffer's men literally had to break trail through the ice and snow with pickaxes. If all that ain't bad enough, Pfeiffer soon realized that they were surrounded. All along the rim of the canyon, Navajo warriors began jumping about, quote, like mountain cats, hollering at me, swearing and cursing, and threatening vengeance on my command in every variety of Spanish that they were capable of mustering. Still, though, Pfeiffer's men were able to capture a handful of half-starved women and children. They also stumbled upon the frozen remains of other Dene who had already died of starvation. Remember, Carson and his men had been destroying their stores of food for the past 5 months. And although they didn't see too much of the Navajo, these tactics were most definitely taking their toll. As Captain Pfeiffer's column pushed deeper into the canyon, they met with even more resistance. Once again, the warriors were exposing themselves up on the ledges, hollering and yelling, throwing rocks, and some even shooting off rifles, just pretty much trying to lure the soldiers into an ambush. As for the troops, they ended up camping out at the base of what's now called Fortress Rock, unaware that there were hundreds of Navajo directly above them. Or at least, I guess I should say they were unaware until night came and the warriors began hurling down insults. Now, before everything was all said and done, those taking refuge at the top of Fortress Rock would end up forming a human chain along a dangerous path leading down to a creek. And there, in the midst of the sleeping soldiers, they quietly filled up gourd after gourd with water, passing them back from one person to another, and thus replenishing their supply up on top of the rock. Efforts like this allowed around 300 of the Navajo to slip through Carson's grasp altogether. Unfortunately, there were many others who wouldn't be so lucky. By the evening of January 12th, Carson and Pfeiffer had finally linked back up. Believe it or not, Kit himself would never actually enter the canyon, instead just taking it all in from the southern rim. That very same day, a small band of Navajo, numbering around 50, came limping in waving a white flag. They, like many of their brethren, were half-starved and said they would have come in sooner, but were afraid Kit would have them executed. Instead, Carson gave them food and blankets and asked that they go and convince even more of their kinfolk to come out of hiding. Told them to meet him at Fort Canby within a week with as many people as they could find. Now, this kindness aside, Carson knew good and well that his job, and the subsequent destruction of all that the Navajo held dear, was far from complete. Even as he was departing for Fort Canby the following day with a small detachment, he left the remaining troops there at the canyon, as he put it, to prosecute the campaign with vigor. Captain Pfeiffer and another officer, Lieutenant Asa Carey, were to proceed through the main branch of Canyon de Chelly and destroy everything of value they could find, including the Navajos' prized peach orchards. And we're not talking about just a few trees here. There was around 3,000 in total, dating all the way back to the arrival of the Spanish there in the southwest. And although the soldiers found it difficult to destroy the orchards that winter due to all the snow and ice, they would return the following summer and finish the job, either cutting or burning down every single peach tree that they could find. As for the Navajo, by this point, they had pretty much completely lost their will to fight. I guess seeing your women and children starve to death before your very eyes will do that to a person. They began straggling into Fort Canby by late January, just a handful at first and then more and more until finally they began flooding in. By the first week of February, over 800 Navajos surrendered there at the fort. A few weeks later, that number grew to over 2,000, with rumors of another 1,000 or so more on their way. And once again, Carson ensured that these prisoners were treated with all the kindness that Fort Canby could afford, which honestly was not that much. Truth be told, there wasn't near enough food there to feed so many starving people, and for the Navajo, this was really when the misery began. Now, if you'll recall, several months prior, Carlton had promised Kit that he could visit his family if he captured 100 Navajo. Well, now that quota was met, Carson finally got his wish. He left Fort Canby in February with around 250 prisoners, delivering them to the Rio Grande, where they were then taken the rest of the way to the Bosque Redondo by a military escort. And Kit, well, he just traveled back home to Taos by way of Santa Fe. Matter of fact, it was there in Santa Fe where he was met with a hero's welcome, with citizens lining up on both sides of the plaza celebrating his great triumph over the Navajo Nation. Even General Carlton sang his praises, telling his superiors in Washington that where so many had previously failed, Kit Carson proved victorious. Now that may have been the case, but according to historian Hampton Sides, Carson was in no shape to celebrate this so-called victory, even if he had been inclined to accept it as such. He was nearing exhaustion and in almost constant pain. He didn't know it yet, but there was something growing inside his chest that was slowly killing him. His horse accident years ago in the San Juans had apparently caused the formation of an aneurysm on his aorta, a tiny balloon that was steadily expanding and would prove immediately lethal should it burst. He knew something was not right. As Tom Dunlay described it, an enemy he could neither outwit nor outfight was on his trail. He wanted no more of the Navajo Wars. "The state of my health warns me," Carson wrote, "that I can no longer render my country sufficient service." Now we'll circle back to Kit here in a moment, but meanwhile, the surrender of Navajo were subjected to what's now known as the Long Walk, sort of a western trail of tears as they were marched all the way from Arizona to eastern New Mexico. The grim column stretched on for miles as the Navajo struggled through the snow, forced to live off nothing but rancid bacon and uncooked flour. To make matters worse, the soldiers, who, by the way, had been instructed to treat their Navajo wards with Christian kindness, instead began to make life a living hell for them. Rations were withheld, women were used, and the elderly and infirmed were marched damn near to death. Hell, some were simply shot for just not being able to keep up. The soldiers also looked the other way as the defenseless prisoners fell victim to a series of midnight raids conducted by their enemies, both Native American and New Mexican. They'd rush in under the cover of darkness, steal away Navajo women and children, and then disappear back into the shadows. These attacks became so common during the long walk that at least one officer would warn the guards that they must, quote, exercise extreme vigilance or the Indians' children will all be stolen from them and sold, end quote. Sounds like a nightmare, right? And believe it or not, this was only just the beginning. All totaled, throughout the rest of 1864 and on into 1865, nearly 9,000 Navajo would be forced to march east to the Bosque Redondo. At least 500 of them would die along the way, and once they arrived, the death toll would only continue to climb. Initially, things looked promising. The Navajo were put to work digging irrigation ditches, and they even managed to harvest a bumper crop later on that spring. Carson would join them there on the Bosque as reservation superintendent shortly thereafter, and by all accounts, this was a job he was determined to do with both fairness and compassion. But let's face it, Kit Carson weren't no bureaucrat. Once again, per Hampton's sides, Carson, quote, quickly grew to hate this position, chafed at the rules, and seethed at the inefficiency and corruption he saw all around him. He missed his wife Josefa terribly, just as much as he had during the campaign in Navajo country. They were still a world away from each other. The Bosque lay some 200 miles away from their home in Taos. Sitting at his desk, shuffling papers that he could not read, making requests for food and equipment that the financially strapped, war-torn government would seldom honor, he toiled for 3 months in misery. Not since he was the saddle-maker's apprentice had he felt so trapped in a job for which he had no liking or competence. It was, he wrote, not the position that I contemplated occupying, end quote. And yeah, despite claiming to have the best interests of the Navajo at heart, there was still only just so much that one man could do, especially in just 3 months. In addition to dealing with all that corruption and a lack of rations, Carson also had to mediate disputes between the Navajo and their new neighbors, the Mescaleros. No real surprise there, as the two tribes had been longtime enemies even before being settled on the Bosque Redondo. As such, they had to be wrangled by the guards just to stop them from attacking one another. And that's really just the tip of the iceberg. There were a ton of other problems. In time, hundreds of the Navajo would end up catching dysentery due to the water of the Pecos, described by one of the soldiers there at Fort Sumner as terrible, just full of alkali and operated on a person like castor oil. They would even joke that the more you wash yourself, even with soap, the dirtier you would get. And then there was the lack of available firewood. Apparently all the larger trees had been cut down to construct the fort, which forced the Navajo to travel great distances to collect fuel for their fires. Either that or they had to use mesquite or just suffer through the cold. Syphilis, too, became an issue, both for the Navajo and the soldiers, especially once the troops began trading food rations for sexual favors. Girls as young as 12 or 13 were prostituted out just to help feed their families. Finally, you had the Comanche. That's another reason the reservation was placed where it was there on the Bosque Redondo. This way the Navajo and the Mescaleros could serve as a buffer against the lords of the southern plains. And yeah, the Comanche would end up attacking the reservation quite often, making off with women, children, livestock, pretty much anything they could get their hands on. And remember what I said earlier about that bumper crop? Well, it didn't stand much of a chance against a type of insect known as the cutworm. These little pests were like something out of the Old Testament and basically destroyed any hope of the Navajo being able to feed themselves throughout the winter. In the end, Bosque Redondo, much like Tejon Farm, was an absolute failure of the first degree, one which cost the lives of thousands of Native Americans. I don't have any hard numbers on the Mescalero, but all total, somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000 Navajo would perish, either due to the long walk or the horrible conditions there at the reservation. Let that number sink in just for a moment. 3,000 to 4,000. Roughly 1 out of every 3 prisoners held at the Bosque Redondo wouldn't make it out alive. Things got so bad that in 1865, the Mescalero Apaches just left entirely, drifting down south of Ruidoso where their current reservation now stands. The Navajo would stick around, though, until finally, in June 1868, after a whole hell of a lot of unnecessary misery, they were allowed to return to their homeland at Canyon de Chelly. Of course, by that time, Kit Carson was already, well, we'll get to that soon enough. In the meantime, as I alluded to a moment ago, Carson's time as superintendent of the Bosque was relatively short-lived, just 3 months. I guess old General Carleton figured that Kit's talents could be better served elsewhere, and that elsewhere just so happened to be in the heart of Comancheria. Back in 1864, the Comanche and their allies, namely the Kiowa and Kiowa Apache, were making life just a tad bit difficult for travelers along the Santa Fe Trail. They were, as at least one observer put it, having a quote-unquote high carnival, and scarcely a week would go by without some type of outrage being committed by them. What's more, they weren't even being shy about it. The Comanches were boasting that they'd kill every white man that dared set foot on the road, and if General Carleton, the commander of military forces over in New Mexico, even so much as retaliated, they'd kill him too. And honestly, the Comanche had every reason to be bold. For the last few years, the soldiers had all been fighting each other back east during the Civil War, leaving a whole lot of land virtually unprotected. Hell, it was during this time that the entire line of the frontier in Texas was pushed back 100 miles due to raids from the Comanche and the Kiowas. Things got so bad that eventually the aforementioned General Carleton ended up sending Kit Carson to go nip these depredations in the bud. Now, if you don't mind, just in case there are any new listeners, I would like to do a very quick recap of Carson's life prior to taking on the Comanche. Kit first came west in 1826 at the young age of 16. Fell in with a motley crew of mountain men, and over the course of the next decade or so, would end up making one hell of a name for himself as a fur trapper and so-called Indian fighter. Carson may have been short in stature, he only stood around 5.5 feet tall, but what he lacked in height he more than made up for in courage and grit, as evidenced by his many engagements with hostile natives, Mexican and Confederate soldiers, and at least one giant of a French Canadian who was greatly lacking in the manners department. While Carson could neither read nor write, he certainly weren't no dummy. Dude was fluent in Spanish and French, could speak several indigenous dialects as well as sign language, and could basically converse with anyone of any tribe west of the Mississippi River. He may not have been able to follow the letters on a page, but Kit could track pretty much anything that moved. Knew how to locate game and watering holes, how to smell an ambush from a mile away, how to read the weather, and by the time he was sent to pacify the Comanche, Carson was already a veteran of 2 wars and had damn near the entirety of the western United States mapped out in his head. In other words, Kit Carson was an extremely capable frontiersman. And thanks to the Civil War, he was also a colonel in the by God U.S. Army. After the Battle of Val Verde, he was sent to deal with the Mescalero Apaches, followed by a very similar campaign against the Navajo in 1863. An extremely brutal campaign that would end up bringing the mighty Navajo Nation to its knees, albeit temporarily. Sadly, the Navajo were then subjected to what's known as the Long Walk, aka the Western Trail of Tears, where they were forced to march hundreds of miles east to join the Mescalero on a good-for-nothing reservation known as the Bosque Redondo. Like I said, this was just a very brief rundown of events leading up to the Battle of Adobe Walls. Right or wrong, Carson had proved extremely effective against the indigenous, and as such, it was only natural that he'd be the one sent east to face off with the Comanche. That said, the Comanche posed their own unique set of difficulties, to say the least. Now, Carson's plan was to strike the Comanche in their winter camps, sort of catch them with their pants down, so to speak, and do as much damage as possible. If Carson could destroy their villages, including their stores of dried meat and buffalo robes, then maybe, just maybe, the Comanches could be talked into surrendering. And yeah, so it were that Colonel Kit Carson set out in mid-November of 1864, with a couple of mountain howitzers and around 400 men, 75 of whom were his trusty Ute scouts. Now just a quick tangent, but it's worth noting that Carson wasn't doing all that great health-wise. The former mountain man had 55 years of hard living under his belt. His joints ached, his eyesight seemed to be failing, and most troubling of all were the lingering effects of an accident from a few years prior when a horse rolled over on him. Just weren't no two ways about it. Kit was not the same man he'd been even just a decade earlier. Hell, there were some who even questioned whether or not he was still able to sit a saddle. Carson was tough, though. And although in constant pain and plagued with exhaustion, he was able to successfully guide his troops to the heart of Comancheria. It was there, about 70 miles north of present-day Amarillo, where Kit's scouts located a small Kiowa village along the banks of the Canadian River. The next morning, which just so happened to be Thanksgiving Day, Kit ordered one of his officers, a Major William McLeave, to go ahead and lead the charge. Now, like I said, this was just a small village with less than 100 lodges. But be that as it may, the Kiowa weren't no pushovers. Their warriors fought bravely and saw to it that the women and children were able to escape before they too followed suit, temporarily leaving the camp in the hands of Major McLeave. And I say temporarily because, unbeknownst to either McCleve or Carson, there was a much larger camp of Comanche further upriver. Sure, the Kiowa may have fled, but they soon returned with reinforcements. A lot of reinforcements. Carson rode out to McCleve's aid, and upon seeing just how dire the situation was, he ordered everyone to fall back several hundred yards to an old trading post known as Adobe Walls. Originally founded by the Bent brothers back in 1843, the walls would be abandoned just a few years later due to trouble with the hostiles. And by the time Carson and his men arrived, there weren't much left other than a few crumbling adobe walls, hence the name. Crumbling or not, though, this would provide the soldiers a bit of cover as they prepared to fend off the Kiowa and Comanche. The only problem was there was way more warriors than Carson had initially figured, an estimated 1,400. And brother, they were not in a good mood. Just as soon as Carson and the men managed to corral their horses and set up a defensive perimeter, the warriors came thundering in. A wild painted mass of some of the greatest horsemen the world had ever seen charging straight at them. That's where those mountain howitzers came into play. Not sure if this was the first time the Comanche had ever experienced artillery or not, but it did seem to turn the tide, at least momentarily, stopping the charge and pushing the warriors back out of range. Now, Kit Carson may have been a living legend, but he also wasn't above making the occasional mistake. In this case, he erroneously figured that the warriors wouldn't dare make another charge on the walls. Hell, Carson was even planning on leading a counterattack of his own, or at least he was until he spied something extremely concerning on the horizon. To once again quote Carson biographer Hampton Sides, the soldiers had a meager haversack lunch of dried meat and hardtack, and after lunch Carson planned to push downriver and attack the Comanche villages, one by one. But then he noticed something alarming taking shape on the Blonde Plains. He had been wrong. The Comanche and Kiowa allies were massing again, this time in far greater numbers. As he watched the situation develop from his remove at Adobe Walls, Carson became increasingly anxious. 3,000 mounted warriors had emerged from the Comanche villages. In a few short minutes, Carson was facing one of the largest engagements of Native American fighters ever gathered in the West. Certainly, Carson had never seen such a concentration of warriors. His men were outnumbered nearly 10 to 1. So yeah, not really looking all that promising, right? Those that weren't done eating tossed their hardtack aside as the hostiles came charging yet again. Howitzers be damned. The soldiers would manage to turn them, only to then find themselves under attack from the opposite direction. Just wave after unrelenting wave of painted warriors throwing everything they had at the walls. Even Carson himself would later admit that the warriors, quote, acted with more daring and bravery than I have ever before witnessed. As the fight progressed, the gunpowder hung thick in the air, choking throats as the cannons boomed and the rifles cracked. Men and horses alike screamed out in fear and pain, their cries of agony mixing with the terrible war whoops of the Ute and Kiowa and Comanches. And during all of this chaos came the curious sound of dueling bugles. Yes, dueling bugles. Apparently someone on the Comanche side had themselves an old army bugle, and what's more, they knew how to use it. When Kit's horse soldiers would sound advance, the Comanche bugler would sound retreat, and vice versa. When the army would sound retreat, the Comanche would sound charge. This ended up causing all sorts of confusion for the soldiers till they finally figured out what the hell was going on. Now the battle would end up raging for hours, well into the evening. And had it not been for Carson's leadership, coupled with those mountain howitzers of course, there's a damn good chance this would have turned into another little bighorn. No matter how bad things got throughout all the mayhem and confusion, Kit was there, exhorting his men to remain calm. Focus on the direct threat, this incoming charge. Don't worry about those other warriors massing in the distance. Worry about what's right here, right in front of your face. Don't falter. Keep fighting. Great advice, by the way, right? For anything you may be facing in life. Sometimes it can be very easy to get overwhelmed. Just focus on the immediate, take it one issue at a time, and don't quit. Now, with all that in mind, Colonel Carson also knew damn well that he and his men couldn't hold the Comanche off indefinitely. I mean, let's face it, unlike in the movies, they only had so much ammo, right? A few more of these charged and the troops would be reduced to swinging their rifles like clubs. So, that being the case, Carson had a decision to make. Even as his own officers began to pressure him to push forward and mount a counterattack, Carson instead chose to retreat. You gotta remember, Kit weren't no George Custer. He wasn't a glory seeker, and he never had been. Didn't even have the usual habit of telling tall tales like many of his mountain men brethren. What's more, Carson could also decipher when someone had bitten off more than they could handle. It didn't happen to him often, but this is just one of those situations where he had to accept the loss and just try to save as many of his men as possible. That said, a retreat doesn't necessarily equate to survival. The soldiers were still greatly outnumbered. If they had any chance of living to see Christmas, they'd have to fight their way out of hell in as orderly a manner as possible. If they were just to willy-nilly light out for the hills, every man for himself, it would all but guarantee a massacre. Nah, this would be a disciplined retreat with Carson continuing to urge his men to remain steady, to not give in to fear. And believe me when I say the Comanches didn't let up in the slightest. Truth be told, this retreat saw some of the fiercest fighting of the day. According to Carson, quote, "The Indians charged so repeatedly and with such desperation that for some time I had serious doubts for the safety of my rear." End quote. Now, he was most likely talking about the safety of the column's rear, but no doubt each and every man there had misgivings about their own literal rear ends. Then, all of a sudden, just because why not? I mean, nobody said war was going to be easy, the Comanches went ahead and set the grass on fire, engulfing the soldiers in smoke and using it as a screen to get even closer. And all the while, those two little cannons kept up their fire, doing what they could to stem the tide. Finally, as the sun began to settle on the horizon, just as it seemed things couldn't get any worse, the warriors relented. I guess they figured they had taught these white devils enough of a lesson for one day and just decided to ride on back to their villages. Now, Carson would not use this as an excuse to slow down. He ordered his men to keep on moving, riding throughout the night and not stopping for a break until later on the following day. When Kit finally called the troops to a halt, he himself had been on horseback so long that when he removed the saddle, the horse's skin came off with it. And that there was the first battle of Adobe Walls. To this day, it's still considered a toss-up as to who won. Both sides would claim victory, and, well, I guess it just depends on what your definition of victory is. Was Carson able to bring the Comanche to the hill in the same way he did to the Mescalero and the Navajo? Not by a long shot. Hell, it was almost a miracle that he was even able to get his men out of there alive, most of them at least. In that sense, it's clearly an indigenous victory, as the Comanche and Kiowas held the field of battle, and they would continue to hold it for years to come. However, if your interpretation of victory is survival, then I'd say Kit and his men did one heck of a job. This next part is almost unbelievable, but only 3 soldiers, possibly as many as 6 depending on your sources, lost their lives during all that fighting, with just 21 receiving wounds. And that was after being outnumbered 10-1. Whatever it was that Carson did to hold his men in line and keep them steady during that retreat should probably be taught in military academies, if it isn't already. Also, by Native American standards, Carson's foray into Comancheria was also somewhat of a victory. Tribes like the Comanche didn't think in terms of long, drawn-out military campaigns like the white man did. A successful raid for them meant to head into your enemy's territory, strike quickly, do as much damage as possible, and then get the hell back home without suffering much in the way of losses. And by that metric, I'd say that Carson outdid himself. Remember, he only lost a handful of men at the most, whereas the natives, once again depending on sources, lost anywhere from 50 to upwards of 200 fighting men. As far as the army was concerned, officially, it was a victory. I mean, what else is new, right? Those pencil pushers always know how to make things sound better than they are. Carson's commanding officer, General Carleton, called it a brilliant affair and praised Kit for how he met so formidable an enemy and defeated him, saying that the battle was another green leaf to the laurel wreath which you have so nobly won in service to your country. And what did Kit Carson think of the first battle of Adobe Walls? Well, in his own words, it's pretty evident. Quote, "The Indians whipped me in that fight." End quote. Now, as for Carson, he'd spend the next 3.5 years pretty much constantly on the move. First at Fort Union, then Fort Garland, and finally Fort Lyon, up in present-day Colorado. The fight at Adobe Walls would be his last, and Carson was finally mustered out of the Army in November of 1867. And for the rest of his days, he'd act as a peacemaker rather than a fighter, helping to negotiate treaties with Native Americans, including his old friends, the Ute. He even took one final trip back to Washington, D.C. during the late winter and early spring of 1868. Officially, this was on business. Carson was traveling with Chief Ouray and a delegation of Ute looking to secure a more permanent reservation. Unofficially, he was also looking to get a second opinion regarding his health. Kit hadn't been feeling up to snuff for quite some time, and a Dr. Henry Tilton over at Fort Lyon had recently diagnosed him with having an aneurysm of the aorta. Guess Kit figured that somebody back east might just have a cure. While in D.C., he met with General Sheridan and Sherman, as well as his old friend John C. Fremont. Matter of fact, it was Fremont who recommended a doctor over in New York City. As such, Carson took a train to Manhattan, Ute warriors in tow. They stayed at the Metropolitan Hotel on Broadway, and yeah, unfortunately, according to the learned doctor there in New York, Kit was indeed suffering from an aneurysm. The Sawbones even told Kit it was just a matter of time and there wasn't nothing nobody but God could do about it. Later on that evening, Carson had a nightmare that he was dying. Felt his body floating up towards the ceiling, and he woke in a cold sweat with one of the Ute chiefs holding his head as if he were a child, saying that he had been crying out for his Lord Jesus. Now, at the same time all of this was occurring, Kit's wife Josefa was pregnant with yet another child, baby number 7 if I'm not mistaken. And considering this most recent diagnosis, Carson was bound and determined to stay alive long enough to get home and at least see the child born. He may have possibly consulted with another doctor in Boston before catching a train to Cheyenne. From there, he caught a stage to Denver, at which point he was so exhausted that he had to spend 3 days at a hotel just to gather his strength. Once he was able, Kit hitched a ride in the back of a wagon to La Junta, where he and Josefa were finally reunited. Just in time, as 2 days later, she'd give birth to a little girl they named Josefita. By this point, Kit was so worn out that he could barely muster up the strength to hold his own baby. What's more, he had also taken to coughing up blood. Dr. Tilton prescribed him a mixture of opium and muscle sedative, and when that didn't work, he simply knocked the old mountain man out with a healthy dose of chloroform. Sadly, Kit's wife Josefa was faring even worse. She had fallen prey to an infection after giving birth, and despite Doc Tilton's best efforts, she died in Carson's arms just 2 weeks later. One second she was feeling all right and brushing out the hair of her teenage daughter, Teresina, and the next she was hollering out for Kit. Cristobal, she called him. It was all he could do to rise from his own cot and come to her aid, but he managed, and that's when she passed. According to their son Charles, Kit just sort of pined away after Josefa's death. He sent for her sister Ignatia to come take care of the children, as his own health continued to deteriorate. He took to staying at Doc Tilton's place for round-the-clock treatment, just laying on a little cot in his buffalo robes, trying not to choke on his own blood. In the evenings, Tilton would entertain Carson by reading to him from his own biography, The Life and Adventures of Kit Carson. Apparently, back in the late 1850s, Kit had dictated a memoir of sorts to a guy named Jesse Turley, who in turn handed the manuscripts over to another guy by the name of DeWitt Peters. Although not as fanciful as the Penny Dreadfuls, Peters still couldn't resist adding in quite a bit of fluff, or as Carson described it, Peters laid it on a little thick. Now, as bad as Kit was feeling, he did seem to rally a little on the evening of May 23rd, 1868. Told the doc to fetch him a big buffalo steak and a cup of coffee. And after eating and drinking his fill, he reclined back in his robes and lit up his old clay pipe. Not long thereafter, at approximately 4:25 p.m., Kit began to cough up blood uncontrollably. I guess that aneurysm had finally ruptured. He hollered out to Tilton, "Doctor, compadre, adios." And that was it. The good doctor rushed to his side and held Kit till he gave up the ghost. Carson was 58 and a half years old and died exactly 1 month to the day after the death of his beloved Josefa. The two were buried next to one another there in Boggsville, just outside of Fort Lyon, but a few years later they'd be reinterred to Taos, New Mexico, where they remain to this day at the Kit Carson Memorial Cemetery. Now, speaking of New Mexico, at the same time that Carson was breathing his last there in Colorado, there were interesting things afoot down in the land of enchantment. Just a few days following Kit's death, General Sherman paid a visit to the Bosque Redondo, taking in the horrid conditions with his own 2 eyes. Quote, "I found the Bosque a mere spot of grass in the midst of a wild desert. The Navajos had sunk into a condition of absolute poverty and despair." End quote. As such, Sherman saw to it that a new treaty was drawn up on June 1st, 1868, giving the Navajo a huge swath of land roughly the size of Ohio to call their own. The area wasn't near as big as their original territory, but it was in their former homeland, and it did include their sacred Canyon de Chelly. Weeks later, on June 18th, their journey home began. Story goes that when the Navajo reached the Rio Grande and saw the Blue Bead Mountains for the first time since leaving, they fell to their knees and began to weep. As the march home continued, they began to chant an old song. Beauty before us, beauty behind us, beauty around us. In beauty we walk. It is finished in beauty. And I guess that's about all I've got on the life and times of Kit Carson. Now, one of the books I leaned on heavily while researching this series, you've heard me mention it and quote from it a dozen times, was Blood and Thunder by Hampton Sides. Excellent read, and I would strongly suggest you picking up a copy of your own if you'd like to learn more. And fingers crossed, but it does look like Hollywood might just be interested in adapting Mr. Sides' book for the big screen. This may be old news, and it may no longer be relevant, but way back, I think it was in 2021, Hampton Sides was interviewed on the Meat Eater podcast, during which he let it slip that the book had been optioned by HBO, the same bunch of people that brought us Game of Thrones. Look, I know these things often fall by the wayside. Books get optioned all the time and nothing ever comes of it. I did do a quick search and I wasn't able to find any new info. But if this is true, if HBO really did want to make a series on Kit Carson, I think that would be fantastic. As far as I'm concerned, they are the only network that consistently puts out great shows, or at least they used to be. The Sopranos, Deadwood, Rome, Band of Brothers, The Pacific, Game of Thrones, Curb Your Enthusiasm, True Detective, Boardwalk Empire, Sex and the City if you happen to have a vagina. So yeah, if I could choose anyone to tell Carson's story, it would be HBO. I do think they'd be able to find the right balance. So who knows? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. And hey, HBO, if you're listening and looking for someone to narrate, I ain't cheap, but I can be had. Now, as far as Carson's legacy is concerned, to some, he remains a hero, and to others, especially the Navajo, for obvious reasons, he is considered a villain. I've even seen interviews where Carson is compared to Hitler. There ain't no two ways about it. Kit's relationship with the Native Americans was complicated at best. He lived with them for decades. He had 2 Native American wives, Native American children, and he was considered a lifelong friend and advocate for several tribes, including the Ute. He flat out refused orders to shoot Apaches and Navajo men on sight. He condemned Colonel Shivington as a dog for his part in the Sand Creek Massacre, and during his years as an Indian agent in Taos, Kit was considered to have been fair and compassionate. Yet at the same time, you can't ignore the fact that he helped to hunt down indigenous slaves in California. He'd also take part in at least 2 massacres there in California, not to mention the attack on the Klamath Village up in Oregon. Sure, he condemned Sand Creek, which accounted for over 200 dead Cheyenne and Arapaho, but those lesser-known massacres that Kit was involved in had an even higher death toll. And then, of course, it was Carson who carried out the U.S. Army's scorched earth policy on the Navajo, basically starving them into submission. Kit would not personally take part in the Long Walk other than gathering the prisoners, and his tenure on the Bosque Redondo was very short-lived, just 3 months. But nonetheless, he still gets the bulk of the blame nowadays when it comes to the thousands of Navajo who needlessly perished. And even if you take the Long Walk out of the equation, how many Navajo children starved to death just during Kit's campaign at Canyon de Chelly? So I don't know, man. I do think both sides have legitimate claims. Carson was a heroic figure, no doubt, and I truly do believe he felt like he was doing his duty. If anything, I do think that was one of Carson's biggest flaws, his hesitancy to say no to those in authority. Remember, he initially wanted nothing to do with going after the Navajo. He tried to resign, but his request was denied. Even after the Long Walk, Kit would try to quit the Army on numerous occasions, but they didn't finally let him off the hook till his health got so bad he couldn't sit a saddle. Now, this next little bit is apocryphal. We don't know if it's true or not, but according to a writer who kept a diary while in the company of General Sherman, Carson had told Sherman, quote, "General, I'm not so sure the Great Spirit means for us to take over Indian lands. Let me lead them back while they still have the will to live," end quote. Once again, there's no way to prove whether this is true or not, but if it is, it could be that Carson was the reason that Sherman let the Navajo return to their homeland. But I don't know. You know, when it comes to history, it is very tempting at times to play whataboutism. But at the end of the day, I gotta think that there must have been a better way of doing things than the Long Walk or the Bosque Redondo. There had to have been a better way to stop the warriors from going on raids without killing thousands of innocent people, without starving children. And, as we just learned, it was all for nothing, as both the Navajo and the Mescaleros would end up going back to their own land within just a few years. All of that suffering for nothing. So yeah, history is just a series of extremely complicated people trying to live their lives in extremely complicated situations. So what do you think? Was Kit Carson a hero or a bad guy? Or just somewhere in the middle? Hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com and let me know.
Yeehaw!
Liver-eating Johnson was blood kin to the grizzly that bit Jim Bridger's ass, and you are molesting my podcast. The man known today as Crow Killer was many things: fur trapper, scout, guide, hunter, soldier, sailor, so-called Indian fighter, sometimes a good guy, sometimes a bad guy, possibly a cannibal, and always larger than life. Whole lot of tall tales surrounding this giant of a man whose life would inspire one of the greatest movies of all time, Jeremiah Johnson. So please join me today as we attempt to separate fact from fiction on this newest elf don't know how many legs a horse got, watch your top knot, yep, you watch yourn, episode of The Wild West Extravaganza. John Liver-eating Johnson was born in New Jersey in 1824. Maybe. Or maybe it was 1831. Either way, he first came west to the Rocky Mountains in 1843. Wait, or was it 1862? Oh boy. Lots of information and misinformation to wade through on this episode. Lots of layers to peel before you can get to the real Liver-eating Johnson. By the early 1860s, the liver eater was in Montana. And for the next 4 decades of the man's life, we got a pretty good idea what he was up to. During those years, he prospected for gold, he served as a guide and a scout, he peddled whiskey, fought in the Civil War, and did a whole lot of fur trapping and hunting and fighting. It's Johnson's early life that's still pretty fuzzy, so please keep that in mind. Before we get to all those adventures in Montana, I will attempt to share a couple of different versions of John's younger years. And I know this episode's going to hurt a few feelings. We all love our heroes and our legends, but I do strive to get as close to the truth as possible on this podcast. That said, let me just go ahead and state for the record that Jeremiah Johnson never existed in real life. He's a made-up character for a movie, albeit a great movie, one of my favorites. I just watched it for about the 100th time a few days ago. And it is based mostly on 2 books. The fictional Mountain Man, written by Vardis Fisher, and Crow Killer, the saga of Liver-eating Johnson, written in 1958 by Raymond W. Thorpe and Robert Bunker. Crow Killer has been rated over 900 times on Amazon and currently holds a 4.6 out of 5-star rating. Not too shabby. Only problem is it, just like the book Mountain Man, is a work of fiction. That in and of itself is not a bad thing. My favorite book of all time, Lonesome Dove, is also a work of fiction. And just like Crow Killer, it's loosely based on real people and events. It's entertaining, inspirational, it'll make you laugh, it'll make you cry. It is, in my opinion, one of the greatest stories ever told. But it ain't real. Let me try this from another angle. You ever read any Tom Clancy books? One of my favorites was The Sum of All Fears. After I read it, I went and saw it at the movie theaters. And to my astonishment, the only thing that the movie had in common with the book was the title and the name of some of the main characters. That was it. In fact, the movie was so different from the book that on the DVD commentary, Tom Clancy introduces himself as the author of the book that the director ignored, and then kind of goes on to make light of all the inaccuracies and differences between the book he wrote and the movie. This, as far as I'm concerned, is what the book Crow Killer is to the real-life Liver-eating Johnson. And unfortunately, it is the story of the Crow Killer that a lot of people associate with the real-life Johnson. I really struggled with how to begin this episode because I didn't want to just come right out the gate and bash this book or try to rain on anyone's parade. But the true story of Johnson's life is fascinating and it is worth telling. It also just happens to be very different from the story put forth in Crow Killer, and as such, very different from the story that you'll find plastered all over the internet. The truth is, there is no record of Johnston or Johnson ever setting foot in Montana before around 1860 or so. He himself would claim 1862, and there's no proof that he ever killed any Crow warriors, much less hundreds of them, in a vendetta to avenge his dead wife, the wife that he himself would later claim he never had. And he almost certainly never ate human livers. Now, as far as the sources I used when researching this episode, I read The Never-Ending Lives of Liver-eating Johnston by D.J. Herta. I also read The Avenging Fury of the Plains, John Liver-eating Johnston by Dennis J. McClelland. And I read parts of Crow Killer, the new edition with the foreword by Nathan E. Bender. Another book that is often used as a source of information on Johnson's life that I did not read is titled I Buried Hickok by Joseph White-Eye Anderson. However, in the book I just mentioned, The Never-Ending Lives of Liver Eating Johnston, author DJ Herda does quote White-Eye's work several times, so I feel like I got a decent sense of it. And the book Crow Killer also uses these recollections of White-Eye Anderson as told to him by an old trapper named Del Gue regarding Johnson's life. Just keep in mind that I don't know much about Anderson. I have no idea if he was completely full of crap or a man of unquestionable honesty and integrity, or just somewhere in the middle. I did find out, however, that at times Anderson went by the name Oyster Johnny, a fact that adds absolutely nothing to this story other than I found it amusing and thought it made him sound like the type of guy who sells bootleg DVDs out the back of a Honda Accord. As I previously touched on, the book Crow Killer took many creative licenses when it came to telling the liver eater story. So much so that I do not find it to be a credible source. Unfortunately, it is their version that is the most prevalent, so we at least have to give it a quick look. And this will be the version most of you are going to be familiar with if you've read any of the many online articles or blogs covering Johnson, or if you're like me and you're just a fan of the movie Jeremiah Johnson. But first, let me say this. There are some things that pretty much everyone agrees with when it comes to John Johnston's early life, like the idea that his real name wasn't Johnston and that he was from New Jersey. And most researchers do agree that Johnson spent some time at sea, eventually joined the Navy, and deserted after striking a commanding officer. All right, so here we go. According to Crow Killer, Johnson was born in 1824 and made his way out west by 1843. He got outfitted in St. Joseph, Missouri with a good Hawken rifle and some overpriced traps and headed for the Rocky Mountains in search of that beaver. He was still a greenhorn at this point, but to his good fortune, he fell in with an experienced mountain man by the name of John Hatcher, who schooled him in the ways of trapping and survival. Shortly thereafter, John hooked up with another trapper by the name of Del Gue. Once again, if you've seen Jeremiah Johnson, this is sounding very familiar. He and Del Gue trapped together until the summer of 1847, when Johnson headed up to Flathead country and married a young lady by the name of the Swan. The two lived happily ever after, or at least they would have, had not a Crow war party swept down one day while Johnston was out trapping and killed the Swan along with her and Johnston's child. You know where it's going from here. Johnston then wages a one-man war of vengeance upon the entire Crow nation, killing and scalping every single warrior responsible for the death of his family. And not only did he kill them and scalp them, but he also cut out their livers. Some say he ate the livers, raw. Others say he would take a bite out of the still warm organ and spit it out, declaring that crow liver ain't fit to eat. Still others claim that Johnston removed the liver as a way of ensuring that the dead warriors would never make it to the other side, forcing their spirits to roam the earth and never be at peace. After this initial vendetta, the Crow began to send their best warriors after Johnston, one at a time, and one by one he killed them all. Nobody knows how many Crow liver-eating Johnston killed, but estimates range from a couple of hundred to well over 1,000. This quarrel lasted nearly 20 years until finally Johnston rode into a Crow village alone and made peace. Now that's just a quick summary, but you get the picture. Another theme throughout the book Crow Killer is just how physically strong and imposing Johnson was. He was said to have been about 6 foot 2 inches tall and weighed in at over 240 pounds. All muscle, of course. For you MMA fans out there, this is roughly the same size as two-time heavyweight UFC champion Cain Velasquez. And Johnson was so strong, according to Crow Killer, that he actually had to take special care when hugging his friends so as not to hurt him. And just like Cain Velasquez, Johnson's hand-to-hand combat skills were next level. I don't know how many times the liver eater killed a man with just one punch, but it happened enough for the authors of Crow Killer to make note of it. There was one story where he killed 5 warriors in one fight using only his fists. And it wasn't just his hands that were deadly. The man was evidently one hell of a kickboxer as well. Not making this up, by the way. If you don't believe me on any of this, go get yourself a copy of Crow Killer and read it for yourself. Liver-eating Johnson killed many a man with just one swift and furious kick of the leg. Hell, there was even one time where he killed 2 opponents at the same time with just one kick. Not a grizzly bear, though, because that would be unrealistic. Nah, when it came time for him to kill an attacking grizzly bear, he dispatched the beast with his trusty Bowie knife. I mean, think about it. Are you really a mountain man if you haven't killed a bar with nothing but a knife? Both he and his horse could smell the, quote, engines from far away, and Johnson was known as the greatest manhunter and tracker in all of the Rockies. But when it came down to the actual fighting, he always gave his opponents a fair shot, or even an advantage. You know, sometimes he tossed them a weapon or let them draw first. And then there's the really believable story about the time he got kidnapped by the Blackfeet. They didn't kill him because they were planning on handing him over to the Crow for ransom, which makes total sense if you just ignore the fact that the Blackfeet and the Crow hated each other. But let's not let that get in the way. Story goes that Johnson overpowered the guard, killed him, and then ripped off one of his legs. He then escaped the Blackfoot village in the dead of winter, munching on the leg every now and then just to keep the hunger away. Good thing he didn't eat the whole leg, though, because he'd eventually have to use it to fight off both a grizzly bear and a mountain lion. Yes, you heard me right. John Livery Johnston fought off a grizzly bear and a mountain lion using the severed and partially eaten leg of a Blackfoot warrior. And once again, this is all coming directly from the book Crow Killer. You get what I'm trying to say, right? Obviously, a lot of this just sounds kind of made up, like something you'd read in a really bad paperback Western. And okay, that's fine. We can chalk it up to the authors being a little overzealous. But then there's the other little stuff, like Johnson being schooled by the mountain man John Hatcher. According to everything I could find, the real-life John Hatcher was either down in Texas or New Mexico when they claim he was farther up north schooling Johnson on all things mountain man. And then there's Del Gue. Great character in Jeremiah Johnson, but there's not a whole lot of evidence that the man really existed. And for that matter, there's zero evidence that Johnston ever went to war with the Crow Nation, a tribe that's always been friendly not only with the mountain men, but the settlers that would soon follow. And while there's no evidence that Johnson ever fought any Crow, there is ample evidence to the contrary. Evidence that shows he not only lived with them, but went to war with them against their common enemies, the Lakota and the Blackfeet. As far as having married the Flathead Maiden, Johnson would later in life claim to have never taken a Native American wife. Although, as I'll soon discuss, there is actually some evidence he might have been fibbing and actually had him a Crow wife at one point. He also denied ever eating human flesh numerous times, be it liver or leg. If you get your hands on a newer copy of Crow Killer, you can read the foreword written by Nathan Bender. It's pretty much a long disclaimer letting the reader know not to take anything in the book that seriously. And it compares their version of Johnson's life with the stories of Achilles or Beowulf, the stuff of legends. One last thing and we'll move on. There's a lot of debate about when Johnston was born. As I mentioned at the very beginning, some say it was 1824, while others say 1831. And there are sources that back up both years. If he were born in 1831, then obviously the whole thing about him going to war with the Crow is false because he would only been like 16 years old in 1847. Not nearly enough time to have been in the Navy, desert, head to the mountains, and find him a wife. If he were born in 1824, it's a little more plausible. However, we do have military records for the real-life John Johnston, and according to author and researcher Dennis McClelland, Johnson was still at sea in 1847, when the Crow allegedly killed his wife and child. As for when he actually arrived in Montana, friends would say that Johnson arrived there from the coast around 1860, and according to him, it wasn't until 1862. Although I found another version of Johnson saying that he didn't reach Montana until 1867. Are you confused yet? History sure does get complicated sometimes. Livery Johnson was indeed a very real person, a man who, to paraphrase the aforementioned Dennis McClelland, was capable of both kindness and extreme violence. A larger-than-life character who, even taking away all the fluff and mythology, led a remarkably adventurous life. His is a story that doesn't need any Hollywood imagination to make it better. So all right, enough with the preamble. Let's discuss what I consider to be the more realistic story of John Livery Johnston's early days. Remember, almost everybody believes he was born in New Jersey, not far from the town of Little York, in Hunterdon County in, like we've already said, either 1824 or 1831. I lean more towards 1831 for reasons I'll explain in a little bit. And Johnson's real name more than likely was William Garrison. Young Garrison didn't have an easy life as a kid. His father was a hard man who abused both the bottle and his son. As such, William took plenty of beatings at the hands of his old man, and as he grew older, was leased out to work for others, as to pay off his father's debt. According to one neighbor, Garrison's father worked him, quote, nearly to the bone, until he finally had enough and lit out for greener pastures. By greener pastures, I do mean the open sea. A 14-year-old William took to using his brother's name, John, and found work on a whaling schooner, and I had no idea how popular whaling was back in the day. Turns out people used old Moby Dick for all kinds of stuff. Whale oil could be used for burning lamps, as lubricant, or turned into a wax for candles. Whale bones were used in everything from corsets to umbrellas, whips, walking canes, brushes, even brooms. It would have been hard work for a boy just barely in his teens, but I can't help but think it would have been an exciting time for Garrison. If nothing else, it exposed him to a big, wide world outside of that tiny New Jersey bubble he'd been living in, and we can only imagine the various exotic ports he found himself exploring. Nobody can say for sure how long John worked as a whaler or what sort of adventures he got up to, but at some point, he joined the Navy, a career that did end when he struck one of his lieutenants. Now, this earned him a 30-day stint in the brig, and once he was let loose, he bid the Navy adieu, jumped ship, possibly in San Francisco, and went AWOL. Many sources hypothesize that this is when he took to calling himself John Johnston, changing his last name as to avoid the long arm of the law. By the way, as far as the name Garrison goes, as an older man, Johnson would confide in at least one person that was his real last name. And per official records, he did still have at least one sister in New Jersey at the time of his death. Also, there is a record of a John Garrison born in New Jersey who served on the frigate Raritan during the war. There's obviously no way to 100% prove this is our Johnson, but the experts do seem pretty confident. Still, though, plenty of speculation going on here. Also, how horrible is the name John Johnston as a made-up name? Just sounds like he kind of came up with it on the fly. Reminds me of that scene from The Office where Dwight Schrute says his dentist's last name is Crentist. Anyway, Johnston would eventually drop the T from his fake last name and just go by John Johnson. So if you hear me refer to him both as Johnson and Johnston throughout this episode, this is why. As far as him going AWOL, it does make sense. In the mid-19th century, there's a good chance he'd be sent to the gallows for physically assaulting a commanding officer. So him deserting and changing his name is all very believable, at least to me. The big questions are, when exactly did this happen? When did he finally make it to the Rocky Mountains? And what the hell was he up to in between? The Carbon County Democrat out of Montana is at least one source that stated that Johnson was in service during the Mexican-American War, which took place between 1846 and 1848. This, of course, is in direct contradiction to the story of him already being in the mountains and married to the Swan by this time. As far as I know, nobody knows for sure that Johnson jumped ship in San Francisco either. However, the Navy did enter the San Francisco harbor during the war as victors on July 9, 1847. This could possibly have been when he deserted, or it could have been much later. Something I found very interesting, researcher Dorman Nelson says that Johnson was still at sea as late as 1858. And there's new research that reveals that Johnson may have been serving as a scout in Oregon in the late 1850s under General George Wright and his 9th Infantry. Now, with all this said, Johnson was supposedly one of the first gold seekers in Montana, in the areas of Bannock and Alder Gulch, where gold was discovered in 1862. And this lines up with Johnson himself claiming to have first set foot in Montana in 1862. And him being in the Navy as late as 1858 or serving as a scout in Oregon lines up with the story of him, as told by others, of having come to Montana from the coast. All right, sorry if all of that was boring or confusing. I just wanted to establish a little bit of a backstory on the man. Even though some of it just seems to be mere speculation, and I haven't personally seen all of the documents that these claims are based on, it does seem a whole hell of a lot more believable and substantiated than the other version put forth in Crow Killer. Fortunately, like I said, we do have a much clearer idea about what the man got up to once he reached Montana, and it becomes a little bit easier to put all the pieces of the puzzle together. And while there's no record of Johnson striking it rich in the gold diggings of Alder Gulch, there are plenty of records of his time spent in the Union Army during the Civil War. Johnson left Montana and ventured on down to Benton Barracks, Missouri, where he enlisted in February of 1864 and served out the remainder of the war the next 18 months as a scout with Company H of the 3rd Colorado Cavalry. I have to pronounce the word cavalry like this because I'm tired of people telling me that I'm saying it wrong. Cavalry. And during the war, Johnson's unit basically helped protect the Kansas border and chase after Bloody Bill and Quantrell and their guerrillas. By the way, military records list Johnson as being 5 foot 11 and a half inches tall. This may have been taller than average at the time, but it kind of does squash the whole physical giant of a man legend. He was a big guy, sure, but he weren't no giant. And when he enlisted, he did list his age as being 33 years old. This points towards 1831 as being the year of his birth as opposed to 1824. In the book The Never Ending Lives, author DJ Herta writes that Johnson lied about his age upon enlisting because his actual real age, 39, was too old for military service. Now, I'm not sure where Mr. Herta is getting this from. I did try to find out what the maximum age was to enlist in the Union Army, and I came up short. I couldn't get a definitive answer. But there's no way 39 was too old, especially towards the end of the war. I got to assume they were just taking every able-bodied man they could get their hands on. Even if there was a limit, I don't know, man. 39 just seems a bit too young for the cutoff point. I have a hard time believing that. Either way, Johnson did enlist and almost immediately went AWOL. Again, just like he did back in the Navy. Why? Not enough livers. That's why. He was told by his recruiter that he'd get at least one crow liver per day. And did they provide said livers? No, they did not. They tried to feed him nothing but fatback and corn dodgers, thus forcing Johnson to desert and go in search of human livers in an attempt to quench his insatiable hunger for mortal flesh. No, that's not true. He was listed as a deserter shortly after enlisting, but not for too long. Turns out this wasn't that uncommon. And I personally have an ancestor who's also listed as a deserter during the Civil War. And he, just like Johnson, appeared on the very next muster roll as present. Now, I've read and heard that sometimes these temporary desertions took place when there wasn't a whole lot of anything going on, and that sometimes soldiers would return home, plow their fields, see their families, and then head on back to their units. As far as Johnson goes, I have no idea what he was up to, but just like my ancestor, he was quickly back with his company, and neither one of them appeared to have ever faced any sort of punishment. By October of that same year, Johnson saw his first action, at least of this war, in the battles of Westport and Newtonia, Missouri, during which he was wounded twice, taking a rebel ball in both his shoulder and his leg. The shoulder wound in particular would dog him for the rest of his life. And thanks to military records, we know exactly what other ailments Johnson suffered from during the war. Other than being shot twice, he contracted a fever and the ague, then constipation and conjunctivitis, and more constipation and more conjunctivitis. Now, we all know what constipation means, but conjunctivitis is a fancy way of saying pink eye, which, according to records, Johnson got 4 times between March and December of 1864. Looks like Livery and Johnson had an issue with scratching his booty hole and then rubbing his eyes. Old Itchy Butt Johnson. The ague, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, is a malarial fever, which he contracted in March of 64. Now, I don't know if he actually had malaria or that's just what they called the fever and the chills that were ailing him. Either way, it shows how shitty, literally, the conditions were in those Civil War camps. A lot of soldiers on both sides died from diseases unrelated to combat. Got to imagine Johnson couldn't wait to get back to the clean, crisp air of Montana, which is exactly what he did once he was honorably discharged at the war's end in 1865, heading back to God's country and doing a little bit of gold prospecting and trapping, as well as working at various times as a teamster between Fort Benton and Helena. He also took to being a woodhawk at this time. Remember in the movie Jeremiah Johnson when Bear Claw tells Jeremiah that he can cut wood and leave it up on the Judith and that the riverboat captains will leave him gold? A good thing to know when times gets hard. That was woodhawking that Bear Claw was referring to. Woodhawks would cut, split, and sell wood to steamships headed up the Missouri River. It was this wood that was burned in the ship's firebox that created the steam that powered the paddle wheels. According to the website that I forgot to bookmark, my bad, a trip from Louisville, Kentucky to New Orleans would burn 504 cords of wood. And in the year 1840, nearly 900,000 cords were cut and sold just in the areas where the Ohio and Mississippi rivers meet. Profitable, yet hard work. Out west in Montana territory, woodhawking wouldn't have just been hard work, but dangerous as well, especially in 1865. And especially smack dab in the middle of hostile country, which the upper Missouri at the mouth of the Muscle where Johnson had his camp, most definitely was in those days. This was Lakota territory, and this was also around the same time as Red Cloud's War and the Fetterman Massacre. Guys that looked like Johnson just wouldn't have been too popular on the upper Missouri. According to the U.S. Secretary of War, at least 7 woodhawkers were killed by Native Americans just in the summer of 1868 alone. And God only knows how many others rode out and were just never seen again. Even the always courageous Livery and Johnson would say that during this time he, quote, slept with both eyes chalk wide open. Which made me wonder, if it was so dangerous, how'd he make it? How does one survive numerous attempts on their lives by a highly motivated foe that greatly outnumbers you? Johnson was lucky and he was tough, but those 2 attributes are only going to get you so far. I think he kind of had to be, as the outlaw Josie Wells once said, just plumb mad dog mean. Or you ever heard that saying, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for I am the evilest son of a bitch in the valley. Well, that was Livery and Johnson in a nutshell. We may not know a whole hell of a lot about his younger years, and a lot of the stories of his exploits are greatly exaggerated, but the man's reputation as a relentless and brutal fighter did come honest, and it did come in those early days as a woodhawk. As you'll soon see, Johnson was one of these guys that not only relished a good fight, but really did not seem to know the meaning of the word fear. Furthermore, he never lost a moment's worth of sleep worrying about killing the hostile Native Americans upon whose land he was trespassing. And it was there, working as a woodhawk on the upper Missouri, that Johnson would finally earn his liver-eating nickname. And it didn't have a damn thing to do with the crow. It seems that one day in the year 1868, he and about 15 other men were set upon by a few hundred Lakota, and they had themselves a good old-fashioned fight. Things got a little hairy at one point, and Johnson sunk his trademark Bowie knife into a warrior's side. Story goes that when he pulled the blade out, a little piece of liver came with it. Johnson then proceeded to hold it up, show it to his friends, and loudly ask if anybody wanted to taste before he then pretended to run the blade across his mouth. Thus, a legend and a nickname were born. Years later, and on several occasions, Johnson denied ever eating anybody's liver. He said that was a damn lie. And as far as that piece of liver coming out on a knife blade, well, he said that was unintentional on his part. But it wasn't just a liver incident or Johnson's actions during that fight, but what happened after that really caused his legend to blossom. According to him, they killed about 30 warriors. And not only did they scalp them, which was pretty common in those days, but they also dismembered them, cutting off their arms and legs. Then they cut off the ears and pickled them. And finally, they removed the heads, boiling them clean and placing the skulls on top of pikes with phrases written underneath like, "On the reservation at last," or "Horace Greeley knows I'm here." The mutilation of the dead Lakota wasn't completely without precedent. If you do any reading on the so-called Indian Wars, you'll see many accounts of the Native Americans doing the same thing to soldiers or settlers they happen to get their hands on, or other natives from enemy tribes. It's sort of the ultimate insult. You take your enemy's eyes so they can't see in the afterlife. You take their legs or their arms so they can't walk or harm you in the next world. And sometimes it's a way of sending a message. One of the theories about why the Comanche down in Texas were so brutal was that it was their way of sending the message, stay out of our land. Then there's that story of the trader who refused to help out some starving Sioux, telling them to go eat grass. Well, when they found the man's dead body after the Sioux got finished with him, his mouth was stuffed full of grass. That's a message. Then there's the story of Custer, whose inner ears were pierced with needles after he was killed, in the hopes that maybe he'd listen better in the next world. That's a message. And these messages were sometimes sent by the mountain men as well. I'm currently reading an excellent book called My 60 Years on the Plains, Trapping, Trading, and Indian Fighting by William Thomas Hamilton. And in the book, Hamilton describes an incident that occurred while he was on a fur trading expedition in the early 1840s. He and his party were being constantly harassed by this one tribe trying to steal from him, and eventually this same band just out and out attacked the trappers. They were able to drive the war party away, and then, after some discussion, they took the bodies of the dead warriors, piled them up, and burned them. The message they were sending was loud and clear. Do not fuck with us. This was the same message that Liver-Eating Johnson, some 20 years later, was conveying with all those skulls on top of those poles, just in case any other Lakota war parties thought they might want to try to attack his little woodhawking camp. And as time went on, due to a variety of other reasons, Johnson did supposedly earn himself a reputation among both the Lakota and the Blackfeet as a man not to be trifled with. Reasons we'll get to in a moment. But first, just how many men did Liver-Eating Johnson really kill? In The Avenging Fury of the Plains, author Dennis McClellan writes, quote, "During his prime, he, Johnson, had the reputation of being in more Indian battles than anyone of his day. It was said that Johnson had taken over 1,200 scalps over his frontier career. This author does not think it an exaggeration. Johnson's confidence in his abilities, his incomparable woodland skills, his bravado, and his utter disdain for his numberless foe propelled him to greatness among mountain men, and made him a legitimate object of fear and awesome respect to Indians." End quote. All right, fair enough. And I know I'm no author, and I don't mean any disrespect to Mr. McClelland, but this podcaster does think 1,200 scalps is an exaggeration. Who the hell kills 1,200 people? Not even Rambo killed that many people. Yeah, that's right, I checked. The fictional super soldier of the silver screen only killed 552 people on film. And that was with machine guns and helicopters and exploding arrows. Even if you evenly space out 1,200 killings over the course of 20 years, that comes out to like 5 people a month. I did an episode a long time ago on the Bender family of Kansas. They were legit serial killers, and as a group, they only killed like 20-something people. Boone Helm, a damn murderous cannibal who, unlike Liver-Eating Johnson, really did eat a man's leg, didn't even kill 20 people, much less 1,200. John Wesley Hardin, most likely a psychopath, might have killed 40 people? So this got me to thinking, who's the one person in history, one single individual, barring a dictator of course, who killed the most people? And it looks like it was this guy by the name of Vasily Blokhin. He was Joseph Stalin's chief executioner, and he was recorded as having killed tens of thousands of prisoners by his own hand, including 7,000 Polish prisoners of war just in the year 1940 alone. This lunatic had an execution room with padded soundproof walls and a sloping concrete floor with a drain in which he fulfilled his quota of 300 kills per night. It should come as no surprise that he eventually sank into alcoholism and mental illness, which resulted in suicide. So, that was a fun little rabbit hole to go down. But that's an extreme example of a truly evil person who, while he himself wasn't a dictator, was acting on behalf of one, and thus had the resources that come with such a position. But Liver Eaton Johnson was just a frontiersman. I don't think he was evil or psychotic, and he damn sure didn't have a padded kill room or the full force of the military or government behind him. Still, I can almost hear it now, someone furiously typing away, leaving me a very angry comment on YouTube right now, defending Johnson's overinflated body count. So please, allow me to put it in perspective just a little more. And let's have a little fun while we're at it. Life's too short, and some of y'all be taking things way too seriously. Okay, so I mentioned Rambo's body count and how it didn't come close to the body count of Liver Eaton Johnson. Well, how about not just Rambo, but all of Sylvester Stallone's characters combined? The Expendables, Judge Dredd, Demolition Man, Cobra, etc. Surely it comes out to a higher body count than that of Johnson. Nope. Try again. All of Stallone's on-screen kills only total 786. Alright, so if not Stallone, then who? Who in the fictional made-up world of movies has killed more people than Liver Eaton Johnson? Of the top 15 actors whose characters have done the most killing, Clint Eastwood and Charles Bronson come in last. Combined, they only have a body count of 825. Next up is Jean-Claude Van Damme with 457. Then comes Chuck Norris with 458. Fucking pussy compared to Liver Eaton Johnson. Next up is crazy-ass Nicolas Cage with 563 kills. And Wesley Snipes with 564. I won't bore y'all with the entire list, but you get the picture. Jason Statham, Steven Seagal, Schwarzenegger, Dolph Lundgren. The type of actors who star in movies with the most ridiculous and unrealistic scenarios involving magic guns that don't require reloading, outrageous explosions, car chases, fancy spy gear, and martial arts skills that defy the laws of physics, yet none of them, in all of their movies, killed as many people as Liver Eaton Johnson did with just a simple black-powdered 50 caliber Hawken rifle. To actually find an actor whose characters are so ridiculously bloodthirsty and unbelievable that they surpass Johnson's supposed body count of 1,200, you have to go down the list to Mila Jovovich in the bizarro Resident Evil world. Now, in all actuality, Johnson himself stated that he was involved in over 40 fights with Native Americans, and that he never killed a white man, not even a Frenchman. Now, this seems a tad bit more believable, don't you think? Remember, this was real life. Nobody was waking up each and every morning and getting into gunfights. Not in Tombstone, not in Texas, and not on the Montana frontier. For someone like Johnson who spent time in wild places during a very wild time and was employed by an army who was actively pursuing hostile or presumed hostile Native Americans, 40 fights sounds about right. And it passes the smell test. It is true, however, that Johnson was no timid snowflake when it came to killing. Unlike the reluctant Jeremiah Johnson who refused to join Del Gue in taking those Blackfeet scalps, no one ever had to tell Liver Eaton Johnson twice. And asked later in life about why he killed so many natives, he said, quote, "During those early days out here, somebody had to be licked all the time. And after the fight was over, somebody had to be dead." All right, well, there you go. Johnson didn't just stick those skulls up on poles to scare away future war parties. It wasn't just a warning. Seems our Mr. Liver Eater also liked to shock and get a rise out of tenderfeet. Many a steamboat passenger found themselves aghast when they rounded a bend on the Missouri and saw Johnson standing there amongst the grinning skulls, wild-haired and whiskey-drunk and bare-assed. Yes, bare-assed. I found 2 separate accounts describing Johnson's total disdain for covering his nether regions, one of which goes, quote, "His entire attire consisted of a scant, much-shrunken red undershirt reaching just below his hips, and that his matted hair and brushy beard fluttered in the breeze." The other account said that as he would stand alone on the riverbank and watch the boats, his, quote, "costume generally consisted of one shirt, ballooned up by the wind, and whiskey-soaked, burr-matted beard." And it went on to say that he never acknowledged the need for trousers except in the wintertime. You know, at first it was hard to imagine Liver Eaton Johnson without picturing Robert Redford. At least it was for me. But then the more I read about this guy and imagined him standing there on the shore, half-naked and looking like some sort of wild man, whiskey dripping from his beard and surrounded by scores of sun-bleached skulls and dried scalps, I started to see him as more of a Cormac McCarthy meets Apocalypse Now meets Jeff Bridges' a drunken Rooster Cogburn-like character. I'm convinced part of it was just for show. I think Johnson really did like to shock people. The other part of it was a strong case of not giving a damn. Had he wanted to live like a civilized gentleman and be burdened with their societal norms, he'd have stayed his ass in New Jersey. For better or for worse, Johnson was a free man, walking this earth exactly as he pleased, come what may. I guess there's a lot to be said about that. By the way, those ears he pickled would be sold to passengers on the steamboats once they recovered from their shock. And curiously enough, it was the female passengers who bought most of these grim trophies. Make of that what you will. Look, I'm not trying to say that all women are sociopaths, but they sure do like watching TV shows like Dexter and all those Lifetime movies where the jilted woman always gets away with murder. So, I'm just saying. Johnson would eventually get a little bit more creative, some might say efficient, in his various killing methods. There's at least one instance that's repeated so often, I have to believe it's at least partly true, where the liver eater poisoned some food with strychnine and left it as bait. Some Lakota warriors, coming upon it and thinking they were stealing his food, ate it and they all died. There's another story where he did the same with the Blackfeet. Another less believable but oft-repeated tale is how he always had secret passageways underneath his cabins, allowing him a place to hide or a way to sneak out without being seen. After that poisoning incident, the Lakota were so incensed with Johnson that they came at him full force and basically had him under siege in his own cabin. He eventually ran out of food and would sneak out at night to secure more. After one of these foraging trips, he came back to find that several warriors were inside of his cabin. So he opened up fire on them all of a sudden, taking them by surprise. Those who could flee attempted to do so, but he was able to pull at least one back inside and began ripping and mutilating the body apart with his teeth and drinking of the warrior's blood. I highly doubt this actually ever happened, but I wonder, did Johnson or any of his friends ever purposely spread these lies just to further build up his reputation as a man not to be messed with? Possibly, or maybe they were just entertaining themselves. Mountain men were notorious liars when they spoke to pilgrims. Pilgrims, by the way, being anyone who wasn't one of them. The stories that these wild men used to tell around campfires and at the trappers' rendezvous are legendary. Oh, I forgot to mention, Johnson also used a scope on his rifle. A not so common thing back in those days that would only increase his already lethal accuracy. And he himself would often speak of a story of how he laid in ambush and picked off Indians from a distance as they tried to flee. With all of these things combined, Johnson's lack of fear, his brutality when it came to the bodies of his fallen enemies, his ruthlessness in continuing to fire on fleeing enemies, his accuracy while doing so, and his willingness to go places oftentimes alone, it's no wonder he gained a certain amount of mythology. And add on a bunch of highly exaggerated stories, boom, got yourself a legend. Also, you got to imagine that as time would progress and after several retellings, each story would get a little bit more inflated. He was wild and he fought hard and ruthless and by his own set of rules, for sure. And whoever was around to witness it, for sure, took extra liberties in retelling the stories. Anyway, it was a reputation that quickly grew. From about 1869 to 1873, Johnson took a break from woodhawking and started selling bootleg whiskey. By this time, his home base was Fort Benton, located on the upper Missouri about 40 miles northeast of the present-day town of Great Falls, Montana. And Fort Benton was first established in 1846 as a fur trading post and became part of the overland link between the Missouri and Columbia rivers. For a good 30-year period, it was a stop-and-off place for steamboats carrying people from far and wide, gamblers, traders, miners, big city dudes, preachers, and whores. And there were also plenty of Native Americans conducting trade in the vicinity as well. If you want to get a good idea of life at Fort Benton, please check out the book My Life as an Indian by James Willard Schultz. It's his true account of his time spent there, living with, and eventually marrying into the Blackfeet tribe. Amazing book, one of my favorites. And after researching this episode, I know for a fact that Schultz would have at very least known of Liver-Eating Johnson. More than likely, though, the two men knew each other. So if I have time, I really want to go back and reread that book again and see if I can make the connection. A lot of the names of real people were changed purposely by Schultz, so nobody got implicated or got their feelings hurt. But yeah, definitely going to revisit that book and find out. Give it a read if you get a chance. Many of the men who resided at Fort Benton would either trade for furs to the local tribes or organize fur trapping expeditions themselves out in the wilderness. And I'm sure Johnson did both of these as well. By the way, all these things I mentioned him doing for a living, the teamster work and the woodhawking and even later on the scouting, one constant was that he was always trapping as well. Trapping and hunting were always kind of his bread and butter. Also, just real quick, since we're talking about trapping, I do want to mention that all this fur trapping and trading I'm speaking of, and Johnson's time on the frontier, all took place after what we think of when we think of the classic mountain man or fur trapping days. Guys like Jim Bridger, Kit Carson, Broken Hand Fitzpatrick, Beckwourth, Jed Smith, Old Bill Williams. These guys all came west back in the 1820s and 30s. That's when the beaver felt hats were all the rage in Europe and back east, and these men were getting top dollar for their hides. By the time the liver eater made it to Montana, those days were long gone. There were already a ton of forts and towns popping up, stage lines, farms, settlers, and railroads, and all that kind of jazz. Even if you still want to hang on to the idea that Johnson ventured out to the frontier in 1843, like the book Crow Killer claims, this would still be after the prime beaver trapping days. There were still beaver, of course, and you could still sell the hides. But they weren't getting top dollar, and you didn't even have your mountain man rendezvous anymore by this point. By the mid-1840s, a lot of your former trappers had already begun transitioning into traders or guides and scouts. Just wanted to throw that out there. As far as Johnson's whiskey selling operations go, this took him up the infamous Whoop-Up Trail, crossing Blackfeet land and on up into Alberta, Canada. Not only was this just as dangerous as being a woodhawk, but it was also illegal as hell. There's at least one account of a U.S. Marshal and a troop of cavalry attempting to arrest Johnson while he was peddling his liquor. Much like Wyatt Earp in the movie Tombstone, Johnson let the lawman know that he wasn't in the mood to be arrested that day. A standoff ensued and the marshal went home empty-handed. After that, Johnson's little whiskey-selling camp on the Belly River became known as Fort Standoff. Now, this whiskey was typically hauled on the back of mules or via wagons in 5-gallon kegs. Most whiskey smugglers would travel at night and lay low during the day, probably out of fear of both the local natives and the army. This whiskey would be purchased in Montana for $3 a gallon and then sold in Canada for 5 times that amount. Now, I had never heard of the Whoop-Up Trail previously. Check it out if you get a chance. There was even a fort up there in Alberta called Fort Whoop-Up. It was basically just a liquor trading stronghold. They'd sell whiskey spiked with ginger, molasses, red pepper, and even chewing tobacco to the local tribes. And from what I read at least, this illegal operation was part of the reason that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police were formed. Really interesting stuff, but also really sad when you consider the lasting devastation that alcohol had on the First Nations and indigenous people of North America. Even today, per an article I found on recovery.org, Native Americans have some of the highest rates of alcohol and drug abuse among minority groups. Obviously, and unfortunately, this wasn't very much of a concern to those guys making money off of whiskey at this time. As you can imagine, with all of Johnson's wanderings that he undertook while out on these money-making ventures, he got to know Montana territory pretty well. This led to scouting opportunities. If there was someplace you wanted to go, he'd be the man to get you there. In 1874, he and a buddy guided a group of gold prospectors into the Bighorn Mountains. And as with dang near every chapter of Johnson's life, this one comes rife with exaggerated stories of Indian killings. The legend is that they fought off hostiles every single day for 3 whole months and only lost 1 man the entire time. They, of course, accounted for well over 100 dead warriors. Once again, this is just one of those situations where I'm sure the trip happened, and I'm sure they were even attacked at one point, if not multiple times. I'm also sure that the stories of these attacks were told and retold around campfires and drinking establishments until they grew to mythical proportions. As famed Western director John Ford once said, quote, "If it didn't happen this way, it should have happened this way." A sentiment that I'm positive Liver-Eating Johnson would have agreed with. By the time 1876 rolled around, Johnson signed on with General Nelson A. Miles. Now, I don't know the exact date he got hired, but he was employed as a civilian scout a few months after Custer's defeat at the Battle of Little Bighorn. It was also at this time that Johnson was living at the Crow Agency in Stillwater, Montana. Ah, yes, the Crow again. Unlike the tall tale saying that Johnson went to war with the Crow for 2 decades, there is actual evidence that he was friends with the tribe. Like the fact that he was living with them. And although Johnson would deny it, I'd put money on him even having a Crow lady friend or two. He would go on record with the newspaper in 1884 saying, quote, "I deny that I am or ever was a squaw man, or ever kept a squaw wife or otherwise. Any statement to the contrary is a malicious falsehood." Whoa, slow down, Johnson. Methinks thou doth protest too much. There's an interesting story, not sure how credible it is, but still interesting, about how some soldiers with the 7th Cavalry approached a Crow camp one day and made some less than polite remarks about taking some, quote, squaws for their own use. One of the ladies got really agitated about this and told them in English and in no uncertain terms that she belonged to Liver-Eating Johnson. Furthermore, if you read Crow Killer, they claim that the Swan was the daughter of a Flathead chief named Bearshead. Only thing is, there's no record of there being a Flathead chief with that name. There is, however, a record of there being a Crow chief named Bear's Head, and around the same time that Johnson was living with the tribe. Now, I don't know why Johnson would deny having a Crow wife if he did have one, and I can't prove that he ever had one, but you gotta admit it does seem likely. Also, I should point out that a lot of white men, some of whom that had wives back east, would take Native American wives temporarily, even just for a winter or two. When they felt like moving on, they'd simply send the lady packing back to her family with some gifts or presents to soothe any hurt feelings. And I guess back then, the idea of a white man having a Native American wife, unfortunately, was sometimes looked down upon. So, I don't know. As you'll soon hear, Johnson did take to living in town later on in life. Maybe if he did have a Native American wife at one point, his denying it later was a way of him trying to fit in or be more accepted by the, quote, civilized folk. But right now, we're talking about the mid-1870s, and the man was still half wild and living among the Crow. Anyway, back to General Miles. Johnson was scouting for the good general in the late fall, early winter of 76 and 77, when they caught up to Crazy Horse and his little band of fighters. A battle ensued, and several soldiers and one Lakota warrior were killed. As for Johnson, he captured a warrior and a female during this skirmish. Now see, that's a little bit more realistic, right? The army catches up with the Sioux, a fight breaks out, there are some casualties, but no dramatics or crazy stories about a 6'7" liver-eating Johnson karate kicking dozens of warriors to death or drinking anybody's blood. Like I said, this was shortly after the Battle of Little Bighorn, or the Greasy Grass fight, and that was really the last hurrah for the Lakota. After the fight, the large village broke up into many smaller bands, and a lot of them headed back to the reservation. Still, though, there were about 600 warriors out on the loose, including Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull. And during that winter, Miles, with Johnson scouting for him, led a relentless campaign that forced more of the Lakota and Cheyenne to either surrender or flee into Canada. It was during one such skirmish in December of 1876 when the liver eater almost went under. He poked his head up a little too high and a Lakota bullet skinned the top of it. Luckily for him, all he got out of the deal was probably a pretty nasty headache. Over the course of that winter, Johnson would participate in the battles of Muddy Creek, Bark Creek, Cedar Creek, Ash Creek, and Spring Creek. No word on whether or not he also took part in the bloody battles of Dawson's Creek or Schitt's Creek. That following summer, Johnson would continue to scout in what would become known as the Nez Perce War. Just like all so-called Indian wars, this one started due to white incursion on native land. The Nez Perce, just like the Crow, had always been friendly. It's commonly believed, had it not been for the Nez Perce, that the men of the Lewis and Clark expedition would have probably starved. Anyway, the Nez Perce refused to give up their ancestral land and moved to a reservation. The U.S. government had previously ceded the tribe 7.5 million acres per the Walla Walla Treaty of 1855, but then they, the government, crawfished on the deal. Clashes with local settlers ensued, including many aggressions, until finally violence broke out. Some young Nez Perce went on a raid and killed a few settlers, and that was all it took. The war was on. The tribe attempted to seek refuge with the Crow, liver-eating Johnson's in-laws, but when that didn't work out, they made a desperate 1,700-mile flight across Montana in order to hook up with old Sitting Bull up there in Canada. The military and Johnson hot on their trail. And more often than not, the peaceful Nez Perce laid an ass whooping on the army every single time they got too close. One trooper after the battle at White Bird Canyon said, quote, "I have been in a lot of scrapes, but I never went up against anything like the Nez Perce in all my life." The Nez Perce, just like the Lakota from the previous winter, were fleeing with their families. And all these people needed food to eat, and they had to stop and rest. It must have been hell knowing that you either walk your grandma to death or you stop and risk letting the army kill her. Still, though, they made it within 40 miles of the Canadian border before finally surrendering. If you're looking to learn more about this conflict, check out the episode I did on Chief Joseph and the Nez Perce. Link in the show notes. A truly fascinating and heartbreaking slice of history. Interesting side note, a new nickname appeared in print for Johnson during his time scouting in the Nez Perce War. In addition to his usual liver-eating moniker, he was also referred to as Slippery Dick. Yes, Slippery Dick Johnson. Now, I'm not making that up. I couldn't figure out the genesis of this particular nickname, but I did turn to the internet to find out exactly what a slippery dick is. Turns out it's a species of ocean-dwelling fish mostly found in the western Atlantic. They swim as if dragging their tails, and adults may grow to a length of 8 inches. And I can only speak for myself here, but 8 inches sounds about right. According to the Urban Dictionary, slippery dick refers to the act of going back to a guy with a good dick who happens to be a, quote, fuckboy. As in, don't date him again, because he's a slippery dick. Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up. Moving forward. Once the Nez Perce surrendered in October of 1877, the Indian Wars were pretty much over in Montana. And so were Livery and Johnson's days as an Indian fighter, for the most part. Because Johnson was a civilian scout, he wasn't there every step along the way chasing after Chief Joseph. He also spent some of that time scouting against the Cheyenne people as well. And in between scouting jobs, he would continue to hunt and trap. Finally, by the spring 1878, Johnson could be found selling wolf hides at the Hoskin and McGill stagecoach and trading post, not far from the present-day town of Huntley, Montana. Back then, a good wolf hunter, or wolfer as they were called, could kill 60 wolves a day with poison bait and bring in over $3 per hide. That's pretty good money. Even just 20 hides would bring you the equivalent of like $1,500 in today's money. But good money or not, wolf hunters were looked down on by a lot of folks, as they still are. In the book A History of Montana, Helen Sanders wrote, quote, "The vagabond wolfers, like the worst type of early trappers and later hide hunters, caroused, led licentious lives, and created trouble with the Indians," end quote. Now, I looked up licentious, and it means the lack of legal or moral restraints and a disregard for the strict rules of correctness. So yeah, sounds like the definition fits. Something tells me that Johnson didn't care too much what anybody named Helen thought of his occupation. Between 1879 and 1882, nobody really knows what Johnson was up to, but you could assume it was more of the same, hunting and trapping. His scouting days are over, but there's a chance he might have done some guide work during this time. There's also evidence that he worked a stagecoach between Pease and Billings. By November of 1882, a 52-ish-year-old John Johnson finally kind of sort of settled down in the town of Colson, Montana, and took a job as a deputy and justice of the peace. According to the book The Avenging Fury of the Plains, by the time Johnson was sworn in, there had already been 25 shooting deaths there in Colson since its founding. So we're talking a for-real Wild West town. And just like any good Wild West town, Colson boasted of a telegraph office, some general stores, a post office, a dance hall, a whole bunch of saloons, and 0 churches. Colson is now a ghost town, but it was founded in 1877, just a mile away from present-day Billings, Montana, which itself was founded in 1882. Billings soon became a railroad hub, and most of Colson's inhabitants ended up just moving over there. And Johnson would keep the peace in the area up until about 1884. His preferred way of taking care of lawbreakers? Eating their damn livers. Between the years of 1882 and 1884, Deputy John Johnson carved out and consumed an estimated 19 livers from criminals guilty of everything from murder all the way down to lowly jaywalkers. Wasn't nobody safe when old Slippery Dick Johnson got him a hankering for that liver. No, actually Johnson mostly kept the peace with his fists, doling out knuckle sandwiches. How come nobody says knuckle sandwich anymore, man? We need to bring that one back. Anyway, Johnson. He was getting old, but he was still a big, tough son of a bitch. And the story goes that he knocked out more than one lawbreaker with just one single punch. By the way, his hands were described as being as large as a bushel of Montana hay, whatever that means. Some say Johnson was so good at keeping the peace that he kind of got in trouble over it. Turns out instead of just smacking people around, he was supposed to arrest them and send them to jail where they could then await trial and be forced to pay the appropriate fines and court costs. After a while, the sheriff came to Colson to find out why Johnson hadn't sent nobody. And the liver eater replied simply that if, the boys got to fighting, he just bangs their heads together and it settles them right down. Ain't no use in arresting them, he said. I guess I can keep the peace among these pilgrims. One such example of how good he was with the fisticuffs, and of course, take this with a grain of salt, came in the form of a professional boxer. Seems that pugilists would travel to Billings and put on fighting expeditions. One saloon thought it'd be a good idea to have Johnson square up with one of these pros, and, not wanting to back down, the liver eater agreed. And the boxer probably didn't have any problem with it either. He was probably like 20 years younger than Johnson, and all he saw was what looked to be a broken down, gray-haired old man. Figured it'd be an easy day's work. Well, he figured wrong. To the boxer's dismay and the crowd's enjoyment, old, decrepit John Johnson made quick work of the so-called professional. I guess they don't teach mountain fighting over there in them fancy boxing schools. And I don't know what that means. That just came out of my mouth. Anyway, that was the extent of Johnson's boxing career, but it was not the last of him putting on a good show. By 1884, he left Colson and joined up with the Hardwick's Wild West Show, one of the many Old West circus-type shows that formed around this time. This one wouldn't last too long, though. Hardwick's went bankrupt after a few months, and Johnson had to find his way back to Montana, all the way from Chicago. Before things went bust, he was appearing with several Crow warriors, including Curly, Custer's old scout. There were also cowboys, and even the notorious Calamity Jane was part of the show. Now, Johnson's part was appropriately dubbed the Avenging Fury of the Plains, and always depicted him fighting those Crow warriors. This could possibly be where the whole Crow Killer fairy tale originated. By September of 1885, Johnson was back in Montana, and he was supposed to lead a group of French nobility on a hunting trip to Wyoming, but he came down sick with a case of mountain fever. Now, I had to Google this, and it looks like it was Rocky Mountain Spotted Fever. According to the Center of Disease Control, the Rocky Mountain Spotted Fever, or RMSF for short, is a bacterial disease spread through the bite of an infected tick. Most people who got sick with RMSF will have a fever, headache, and a rash. RMSF can be deadly if not treated early with the right antibiotics. It currently kills around 0.5% of people who get it, but before the antibiotic tetracycline was invented in 1940, it killed 1 out of every 10. Sounds pretty serious, and evidently it put Johnson on his ass at least long enough for him to miss out on that guiding job. Or was he faking it because he knew there was no way he could spend weeks on the trail with a bunch of uppity French noblemen? Can you imagine that? Forget hunting. The antelope and the elk would be able to smell their little snide French smugness miles away. Oh, parlez-vous, sacre bleu, beaucoup, great poupon. Oui? Yeah, that is the extent of my French. By 1887, a fully recuperated Johnson found himself Frenchman free, but knee-deep in a dispute between a group of Crow and the citizens of Billings. Seems trouble was brewing in the form of a medicine man named Swordbearer and a couple hundred of his followers. Word was, they were planning a raid on Billings. This led Johnson to bring that deadly rifle and fighting know-how of his to town in order to help protect all them helpless pilgrims, just in case things kicked off. And oh yeah, fight, fight, fight. Here we go, finally getting down to where Johnson becomes the infamous crow killer, consumer of red livers. Not exactly. Turns out Swordbearer was killed by a fellow Native American about a month after, and nothing ever came of the whole incident. Sorry, still no blood shed between Johnson and the friendly Crow. He himself soon became engaged in an altogether different type of battle, though. As my own father often says, it's hell getting old. And liver-eating Johnson was really starting to fill his years. All that time spent in the icy rivers, those bullet wounds from the war, a hard life finally taking its toll. He had also developed, God help me with this pronunciation, erysipelas. It's a skin and tissue disease that causes painful lesions and inflammation. A doctor's 1889 notation of this condition, coupled with the gunshot wound in his shoulder, stated that Johnson was disabled from performing manual labor. He had also lost sight in his right eye and was suffering from hearing loss, probably due to all those dang guns going off for the past several decades. Or possibly from hearing all the lies people constantly told about him. Either way, by 1884, he had begun receiving a military pension of $4 a month. But that amounted to next to nothing, only around $100 in today's money. And here he is, not really physically able to do any work. He was a tough man, though, and a survivor. He got him a little plot of land and took to growing cabbages. Unfortunately, Johnson was a little too fond of his own crop, and we all know what eating too much cabbage can do to a man. No, actually, Johnson's cabbages brought such little profit that he just threw in the towel. Said he sweated over them cabbages all summer just for 3 cents a pound, declaring, quote, "I'll go build me a cabin in the mountains where I can kill all I want to eat and I'll never have to work again," end quote. He packed up and left the Billings area and built him a tiny cabin on the Yellowstone River, a few miles from the town of Red Lodge, Montana. Believe it or not, even in his old age and even in his quickly deteriorating physical condition, he was asked by the people of Red Lodge to become the first constable of their little town, a job which he did without ever carrying a gun while on duty. Just like in Colson, Johnson would simply lay out any troublemakers with his big old gnarled, arthritic, liver-spotted fists. It's also there that he may have met the famous Buffalo Bill Cody. And let's just say that Johnson was not a big fan of Buffalo Bill. Thought he was a bit of a poser, all hat, no cattle. Story goes that Cody had just stepped off a train and Johnson came up from behind and slapped him so hard on the back that Buffalo Bill's hat flew off. Johnson then yelled, "Buffalo Bill, famous Indian fighter, huh? Only Indians you ever laid a hand on was a squaw." Now, Bill thought it was funny, or at least he pretended to, but I think he probably got the drift that Johnson just didn't care for him too much. In Johnson's capacity there in Red Lodge as a lawman, he would help save at least one prisoner's life. The incident happened in June of 1894 when Frank Leadoff shot and killed Patrick Cannon in the saloon. Soon enough, an angry mob formed with the intent to lynch Frank, but Johnson snuck the man out of town until the citizens calmed their asses down or sobered up, or both. He then escorted the prisoner alive and well to the county seat to stand trial. Once again, Johnson showing that he wasn't easily frightened. In a time when a lot of lawmen would stand aside and allow the mob to string up the prisoner, he didn't. That's something. A year later, Johnson got a wild hair up his ass and decided to visit Tombstone, Arizona. No idea why or how long he was there. Maybe he just wanted to see some new country one last time. By the time he got back to Red Lodge, though, his health had gotten even worse. He couldn't even stand up straight thanks to rheumatism coupled with spinal scoliosis, in addition to all those other health problems I previously mentioned that were still troubling him. He took to spending more and more time taking dips in the hot springs to ease the pain, and he began spending more and more time in town rather than at his lonely cabin. The proud John Johnson finally got to the point where he had to rely on the kindness and charity of his friends just to live. He couldn't do any work at all, and his only income was the now increased pension of $12 a month, or about $320 in today's money. But even still, he opened up his cabin to strangers in the winter of 1896. Some pilgrims were traveling all the way from Iowa and having a hard go of it. One of their cows had already died, and by the time they reached Red Lodge, they only had about $1 to spare between two families. They had nowhere to take refuge from the winter other than their covered wagons, and to top it all off, one of the females was pregnant and about ready to pop. Since Johnson was staying in town as opposed to his cabin, he opened it up for them. Actually gave it to them, really, and that's where the baby was safely born. Almost completely immobile by this point, Johnson spent much of 1899 at the Hunter Hot Springs. And if this is the same Hunter Hot Springs I found on Google Maps, it appears to be some distance northwest from Red Lodge and east of Bozeman. There's a picture you might stumble on that features Liver Eating Johnson there at Hunter Hot Springs. Also in the picture is Morgan and Wyatt Earp, Doc Holliday, Teddy Roosevelt, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, Bat Masterson, and Judge Roy Bean. Don't fall for it. This is a 100% fake picture. As far as Johnson's deteriorating health goes, his last pension claim filed in November of 1899 details his ailments as follows. Quote, a progressive spinal scoliosis causes loss of power in limbs to the extent he is unable to arise or lie down and requires the aid of an attendant day and night. This disability is permanent. End quote. Shortly thereafter, a local newspaper reported that Johnson was bedridden and seeking care at the National Soldiers' Home in California, but that he didn't have the means to get there, meaning he didn't have the money. Money that the county eventually did pony up along with an attendant to see him California safely. And then on December 9th, 1899, Johnson left his beloved Montana one final time, supposedly breaking down and weeping as the train left the station. Less than a month after arriving at the Soldiers' Home there in Los Angeles, on January 21st, 1900, the great Liver Eating Johnson passed away at 69 years of age, or 76 if you like the 1824 birth year. Matter of fact, full disclosure, I did see it was either on his death certificate or on a form from the old Soldiers' Home that listed his age as 76, further confusing exactly when this man was born. Anyways, within 24 hours of his death, the liver eater was laid to rest in the West Los Angeles Cemetery, with a marker that read, John Johnston, Company H, 2nd Colorado Cavalry. And that's where he lay for the next 7 decades, his grave just feet away from the busy San Diego freeway. Then, of course, in 1972, Jeremiah Johnson debuted on the big screen and piqued the public's interest about the real-life Liver Eating Johnson. 2 years later, in 1974, a junior high teacher by the name of Try Robinson amazed his students with the stories of Johnson and how he avenged his flathead wife's murder by waging a one-man war on the Crow. The students were impressed, and they understandably felt bad that Johnston, who, they associated with Jeremiah Johnson, was buried there in California as opposed to his beloved Rocky Mountains, so they started a letter-writing campaign. They wrote so many letters that they finally were successful in getting John Johnson exhumed and shipped back up north. Only problem was, Johnson's former hometown of Red Lodge, Montana, didn't want any part of it. A local paper reported that, quote, the entire project borders on making a hero out of someone who was just an Indian fighter. And apparently the idea hasn't been that well received in Red Lodge. There's no doubt that he was a colorful figure in American history, but I think there are still mixed feelings here where so many Indians still live. Now that was in 1974. To play devil's advocate, it's only fair to shed light as to why the citizens of Red Lodge might have felt this way. When Johnson was an older man, he did speak often with journalists. And what he said wasn't always the most politically correct. Once, when asked about his opinion of the Native Americans, Johnson replied, quote, do I admire the noble red man? Not on your life. They can't fight and you can't make them work. One white man is as good a fighter as 5 Indians. If they can get you to running, then they are all right. But to stand up and face a white man, they will never do it. The only thing where an Indian is better than a white man is at eating and stealing. The government had better make them work more and take some of the charity they are giving to the Indians and help out the poor white man with his large families. End quote. Damn. Now that was just blatantly racist. Sounds like some your cousin Dale would post on Facebook after getting laid off at the cannon factory and one too many Miller High Lifes. Probably follow that up with another post ran about Jewish space lasers and how Tom Hanks is leading some sort of globalist pedophile ring. I know, different time, different situation, and you can't always judge historical figures with our modern day senses of morality. But still, you have to at least kind of get the hesitation on the part of Red Lodge, right? Especially if they did indeed have a large population of Native Americans living there. Why alienate their own neighbors over some guy that's been dead for over 70 years? Also kind of hypocritical on Johnson's part, saying that the Native Americans don't want to work. Every single thing that he did for a living, Native Americans also did. Hell, the Sioux even employed themselves as woodhawkers at times. For Johnson's entire life out west, he basically lived like a Native American. And oftentimes he lived with them. No telling how many times he sat down to have a meal in a teepee or how many Native women he cozied up with at night. And then just to kind of throw them under a bus like that, I don't know. Anyway, there was a compromise and Johnson did get reburied, just not in Montana. His final resting place was in Cody, Wyoming, the town named after the man that he couldn't stand. And the whole thing was a circus. When they opened up Johnson's casket, all that was left was a thigh bone and some teeth and some buttons. Then they had to guard these scant remains from body snatchers all the way from California to Wyoming. And then finally, on June 8th, 1974, John Liver-Eaton Johnson was once again laid in the dirt. It might not have been Montana, but his gravesite does have a clear view to the mountains. There were 1,200 people that attended the ceremony, one of which was Robert Redford, the actor who played Jeremiah Johnson. He even served as a pallbearer and gave a nice little speech praising those junior high students. It also didn't hurt Warner Brothers' feelings any either. They were more than happy to further promote their film. And somewhere in the mix, someone got so damn excited, they put the name Jeremiah Johnson on the new gravestone. Shit you not. To this day, Johnson's grave reads, John Jeremiah Liver-Eaton Johnston. Anyways, the grave was sealed with cement, and then later a fence was put around it as a deterrent to grave robbers. And don't you know that the good citizens of Red Lodge, once they started seeing all that publicity and got to figuring on how much tourist money they were missing out on, all of a sudden had a change of heart. Imagine that. They even filed suit to get Johnson's body dug up again so they could rebury him there in Red Lodge. Because, of course, that's what Johnson would have wanted. This attempt was deemed without merit by a presiding judge. And gotta wonder what Johnson would have thought about this whole damn ordeal. Love him or hate him, Liver-Eaton Johnson was an impressive man. A true survivalist both in the wilderness and on the battlefield. A scout and a frontiersman respected by other more famous scouts and frontiersmen. A large man who became even larger after his death. In that sense, he sort of reminds me of Texas's own Bigfoot Wallace. Lots of legends and tall tales surrounding both men. Tales to which they both contributed their part. And they both outlived the wild times, doing a little bit too good of a job when it came to taming the Wild West. And I also, weirdly enough, think of Blue Duck from Lonesome Dove when I think of John Johnson. Remember what Blue Duck told Captain Call? I raped women and stole children and burned houses and shot men and run off horses and killed cattle and robbed who I pleased, all over your territory. And you never even had a good look at me. Now, I know Johnson wasn't no Blue Duck, but he definitely did things his own way. He trapped beaver, hunted buffalo, killed elk, sold whiskey, and took scalps all over Sioux and Blackfoot territory. And while I'm sure they had plenty of good looks at him, closest they ever got to putting his lights out was grazing his head with that bullet that one time. Liver-Eaton Johnson weren't no plaster saint. He was more of a drunken Rooster Cogburn than he was a stoic Robert Redford. A crude man who at times did some very questionable things, possibly crossed the line between right and wrong more than once. A guy who liked shocking the frail sensibilities of lowlanders and pilgrims. A fully human and fully flawed man who just happened to be one of the many tough men who came to embody the idea of the frontier. And that's about all I've got on Liver-Eaton Johnson. If you're curious to learn more, please check out some of those books I mentioned. There's a lot of stuff I left out due to time constraints. I'd have loved to talk about Johnson's real-life partners like ex-Beadler or Yellowstone Kelly, as well as diving into more of the inconsistencies with certain aspects of his life. I'm hoping the research continues to be done on this guy and the new information continues to roll in. I also hope that I can finally talk to some of the experts and pick their brains. I would like more clarification on why they're so certain about different aspects of Johnson's life. and I will leave links in this episode's show notes to all of the books that I've mentioned. I didn't even have a chance to talk about Liver Eaton Johnson's rifle or knife, which are on display at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West Museum in Cody, Wyoming, but I will leave a link to an article on them as well, and you can decide for yourself whether or not they're the real deal. By the way, this is a re-release. I originally published a 2-part series on Johnson back in March of 2021, and I thought I'd consolidate them into one full episode, touch up the audio just a little, and add a new intro and outro. And here we are. That said, a few corrections are in order. I horribly and stupidly butchered the word frigate earlier, as well as bravado. It's frigate, not frigate, and it's bravado, not bravado. Shame on me. I have put myself on bread and water for a week out of penance, and I will try my best to stop being such a failure in the future. Y'all know my mouth don't work right sometimes. And just in case I didn't mention it, another book I used for research on Liver Eaton Johnson was The Avenging Fury of the Plains by Dennis McClelland. I don't agree with all of Mr. McClelland's conclusions, but his books are very thorough and chock full of valuable information. Now, since the original recording, I was able to correspond a bit with researcher Dorman Nelson. Check out his website, johnlivereatonjohnston.com. That's Johnston with a T. And he is in the process of writing a new and very comprehensive volume on the real Liver Eaton Johnson. Mr. Nelson has apparently unearthed quite a bit of new information, including photos, so I cannot wait to give it a read. He's promised to let me know when it's getting ready to publish, and I shall pass said information on to you. As far as any other lingering questions I still have regarding Johnson, I'm still very curious as to his actual year of birth, as well as if he served during the Mexican-American War or not, as is commonly believed. I don't think there's any argument that Johnson absolutely spent time at sea, probably in the Navy. It's just a matter of when. Finally, in regard to Liver Eaton Johnson being more than a little inclined to spinning tall tales, I don't feel like I expanded on that as much as I should have. The legend of Liver Eaton Johnson is a huge part of who he was, and, as is the case with most of our Old West figures, many of these legends originated from the man himself. I think it goes without saying that the Crow Killer loved piling it on, and I'd be remiss if I didn't include one such example of the sort of stories he was prone to tell. Now, the one I'm about to share was originally reported in January of 1904 by the League of American Sportsmen, and credits Johnson with saying the following, quote, "It makes me tired to hear people say that there is any danger or excitement on the ocean. I sailed all over the world when I was a kid just looking for tough times, and I couldn't find them. I was shipwrecked 6 times, but there weren't no excitement about that. I only floated around a little for a few weeks on a leaky raft, seeing nothing but sky and water. The only lively time I had was when I jumped into the loop of a lariat and towed a raft with 7 men and 8 women on board into the Charleston Bay, a little swim of about 385 miles. But I never could find any real excitement on the ocean, so I came out to the mountains to see if I could kick some up among the Indians." End quote. He then goes on to talk about returning to the Boston area just to see if the ocean was still there, and how he tried to camp at a place called Harvard, but them boys was sassy and he gathered that Mr. Harvard was out at the time. Eventually, Johnson tells of going on a whale hunting adventure during which he lassoed a whale, rode it up onto the shore, and snubbed it to a tree before dispatching it. His share of the blubber came out to be $30,000, which is roughly $900,000 in today's money. And when somebody commented that it must have been a rather big whale to produce such a profit, Johnson exclaimed, "Big? Hell, mister, do I look like the type who'd tackle a little one?" And that's about all I've got on Liver Eaton Johnson.
Yeehaw!
They say Claude Dallas was the last of the mountain men, a modern-day cowboy and fur trapper just living life on his own terms. A throwback to the old breed, men like Jim Bridger and old Jed Smith, Kit Carson, the type who not only saddled their own horses, but, if need be, stomped their own snakes. Only thing was, the authorities just wouldn't let Dallas be. First it was the FBI, then the Bureau of Land Management, and finally, a pair of game wardens out of Idaho. Dallas had sworn he'd never be taken in again, and sure enough, when the smoke cleared, both game wardens were dead on the ground. For over a year, Claude Dallas was the target of a nationwide manhunt, and when he was finally captured and sent to prison, he escaped, this time making it on the FBI's top 10 most wanted. And believe it or not, Claude Dallas is still alive. He's out there, somewhere. A man considered by many to be a hero, A walking, talking embodiment of the old motto, live free or die. But just how accurate are these sentiments? Is Claude Dallas truly a hero? A good man who refused to be victimized by an oppressive government? Or just a criminal turned cold-blooded killer? My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. When Claude Dallas showed up at the Alvord Ranch, they weren't expecting much. Not only was the youngster still wet behind the ears, but he also had absolutely no experience punching cattle. Be that as it may, a spread like the Alvord was always looking for a few good hands. And besides, Claude's polite and soft-spoken manner made for a great first impression. Born in Virginia in March of 1950, Claude Lafayette Dallas Jr. cut his teeth in the woods of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, learning how to hunt and trap and pretty much soaking up any and all information he could find on the history of the Old West. Went to high school in Ohio, about an hour north of Columbus, and upon graduation in May of 1968, Claude bid his family goodbye and headed out on foot, just living out of his backpack and hoping to see the West that he had thus far only dreamt of. Which is how he found his way to the Alvord Ranch in southeastern Oregon, there in the foothills of the Teton Mountains. Now, Dallas was quiet to a fault. Didn't speak much, but when he did, it was always with a yes sir, or no ma'am, and please and thank you. And when he gave his word, he kept it. There was just something about the young man that made folks want to adopt him. Didn't hurt matters none that he also turned out to be one hell of a hard worker, despite his youth and lack of experience. Claude's first day on the ranch, he was given a week's worth of labor, which he finished in less than half the time, after which he was teamed up with another young hand and sent out to repair fence. Although his partner quit after a few days, Dallas stuck with it. Hell, truth be told, he was in his element, working completely alone out of a remote line shack, busting ass from sunup till sundown, just as content as he could be. Likewise for the less glamorous chores, like digging a new outhouse. No matter what the job, Claude gave it his all and never complained. Wasn't long before the boss lady there at the ranch considered Dallas to be one of the hardest workers she had ever known, which I can assure you is no small compliment on a working cattle ranch. Eventually, Dallas was allowed to ride and given a couple of gentle old nags until he got the hang of it. At first, the other buckaroos laughed at him and said Claude was just playing cowboy, but he never gave up. And in time, even the most seasoned of hands had to admit that if he was playing damn hard. In no time flat, Claude was doing genuine cowboy work, branding, roping, shoeing horses, castrating cattle, assisting in births, and all the other little everyday things that come with working on a ranch. And what's more, during time off, Dallas stayed out of trouble, unlike many of his co-workers. Although he would drink on occasion, it was never to excess, and besides, he was saving up money to buy himself a lever-action Winchester rifle. The perfect firearm for a cowboy, right? Especially one with a love of history and tradition. And make no mistake about it, despite his initial lack of experience, and within a very short period of time, Claude Dallas turned out to be one hell of a cowboy. Nobody's perfect, though, and as Dallas grew more comfortable on the ranch, a few red flags began to surface. The first being his penchant for abusing livestock. Allegedly. I think now's a good time as any to point out that a lot of the information I leaned on for research comes from author Jack Olson and his book, Give a Boy a Gun. Per Mr. Olson, Claude would routinely strike and or beat animals that tried his patience. Whether it be walloping a horse in the ribs or punching cattle square in the nose, Dallas wasn't shy about imposing his will if the livestock didn't move to his liking. Also, as it turns out, Claude's motivation in heading west might not have been as simple as a desire to become a cowboy. Remember, when Dallas left home in 1968, the war in Vietnam was reaching a fever pitch. In just that year alone, nearly 17,000 U.S. troops would be killed in action, well over twice as many in 1 year as would perish in total in Iraq and Afghanistan combined. And apparently, Claude Dallas didn't want nothing to do with it, even after Uncle Sam came calling in the form of a draft notice. Not passing any judgment here. Me personally, I've never served a day in uniform in my entire life. My father has, though. He was drafted, just like Claude, but unlike Claude, my dad would answer the call and soon find himself dodging bullets in South Vietnam. Matter of fact, by the time Dallas was getting hired on there at the Alvord Ranch, my dad was finishing up his tour and getting ready to head back to the States. I wouldn't be born for quite some time, but from what I'm told, my dad didn't talk about it, like at all. Story goes that after he was discharged, he took all of his gear, his uniform, whatever they sent home with him, and put it in a pile and set it on fire. It wouldn't be for years later until I came around being nosy and asking questions that I shouldn't have been asking that he finally started opening up. Turns out my dad didn't have a good time of it over there in Vietnam, to say the least. A lot of young men did not have a good time of it over there in Vietnam. And those are the lucky ones who came back whole, at least physically. So if Dallas didn't want to go to Vietnam, especially in 1968, I honestly can't say as I blame him. My empathy aside, however, this choice would brand Claude as a fugitive. After all, dodging the draft was considered, in those days at least, to be a pretty serious crime. If caught, there was a good chance Dallas would end up behind bars, and he knew it. Feared if he stayed too long in one place, it was only a matter of time before the authorities caught up to him. As such, after about a year or so at the Alvord Ranch, he confided in his boss and explained the situation. Said maybe it would be best if he moseyed on down the trail. Now, I'm not entirely sure what Claude got up to directly after leaving the Alvord, but from what I can tell, it looks like he headed into the backcountry via horseback and took to somewhat living off the land. And if that's the case, he didn't do too bad. When the young fugitive reappeared at the ranch about a month later looking to borrow some salt, his clothes were a bit worn, but other than that, he was in pretty good shape. Once Dallas secured some fresh supplies, he lit out again, once more on horseback, believe it or not, just working odd jobs here and there and drifting down to Nevada, where he continued to impress his employers. At one ranch where Dallas worked for just 3 weeks, the owner grew to trust him so much that when he and his family went on a trip, they didn't think twice about leaving Dallas in care of their house. That was just the kind of guy he was. Especially when he was younger, everybody that Dallas ran into liked and trusted this guy. Okay, I cannot stress that enough. By all appearances, he was just a very hard-working, extremely trustworthy young man. Finally, in the fall of 1970, Claude settled in at the Quarter Circle A in northern Nevada. And by the way, let me just go ahead and save you an email real quick. I know I am not pronouncing Nevada correctly. Nevada. I don't even know how you say it. Something about Nevada and Oregon, 2 states that we will be mentioning a lot here in this story on Claude Dallas, and I cannot pronounce either one of them correctly. I also can't say Washington without throwing an R in there, okay? So yes, I am aware I'm not technically saying Nevada or Oregon the way they're supposed to be said, but hey, we can't all be perfect, right? Daddy's trying. All right. So like I said, fall of 1970, and Claude settled in on the Quarter Circle A ranch in northern Nevada. Per usual, his work manners and work ethic were second to none, and Dallas more than held his own when it came to roping and branding. Just like at the Alvord Ranch, Claude rarely spoke and continued to be a bit of a loner. Nevertheless, he would endear himself to his fellow cowboys. One hand would later recall, quote, "When you meet him, you want to do something for him, but underneath, I'm not really sure one of us really knows him." End quote. Unfortunately, Dallas was still prone to being a little too heavy-handed when it came to the animals. Once again, per author Jack Olson. On at least one occasion, Dallas struck a horse with a shoe and hammer, and on another, he began clubbing a fallen cow with a 2x4 so hard that his fellow cowboys had to intervene. Even dogs weren't safe around Claude. If they got in his way, he didn't think nothing about giving them a swift kick to the face. Hell, he once even knocked a Labrador retriever slap out. And that's a hard one for me to wrap my head around. A pit bull? Okay, maybe. A Rottweiler? All right. I mean, they are known for being aggressive. Maybe the dog came at Dallas the wrong way. But a lab? Those are about the best damn dogs you could ever hope to encounter. I've never heard of anyone being attacked by a lab. For whatever reason, though, Claude just had a very short fuse when it came to animals. Allegedly. And if the stories are true, Dallas also didn't pay much heed to the fish and game laws. Apparently to Dallas, bag limits and hunting seasons were mere suggestions. And when he wasn't working there on the ranch, he mostly filled his time by illegally procuring venison, an action that didn't sit too well with his fellow ranch hands. According to one of the other cowboys, quote, "He sees nothing wrong with shooting any animal anytime. He'll drag in a young deer or antelope and leave it at the chuck wagon. Well, we have all the prime beef we want, and the wild meat just goes to waste. It puts the rest of us on the spot. Government men and game wardens are always dropping into camp." End quote. When asked why he was poaching so much, Dallas would claim that that's the way he did it as a kid in Michigan and that the game laws did not apply to subsistence hunters like himself. Now, I did make a half-assed attempt at finding out the last time subsistence hunting was allowed in Nevada. I was not successful, but I'm pretty sure by 1970 it was a no-go. Also, as we just heard from Claude's buddy, there at the ranch, they had all the fresh meat they wanted, on the hoof, and a good portion of that wild game was just going to rot. By absolutely no definition was Claude Dallas a subsistence hunter. Allegedly. I keep tossing in the word allegedly here for a few reasons. Not the least of which is the fact that Claude was never arrested for poaching during his stint at the Quarter Circle A, at least not that I'm aware of. As previously stated, a great deal of this information is coming from Jack Olson in his book Give a Boy a Gun. Mr. Olson sadly is no longer with us, so I was unable to contact him. But that said, just from what I've been able to ascertain, the man was pretty thorough when it came to his sources. In addition to being an author, Olson was an award-winning journalist as well as the editor-in-chief of the Chicago Sun-Times. Also, Olson held senior positions at both Time magazine and Sports Illustrated, and his studies on crime, at one point, were considered required reading in university criminology courses. So we're not just talking about some hack writer here, okay? Jack Olson was a very serious journalist with credentials a mile long. He was the real deal. Still though, guess what? I wasn't there. I'm simply describing events as reported by Jack Olson, and not as I, Josh, saw them with my own two eyes. Hence the somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but weirdly at the same time very authentic, repetition of the word allegedly. Now these actions, the poaching and disregard for game laws and whatnot, if true, these do appear to have only increased as time went on, as did Claude's disdain for law enforcement in general. Interestingly enough, aside from making them a little uncomfortable at times, Dallas never seemed to have any problems with his fellow ranch hands. Matter of fact, and we'll discuss this more later, but I was unable to find a single instance where Dallas got into a physical altercation, i.e. a fist fight, with anyone. And I don't know about you, but I'm willing to bet that good old-fashioned bar brawls were a pretty common occurrence among Claude's peers, especially when they were hanging out in nearby Winnemucca. That's where all his cowboy buddies would go to partake in pleasures of the flesh. Dallas would join them at times, but he did continue to keep his drinking to a minimum and was never known to frequent whores. Claude, as one ranch hand put it, quote, seldom goes on a real toot, end quote. Gotta love that, toot. When's the last time you went on a toot, huh? I myself have not been on a toot in quite some time. But good for Dallas though, right? Certainly can't blame a man for sticking to the straight and narrow. And to be honest, despite having his fair share of admirers, Dallas never really was known as a ladies' man. Hell, to hear the other cowboys tell it, when they got to talking dirty in the bunkhouse about women, Claude would turn beet red. Remember, Dallas was a bit of a loner, quiet-natured, and not prone to such loose talk. Except when it came to guns. While Dallas may have shied away from females, he most definitely had a lifelong love affair with firearms. Any mention of guns would perk Claude right up, and if you weren't careful, he'd talk your damn ears off. Not only did he have a small yet growing collection of firearms, but he also reloaded his own ammo, as many gun enthusiasts tend to do. Dallas also had an obsession with Western culture and the Old West in general. He devoured novels by Western authors like Louis L'Amour and Zane Grey, and even got really into old cowboy artwork, believe it or not. On one of his rare breaks from working on the ranch, Dallas made a trip all the way up to Montana just to visit the Charles M. Russell Museum. If you're not familiar, Mr. Russell was an iconic artist of the American Old West. And while you might not know his name, I can all but guarantee you've seen some of his paintings. No word on whether or not Claude listened to podcasts about the Old West, though. Haha. I'm kidding, obviously, as podcasts did not exist in the 1970s, but hey, they do now. And like I said earlier, Claude Dallas is still alive. Who knows? Maybe he's got access to the internet, wherever he is. Maybe he's listening right now. In addition to being fascinated with old-timey cowboys, Claude even took to dressing like them. How Dallas looked the part so much that when a photographer snapped a picture of him in all of his authentic buckaroo finery, ended up in a National Geographic article on American cowboys. Gotta admit, that's pretty cool. At least it would have been if Claude wasn't wanted by the law. I'm no lawyer, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say that if you've got an outstanding warrant for your arrest, if the federal authorities are looking for you, it might not be a good idea to have your face and location put on blast like that, especially in a magazine as widely distributed as the National Geographic once was. Sure enough, the FBI hadn't forgotten about Dallas dodging the draft. And I guess they had them a subscription to Nat Geo because it wasn't long after that article was published that the feds came to pay a visit, found Dallas in the bunkhouse, alone, and arrested him without incident, much to his embarrassment. Claude was booked into the Lander County Jail and then flown all the way back to Ohio to stand trial. Now, I did look into this a bit, and there was indeed a lot of draft dodging going on in the late 60s and early 70s. That said, out of over 500,000 young men classified as draft dodgers, less than half of them were ever formally accused of draft violations. And of those, only 8,770 were convicted, with just a little over 3,000 doing time in jail. Not Claude Dallas, though. It wasn't long at all before he was back at the ranch, claiming that the case was dropped due to improper procedures on the part of the draft board. I guess the government couldn't prove conclusively that Dallas had received that draft notice before setting out for Oregon, which we obviously now know by his own admission he did. They just couldn't prove it, so he got off. When prodded by his fellow ranch hands as to why he didn't want to go to Vietnam, Dallas stated that he wasn't afraid to fight for his country if they asked him nicely, but that nobody was just going to start ordering him around. And there's that first peek at Claude's rebellious side. This is going to be a big theme throughout this entire story. Boy, howdy is it. Claude Dallas just did not like being told what to do, especially by those in authority. He was also pretty angry at having been arrested without putting up a fight. Told his buddies that if those agents hadn't snuck up on him like they did, he'd have never been taken so easily. What's more, according to Claude, the FBI mistreated him while in custody. One agent in particular even ominously threatened to, quote, get him eventually, even if it was for something as small as tax evasion. This, too, will become a pattern as Dallas, on several more occasions, will claim to be threatened or provoked by members of law enforcement. Now, that aside, I do find it interesting that Claude doesn't exactly fit the profile of your average draft dodger. At least not the way we think about him nowadays, right? You know, it wasn't like he was hanging out at Hyatt Ashbury, smoking dope and hopping up and down in beads and sandals. And he wasn't some rich college kid. By any other metric, Dallas was a red-blooded, flag-waving American. Grew up hunting and trapping, and then, while he's still a teenager, he set out on his own and became a for-real, by-God, working cowboy. And these rural areas where Claude was living, southeast Oregon and northern Nevada, they're about as patriotic as you can get. Then again, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here when I say that some folks, much like Claude Dallas, and particularly in portions of Nevada and Oregon, and even Idaho, do have a very strong distrust of the federal government. We'll talk more about that later, but when Dallas was still in Ohio, his old boss at the Alvord Ranch loaned him $900 for legal fees. And true to his word, Claude soon showed up there in Oregon to pay off his debt in the form of labor. Arrived in April of 1974, working just as hard as ever. Things were somewhat different, though. While he was still a polite, soft-spoken young man, Dallas did seem a little more downcast than he had just a few years prior. Also, by this point, his fascination with firearms had become a full-blown obsession. Gun magazines replaced Western novels, and rather than admire the paintings of Charles Russell, Dallas instead studied military and police tactics. And he practiced with his guns constantly, particularly his quick draw. Hell, Claude even slept with a damn gun. And whereas his anger was once reserved just for animals, he did seem to grow more aggressive toward his fellow man. When anglers began cutting through Alvord land in order to reach prime fishing spots, Claude, unprompted, would put spikes in the road to flatten their tires. At least one ranch employee noticed the change in Dallas and worried that if he and those fishermen ever came face to face in person, somebody might get seriously hurt. Luckily, that never happened, and once the summer's work was done and the debt repaid, Claude returned to Nevada where, believe it or not, he called it quits on the cowboy life. I guess Dallas enjoyed doing things the old way. Remember, he was all about that old traditional lifestyle, and by the mid-1970s, more and more ranchers were embracing modern-day technology and making traditional hands like himself somewhat obsolete. And then there was also the Bureau of Land Management, coming in and trying to tell ranchers what they could and couldn't do. At least that's how Dallas saw it. Now, the Bureau of Land Management, also known as the BLM for short, is the government agency responsible for administrating and overseeing federal lands. And in Nevada, damn near the entire state falls under the BLM. I'm not sure of the exact percentage, but I believe it's something like 80% of the state that's federally owned, or roughly 48 million acres. Now, this is considered public land, our land. You can camp there, fish, go hunting, and just enjoy all that the great outdoors has to offer. Ranchers also use the BLM to run their livestock. In just the state of Nevada alone, there are hundreds of permits and leases each year allowing cow and sheep outfits to graze their animals on BLM land. But since it's public land, not actually owned by the ranchers, there are regulations administered by the BLM. They do charge a fee for grazing livestock, there are rules and restrictions, and I guess to a guy like Claude Dallas, that equates to just a whole hell of a lot of overreaching bureaucratic bullshit. And he certainly wasn't alone in these sentiments. A lot of people currently have similar concerns in those same areas, as was evidenced by the Bundy standoff just a mere decade ago. So, as it were, instead of punching cattle, both literally and figuratively, Dallas took to working odd jobs, driving trucks, welding, mechanic work, stuff like that. He also began hanging out in the tiny community of Paradise Hill, about 20 or so miles north of Winnemucca. And describing Paradise Hill as a community may be stretching it just a bit. To be honest, I'm not even sure if anyone actually lives there nowadays, and the only business I'm aware of is a truck stop. Things were different back in the 70s, though, mostly thanks to a drinking establishment known as the Bar. That's it, the Bar. That's what it was called. It's there where Dallas began hanging out quite a bit, and in time he even became good friends with the bar's owner, George Nielsen. And trust me when I say that George was about as different from Claude Dallas as another human being could possibly get. Where Claude was polite, reserved, and not given to drink, George was loud, obnoxious, always holding court at the bar on a variety of topics, quick with the dirty jokes, constantly bragging about his sex life, and never without a drink in his hand. Hell, George Nielsen's ability to hold his liquor was legendary. More than a few poor cowpokes tried to outdrink the barkeep, and by the time they were blacking out, George was just getting warmed up. He was also damn near 3 times the age of Claude Dallas. Be that as it may, despite the generational gap and the clear personality differences, the two not only became fast friends, but in time, George became almost a surrogate father to Dallas, and considered the young drifter as his own son. And this close relationship was almost exclusively due to their shared hatred of the federal government, along with a mutual obsession with firearms. Much like Dallas, Nielsen was always packing, even when doling out shots of whiskey. Kept a pistol in his back pocket and another within arm's reach behind the bar at all times. As for Claude, he had also taken to carrying 2 pistols. A .357 that mostly stayed strapped to his hip, and a backup gun concealed elsewhere on his person. And when he wasn't working or unwinding at the bar, he was still constantly practicing, both marksmanship and speed. When asked why he was so passionate about firearms, Dallas would claim that he just wanted to be prepared for the future. That, and that he also just really loved guns. And hey, fair enough. I mean, we've all got our hobbies, right? But at least one Paradise Hill local claimed that the reason Dallas always went armed was so that nobody would whoop his ass. And that may hold a little water, as supposedly, on the one and only occasion when Dallas was challenged to a bar fight, rather than use his fist, he went for a pistol. Guess his opponent wasn't interested in taking things to that level, and the argument was over. So definitely not a pugilist, Claude Dallas, but he certainly wasn't afraid to escalate matters. In that regard, he does sort of remind me of a few other figures we've discussed here on the Wild West Extravaganza. Men who, for the most part, seem to be itching for a fight. That said, I think it's only fair to point out that during this period, Claude Dallas did still maintain one hell of a good reputation. He was known for being a hard worker, exceptionally honest, trustworthy, and the type of guy who, when he goes through a gate, he closes it behind him. High praise indeed. Now, as far as Claude's romantic prospects, there in Paradise Hill, there was an older married lady who Dallas may have had a bit of a dalliance with, and there was a waitress there at the bar who he took fishing on a couple of occasions. Because let's face it, nothing says seduction like a stocked reservoir in Humboldt County. Still, though, I don't think anyone was under the impression that wedding bells were anywhere in Claude's foreseeable future. According to one Paradise Hill local, quote, Claude treats them like queens. I don't believe he takes any of them to bed, but if he does, he calls them ma'am. End quote. And I gotta imagine that the pickings were pretty slim there in Paradise Hill. And who knows, maybe Claude just had high standards. But so far as I can tell, and as far as everyone else who was close to him was concerned, Dallas just did not really have any interest in dating or even women in general. Which is fine, but you gotta admit, to a casual observer, when you add it all together, the lack of relationships with the opposite sex, a borderline unhealthy obsession with guns, government paranoia, and rumors of animal cruelty, well, it really does start to give off some real incel vibes. For what it's worth, though, I don't necessarily think that's the case. By the way, if you're not familiar, incel is a relatively new term that stands for involuntarily celibate, often used to describe men who, for lack of a better phrase, can't get laid and thus take their sexual frustrations out on society. But here's the thing, Claude Dallas was not a bad-looking guy, by any standard. No homo. During his time frequenting the bar, Dallas would have been in his mid to late 20s. Dude was about 170 pounds, 5 foot 10 inches tall, and in great physical shape, just from constantly busting his ass at various jobs and hiking all over the damn wilderness. Plus, he had that whole shy, mysterious thing going on. That married lady I mentioned earlier, she was the one who came calling on Dallas, not the other way around. And as you'll soon hear, there are plenty of other ladies in other locales who found the bashful buckaroo quite alluring. I'm just not sure he ever shared their interest. Whether or not Claude was celibate, I don't know, but I'm positive his sex life, or lack thereof, was entirely of his own choice. Or hell, I don't know, maybe Claude just didn't kiss and tell. That's always a possibility. Either way you want to cut it, there was nothing in this man's life that ever indicated any particular fondness for female companionship. This, of course, was in stark contrast to George Nielsen, who liked to brag that he got more pussy than any man in the state of Nevada. Now, in addition to running the bar there in Paradise Hill, George also operated a little trailer park out back, where, in time, Dallas would move in, at which point he could be found, on most any given night, at the saloon, nursing a beer or maybe even a Pepsi, but rarely socializing. Just like back in his cowboy days, Claude continued to keep to himself. If you started up a conversation and he didn't feel like talking, he would just get up and walk away. Unless, of course, you brought up guns or government overreach, in which case Claude was more than willing to share his opinions. And oftentimes, these opinions were peppered with a few threats. Matter of fact, Dallas was heard, more than once, stating that he wasn't afraid to resort to violence if anybody in power ever attempted to infringe upon his rights. And more often than not, George Nielsen would toss in his 2 cents as well. Described as an instigator, George was known to get folks all kinds of riled up, to quote-unquote stir the shit, only to then slide himself right out of whatever trouble he may have caused, and then just watch from the sidelines. And when it came to Claude's growing hatred of the federal government, George Nielsen never wasted an opportunity to throw fuel on the fire. And just like Dallas, George openly and repeatedly threatened deadly force if his rights were trampled upon. Now, as time went on, these two ended up going into business together. Not content with just working those odd jobs, Dallas also started running trap lines, just like he did when he was a kid back in Michigan, and trading his pelts, along with a little venison, to George Nielsen, who in turn would sell it out of his bar to truckers and tourists and whoever. Believe it or not, back in the 1970s, there was actually pretty good money to be made in trap and fur. Demand was at an all-time high, as were prices, and more than a few young men paid their way through college just by setting traps in their spare time. As for Dallas, he went all in, running trap lines from northern Nevada all the way to southeastern Oregon and even up into Idaho, almost exclusively on public land, which, by the way, is 100% legal. Initially, Claude enjoyed a good reputation among other trappers. He didn't mess with anybody else's equipment or animals, and was said to have kept a friendly, welcoming camp. His methods, however, well, let's just say they weren't exactly in line with Nevada Fish and Game. They might not have been the best technique-wise either. Not only was Dallas illegally baiting his traps, and just flat out refusing to use spacers, thus needlessly harming animals that he may not have even been after, but he also wasn't all that concerned with legal limits or trapping seasons. And to make matters worse, for some damn reason, Claude even, allegedly, took to killing wild mustangs, both as food for himself and as bait. Story goes that Dallas would live off damn near nothing but horse flesh for months at a time, raving about the culinary delights. As you can imagine, it didn't take long for the game wardens to catch wind, and you better believe they came investigating. In the spring of 1976, Nevada Fish and Game agent Del Elliott found a set of Claude's illegally baited traps and confiscated them. He also confronted Dallas about killing those mustangs, an accusation which Claude thoroughly denied. In the end, Dallas was cited and had to pay a fine to get his traps back. And trust me when I say he was not a happy camper. Said the only reason he was allowed to be cited was due to being on someone else's property at the time and not wanting to cause trouble for the landowner. According to Claude, had he been on public land, as he usually was, or anywhere else for that matter, he would have simply shot Elliott dead. Said the same thing about another couple of game wardens who visited his camp one day, telling friends that had they stumbled upon his stash of illegal mountain lion pelts, he would have gunned them both down. Yet another warden showed up at Claude's camp one day when he wasn't around and left a card with a note scribbled on it reading something to the effect of, "I'll be seeing you," which the increasingly touchy Dallas interpreted as a threat. Now, despite all this heat, Dallas just kept right on a-poaching. So much, in fact, that anonymous calls began flooding in from concerned trappers and citizens alike, claiming that Dallas was killing everything from trophy rams to kit foxes, even mountain lions. A lot of mountain lions. There's even one story of him killing some mountain lion cubs, allegedly. In December of 1978, Claude was once again caught red-handed when game wardens found his Jeep parked in the Bloody Runs, a rugged and hilariously named area just to the west of Paradise Hill. The conservation officers confiscated several illegal traps, and when Dallas failed to reemerge from the wilderness, they also took the guns that he had left behind in the Jeep, a .357 revolver along with the rifle. Now, Claude knew they were there. Hell, he was likely watching from the tree line the entire time. But rather than engaging in gunplay, like he'd been bragging about doing, he simply ran several miles to a friend's house. Then, about 3 or 4 days later, he showed up at the sheriff's office looking to get his guns back. Gene Weller, of the Nevada Fish and Game, did promptly return the firearms, but he also attempted to reason with Claude. Told him that he could do just as well trapping legally, that he didn't have to be out there breaking the law. Furthermore, Mr. Weller offered to help Dallas out, maybe coach him up on some new tricks or techniques that the young trapper may not have been aware of. When it was all said and done, the two came to a compromise. Dallas said that if he had any bad traps set in the Bloody Runs, if being the operative word, give him a week and he'll clean them up and there won't be no more trouble. Okay, cool. Weller agreed, and like I said, he gave Claude his guns back. In parting, Dallas told the warden that he'd be welcome in his camp anytime, on the condition that he'd leave his badge outside. In the weeks that followed, the two would meet on several more occasions, and according to Weller, Dallas was always polite, even bordering on friendly. Behind the game warden's back, however, it was a completely different story. Just like before, Dallas was bragging to his buddies in Paradise Hill about how he would never allow himself to be caught again, and implying that he'd use any means necessary to stop such an intrusion. Also, oddly enough, Dallas began waxing poetic about life on the run, saying that he thought he would enjoy being a wanted man and boasting about how good he'd be at it. Said he'd just fight his way from one weapons cache to another, taking out anyone and everyone who came looking for him. He also played out this fantasy in the form of an invading army, a la Red Dawn, or sometimes just wishing there weren't any law or taxes whatsoever. Sort of like a societal collapse scenario. And these weren't just idle fantasies. Supposedly Claude was physically preparing for such an event and constantly trying to toughen himself up, even to the point of choosing to sleep on the hard floor of his trailer rather than a nice soft bed. Not a super healthy frame of mind to find yourself in. But then again, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't, on occasion, have similar fantasies, especially when I was younger. I don't know about you, but I've definitely played out various scenarios in my head. Everything from World War III to a new civil war, financial collapse, EMP strikes, you name it. This is partly a guy thing, I think. You know, we've all watched the post-apocalyptic movies or read the books and placed ourselves in the story, usually as the hero. And we imagine how we'd act or what we'd do. And to a lesser degree, I also think it's just a fun exercise in staying prepared, right? While I don't think we'll be invaded by zombie bikers or Chinese paratroopers anytime soon, you never know when there's going to be an extended power outage or a hurricane or something along those lines. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best, right? Never hurts to have some extra ammo or food or a contingency plan. Those are good things, I think. But if you're genuinely fantasizing about total societal collapse because you hate paying taxes, or just because you want to shoot a bunch of deer out of season, or if you become obsessed with planning out ambush locations on the off chance that you're wanted by law enforcement, well, at that point, I think it might be time to seek a little help. And in the case of Claude Dallas, people did begin noticing this change. While he still kept a so-called friendly camp when he was out in the woods, not everyone felt comfortable around the man. A fellow trapper paid him a visit one day and left shortly thereafter, claiming that he got spooked by the way Dallas was talking and constantly fondling his pistol, sorta like he was just itching to use it. Be that as it may, to many of the locals around Paradise Hill, especially the patrons of the bar, Claude Dallas was quickly becoming a local legend, their very own real-life modern-day mountain man. A reputation Claude further solidified in the summer of 1979 when he took a break from trapping to join friends floating the Yukon River. Okay, great. This is just what a guy like Dallas needs. A little time off, just relaxing with friends, and having some nice, healthy, legal fun. Maybe even get a blowjob while he's at it. Only problem is, Dallas used this as an opportunity to commit several unnecessary felonies. As his buddies were passing through customs like normal human beings, an armed to the teeth Dallas was in the nearby forest, stealthily making his way across the Canadian border like Rambo. And after rejoining his pals on the other side, Claude wasted no time in locating and illegally shooting a Dall sheep. His friends joked that Dallas was well on his way to making a grand slam. Now, I've never hunted sheep, but it's my understanding that a grand slam, in this context, is when you harvest all 4 wild species of sheep in North America: desert bighorn, Rocky Mountain bighorn, stone sheep, and Dall sheep, if I'm not mistaken. This can be extremely difficult, and not just due to the rough terrain and varying locations. Just getting a permit to hunt some of these animals is a feat unto itself, and some people spend their entire life playing the tag lottery system. Those who finally obtain a permit then need to be able to afford a guide or just hope that they get lucky. For many hunters, this is literally the pinnacle of their lives, a crowning achievement. For someone like Claude, though, who didn't really give a shit about the law or conservation, and who didn't feel like he should have to wait around for pesky permits or tags, it was quite a bit easier. His only worry, after all, was just not getting caught by the game wardens, or whatever they call game wardens up in Canada. Game Wardens A, I think. Once back in Nevada, Dallas resumed poaching, allegedly, operating on the border of Idaho as his legend continued to blossom. Hell, tourists would even line up at the bar in Paradise Hill just to get their photos taken with Claude, the famous Nevada trapper just living off the land like Jeremiah Johnson. Or at least that's how they saw him. At the same time, Claude's dislike for his fellow man was growing at a rapid pace, especially those whom he judged weak. Called them leppies, a ranching term often used for abandoned or orphaned calves that run around bawling for their mamas. Now, before we go any further, I do want to address this commonly held belief that Claude Dallas was a modern-day mountain man just minding his own business and living off the land. In my opinion, this was and is a big reason why so many people look up to the guy. And shit, man, I get it. I mean, what's not to admire about somebody trekking off into the wilderness and just living life on their own terms? As long as they're not hurting anybody, what's the problem, right? Well, first, let's just establish that Claude wasn't exactly out there living like Grizzly Adams, okay? He still had that trailer in Paradise Hill, he had modern conveniences, and he certainly wasn't just living off the meat that he harvested, nor did he have a need to live off of what he was killing. I think that's an important distinction. At no point while researching Claude Dallas did I find any instance where he was forced to poach game in order to survive. Also, while many contend that Dallas was the best trapper that Nevada had ever seen and that he could outthink a bobcat and regularly delivered more hides to market than anyone else, turns out that might not be true. Stories of Claude's poor technique abound, and at least one veteran trapper who knew him personally stated that while Dallas had the makings of a good trapper, he was not bringing in near as many furs as some claim. To make matters worse, by around 1980, Claude began destroying the traps of his so-called competitors. Even though he was operating on public land, I guess Dallas felt like all the animals there belonged to him. And as I hinted at earlier, he had even taken to killing mountain lion cubs. All of this inevitably just led to even more anonymous complaints to Nevada Fish and Game. Finally, Dallas decided that he'd make a change of venue and maybe even have himself a grand adventure in the process. Decided to winter in a desolate region of the Owyhee Desert in southwestern Idaho, a place called Bull Basin, just a few miles north of the Nevada border, an area described by Dallas as one of the most remote locations in all of the United States. Which got me to thinking, how does one go about determining the most remote or isolated region in the country? Enter in Ray and Rebecca Means. The couple, both of them conservation biologists, set out a few years ago to locate the most remote areas in all 50 states. And their criteria was pretty straightforward. It's whatever place is furthest from a road. Any road, even those that are unpaved and private. Also, the area in question can't be under some giant lake or anything like that. It has to be on land. By this metric, the Means found that the most isolated or remote location in the lower 48 was located in Wyoming's Yellowstone National Park, 21.7 miles from a road. Took the happy couple a few days to hike in, and to their surprise, they found a cabin less than a mile away. Now, there is another theory, one that I first heard about on the Meat Eater podcast, that argues that the country's most remote place is wherever happens to be the furthest from a McDonald's. In 2009, a statistician by the name of Stephen Von Worley, how's that for a name, created a heat map showing the location of every single McDonald's in the continental U.S. It's like those maps that you'll see in zombie movies, where they show the outbreak spreading with red dots, but instead of the dots representing the Walking Dead, they're marking the location of Big Macs. Sure enough, there are some pretty big dark spots in the western U.S., especially in Nevada and southern Idaho, signifying a dearth of Mickey D's. Matter of fact, when the map was updated in 2015, the most remote location, aka the McFarthest, was deemed to be about halfway between Las Vegas and Reno, or over 120 miles from the nearest McDonald's. Now that's as the crow flies, not driving distance. I'm not sure how it was in 1980, but this area where Claude was planning on spending the winter, currently, according to Google Maps and my very own rough estimate, is about 75 miles, as the crow flies, from the nearest Quarter Pounder with cheese. It might not be the most isolated place in the United States, but it's pretty damn remote. Even nowadays, from Paradise Hill, it's about a 5-hour drive just to get there. And I've seen photos of the road going in, and it does seem pretty dang rough. Now, speaking of Google Maps, if you go and you type in Bull Basin, Idaho, it'll show a location about 40 or so miles north of Nevada. This was not Claude's Bull Basin. While I don't have the exact coordinates, the place where Dallas was headed was in the extreme southwest portion of Idaho, just a couple of miles north of the border, on the Little Owyhee River, very close to a place called Coyote Hole and due south of the 45 Ranch. Once again, on Google Maps, if you search for Bull Camp as opposed to Bull Basin, you'll find the area that I'm talking about. Now, contrary to popular belief, when Dallas finally made the move out to his winter camp, he did not do so as a lone mountain man, riding out into the great unknown on his trusty steed and leading a pack mule. While it is true that Claude had a mule, 2 of them actually, they were hauled in via trailer, as were quite a few supplies. Matter of fact, it took 7 men, a pickup truck, a Chevy Suburban, and a damn school bus to transport all of Claude's equipment. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, okay? But it does somewhat alter the narrative of Dallas being 100% self-sufficient and living off the land like a damn Jim Bridger. Once they arrived at Bull Basin, these buddies, most of whom Claude knew from the bar at Paradise Hill, helped him to carry supplies down to the camp, including a tent and a propane heater. And they made plans for a series of resupply visits as the winter progressed. Finally, they departed and left Dallas all on his lonesome to trap to his little heart's content. Now, this was BLM land, publicly owned, but it was also leased to an old boy named Don Carlin. As the owner of the aforementioned 45 Ranch, Carlin had a permit to run his cows in the area, and as it turns out, the very basin where Dallas set up camp was also where Don and his son Eddie would herd the cattle to for protection when the weather turned nasty. It weren't but a few weeks until the Carlins discovered Claude's camp, and they immediately pegged him as a trapper. That's another thing. The Carlins also ran trap lines there in the basin, as did other trappers. So even with Bull Camp being as remote as it was, you still had people coming in and harvesting fur, and the Carlins, of course, looking after their cattle. Now let me just pause real quick and discuss the legalities of the situation up till this point. Those of you with more knowledge of BLM land, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure Claude Dallas was perfectly within his rights to set up camp where he did. As far as I know, there were no rules stating that he couldn't do so just because the Carlins happened to also use the land for their cows. If anything, this was more of an etiquette issue. The 45 Ranch was clearly marked on maps, even in those days, and Dallas had to know that they were nearby. I find it hard to believe that he didn't see evidence of cattle being grazed there. Hell, there were even gates. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like if it was me, I'd be nervous camping there without reaching out to the Carlins and at least introducing myself. Make sure nobody gets their feelings hurt. But as far as the law goes, I do think Dallas was in the clear, at least momentarily. Nowadays, most, if not all, public land here in the United States has a 14-day rule. You can stay put in one camping location for up to 2 weeks. After that, you got to break camp and move at least 25 miles down the trail. And this does make sense. It prevents people from just creating permanent homes on public land, first of all, and it also gives other people the opportunity to enjoy prime campsites. But was this the case in 1980? I don't know. I wasn't even born yet. I tried looking up when that rule first went into place, and I was unsuccessful. If you happen to know, please shoot me an email at josh@wildwestextra.com. Either way, the main problem with Claude there in Bull Basin was just him doing the same shit that he always did, trapping out of season and killing well over his legal limit when it came to wild game. At least that's according to Eddie Carlin of the 45 Ranch, who paid Dallas a visit on New Year's Eve 1980. Per Eddie, when he rode into camp, there were a couple of deer hanging up and the head of a third nearby, a perplexing sight considering the abundance of game in the area. He also noticed at least 2 illegal bobcat hides draped over a bush. Dallas soon emerged, and once Eddie got a good look up close, he suddenly realized that the two had met a couple years prior in a cow camp further to the west. And even back then, Carlin got the impression that Claude had what he described as a itchy trigger finger. Later, after comparing notes, Eddie would learn that his father, Don, had also previously met Dallas. Same location, over in Star Valley, trapping out of season. According to Don, Claude told him, quote, "I don't think it's anybody's business in the world where or when I trap," end quote. Now, the meeting between Eddie and Dallas there in Bull Basin was cordial enough, but still a mite tense. Just between me and you, I think Eddie went in there fully intending to tell this unwanted guest to pack up and get it the hell gone. Once the two were face to face, though, I guess Eddie kind of got cold feet. And you can't really fault him, though. I mean, both he and his father had brief encounters with Claude in the past, and they both thought that he was more than a little on the dangerous side. And here he was, once again, just brazenly poaching and armed to the gills. So Eddie tried a little tact and gave Dallas a friendly warning about fish and game, saying that they were in the area often. Claude seemed unbothered, simply stating that when or if the game warden showed up, he'd be ready for him. The two also discussed trapping and came to a gentleman's agreement as to where Dallas would run his trap lines. Stipulations that Claude agreed to, albeit with the somewhat threatening disclaimer of, quote, "I'm not a government man. I don't believe in law enforcement. If we have any trouble over trapping, it'll be personal trouble. I don't believe in man-made laws," end quote. Now, I don't know how you interpret that, but to me that means that if we have any problems, there's not going to be any consulting of lawyers or calling the police. We'll deal with it man to man. And seeing as how Claude wasn't really one to use his fists, I think we all know what dealing with it means. And I reckon that's how Eddie took it as well. Believe it or not, the Carlins did not immediately rush to tell authorities about Claude Dallas and his poaching camp. Wasn't until a few days later when they discovered illegally baited traps, set out by some altogether different trappers from Oregon, and finally said enough is enough. Remember, the Carlins ran traps as well, and the last thing they needed was the game wardens thinking it was them. They damn sure didn't want to lose their grazing rights. And just to give you an idea of how remote this area was back in 1980, they didn't even have a phone there on the ranch. Don and Eddie had to drive 2 hours away to a nearby reservation just to call a game warden who they knew by the name of Bill Pogue. Now, Pogue, ironically enough, had cited Don Carlin in the past for a minor offense. The 50-year-old Marine Corps veteran and former Winnemucca police chief had a reputation as being a stickler to the law, which is one of the main reasons that the Carlins called him. Pogue also knew the Owyhee like the back of his damn hand. An avid bird watcher, amateur artist, and all-around conservationist, Bill Pogue spent quite a bit of his free time in the desert just snapping photos and banding birds. Hell, he liked the Owyhee so much that he even asked his wife Dee to make sure that he was buried there. According to Jack Olson in Give a Boy a Gun, when Bill received a call that night from the Carlins at around 10 p.m., he didn't so much as hesitate to head out, despite the Owyhee no longer being his official territory. Quote, "Of course he had to go. He always had to go. The phone would ring at 3 a.m., and he, Bill, would leave to put an injured deer out of its misery or pull some fool out of the mud or help find a lost horse. And if the call was from his old district, the Owyhee, he went twice as fast and for half as much reason." End quote. According to Dee, Bill explained that if Don Carlin drove all that far just to get to a telephone, then it must be serious, and he felt like it was the least he could do to leave immediately. As such, Pogue kissed his wife goodbye and set out with fellow game warden Conley Elms. Now, initially, Bill had called Conley's brother, Michael, who, as it turns out, was the actual conservation officer assigned to the Owyhee. Mike was unavailable, though, as was the next warden who Bill tried, so finally he gave the 34-year-old Conley a ring. In addition to being highly respected by their peers in fish and game, both Pogue and Elms were family men. Bill and his wife Dee had 4 kids, and although Conley and his bride Sherry couldn't have children, they were in the process of adopting a baby girl from India. Matter of fact, the paperwork was already complete, and Conley had even picked out their new daughter's name all on his own. Aliyah Quran meant ray of sunshine in Hindi. Sadly, Conley Elms, a man described by many as a big lovable bear, would never have the pleasure of meeting little Aliyah, nor would he ever see his wife Sherry again. Likewise for Bill Pogue and his wife and kids. Neither of the conservation officers knew they were about to confront Claude Dallas when they initially set out for the 45 ranch. As far as they knew, the Carlins were just bitching about illegal traps. It wasn't until they showed up at the ranch the next morning, January 5th, 1981, that Eddie's wife let it slip that Dallas was in the vicinity, poaching bobcats. Now, in the future, Owyhee County Sheriff Tim Nettleton would recall a warning that he had received from Bill Pogue a few years prior. Apparently, somebody had been heavily poaching in the southwest part of the county and moving the fur through a bar over in northern Nevada. Sound familiar? Pogue cautioned Nettleton, saying, quote, "That trapper's a dirty little mean son of a bitch. If you ever get around him, watch out." End quote. Now, whether or not that trapper in question was Claude Dallas or not is unknown, and when Eddie Carlin's wife mentioned Claude's name, it didn't seem like Pogue was overly concerned. Following a nice breakfast, Eddie led the officers to the first of the illegal traps, the one set by them boys from Oregon. In turn, they asked Eddie to follow the trap line back to the ranch and pull up any bobcat sets that he might happen to come across. As for Pogue and Elms, they pushed on ahead, stopping briefly to cite Oregon trapper Don Carter for hanging bait before continuing on to Claude's camp. And as it turns out, they were not the only visitors. Damn, this area sure is crowded for being so remote. Jim Stevens, a potato farmer from Nevada, had just arrived in the basin with a Chevy Blazer full of supplies for Dallas. Stevens had been one of the guys who initially helped Claude set up camp, and he agreed to return every so often with fresh supplies, as he was doing on this fateful day in question. By the time the game warden showed up, the provisions had already been unloaded, and Stevens was down by the river playing with his metal detector. I guess he saw Claude speaking with the officers, so he headed over to see what the deal was. Now, Jim was armed. Had him a little Model 19 Smith & Wesson, which Bill Pogue immediately took and unloaded, pocketing the shells before handing the gun back to Jim. He and Elms had already done the same thing to Claude, but unfortunately, they were unaware of the backup .357 Magnum that Dallas had concealed in his jacket. According to Stevens, Pogue and Elms just wanted to talk, and there wasn't really anything overtly aggressive about them initially, other than Pogue seeming to be a little standoffish. The officers pointed out an illegal mule deer hanging up in camp, which Dallas defended by saying that he had to eat. Hell, this far out from civilization, a man would starve if he had to follow every little damn letter of the law. An argument that Bill countered by stating that the law neither differentiated nor cared about Claude's ability to feed himself. Stevens would later remember Pogue, at this point, almost taking on the tone of a drill sergeant as he spoke to Dallas. And as the conversation continued, he could have sworn he heard one of the officers say the word arrest, as in they would have to arrest Claude for poaching. In turn, Dallas insisted on seeing a search warrant before they went inside of his tent. Now, I'm actually not too sure how relevant a warrant would have been in this situation. I actually spoke with 2 different game wardens, one in Texas and one in Idaho, and I got 2 different answers. There's a misconception I've heard my entire life about game wardens being able to search anyone's property at any time without a warrant, and that is not true. They can't just come inside your house and start poking around inside your freezer without a search warrant. That said, much in the same way that a police officer can enter your home with probable cause, let's say he were to show up at the door just to talk, but then if he saw something illegal occurring inside, he then does not need a warrant. I'm relatively certain that this also applies for game wardens, especially in a situation like this where there were just so many signs of poaching right out there in the open. I think. Like I said, I'm still a little confused about the legality, but from my very limited conversations with game wardens, it sounds like searching a tent without a warrant would just be sort of a case-by-case basis. Nevertheless, Conley Elms did enter Claude's tent without a warrant, and he returned with an armful of stretched furs as Dallas and Pogue continued arguing. Now here's the thing. It was not yet bobcat season there in Idaho by something like 4 or 5 days. It was, however, just a few miles south in Nevada. Dallas even said as much, letting Pogue know that he would just tell the judge he harvested the hides in Nevada. At this point, Stevens, who stated that he felt embarrassed for Claude, had turned back toward the river with his metal detector. He was still listening, though, and remembered hearing more talk about illegal cats and citations, and then Dallas asking the officers flat out whether or not they were going to take him in. Mere seconds later, a gunshot rang out. Stevens whirled around just in time to witness Bill Pogue falling backwards as Dallas, crouching down and holding that .357 in both hands, emptied the gun into Conley Elms. As Pogue and Elms lay on the ground, Pogue still alive and struggling to get up, Dallas went inside that tent and came out with a .22 rifle, delivering a single shot into the heads of both game wardens, trapper style, just behind the ear. As I'm sure you can imagine, Jim Stevens was scared shitless. What was supposed to be a leisurely camping trip with the hero mountain man of Paradise Hill just turned into a damn murder scene. And as far as Jim knew, Claude might be itching to dispose of the one and only witness. That wasn't the case, though. While Dallas didn't seem to show any remorse for killing the officers, he was at least apologetic for getting Stevens mixed up in it. He also informed Jim that he was going to need his help getting rid of the bodies. Now, this part I don't really understand. They were successful in loading Bill Pogue in the back of Stevens' Blazer, but Conley Elms, who, as I alluded to earlier, was a pretty big dude, was not able to be so easily moved. At one point, Claude actually remarked that the only way they'd be able to get rid of Elms was by quartering him like a deer and hauling him out in pieces. In the end, though, Dallas simply dumped Conley into the river. And that's the part I don't get. Why dispose of one body and not the other? I get the idea of making bodies disappear. Without a body, it's pretty damn hard to convict. But if you're just going to leave one of the victims floating in a river, why not both? What's the purpose of going through the trouble of hauling Pogue out when Conley's still there for anyone to find? Maybe it was just the confusion of the situation, the shock of it all, I don't know. There was an attempt to cover up bloodstains. One spot in particular, Dallas even set on fire. Once again, not sure why, but hey, what do I know? Once they had Pogue's body secured in the Blazer, the pair wasted no time driving straight for Paradise Hill and Claude's surrogate father, the shit-stirring pussy hound himself, George Nielsen. It was the middle of the night by the time they got there, and Dallas woke George and his wife Liz up, explaining what had happened and asking for help in disposing of Bill Pogue's body. Funny thing, though, George, for all his blunder and rhetoric, got mighty nervous when Dallas showed up with a dead game warden in tow. He, much like Jim Stevens, wanted nothing to do with the dead man in the back of that blazer. But I guess he still felt obligated to help. Either that or he was worried about what Claude might do if he tried to turn him away. After a few stout drinks to calm their nerves, it was decided that Jim would return home, sanitize the blazer, and begin practicing his alibi. Before leaving, he helped to move Pogue's body to the back of George's pickup. According to Nielsen, Dallas returned a couple hours later, sans body, and then he had George get behind the wheel and drop him off about 13 miles away on the side of a gravel road. Now, I'm not sure about you, but if a friend of mine, any friend, showed up at my place in the middle of the night with a dead body looking for a little help, I'm gonna go ahead and go with a hard hell no. Sorry, man. I'll write you letters, I'll visit you in prison, maybe, but you're gonna have to get out of here with that damn body. In all seriousness, though, I get it. Stevens was scared out of his mind. I'm sure he was in shock at having witnessed the killing of two men, and he was just going along with things and hoping like hell he didn't end up as victim number 3. I'm sure George was also shaken. I mean, yeah, he talked a lot of shit, but talking and doing are two completely different matters. Once it came down to the nut cutting, or more accurately put, the federal agent killing, turns out George's bark was a whole lot worse than his bite. Yet he did go along with it in the moment. Guess he figured if worse comes to worse, he and Jim could just claim they were in fear of their lives, which in all honesty they probably were. That said, I think it quickly dawned on both men that if they remained silent, if they just pretended like nothing had happened even after Dallas was gone, they'd be implicating themselves. And I don't guess neither George or Jim Stevens were willing to go to prison on account of their good buddy, Claude Dallas. Next morning, once some of that adrenaline wore off, they both went to the authorities together and spilt the beans. Explained what had happened and that it was Dallas who killed Bill Pogue and Conley Elms. In no time flat, Owyhee County Sheriff Tim Nettleton began coordinating efforts and the hunt was on, both for Dallas and the remains of Pogue and Elms. Now Conley was located fairly quickly, as he was still right there in the river where Claude had dumped him. As for Bill Pogue, nobody knew where the hell he had been taken, not even George Nielsen. And Claude Dallas? Shit, man, he could have been anywhere. You know, earlier I talked about how desolate and remote the Owyhee Desert was, but the same goes for damn near the entirety of northern Nevada. I mean, you go north from Winnemucca, and you'll hit the Bloody Run Hills and the Santa Rosa Mountains, both of which Dallas was very familiar with. Head west, and you'll end up in the Black Rock Desert, and to the east, you'll find the Bull Run Range. We already established how Claude bragged about having ammo caches hidden all over the place, and he had spent the better part of a decade hiking and hunting and trapping in this entire area. If Claude Dallas didn't want to be found, then good fucking luck. And yeah, for over a year, Dallas was successful in evading capture, hiding out in caves and living off the land, mountain man style, making cold camps and keeping a lonely watch from the top of cliffs where he had a commanding view of his surroundings for miles in each direction. A fugitive to some, and to others, a hero. A man whose only crime was standing his ground and trying to live life on his own terms. Or at least that's the common perception. As it turns out, we now have a pretty decent idea as to what Claude got up to after Nielsen dropped him off on the side of the road. And spoiler alert, it ain't got nothing to do with living off-grid or hiding out in caves. In fact, that very night after leaving Paradise Hill, Dallas hiked to one of his buddies' houses where he laid low for a few days before heading north, burying what was left of the incriminating evidence, including the pistols he took off of Pogue and Elms. From there, Dallas pushed east to South Dakota, working in a steel mill for a few weeks under an assumed name, before heading down to Houston where his brother lived. Not for long, though. Turns out Claude had another brother in Mendocino County, California, with whom he visited for a spell. And then, just like the good book says, as a dog returns to its own vomit, Dallas headed straight back to northern Nevada, where he was taken in and given refuge by various friends who were sympathetic to his plight. Remember, Dallas was somewhat of a living legend there in Humboldt County. The narrative was that a guy like Claude would never go looking for trouble, and if he really did kill those game wardens, well, they must have had it coming. Bill Pogue was especially smeared as being a dangerous antagonizer and a routine abuser of authority. We'll get to that in a moment. Even George Nielsen was back up on his pedestal, talking big and bold and saying that if Dallas showed up, he'd help him out in any way he could. Other locals looking to aid Dallas began leaving their trucks unlocked with the keys inside, along with coolers full of beer and sandwiches. There was a $20,000 reward, however, for information leading to Dallas's arrest. And $20,000 is a lot of money, especially back in 1981, and especially in rural Nevada. As such, it was only a matter of time before the FBI was tipped off to Claude's location. Surprise, surprise, he was hiding out right there in Paradise Hill in a buddy's trailer. The friend in question, Mike Carver, was a fellow gun enthusiast and not a big fan of the federal government, to say the least. Now, it's worth mentioning that during Claude's time on the lam, the authorities had raided his old trailer there behind the bar and confiscated dozens of weapons in the process, along with a ton of books on military and police tactics and shit like gas masks. So, needless to say, the police were well aware that any encounter with Dallas could, and most likely would, turn deadly. That being the case, they didn't take no chances. The FBI, along with local law enforcement from at least 2 counties and a SWAT team out of Las Vegas, quickly assembled and prepared for a fight. Hell, they even had a Huey and a damn Cessna flying air cover. So it were on April 18th, 1982, right around 6 p.m., that this joint force made their move, surrounding the trailer and calling for Claude to come on out with his hands up. That's when things got a little dramatic. Dallas came out all right, but he had no intention of surrendering. Like something straight out of a movie, here comes Claude flying out of a window and making a run for it, diving headfirst into a nearby pickup and peeling off down the road. During the ensuing chase, Dallas began taking shots at both the pursuing vehicles as well as that plane flying above him. And you better believe the officers were returning fire, peppering Claude's truck until it veered off the road and stalled out. Quick as a flash, Dallas bailed and made his way out into the brush, law enforcement right behind him. Now, this could have turned out pretty bad if Claude was looking to make a real stand of it. After all, he was still armed and like a damn cornered animal at this point, and he was almost certainly watching the SWAT team as they cautiously approached. Luckily, the cards were in their favor. I guess Dallas had a change of heart, and as one of the officers moved forward, he heard a voice call out, "Don't shoot, I'm over here." It was Dallas, lying on his back with his arms up in the air. 22 minutes after the operation commenced, and over 15 months following the murder of Pogue and Elms, the manhunt was finally over, and Claude Dallas was taken into custody. He had been slightly wounded in the chase, either a ricochet or shrapnel had shredded his ankle up a bit, but aside from that, he was alright. Initially, Dallas was placed in jail up in Owyhee County, where the crime occurred, but his attorney successfully petitioned for a change of venue, and he was transported some 60 miles to the north to Caldwell, Idaho. It's there, 5 months later, on September 15th, that the trial finally commenced. And while Dallas was technically charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, along with the use of firearm and the commission of a felony, resisting arrest, and the destruction or concealment of evidence, the entire trial soon became centered around whether or not Bill Pogue was an asshole. The defense team introduced witness after witness to discredit the character of Mr. Pogue, accusing him of being a hostile bully and overly aggressive. One especially convincing witness, a minister, even testified that Pogue had once pulled a gun on him. Others said that whenever they were confronted by Bill, he would always have his hand on the butt of his revolver, just to intimidate him, and that it was only a matter of time until someone got hurt. The lone witness to the killings, Jim Stevens, also testified, pretty much reiterating everything we've already covered. He had been looking away from the men toward the river when he heard someone shout out, "Oh no," followed by a gunshot. Turning quickly, Stevens saw Pogue fall to the ground and Claude turn his revolver on Elms. This, of course, was followed by Dallas fetching that .22 long rifle for the coup de grace. The only problem with Stevens' testimony, something that the defense team absolutely fixated on, was the fact he couldn't remember exactly what it was that drew his attention from the river back to the confrontation. Was it the gunshot he heard first, or someone yelling out, "Oh no"? Apparently, he got these details mixed up on more than one occasion, and this lapse of memory, coupled with a few other inconsistencies, made Jim look pretty bad to the jury. One juror even noted that Claude never looked at Stevens, indicating that maybe there was bad blood between the two of them, and another thought that Jim said words like "I don't know," "maybe," and "I'm not sure" too many times during his 8-hour cross-examination to be taken seriously. Jim was the state's star witness, and if his testimony was any indication, things just weren't going all that well for the prosecution. A development that was only solidified by Claude himself taking the stand. To the surprise of absolutely nobody that knew him, Dallas came off as a very sympathetic figure. Hell, even the damn prosecuting attorney would later admit that Dallas was a, quote, "gentle-looking guy with an expressive, intelligent face. You wanted to pat him on the head and tell him that everything would be okay." End quote. Now, Claude readily admitted to killing Pogue and Elms, but he contended that it was in self-defense, testifying that they had both been unduly aggressive from the get-go. He claimed that Bill Pogue's hand went to the butt of his revolver every time anyone made a move, and that he repeatedly told Dallas that he could go in easy or go in hard, insinuating that he could allow himself to be arrested or just get killed. Finally, Claude asserted that it was Bill Pogue who drew first, and that he had even managed to get a shot off before he, Dallas, could return fire. As far as poor Conley Elms was concerned, Claude said he was just acting on instinct when he shot him. He then claimed to have been in a daze and unable to explain why he went and got that .22 from the tent and finished both men off with a single shot to the head. Just caught up in the moment, I guess. Finally, in a move to garner additional sympathy from the jury, Claude agreed to disclose the location of Bill Pogue's remains. Yeah, you heard that correctly. Mr. Pogue's body had still not been recovered. Remember, this trial started in mid-September 1982, almost 2 years after the incident in question. Despite Pogue's family begging and pleading, Claude had remained silent this entire time. Rather than give the family closure, Dallas and/or his attorney simply waited for the trial to gain extra points. Of course, the jury didn't know all that. Now, it's worth noting that Bill Pogue's revolver, the one piece of evidence that could prove or disprove Dallas's claims of self-defense, has never been recovered, even to this day. Dallas, by golly, just can't for the life of him remember where he hid that dang pistol. How convenient. It's also worth taking a moment to describe Claude's physical appearance during the trial. While he had most certainly looked the part of a wild mountain man at the time of his arrest, with long hair and a full beard, Dallas's attorney saw to it that he received a full makeover before the trial. As such, the jury was presented with a quiet and shy-looking young man, with short, neatly cut hair, and clean-shaven save for a well-trimmed mustache. You know, I mentioned earlier that Dallas was what many would consider a very attractive man, and these attributes absolutely served him well during the trial. Hell, so alluring was Claude that a group of housewives calling themselves the Dallas Cheerleaders began showing up at court every day just to cheer him on. They were even allowed to sit in the courtroom and pass notes back and forth to Dallas and his lawyer. One of these so-called cheerleaders was quoted as saying the following about Claude: "There's something about him. I think some of the women in our group might be in love with him. Emotionally involved, not really love, but infatuation. He emits a charisma. He's the type of man that most women would admire his lifestyle. The fact that he's his own person, his reputation and all. He's a survivalist, a man's man. And yet when it comes right down to the nitty-gritty, he's not a wishy-washy. He's not going to get down on his hands and knees and scrape and bow." End quote. Others of the group contested that nobody as honest appearing and hard-working as Claude could have possibly killed two men in cold blood. As if that's something you could tell just by looking at someone. You know, it seems like I remember there was another attractive, charismatic guy that people felt the same way about. What the hell was his name? What? Oh yeah, Ted Bundy. Ultimately, what Dallas's trial came down to was an inexperienced prosecuting attorney versus a defense team who successfully convinced the jury that Bill Pogue was a jerk and left the charming, attractive, and soft-spoken Claude Dallas no other choice but to protect himself. There's a lot more involved, obviously. If you'd like to learn more, I would highly recommend the book that I keep mentioning, Give a Boy a Gun. I'm not sure if the court transcripts are readily available, but I think Jim Stevens' testimony alone is something like 130 pages. But long story short, after the longest jury deliberation in all of Idaho history, Claude Dallas was found not guilty of the murder of game wardens Bill Pogue and Conley Elms. Not guilty. Remember, he and his attorney were pushing that self-defense angle hard. Dallas claimed that Pogue drew first, and I guess that gave the jury all the reasonable doubt they needed. Still didn't get off scot-free, though. Far from it, as the jury did find Claude guilty of 2 counts of manslaughter, along with a couple of counts of using a firearm to commit a felony and a simple misdemeanor for concealing evidence. Certainly not the murder in the first that the prosecution or the families of the victims were hoping for, but still, despite the jury for the most part being sympathetic to Dallas, the presiding judge was not. He still gave Claude the maximum penalty allowed by law, which in this case ended up being 30 years in prison. The sentence was handed down in January of 1983, and barring an appeal, Claude Dallas wouldn't breathe free air again until the year 2013, at which time he'd be in his early 60s. Now, just one more quick note on the trial. It's my opinion, for what it's worth, that had Dallas not finished off Pogue and Elms with a single shot to the head with that .22, he would have almost certainly have been acquitted. That is the one thing that the jurors, some of them at least, just couldn't get over. It's almost beyond defense. Only reason I say almost is because I have heard people try to defend it, even going so far as saying that Dallas was being compassionate and simply putting both men out of their misery. As for Claude, remember, he still said he did not know why he did it, stating, quote, "I was a little bit out of my head at that stage. I was afraid and I was wound up," end quote. Nonetheless, like I said, Dallas got 30 years and he soon began his sentence at the Idaho State Prison. And I don't think anyone could have predicted what happened next. In March of 1986, after just 3 years behind bars, Dallas managed to escape. Story goes that he got his hands on some bolt cutters and removed a portion of the chain link fence surrounding the prison yard and just sort of slipped on out. That may not be what really happened, though. For years following the escape, certain officials questioned this narrative, citing conflicting accounts and contradictory physical evidence, and even going so far as reopening an investigation back in 2001. Although there have been no official conclusions made, at least that I'm aware of, evidence suggests that Claude took advantage of a poorly guarded visiting area and just simply strolled on out. Either way, by 1986, Dallas was once more on the run. And just like before, there was a massive manhunt. Hell, Claude even made his way onto the FBI's top 10 most wanted list. And this time, Dallas really did disappear into the wilderness, putting all that survival know-how of his to use and living off of nothing but antelope jerky and spring water as he took shelter in various caves and mining shafts. No, that did not happen at all. Just like before, Dallas was not hiding out in the wilderness like some sort of a modern-day Jim Bridger. While he did return to both Nevada and Oregon, he wouldn't stay in one spot too long. Dallas also made a trip down to Mexico for a little plastic surgery, just in an attempt to alter his appearance, before heading west to California and laying low. It's there on March 8, 1987, in the town of Riverside, after nearly a year on the run, that the authorities finally caught up with him. Claude was surrounded at a convenience store while buying peanut butter and a loaf of bread, and he offered himself up with zero resistance. There was another trial, and once again people felt sorry for poor old Dallas. According to him, the prison guards in Idaho had been threatening his life, and he felt like he had no other recourse but to escape. I don't know about you, but I'm starting to see a pattern here. It worked, though. Dallas was fully acquitted, believe it or not, and while he was sent back to prison to finish his sentence, he would receive no additional time for the escape. Hell, in fact, he'd end up getting 8 years taken off of his sentence for good behavior. And the best part is, he didn't even have to go back to them mean guards in Idaho. Claude did time in Nebraska, New Mexico, and Kansas before being released for good on February 6, 2005. All total, Dallas has served 22 years behind bars. And as of this recording, he remains a free man, just shy of his 74th birthday. Claude pretty much keeps to himself, refuses interviews, makes no public appearances, and evidently does one hell of a job at protecting his privacy. The big question everybody seems to want an answer to is, where is Claude Dallas today? Well, according to Wikipedia, so big grain of salt, Dallas has been sighted in Utah, Nevada, and even as far away as Alaska. And a simple Google search led me to a Reddit forum where one user stated Claude was driving a shuttle bus for river rafters up in Idaho. Another echoed the same, only according to him it was Montana. For what it's worth, I have had a few listeners of the Wild West Extravaganza reach out over the years, and one in particular even has a personal connection to Claude. I won't say his name, but this source in question is a former member of law enforcement who investigated Dallas shortly after his release. According to him, not too long ago, Claude was located by a fish and game cop in northern Nevada, out in the middle of nowhere, but the officer got spooked and nothing came of it. This jives with another listener who emailed me saying that he also ran into Claude at a gas station in that same area. Honestly, man, I don't think anybody truly knows. At least not anybody who's willing to talk. Per that former police officer I just mentioned, Claude spends a good deal of time up in Alaska where he's able to legally carry black powder firearms. His privacy is heavily protected by people who still consider him sort of a folk hero, and Dallas may even have linked up with the Bundy family of Nevada, Eamon and Cliven Bundy, not Ted. I'm not sure if there's any hard proof for any of this, but if that is true, it would make sense, right? Especially considering their shared anti-government sentiments. Once again, per the police officer's source, Claude built up somewhat of a cult following while in prison, and at one point was labeled as a domestic terrorist. But he also added that he's not sure if Dallas is currently labeled as such. Now, much like Wikipedia, you gotta take this with a grain of salt, right? I have no reason to doubt this guy. I'm pretty sure he's telling the truth. But then again, I'm also not an investigative journalist, nor do I have the ability or inclination to go around vetting people. For all I know, he's completely full of shit. I don't think that's the case, but you never know. So yeah, Claude Dallas is still alive. He's still out there, probably in Alaska or Idaho or Nevada, but nobody with any details is willing to talk. So yeah, man, that's Claude Dallas in a nutshell. I know there are many who think he was a victim and even a hero. Just a guy born a century too late, trying to avoid the trappings of civilization and live life on his own terms. Only our modern society just wouldn't let him be. Those in power kept after him, and finally, after being confronted by an overly aggressive representative of the federal government, Dallas had enough and pushed back. But is that really a fair portrayal? And just how justified was Claude when it came to shooting those game wardens, Pogue and Elms? Was justice served? According to the only eyewitness, Jim Stevens, there was a pistol in the hands of Bill Pogue as he lay dead on the ground. I think the only question is, did he draw that gun before or after Dallas went for his? Remember, Claude stated that Pogue not only drew first, but he even got a shot off before Dallas was able to put him down. Unfortunately, and let's face it, conveniently, Pogue's pistol was disposed of by Claude and never located. As such, we'll likely never know for sure if the gun had been fired or not. Then there's the fact that so many people swore up and down that Bill Pogue was an abuser of authority. Even his own peers admitted that Pogue took his job very seriously and considered all infractions equal, whether it was just kids throwing rocks at birds or someone like Dallas illegally and repeatedly poaching bobcats and shooting bighorn. Then again, Bill Pogue had spent 25 years as a conservation officer, in addition to serving as chief of police in Winnemucca. And he had never previously shot anybody, not once. During the trial, there was a lot of testimony from people who didn't like the way that Pogue spoke to him, but I'm not aware of him physically assaulting or even so much as laying his hands on anybody other than to place them under arrest. All of a sudden, he runs into Claude Dallas, somebody who had made previous threats about using deadly force, and lo and behold, things turned deadly. Devil's advocate, but one could theorize that Dallas was the first person that Bill ever leaned on who truly stood up for himself. Maybe everybody else folded under Pogue's tyrannical ways, whereas Claude stood his ground. Okay, maybe, but I'm still not buying it. I mean, what the hell would have been the purpose of murdering Dallas for a mere trapping violation, or just for an out-of-season mule deer? Pogue may have been an asshole cop, I don't know. Sorry for those of you in law enforcement listening right now, but you do know that some of your brothers in blue can be dicks on occasion. Not all of them, not even the majority, but we all know police officers who enjoy throwing their weight around. That said, there's a big difference between abusing authority and cold-blooded murder. Or maybe Pogue was planning on using that gun as a form of intimidation, which, according to some, he had done in the past. Bill may have had no actual intention of using the gun, but there would have been no way for Claude to know that. I mean, shit, you pull a gun out on me, I don't care who you are, I'm still going to try and defend myself. But at the same time, we also got to take Claude's reputation into account. Numerous people stated that he seemed to be spoiling for a fight for quite some time, and that he had a quote-unquote itchy trigger finger. Dallas had joked about killing government officials, and he made no bones about his hatred of conservation officers and a strong disdain for game laws in general. Per his own friends, he threatened, on more than one occasion, to resort to deadly force if he felt like he was being unjustly arrested. And by unjustly arrested, I do mean arrested for knowingly and continuously breaking the law for years. The way I see it, there are three possible scenarios. First, there's Dallas's version. The game wardens were being overly aggressive. One of them, Bill Pogue, went for a gun, and Dallas reacted. In which case, I do think his actions would be justifiable. Badge or no badge, I don't believe anybody has a right to just gun you down because they feel like it or just because they don't like your attitude. I don't think that's what happened, though. I just can't for the life of me wrap my head around Pogue deciding, for whatever reason, that that was the day he was gonna just murder somebody for the hell of it. And in front of witnesses. Remember, the man had been in some form of law enforcement for damn near 3 decades, and he had never, not once, busted a cap on somebody. Being an asshole and being a cold-blooded killer don't necessarily go hand in hand. Which brings us to scenario number 2. Dallas is extremely on edge, per usual. He believes it's his God-given right to trap and hunt where and when and how he damn well pleases, and he's tired of game wardens bothering him about it. He'd been itching for a fight for a while now, and when Pogue and Elms looked like they was going to arrest him, rather than simply issue a citation, he snapped and went for his gun. Finally got a chance to play out all those gunfighter fantasies of his and put those long hours of training to use. While I do find this scenario more plausible than the previous one, I'm also not entirely convinced that that's what happened either. Claude may have been half an outlaw, but I don't necessarily think he was a psychopath. And the man wasn't stupid. It's one thing to talk tough when you're sitting at a bar, but in all actuality, Dallas had to have known that he'd have gotten off with yet another slap on the wrist, just like he always did. Worst case scenario, Pogue and Elms would arrest him, haul him into town, he'd be forced to pay a fine, and within a week or two, he'd be right back out there, trapping and hunting as he pleased. Then there's scenario number 3, somewhere in the middle. Both Pogue and Dallas are being hard-headed. Claude gets argumentative, and when the issue of a possible arrest arises, he starts to act like he's not going to allow himself to be cuffed without a fight. Pogue, either in an attempt to intimidate Dallas or simply ensure that he and Elms were safe, drops his hand to rest on the butt of his revolver. And that's when Claude, possibly taking it as a threat to his life, went for that .357. Or maybe Pogue just saw the print of that hidden revolver in Claude's jacket, causing him to go for his own firearm. Maybe Dallas made a funny or sudden movement, and then all hell broke loose. I do not believe that Bill Pogue was looking to kill Claude Dallas. I also don't think that Dallas necessarily had any intention of things escalating to that point either, at least not initially. It was an unfortunate, volatile situation, mistakes were made, and 2 men, by most accounts 2 good men, ended up dead. All because Claude Dallas couldn't be bothered to trap in season. Now all that said, if the testimony of Jim Stevens is to be believed, I may be giving Dallas way too much credit. According to Stevens, immediately after killing Pogue and Elms, Claude stated something along the lines of, "I swore I'd never be arrested again. They were going to handcuff me." He didn't say, "Oh, I had no choice. Pogue was drawing his gun." He didn't say he was afraid for his life or anything like that. No, he just didn't want to go to jail. Also, Stevens claimed that Dallas had said he considered killing both game wardens up on the ridge before they ever came into camp. If these statements are true, then I don't think it really matters how much of an asshole Bill Pogue was. Dallas had been fantasizing about killing somebody, and even about being on the run for years. And now he finally had his chance. And let's not forget about him grabbing that .22 and putting a round in each man's head. Like I said a few minutes ago, I have heard people try to defend that. One person in particular, it was on another podcast, basically said that Dallas did it out of compassion. He knew they were too far out in the backcountry to get proper medical care, and there was no way Pogue and Elms would survive, so he just put them out of their misery. I've even heard that Dallas ultimately was just looking out for his mules. That he knew if he was arrested, they'd just be left behind to die in the canyon. But come on, bro. Do you really believe that? Do you really think he killed 2 men just in order to save his mules? Which he ended up leaving behind anyway, by the way, when he fled the scene of the crime. Do you really believe that Dallas dispatched those game wardens with that .22 out of compassion? Or is that just what you want to believe? Long story short, if Dallas was truly protecting his own life, if he reasonably felt like it was a shoot-or-be-shot situation, if Pogue was going for his gun, then okay, sure, he was justified. But once again, I'm just not convinced that's what happened. Claude finishing off both men with that .22, and then him forgetting where he hid Pogue's revolver. But once again, I'm just not convinced that's what happened. At the end of the day, only God and Dallas know for sure what happened. If I, as a mere podcaster, were forced to wager as to what exactly went down, I'd say that Dallas was spoiling for a fight and it wasn't going to take much to push him over the edge. I think as he and Pogue were arguing, Pogue's hand probably got a little too close to the butt of his revolver for Dallas's liking. In turn, Dallas went for that .357 in his jacket, which naturally caused both Pogue and Elms to go for their guns. Only thing is, Dallas was faster, and that was that. Now, something I didn't bring up earlier, but I think it's worth mentioning. Back after that trial ended and Dallas was awaiting his sentence, he was actually out on bail and staying with his old friends at the Alfred Ranch over in Oregon. And while there, he once again, allegedly and illegally, shot and killed a bighorn sheep. According to rancher Hoyt Wilson, quote, he goes up to where a band of prize bighorn sheep were hanging around, maybe 100 of them. The state's been carefully building them up and they issue maybe 6 or 8 tags for the whole mountain. You have to win one in a drawing. He, Dallas, shoots a mountain sheep and then puts it in our cold room and says we're going to eat this thing. Well, we couldn't have eaten it if we wanted to. It was a typical winter sheep. No fat, no nothing, just tough as could be. I was appalled. I don't think he'd have done that 8 or 10 years ago. He was so tickled, and that was more appalling than anything. At a time when you would think he'd be on his best behavior, but all he could think about was how he got this trophy ram. End quote. We know for a fact that Dallas had zero regard for fish and game laws. We know he was poaching long before that fateful day in Idaho when he gunned down Bill Pogue and Conley Elms. This is not up for debate. Even Claude's most ardent supporters will fully admit that he was killing animals out of season. And contrary to popular belief, Claude Dallas was not, in any way, shape, or form, a subsistence hunter. Not only did he have no need to be a subsistence hunter, but he was also routinely killing far more than he could ever possibly eat all by himself, in addition to getting all sorts of food and supplies delivered straight to his camp via automobile. It's not like Dallas was stranded out there in the Yukon, cut off from the rest of the world and struggling to survive. That's another thing. Nobody asked Dallas to move himself out there in the middle of bumfuck Idaho. By his own admission, he purposely placed himself in an environment where he claimed he needed to break the law in order to survive, which he didn't really need to, but that's besides the point. That'd be like moving to a really nice neighborhood just because you feel like it or because it's where you want to live, and then saying that it's okay to steal food from the grocery store because the rent's too expensive. This was not the 1800s, and Dallas wasn't some pioneer trying to establish a homestead in the wilderness. The man was camped out on public land, far longer than he was supposed to be, in order to illegally harvest fur for profit. And while he was there, he made no bones about poaching well over his limit in venison. Just the fact that his buddies were hauling in supplies and food on the regular, including cakes and pies and shit like that, speaks volumes. Dallas was not just some modern-day mountain man trying to live a quiet and peaceful life. The man was essentially squatting on public land for the better part of a decade. If not longer, he had been needlessly and illegally harvesting game for both profit and pleasure, not subsistence. And look, man, shit happens. I get it. We've all known a few good old boys who don't necessarily follow the letter of the law when they're out in the woods, whether it be filling somebody else's tags or occasionally shooting off the side of the road or what have you. I myself, when I was much younger and dumber, may or may not have allegedly once shot an illegal deer, which I then allegedly took home and skinned and quartered before I fried up the alleged backstrap. And I may or may not have allegedly gone fishing in the past without a license. Okay, I'm not proud of these things, but rest assured, I'm not trying to make myself out to be some sort of a saint or holier than thou, because I'm not. I do know one thing though, these laws serve a purpose. Bag limits, tags, seasons, it all helps to ensure that these animal populations remain healthy and that we can continue to enjoy hunting and fishing and all that for not only the rest of our lives, but for future generations as well. Market hunting was a motherfucker back in the day. Whether you're talking about the buffalo, beaver, black bears, you name it, entire populations were decimated. And I know this is an anecdotal story, but the area where my dad grew up in the 1950s, they did not have white-tailed deer, none. They had plenty of hogs and stuff like that, but the deer had all been hunted out. Thankfully, they came back, and there's an abundance now, but the only way that rebound was possible was due to these conservation laws, the same laws that Claude Dallas was blatantly ignoring. Now, I know you already know all this, but I guess I'm just not sure why Dallas seems to get a pass in the eyes of so many. It's not like the man just got drunk once and went spotlighting with his buddies. You know, it's not like he accidentally shot a buck with a spread of slightly less than 13 inches. No, Dallas repeatedly and purposely, for well over a decade, wantonly killed animals for his own pleasure. And yeah, sometimes he ate some of the meat, and sometimes he sold some of the fur. Now, when it comes to Claude's anti-government beliefs, I'll be honest, I kind of struggled with what I wanted to say here. I mean, just that in and of itself could be its own episode. I was thinking about maybe going in deep on what it would be like growing up in the 1960s. At a time when an extremely unpopular war was being fought overseas and having a very real chance of being forced to fight and possibly die in Vietnam. Then out west, you've got the Sagebrush Rebellion of the 1970s, clashes with ranchers and the BLM, battles that are still ongoing to this day, and movements that sort of paved the way for various radical militia types and extremist groups like the Sovereign Citizens. Now, I don't know which of these, Vietnam or the BLM, is what ultimately, for lack of a better word, radicalized Claude Dallas. Maybe a mixture of the two. Or maybe something else completely. I don't know. Maybe he just really didn't like being told how to live his life. And just for full transparency, although groups like the Sovereign Citizens do consider Dallas to be almost like one of their patron saints, I was not able to find any hard evidence linking him personally to that movement. At least not back in the 70s or 80s. We can sit here and talk about how the FBI, who arrested Claude back in 1973, said mean things to him. We could discuss how much he resented the BLM trying to tell ranchers what they could or couldn't do, or how much he hated game wardens levying fines for trapping out of season. I can theorize all day, but I think it mostly just boils down to Dallas not liking other people trying to tell him what to do. And brother, I get it. Trust me. I myself have a very hard time with authority. Whether it's an aggressive police officer or even just a foreman at a job site who's let his perceived power go to his head, I cannot stand it. And don't even get me started on the mother freaking HOA. I hate people who abuse their authority. I hate them. I know I'm not supposed to hate, but damn. I can't stand people effectively just bullying others because they have a little bit of authority. And that goes for everybody in positions of power. No matter how small, even teachers and ministers. Anybody who abuses their power to control or intimidate others just really sticks in my craw. But at the same time, the fact that there are people out there who will abuse their authority does not give me the right to just do whatever the hell I want at the detriment of others. Once again, I'm not trying to say that all laws are perfect and that we should just line up like good little sheep and never question or buck the powers that be. There are game and fish laws that don't make any sense. There are stupid regulations. I get that. And the BLM certainly is not without fault. But you can't just sit here and say that Dallas was minding his own business, not doing anything wrong, and that those mean old game wardens were just out to get him. I know I keep saying this, but from 1969 all the way to 1980, Dallas knowingly and blatantly just thumbed his nose at the law. And he mostly got away with it. For somebody who hated the federal government as much as he did, Dallas sure as hell enjoyed reaping the benefits. As a child, Claude went to public schools. He drove on public roads. He camped and hunted and trapped all over public land. And rather than be a good steward of that land, he instead went on a non-stop one-man poaching rampage, ultimately resulting in the murder of two men whose job it was to protect that land. Dallas was caught several times, but he always got off with a light slap on the wrist. A few fines here and there, maybe his guns were confiscated for short periods of time, but that's it. Even when he was arrested for dodging the draft, he got off without so much as a criminal record. Dude just basically did whatever the hell he felt like, breaking any and all laws as he saw fit, and somehow in his mind, and in the minds of many of his most ardent fans, he was the one being persecuted, and it was his rights that were unjustly being trampled upon. I don't know about you, but it's just not adding up for me. Now let's talk about whether or not justice was served. Do you think Dallas was sufficiently punished for his crimes? On one hand, for a guy accustomed to the great outdoors and living free and easy for the vast majority of his life, I gotta assume that being stuck in a cage for over 2 decades and eating nothing but prison food had to have been pure hell. And truth be told, as far as the judicial system is concerned, justice was served, whether we like it or not. Dallas was tried by a jury of his peers and handed down the maximum penalty for the crime he was convicted of. Not sure the family and friends of Conley Elms and Bill Pogue would agree, though. And if I was in their shoes, I'm not sure I'd agree either. Matter of fact, I know I wouldn't. I have no doubt that Dallas was a hard worker. I'm positive he was, and probably still is, about as tough as they come. One hell of a cowboy, and the type of guy who knew how to take care of himself in the backcountry. By all accounts, he was loyal to his friends, and when he gave his word, he stuck to it. Never shirked a job, and wasn't afraid to put in a hard day's work. All very admirable traits. Unfortunately, Dallas also had a dark side. He purposely broke any and all game laws as he saw fit, and he mostly got away with it. When confronted, he began making threats. And finally, sadly, he followed through on those threats and gunned down 2 good men. Men with families that still miss him very much to this day. And I guess that's about all I've got on Claude Dallas.